It is the last day of the 2021 Wild Rift Sea Championship group stages, and it's the last chance for Group B to get those points in order to advance to the playoffs. And the Group of Death, we're gonna see if they can live up to the name today. I am your host, Mika Fabs, joined by Omo and special guest Rafa on the panel. Rafa, thank you so much for joining us and welcome to the show. Now, of course, if you guys are watching on Twitch and on YouTube or from wherever, let your voices be heard. Use the hashtag #SeaChamps, that's SEA Champs, and you can send in your best memes and you can be featured on over here. And we saw some great ones yesterday. I believe Omo made it onto, you know, that wonderful page. I still have that picture.
Unfortunately, I can't claim all the credit for that. They just used my face and Grandin's face and TJ's face. But the meme maker, I think the geniuses behind that were probably Skimmy and Pals or someone along those lines.
Probably yes. But our very own Nunu and Willem. You are the Nunu, by the way, of
That's me.
the Sea
Nunu being the boy,
right?
by the way, right?
Yes,
so
yes, we
Big
found
G
that
was the
out
Willem.
yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, it's
We
in the
found that
law.
out
It's
yesterday.
inexcusable, frankly, that our casters don't know that, if I say so myself.
Hey, wait, the lore is a little ambiguous because they were like, you know, if you check out the write-up, I just have to jump into this really quickly before we actually get into the game, but if you check the write-up, it's like, oh, they're looking for Nunu's mother. Like, yeah, they can have a mother too!
Fair
Like,
enough,
just
fair
saying.
enough.
Just saying. It's just ambiguous. Anyway, we are gonna jump into what happened yesterday, aside from, of course, talking about Nunu and Willem and, you know, trying to figure out who was who. But yes, more importantly, of course, we saw our Group A over here duking it out. And we saw Barium United Esports, Team Secret, MBR Esports, and one team lock in their slots for Group A yesterday. Omo, I know this was an incredible day to cast. You were on the casting desk as well. What were your thoughts on all of the matches?
Let me just say that I'm glad I was on the caster's desk. It could have been worse if I was on the analyst desk. I think that there's much less to analyze about that game. So I think
And what about...
yeah, if you look at the games yesterday, we had a lot of fun games. Sometimes the players had a bit too much fun, but at the end of the day, when you see them laughing in the post-game screens, I think it makes it all worth it.
Absolutely, and I think you're pretty much talking about Team Secret and the crazy brawl that we saw yesterday between them and Barium United Esports. I have to say, MBR exceeding expectations as usual, and you know, one team. I want to hear your thoughts about one team and, you know, what you thought of their performance so far and how you think they'll fare.
It's a bit of letdown, isn't it, Mika? I'm gonna be honest with you here. They were the runner-ups in the previous Summer Cup, so we expected a lot more coming out of them. They were the champions of the Taiwan region as well. But I did raise the question, right? We see Flash Wolves kind of underperforming. Flash Wolves look shaky, and they did play a pretty close series with one team. So what does it really say about one team, right? Is the Taiwan region as a whole just relatively weaker now? Is that what we have to look at? And it seems like that might be the case because honestly, some of the losses which we saw one team go through were frankly a little bit odd.
Yeah, and Rafa, I'm eager to hear your thoughts as well. on yesterday's matches, especially since it's your first time here on the desk. It was crazy yesterday. I know you were with us behind the scenes and, giggling and laughing and screaming all the way. What did you think?
There was some hype matches yesterday during the last day of Group A. And honestly, I'm just so blown away by not only the ferocity that we have in the teams from all the regions here in Southeast Asia, but also the experimentation and the creativity. Because I come from NA, I've mostly been doing coverage of the Wild Rift Summoner Series for North America. And earlier today, we actually got a chance to see Tribe Gaming take on Enemy, which Enemy had their first upset. But the amount of draft experimentation and willingness to kind of go beyond what is kind of thought outside the box here in Southeast Asia has absolutely just blown me away. So I'm really looking forward to today's group, and because not only it's the last day of groups overall, but it is the last chance for all of the teams within this Group B, as many of the colleagues that I've met here for the Southeast Asia Championships call the Group of Death, for a good reason, because we have some of the best teams here duking it out for last spots in the playoffs.
Exactly. And as we jump into our standings right now, Rafa, you mentioned about, there being a intense ferocity coming into the Southeast Asia region. And you factored in as well, that it's the last day for Group A. So they really brought everything out, all cards on the table, whatever they had left up their sleeves. And we're going to expect to see the same for Group B. And this group, exactly, it's a group of death. You have Divine Esports, SBTC, Evos Esports, Flash Wolves, Alliance, and a Geek Fam. Now, I think we're going to have our eyes over here on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place, because this is still very much in flux. You also kind of, again, want to avoid that for 4th place, because you'll be paying from the lower brackets going into the playoffs. And, right now, I don't know, Omo, how do you think we're going to see the standings shuffle within the day?
Look, it's going to be really hotly contested. I don't know what to tell you here, Mika. What we're seeing right now, we could honestly see a completely different scenario at the end of the day. The only thing that I think we'll see, which is consistent, is that Divine Esports, in my opinion, will still be topping the table. But any one of these teams could honestly make a run for a top tier placing here. And I kind of have to follow up what Rafa said, right? I don't know what to tell you, man. We're just that much better, and any of these teams here could probably win NA.
All right, man. I didn't come here to start a flame war, some banter.
I gotta have some
down,
spicy takes, man.
I already acknowledged that, the C has, Southeast Asia has some pretty dynamite teams. I'm not trying to come here and say that.
No, I get it. I'm just making some spicy jokes on stream. I saw some spicy takes on Twitter.
Yeah, well, it's gonna be something to see for sure. And Rafa, what do you think about the standings so far? Do you think Divine Esports can stay on top? How do you think these things are gonna shuffle within the day?
Divine Esports and SBTC Esports have both shown that the Vietnamese Titans are coming here with a lot to prove, but I think it's a disservice if we just discredit all the other teams in this group, like Evos and Alliance. Evos won the Summer Cup. And just because they're in the 3rd seed in the standings doesn't mean that they're going to remain this way. There's still plenty of matches today that can give Evos an opportunity to come back in the standings, maybe even look for that first round bye if they're able to come in strong in their matches today.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting to see how they perform. We do have this thing where the teams need to warm up just a little bit, and we saw that from Evos, and then we saw them come back into full form. So it's gonna be really interesting, especially since they don't exactly have an easy day today. I mean, check out that match over there, estimated at 7 p.m. Evos Esports versus SBTC. This is a big match. This is a callback to the match that they had at the Summer Super Cup. And on the other side for SBTC, it's a big day for them as well. I mean, we're looking at the first match of the day. They're up against Divine Esports. Of course, we've got a lot of time to talk about that, but are there any other matches that catch your eye, Omo? Are you looking at maybe Geek Fam? That last match looks really painful. And we know that Geek Fam right now, they're having such a hard time, but it doesn't look like it's gonna get easier for them.
Yeah, I don't really want to get too much into Geek Fam. I think it's pretty much a given that they're not gonna make it out of groups right now, and I feel like I'm kind of feeling a bit bad about beating up that dead horse right there. The main match I personally want to look forward to is Alliance versus Flash Wolves, because coming into Group B, I had to take that Alliance would make it out over Flash Wolves, and that's something that I still think is possible. We'll need to see how both of these teams match up against the other teams here in the group, but if Alliance take down Flash Wolves at that match, then it's still very possible in my opinion.
Yeah, I feel like, of course, another very, very hotly anticipated match is our first match of the day, which is between Divine Esports and SBTC Esports. This is a grudge match over here from the fall season of the Vietnam Icon Series and their grand finals too. So these two teams, I think it's so fascinating because they know each other so well, like the backs of their hands. And in the grand finals, SBTC won 3-2. They went the full 5 games in that best of 5. Before we get into the history of that though, let's talk about the teams. Divine Esports here, they have been impressing us ever since the play ends. Rafa, what do you have to say about this team?
This team is so dope, man. I mean, like, when I first started watching the Southeast Asia Championships, I started watching during the play-in stage, and that's where Divine Esports came in to remember that, SBTC, they're the ones that qualified first through their Icon Championship for Vietnam, whereas Divine Esports, they're coming in as the second Vietnamese team. But the way that they have been dominating this group so far, I gotta look at Len in the jungle, man, because this dude, absolutely dynamite. I haven't seen a Kazakhs player this cracked at all in the world, and I know almost cracking up because I'm just so fascinated by Len.
No, it's true. I mean, I completely agree, right? But if you want to see a Kazakhs player that's more cracked, you can just add me after this.
okay, bet. We'll have to hit up the rank flex, but
Sure.
In the same light though, I think we would be doing a disservice if we don't also talk about TF, who maybe not necessarily putting in as much time in on the carry junglers as Len, but he's shown himself to be a lot more versatile. He's willing to play for the team. He's put in some games on Riven, but he's also one of the few junglers here in the Southeast Asia Championships tournament so far that has shown a stage game on Nunu, which is really, I always thought this was going to be a pick that was going to be optimized fairly well, because we have kind of seen the meta evolve around junglers really being strong physical damage based fighters, things like the Jarvan, the Olaf, the Xin Zhao, the Lee Sin as well. Whenever you try to put a tank through the jungle, usually it struggles to really compete with the rest of the landscape and the meta, because the rest of the fighters are just getting in your face and invading. But the way that most of these teams have been able to pilot the Nunu actually are able to make the objective control, which playing to Nunu's strength, work out for them in the later parts of the game.
Yeah, I'm really glad you brought that up, Rafa, because I think when you look at how objectives are approached here in Wild Rift, a lot of the times, dragons are 50-50. Barons especially, 90% of the times, you see it become 50-50. One of the innate powers which Nunu gives you is, for once, you don't have to coin flip an objective thing. You can take it from, 1.5 HP onwards, I think, something above that, but it just really gives you so much more security when you approach objectives. Not to mention, the rest of his kit is really great for the early mid game as well.
Yeah, Oh, go ahead.
No. I was gonna bring up, you brought up the jungle matchup over here, and I think it is going to be really, really exciting to see Len and Tia go head to head over here. I mean, you brought up the Nunu pick, which is kind of a wild card over here, and it's been used, it's been coming out lately, especially since yesterday. These teams might have been inspired by what they saw, but yeah, how do you think this jungle matchup is gonna go down, Rafa?
I think it's gonna come down to what both of the teams want to prioritize for their respective junglers. I mean, obviously Len has been given a lot more reins to be funneled resources and be one of the primary damage threats on this roster, whereas TF, he can be a primary damage threat depending on the composition they draft, but it is not a primary win condition for this composition or this squad, based on what I've gotten a glimpse of these past couple of days through the C Championship stage. I also want to point out one more thing. If either of these teams, more than likely, if we see a Nunu come out, it'll be from TF. It is so insane how easy it is to secure objectives, because you said it correctly, Omo. I think at max rank, your consume does 980. If you take Masterbind, you can actually increase the amount of damage you're doing to objectives by, I think it's an additional 10%, something like that.
Okay.
And then that makes your consume deal 1k. And then plus your smite at max rank is somewhere in the 900 range. So you're almost doing just barely under 2. Yeah. Like if you lose smite at that point, I don't know what you're doing, man. You're mistiming the consume smite. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. And again, this is a matchup that has happened before, and these two teams, they know each other so well because they have met at the grand finals of the Vietnam Ica series. And Omo, I feel like this is gonna be a grudge match for Divine Esports.
Yes,
They're gonna want to get that one up right now.
Yeah, it really is, right? Because if you look at how things have played out for Divine Esports as well as SBTC throughout pretty much the whole split, the story remains the same. Every time they face off, starting from group stages, it was a 0-2 in favor of SBTC, right? They knocked down Divine Esports 2-0 in group stages. They came to playoffs. I think we have a graphic somewhere that's gonna pop up. There we go. We came to playoffs, and these two teams met in the upper bracket. SBTC smashed them, rolled through Divine 3-0, knocked them down to the lower bracket, forced Divine to have to climb their way back up to the grand finals, where it was actually closer this time. They actually put up a fight. We saw a 3-2 in favor of SBTC yet again. And I don't know, it's starting to feel like Divine might need some divine intervention. Credits to Mika for that tagline to really pull through something here today. But we've seen a lot of growth and improvement from this team. In their own playoffs, in the lower bracket, when they climbed their way up, they made an improvement in the grand finals. They took down 2 maps. This time around, now that they've had the whole play-ins, the whole group stage buff, maybe this is finally the time Divine get to take down their demons in the form of SBTC.
Yeah, let's actually see how our talent predictions went, because I feel like, this is such a hard matchup to predict, because I feel like it could go either
All
way.
right,
I
Mika.
feel like it will still be SBTC. I still feel like it'll be SBTC, but I have to say, this is, again, it's not even 50-50. It's teetering between 51 and 49% on either team, just because even in their grand final, it actually came so close. I remember that final game actually between these two teams, and it actually came down to super minions hitting the base of Divine Esports, which was absolutely crazy. And you can actually check out the article on oneesports.gg if you want your daily dose of esports. It's up there. Check it out. Super minions hitting the base of Divine Esports. But that just goes to show it was, it was so close indeed. It was the best of 5, and it just came down to even a coin flip of luck or chance for these teams. So I think it's pretty even right now. It is. And I have to say, it's going to come down to a lot of mechanics. It's going to come down to how these teams prioritize everything all throughout the game, from the moment the game begins up until the very end. I just feel like this is probably the closest match that we have had so far here in our group stages. Rafa, I'm eager to hear your thoughts on this, especially since this rivalry is so intense.
Yeah, I know that we're almost getting ready for champ select and draft, so I'll make it quick. Even though that we highlighted the junglers, and it's really going to come down to, which jungler is getting a little bit more resources, whether SBTC esports are able to get TF onto a champion that could really facilitate the rest of the team, or if Divine can get Len just snowballing. For me, though, I'm also looking at the supporting cast built around the rest of the team, and mainly through the top half. And I know Omo was just absolutely giving a lot of praise towards the top half of Divine Esports, because Coyote and Ton X are some of the best solo laners we have here in the C Championships.
Yeah, I think Tana X and Coyote, they are in amazing form right now. They know exactly what they need to do to provide their team with the, the advantages, the leads to really win out a game. And I love what we're seeing from the get-go right now. Divine is saying, we want to play aggressive junglers. We want to go up in your face, like you said, Rafa. We want to take these AD fighters, get in your face, get some action down. And Nunu can really counteract some of these, especially Lee Sin, because you can interrupt his resonating strike with your snowball. So they get rid of that pick. They say, we don't want to face this cheesier pick that we're not as used to fighting. We're going to take Lee Sin. We have the strongest jungler basically in the game right now, and they're going to round it off with more utility, more supportive costs. I think that this is going to go over to Coyote and Tanex just based on what they've been showing. They're letting Len really shine here in the group stages.
So
I think it's interesting also that they banned out the Senna, because I remember that
Kira
that was a
it.
power pick of SBTC during their matchup in the grand final as well.
Well, with the Vi lock-in from SBTC, do you just not lock in. Okay, I thought that Xayah would be kind of a decent counter pick into Vi because you can always just cancel out with the Featherstorm. But Divine Esports, they're all inning on this dive composition, and now being able to role swap Galio potentially to the support role does open up Akali as the counter pick option here.
Yeah, completely agree with you. I think the Vi is definitely a very viable. Xayah was definitely a very viable option here, but Varus is just too much of a power pick, and Xayah would struggle a bit playing against these zone control from Ziggs, from Gragas. I really like the Ziggs Gragas bottom lane that we're seeing. It's gonna really enable this Yasuo, which Julie loves to play, and I think that we're gonna be seeing the Akali top matchup into Darius. I believe that's gonna be the one, because we've seen Coyote play so much of this mid Jarvan. He really loves it. He gets so much lane control, and that allows him to play to enable Len even more. So we're looking at a story of jungle domination. I think that Divine Esports have drafted exactly for that.
Yeah. Rafa, any final thoughts on the draft before we head into the game?
You know, I talked about the creativity and some of the things, the innovation that comes out from C Championships. Jarvan mid is one of the things that I was just like fanboying over. I'm like, what?
It's so broken.
It's so good, man. And then the summon Airy Keystone gives you lane dominance because you can just poke him out with Swag Flag. That's so sick. I love that. And you have such a strong initiation because you take away and deny from the Ziggs so that you can't do the hellhole or the burning fire pit, whatever you want to call it, the Ziggs into Jarvan combo. But now you have strong initiation with Jarvan and Galio, and it's all going to help in assisting the primary kind of threats in Lee Sin, Akali, and this Varus here.
Yeah, we're gonna see indeed how this Icon Series Vietnam Fall Season Part 2 kicks off with Divine Esports and SBTC Esports. Casters, take us into the rift.
The regional rivalry, and I couldn't be happier to be casting it alongside Riku. My name is TJ. And Riku, this entire draft, you're getting more and more excited. The only time I've seen you more excited is watching the trailer for the new Cowboy Bebop series. You were losing your mind as every single pick got locked in here.
I know. I mean, it was pretty scary looking at the draft from Divine Esports. They're going all in, especially when they saw that the Ziggs was getting locked in on the side of SBTC. So they needed an answer. They needed something that can deliver this Galio into the backline. And Coyote is here over again versus this Yasuo matchup. And Rafa pretty much summed it up. Summon Airy Keystone is just so important against the Yasuo. He's basically winning already in that the poke and the harass from this mid lane matchup.
Oh my lord. Julie gets a little big for his boots even. Thinks he can fight Coyote early. Gets hit by the Swag Flag, which is a new language I'm using. Thank you very much, Rafa. And Coyote comes out on top.
I love it. It's barrier now gone, so the defense of Julie is basically mitigated.
Wow.
And therefore he has to be careful. And the fact that, again, Len is on the Lee Sin. Len on Lee Sin is usually equals to victory, early game aggression, gonna be constantly invading your jungle, gonna be it's like Len doesn't need anybody. He can create proactive moves around the map without the assistance of Coyote.
There we go, both junglers, both all-star junglers in the bottom lane. Big taunt comes out from Quay. He is already dead. There is nothing Len can do except run for his life because Akano is hot on his heels.
That is tough because Len was hoping to get first blood possibly at bottom side, except that he was a little bit too late to the party. Quay can only tank for so much, especially up against the Ziggs, especially up against Akino, who has been harassing constantly in that 2v2 lane.
Top side, we just had a whole collapse around this Rift Scuttler. It did go over to Len, but there are 3-4 members actually from SBTC as Minas roams down, just hovering here. Len over the wall, on to Minas. Minas very low, pops the barrier, will survive with a heal as well. Quay is back, off of the respawn with a taunt, and he will keep everyone up.
This is just so close, and I mean, so far, we are going to see active movements from the supports just because it's just a little easy to leave the supports into their, rather the AD carries into their own devices just because of a ton of pokes, a ton of range, a ton of escape, especially on Kiral's side with a satchel, I suppose.
Yeah, what an uninteractive lane. This is just like two people playing different video games next to each other. It's just like date night, Riku. It's just when you go home and you're with your significant other and you're just like playing games next to each other and you're not actually like talking to each other, but you're enjoying the experience. That's what's going on at the bottom line.
Yeah, it's like being together and yet, not actually doing anything together. You're just there.
But you're just, you're enjoying the silence. You're enjoying hanging out with some. That's what's going on in the bottom line. Kiral and Hope won. I'm writing the fanfic.
Oh, mid lane.
Julie in trouble here. Here is TF. Julie with a massive last whisper, but he can't find the kill. He's shut down. Len out in trade to TF.
Tarnex.
Here comes Tarnex. 1-for-1 so far, and Tarnex can't change it.
This is just so difficult. Both of these junglers are hoping to initiate in the mid lane just because, again, this Vi pickup just synergizes so well to set up for Julie here on that Yasuo. So they're aiming for these big single target pickoffs.
Huge cast.
What a cast.
That's massive from Akino. Quay stalls it up though.
Boom.
Mega Inferno Bomb will find the kill. A 3-point shot from Kiral.
And that is quite unfortunate. You're a Varus and you have no way to escape the fight and have that bonus mobility unless you have Flash. So, Hope One had to accept his death.
Beautiful stuff. And here's the follow-up. Julie now under real threat. Coyote will dive this turret. Him and Len have the damage, but they're wary of the potential presence of Akino and TF. And they're right to be so, not over-engaging.
Ults are available. Oh.
Quay forward. I think we're fine, Riku.
They're fine. Akino doesn't have cask though, so Divine Esports can rest a little easy without any of the scary Akino cast that we've seen earlier against Hope One and Quay. And for sure, Mega Inferno Bomb will play a huge part later on just to finish off targets. And of course, Minas as well. We talked about this before. Whenever there's a big poke champion on the board, usually you find yourself lacking the damage to finish off the kill. And that's why Minas is there as a Darius, to get that ult down and get the resets available for him.
And this is just some peak Vietnamese Wild Rift. This is exactly what these two teams do to each other every time they meet regionally. And we're getting to see it here on the international stage. Here's Len, Coyote round the side as this Drake is warmed up again.
Now this is them getting zoned out. They don't have much vision. They're going in.
Coyote into the middle, backed up by the heroic entrance. Over the top comes Quay. It's massive. The taunt. He captures everybody inside on this Drake. It's going to be taken away by Divine. Len picks it up in the middle of the mess, but SBTC win the fight, killing Quay and Coyote in the midst of all of that.
I think that's pretty worth. Divine, Len most especially, is able to steal out that Infernal Drake out of SBTC in exchange for 2 kills to support in the mid lane, which again, that is exactly their job. You know, Coyote is already basically accepting his fate to constantly die because he's going to be the first one to enter the fight just to deliver the hero's entrance on this Galio, and that's just a beautiful taunt into the Cataclysm, just basically big AoEs. And it zoned out SBTC, gave space for Len to steal the dragon.
Len managing to kick backwards through that entire fight and just disengage from the action, focusing on taking that Drake. And that'll be first objective of the game over to Divine. And we still have a Rift Herald up for grabs.
And that's the thing, Divine can still get 2 out of 2 for early game objectives. And it all will depend on the ult economy once more, as we see them already almost back up. SBTC, of course, their setup is to immediately get the last breath on board with Akino. Possibly a big a 2-man, 3-man knockup perhaps would be ideal before Divine is able to dive into the fight. Now Canex and Julie's just gonna poke it out over here. The wind wall, just there for safety.
Here come SBTC. They're going to zone off around this Rift Herald and just try and get it before Divine can really get in here. Divine may or may not be interested in contesting. You can see Len just hovering.
Yeah, Len's pretty scary here. Trying to find that kick again. Still very difficult though because you have to face, what, 3 beefy frontliners?
Minas doesn't get who he was aiming for with the pole. Here's the heroic entrance. That's massive. Tardex dancing through the fight. They're all low. Perfect execution. It tags 4. And Tardex is into stasis with everybody low HP. Flash to chase. He's up to Arkano. Tard gets 2 kills in the middle of another chaotic team fight.
That is a crazy fight coming from Tanex. He's able to penetrate the backline, and as well as, again, Coyote is able to fall first, but it's, again, pretty worth. And Akino, unfortunately, has been aiming to use the cask to catch people to set up for Julie. But if you don't have the cask for disengage available, Tanex is just, you know, free reigning at the backline. The fact that Tanex also is able to get an early hourglass, and I think that prioritization over that item means something that he's ready to go in constantly.
Yeah, Tanex, one of the best performers this tournament, Riku. So I am delighted that we're getting to see his Akali after an entire tournament where he's been dominating lane on less mobile, less lane dominant characters. To see him pull out just the ultimate in I'm gonna fight and there's nothing you can do about it is really exciting.
Yeah, always Darius, possibly maybe even relegated to Renekton, but at the same time, you know, Tanex is there to be able to just penetrate the backline and possibly just create chaos as well towards SBTC.
Here's my worry though. Yes, Divine are having a pretty good start to the game, but they haven't earned themselves a meaningful lead. And SBTC have a really deadly late game.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. Julie is just going to hurt massively, going to instantly eliminate someone right off the bat after TF is able to engage, or perhaps Akino, Kiral as well. You know, it's still Roa coming from Kiral for first item, so it's there definitely for more of the sustain, especially because there's still a lot of respect towards Hope 1. That early poke coming in might prove to be dangerous. If everybody's pretty much low on SBTC side, it is Tanex there to be that, again, executioner to finish off the kill.
Arkano in trouble now, top of this fight. Zoning down Divine. The Rift Herald was summoned in the mid lane to try and distract SBTC, but Divine do not get their money's worth. It'll charge. I don't even think it collapsed against the turret. The turret's still very healthy. SBTC can now scrap for this dragon.
Oh, Len? Oh dear!
He's caught! He's called out. Heroic entrance over the top from Quay to try and turn this. Tard has damage. TF's very low. TF's gone. 1 for 1. Both junglers down. No smites available as Julie in the middle of all this is trapped inside the Cataclysm, and Tanex shuts him down. Still going forward. A triple kill it's looking like. He can't close it. He'll have to settle for 2, but the rest of the fight is cleaned up by Hope 1 as Divine beat SBTC yet again in the team fight.
Yes, exactly, TJ. The team fighting of Divine Esports is just so flawless. The fact that, again, only Len was basically the sacrificial lamb just because he safeguarded into danger and TF basically pulled the trigger. Okay, jungler isolated, we'll see, because Quay is just right there for the grand entrance, ready to set up all of these taunts. Again, take note, this is a quadruple melee composition, by the way, from SBTC. Therefore, taunts are going to be very easy to land, and unfortunately, you know, the cast coming from Akeno is not enough. He has been aiming to use the cast to basically ruin the positioning of Divine Esports. But let's take a look at this again. Dragon.
Time for round 2. Len in the pit. Len on the drake. Len has stolen away the dragon. Here's the play immediately afterwards as Len dives into the middle of the fight of the massive Cataclysm, splitting things up. But SBTC holds strong. Len and Tanex both focused down. TF to the front line. Interrupts Quay. He's gone as well. Minas slaughtering them. Julie already on 2 kills. And that is a big turn for SBTC as Minas chases down Quay. He won't find the pickup.
Yeah, exactly. This is a big turnaround because of the Baron now being available. Everybody's pretty much low. Divine Esports, they still have Coyote and Quay. Yeah, his ult is so close to coming online, so they can basically stop this as, again, SBTC already stopped.
But Coyote is called out. Good cask. He's gone to the Asua ult. It does mean that SBTC can't take the Baron, though.
Yeah, I think it's pretty worse. It was SBTC were pretty low. TF, Akino, Julie, and pretty much everybody else were in danger of a sudden hero's entrance into the Baron pit. and basically would die from all the taunts in the world. So this is a good call. The death timers at this moment, 12 minutes into the game, still not as punishing as SBTC would love it though. So Divine Esports still has that big win condition of the Elder Drake later on.
Glenn on to Julie in the top lane. Quay coming in here as well, but Julie turns. He
Fuck
dies. He's got Glenn. 1 for 1 at least. And here comes Midas. Oh, he survives. Julie able to get away. And Quay's executed by the guillotine. SBTC have a firm gold lead. For the first time this game, it's 1,000 in the bank.
And the fact that Julie is 5-2-6 on this Yasuo already has an infinity edge, therefore every single time he's gonna last breath, he's just going to basically eliminate you right off the bat, and that is a very worrying trend, especially if ever Julie gets a little bit more bigger. Look at this though, Baron now initiated, Len, teleport, buying the boots.
Kirol onto this. Baron is just burning away at it. This Baron's going to
they
get
got it.
taken very easily by SBTC, but how many can he get out of the pit? Megan
Len.
Furthermore is stasis. Tanex will die immediately afterwards. On the other side, 1 for 1 in the
TF?
trading. Both top laners gone. TF, oh, what a massive ult there. Absolutely
Julie.
explodes the front line. Hope 1 into stasis, but Julie on the dive. He's got them all low. They're all cleared up. It's just Len still alive for Divine as the late game has arrived for SBTC.
It has been incredibly painful every single time Divine would meet SBTC in a team fight, and clearly there is only one instance where Divine has reigned supreme. Let's take a look at that replay again. It seemed perfect to try and steal the Baron, but you know, Julie, or rather everybody else coming from SBTC was just right there. And again, just so difficult because Julie is just massive already in this game.
And that might be the most damage I've ever seen a Vine do in this team fight. Look at TF.
Yeah, it's pretty painful, which is understandable because the composition of Divine is pretty squishy. I mean, they do have Quay, they do have Coyote, but again, Coyote is going to be understandably the first one to die because he's going to be the first one to come in.
TF looking around the sides here. Does have Len to grab. Down bottom, it's Coyote running away from the action. Quay, Hope 1, Len all kiting back. Very good dodge by Quay. He iframes the explosive cask with the Justice Punch.
Yeah, nicely done. Is able to survive another day. And this time around, though, going to be a little bit scary. Just because of that Baron buff. Wave clear wise, Hope 1, Quay can definitely help. Winds of War, Piercing Arrow as well. But the rest will have to sit back in the back line and be careful of the apprehends and the cast that Akeno's gonna do.
Akeno into the front lines, last breath, doesn't find the damage. Good Cataclysm, but in the middle of all that, Midas knocks the guillotine drop. He doesn't
Tanex.
find the kill. Quay gets 1. Coyote traded out for both Julie and Akeno. Down bottom, Tanex looking for more. TF and Midas scared away. No damage onto Kirol, so they can't chase, but Divine win a fight.
Yeah, there's no ults anymore for Divine to initiate and see if they can punish out Kirol. And yeah, this is the late game we were talking about. 7k gold lead. Julie,
Do they get Dragon?
they get Dragon as well. Yes.
What?
And this is
Surely not. Riku? They're all so low.
SBTC. They're no.
That's incredible. Just the call from SBTC to go, yeah, we only have 3 players up. Yeah, they're low HP, but we've counted the cooldowns. We know Divine can't chase. We're going to take the Dragon.
Yeah, there's no vision whatsoever coming from Divine as well, so it is a pretty tall order to try and deny the Ocean Drake. I mean, I feel like Divine, their last stand is going to be surely this Baron, this upcoming Baron. And now we get to see Tanex picking up this Rabadon's death cap. We'll see if he's able to eliminate Kirol right away. Look at the Zhonya's hourglasses and chance. There's 3 of them just to deny whenever Julie comes in with the last breath. So we'll see if that's going to help immensely because right now, Julie is the biggest problem Divine has to clearly eliminate first.
And that's a worrying sign for me because Kirol's doing damage as well, but Divine just can't worry about him because of what Julie's doing.
That's why Tanex has a lot of pressure on him. He is going to be the primary back line well, accessor, if that's actually a word.
Sure.
See now.
He's got the key pass. He's got the lanyard at the convention that lets you get into the back line.
Yeah, right. He has access. He's got that big VIP with a fancy lanyard. Exactly.
And I don't know if he's gonna be able to get through. I don't know if security got the memo. You know, when you're like, I've got the lanyard, but the guy at the door doesn't know what the lanyards are. I feel like that might be what's going on here, because there's been such a good job done by Arkano and Minas of just protecting that back line. Coyote now in trouble, caught out by Arkano. And this might be it. Desperate heroic entrance. Coyote, already half HP, lands the cataclysm, jumps
Kiro.
away. He survives. Kiro picked up. Tardex in the backline, gets the kill. That's a massive pickup. Hope One lives through the engage from Julie, but the turnaround is there as Minas pops off in the front line, shutting down Tardex. A deep dive from Len goes into GA behind the turret. Quay, Hope One, both get shut down, and Minas has done it. SBTC have done it. Divine Esports are clean wiped in game number 1, and the regional rivalry will bear the same result as usual. SBTC 1, Divine 0.
Exactly. SBTC has never lost a game against Divine Esports during their group stage and the playoffs run in the Vietnamese region. And just as you mentioned, TJ, it's starting to look like history is going to continue to repeat itself.
Business as usual for SBTC. Let me tell you, Riku, no change in their expressions on the camera from the last time we saw them.
Yeah, it felt like, just another day at work, basically. Just, reaching late game, Julie just doing his thing, accumulating all of the kills every single time that a team fight would happen. Divine looked pretty good, but it's not the same Len having to snowball as the Lee Sin from before. It's a different scenario, and it has been very tough considering the fact that these two teams have duked it out before in their local qualifiers.
Yeah, I think we gotta draw some lessons from that going forward. Is there anything immediate for them to change?
That is the biggest question, right? Because usually Len, Lee Sin equals win. This time around, it did not happen.
So, Divine have got to pick it up, convert on that early game. They'll have a chance. Game number 2 of this series still to come.
Welcome back, guys. You are back watching the C Championships. Rafa, don't cry. Don't cry. This is game one. There's
It's
still
not
a
over
game
yet,
two.
Rafa. We got this.
It's okay. It's okay. There's still a game two.
Welcome.
There's still a game two.
Welcome to
but
the club.
yes, SBTC have taken the first game against Divine Esports, and you know, I find this so interesting because, like, you know, Divine Esports and SBTC, again, we say they know each other so well, and I feel like Divine, they know exactly who to prioritize in SBTC. Like, you know, they did prioritize shutting down Kirill, but SBTC, that didn't matter to them. They knew exactly how to work around that, even if Kirill wasn't, you know, was out of commission because he was being targeted so badly. Omo, what do you think? What did you think about that match?
I mean, there's a lot to really read into, right? Honestly, if you break it down, I think the early game really went in the favor of Divine. I think they did really well identifying their win conditions and how they wanted to take these team fights. Unfortunately for them, it just seems like SBTC well and truly does just have their number. When we got into the mid game, it just seems like at every turn, SBTC were always 2 steps ahead.
Yeah, look at the stats right now on the board. Rafa, what about you? What do you think about our first game?
I want to echo Omo's sentiments. Really, the turning point for SBTC was around that, I want to say, the second dragon fight. Even though Len that time around had easily secured it, the massive objective advantage that SBTC were able to gain afterwards was what really did in Divine Esports, because the prior 2 times that Divine had fought over an objective, whether it was the very first dragon or one of the first towers in the mid lane, then Divine didn't necessarily capitalize or snowball that advantage into more map control. But as soon as SBTC had an advantageous fight over that dragon, immediately Baron rush, and they just burned it down, and then from there they just completely snowballed that advantage into more map control and just started starving out Divine Esports through their resources and their overall map presence.
And I do want to point
Yeah,
out,
and-
Julie did so well. He did top damage in that
Yeah,
game as a
man.
Yasuo with little to no resources. The only help he got from his team was at the start of team fights, he would have a cask throw in the back line, and then he's like, alright Julie, you're on your own, go catch that, we'll see you, we'll be over here. And he's just doing his own thing. You see most of the team fights, he's just 1v3ing in the back line, and that's honestly kind of illegal. I don't know how he put it off.
You know, I absolutely love that you brought that out because, yes, in fact, with minimal resources, he was able to do that. And just imagine what would have happened if he was able to open the door to his financial future with Franklin Templeton and get even more resources. You can get started on your investment journey with one of the world's largest investment managers. Suddenly, a mental picture came into my head of Yasuo just, you know, investing and
Yasuo opening the door.
making sure, Yeah. I mean, of course, you know, why not? He should be smart about, you know, his financial future, and everybody should, indeed. But yes, you know, for SBTC, you know, they were really able to. I love that we highlighted the jungle matchup because it just felt like these two, they were really going at it, and you know, that's why there's just so much action across the whole game because it just really felt like, you know, there was like a mini war between these two. I mean, Rafa, what did you think about that?
Yeah, right now, I think something apart from Yasuo flew into my eye, and it's just causing my eyes to kind of go numb at the moment. But honestly, that's how I felt from Divine's perspective as well, because there's that one moment where they caught out Kural, even through the stasis, they assassinated him off of the backline, and it wasn't enough, because Julie was just causing so much disruption by himself on this Yasuo. 4 fully completed items, the GA on top of it buying so much time for the rest of SBTC to regroup, deal with the threat of Ton-X, because usually, as you know, Riku and TJ so beautifully, you know, commentated during the first part of the game, Ton-X is famous and really well known for picking champions that are strong disruptors. The purpose of Ton-X's role in this team is not necessarily to smash lane or look to dominate lane. It's to get out of laning phase to look to cause chaos in team fights. Now, the first part of the game, we saw that, but it wasn't able to be capitalized on towards the second half of the game because every time that Ton-X was disrupting SBTC's backline, Julie was just doing a damn better job.
Yeah. Omo, what do you think Divine Esports can do in order to, you know, adjust and, you know, possibly take game 2?
It's a very tough question to answer, Mika. I feel like if I had the
I like
answer to
giving
that
you the
one,
tough
I wouldn't be on the desk. Divine would have hired me as a coach by now since they've been getting roped by SBTC the whole split, and it seems like history is about to repeat itself. To me, it's just such a hard question to answer. I felt like Divine were on the right track to getting a win, but it seems like when we got to the mid game, Divine just figured things out. It just clicked. I think the early game skirmishes, they were going pretty well for the side of Divine. Neither side wanted to give up a single objective, but Divine kept coming out marginally on top in these team fights, in the skirmishes. But every time you go into 5-5 situations, I think Divine, maybe they play a bit too reckless. Maybe they played a bit too much into how SBTC wanted to play. We dive your backline, you dive our backline, and Yasuo's always going to come out on top of that one, right? Because you don't really have a lot of damage with the Jarvan. Akali's damage is kind of playable around, but Varus, if he doesn't have flash, the Yasuo's just going to kill him once you dunk that explosive cask in there. I would like to see maybe Divine take one step back, play a bit more measured. We have seen from both of these teams in the past that when the situation calls for it, they can be a little bit more disciplined. I wouldn't, go as far as to say they can play discipline, they can play reserve, but a little bit more. But it seems like when they face off against each other, they just revert back to their natural state and all bets are off. They're just here to brawl.
Yeah. We're back home.
We're home, yeah.
We're back home. It's the Icon series, Vietnam once again. Rafa, what about you? What do you think? I think what Omo mentioned was interesting about maybe they need to switch up their playstyle a bit, because again, if these teams know each other so well, then maybe they need to do something that isn't exactly their characteristic. Early aggression. What do you think?
Well, a curveball could definitely be the play for Divine going into the second game, because they want to make sure that they are maintaining their position over SBTC in the standings, because the last time we checked, if we go into this next game and it's an SBTC win, then not only Divine will fall behind SBTC, but SBTC will jump far enough ahead that, depending on the rest of the matches and if they play, kind of how the Des is expecting it to, then SBTC might be able to clinch the first seed going out of Group B into the playoffs, and they'll get that upper round bye. So Divine, even if it's not necessarily in their comfort zone to throw something different, I think that is maybe what you need to do going into this next game, or you need to disable some of the ways that SBTC were able to enable Julie. So either you get rid of the Yasuo, or you get rid of / take away some of the champions that enabled the Yasuo to do it, because they had so many ways to provide knockups. You had, as Omo called it out, the explosive cast from Gragas. You had a single target lockdown from Assault and Battery from Vi on TF. Hell, you even have the satchel charge from Ziggs to get a cheeky knockup as well, if all things come, to that end of the day. So SBTC now being on blue side, they'll have priority over first pick, and maybe TF will want to lock in the Lee Sin, taking it away from Len. But Divine, I imagine that they don't want to let them run with the Yasuo composition once again.
Yeah, the problem I feel right now is you just can't afford the bans on red side. On blue side, maybe that's something you could argue for. Open the Nunu, ban away the Yasuo. But on red side, there's just too many bans right now, unless SBTC banned that Renekton. This is a bit cheeky. I'm quite curious to see what they'll go for here. Banning Renekton on blue instead of opting to first pick it signals you probably want something like the Varus. Okay, this Darius priority is rising a lot. We did see this pick do really poorly in play-ins, in my opinion. But it seems like coming into groups, a lot of these Baron laners realize that, what? We don't have to be the primary carries in a lot of these team fights. We just be stable, we be a brick wall, and our team can do a lot of work here.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we're going to see the Varus again for Divine Esports. I find it interesting that it was kind of like their 2 wins against SBTC and their fall season finals that did go over to them, and that was kind of their good luck charm. But what are they gonna do now that SBTC has it? And if this is gonna go over to Kirol, which most likely it is, SBTC Esports, I do remember Kirol very memorable performance on Varus indeed.
Yeah, it's gonna be a bit of a tricky bot lane to play into. I would not want to be the one that's tasked with playing up against Kirol and Arcano on Varus trash. It seems like the answer from Divine is going to be doubling down on fighting into their bot lane. Zyra Khan, they're going to get dominated in this lane matchup unless you can find avenues to get on top of Kirill's Varus, knock him up, go for all-in windows. But a lot of the burden will then come down to Aquino and how he plays around his lanterns, his flays, to try to cancel the Rakan engage. So this bot lane matchup should be a really spicy one to look out for. Okay, I like this.
Do it. Do it, do it, do it. Knife cat, knife. Yeah! Knife cat out on the rift. Okay. Now, Rengar is a champion that I've been really a huge fan of coming on, just because not only you have a lot of flexibility in build path, either you can go for a full assassination build if you are lacking in damage over the overall composition. You just need a single target threat to just nuke one person on the side of Divine Esports, which in this case could be a thing because you want to get rid of the Xayah. If you take away the Xayah, realistically, there's not that much damage out from Divine Esports because it's really reliant on skirmishing and long fights, whereas on the side of SBTC, you have a Varus that can keep opposition at range. You can constantly whittle and poke them down. So this is not necessarily the most fun composition for Xayah to be a part of. I feel like they really just doubled down into this because of the strong initiation combos that you can pair with from the Rakan, being able to charm and get multiple knockups on people, and then just really enable the rest of Divine Esports in this Rift.
Yeah, well, we're gonna see if they can make those adjustments indeed as we head into Game 2 of Divine Esports versus SBTC. Casters, you guys are up.
Oh god, I wasn't ready. Thank you, Mika. My name is TJ, joined by Riku. It was a lie, we were ready, and Riku, you were ready with thoughts about this draft.
I'm excited about this SBTC draft because we get to see the Thresh once more. And every single time a Thresh is locked in, you would always assume that Akino is going to roam around the map with the jungler. But we've seen the opposite 2 days ago, where instead the jungler will constantly visit the bottom lane and utilize this big pick potential coming from Akino and Kiril. Remember, that sentence into the chain of corruption is pretty deadly.
Oh, however, what if you flay Quay forward in lane? Is that deadly?
I think I think I remember what the chess mentioning it, that it is a possibility, but the flay timing has to be absolutely perfect for the grand entrance. So I'm excited to see how Akino is going to play around the big knockups coming from Quay on this Rakan.
We also have just kind of a weird matchup in AD carries. We were talking about this during the draft on our side, where Xayah is one of the shortest ranged AD carries in the game. Varus, not so. He's got really long arms, so it's going to be very difficult for Hope1 to make things happen if somebody else isn't engaging for him.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be a challenge. There is, though, the big thing where you have that self-peel, you have that root just for the potential punish. I feel like it's going to be very important. Oh, bullish, right?
Oh. Len has to burn flash. Coyote doesn't get the memo, goes into this fight, needs to flash away as well. Oh, flash over the wall! There's so many flashes playing through the fight. Hope1 over. Coyote already dead. Everyone at SBTC is low. Julie takes to the front line as Led dives into the back. And Led goes down as well. A double kill to TF.
Oh my word! Divine invested so much on that.
Collapsed.
Exactly! They flashed over the wall just to join the fight. And at the end, they weren't able to cash in. It is the opposite. They lost money.
There's a concept in landscape design, Riku.
I'm ready to get schooled. All right.
Called the desire path, which is where if a whole bunch of people like, do I have time for this? Mina's fighting for this Rift Scuttler. Yeah, I do. So if a whole bunch of people like walk across a lawn, you'll get a kill onto a Rakan. And it will leave like this dirt track. You know, a lot of people cut across a yard in front of a school or something. And it will leave this dirt trail that other people then follow. And that's known as a desire path. And I feel like with the amount of flashes over the wall right there, it should have like eroded the wall. Because Divine like weren't on the same page at all. They were flashing in, they were flashing out. Some of them were engaging, some of them were disengaging. They needed to get on the same page and design the landscape together.
And it was, yeah, they were both on different pages. And I think the most awkward thing is that if you ever flash into the wall and basically dive into melee range, okay, was that a steal? Kiril, what a sneaky Varus.
What a bastard! Oh, he gets away! Okay, all right. I was gonna lose my mind, Draco.
Same is able to finish off the kill before he can fly away and escape, basically. But there's just so many things going on, and I think it's really there's just a lot, TJ. I know. I just gotta landscape lesson, and we're seeing a lot of fights happening, a blue steal as well coming from Kirol. But exactly that, Divine has to be careful because, again, looking at their composition, that's 4 melees. That means easy taunts coming from the side of SBTC. I also like this dynamic as well. You know, Julie had an amazing game on the Galio earlier, or no, had an amazing Yasuo game earlier, but Julie, you know, steps back a little bit, gonna play utility, gonna set up for the team.
Yeah, whenever you're on Galio, you still do damage, but it takes a while to get going. And during that early game, you're kind of a second support. We'll see how that plays out as this dragon is being picked up. SBTC will get the dragon. Divine, in the meantime, are looking for this Rift Herald, and Minas is dueling Tarnax. There's Len in the area as well, seeing if he can get in on the action.
Len.
And he might need to. Minas slows that down so much. Here comes the rest of Divine, burning their way up the river. And CF jumps right in onto Len, dropping Len very low. Arkano misses the death sentence, but flashes over the wall with a flay onto Quay. Len kiting as far back as he can, looking back into the fight, but not engaging. The rest of Divine will get away, but very narrowly. SBTC get both early objectives.
TF finds Len every single time. Firstly, towards their own Divine's Esport. Divine Esports is blue buff, and now immediately near the Rift Herald. And with that, Len can't exactly have the same space to perform and create these flashy moves as the Lee Sin. We constantly saw Len's performance during the play-ins, being able to rattle the jungle, invade constantly, get early leads, even without the help of Coyote. But this time around, SBTC, TF, basically putting Len on a tight leash. He's unable to maximize the power of this Lee Sin, and you know, it's just basically seeing Divine Esports on a different light.
Yeah, and it's very frustrating, I think, for Divine, because they wanted to take over this early game through the Lee Sin. And that's just not going to happen unless we see something here. Good explosive cast. Kirol in trouble. Kirol dead. Len finds the kill. Now kiting away as Julie looks for the play. He'll find a big taunt and shut down Len. Julie and CF need to kite away, but CF jumps back in onto Coyote and gets rooted. Gets focused down. He's gone. Hope One finds the kill. Julie into the front lines and Hope One feather storms him. A heroic turn for Hope One, and Divine win the trading.
There you go. That is exactly what the fights that Divine Esports would love to have. This is a composition that is so good when it comes to the mid game, and the big 5v5s are going to be incredibly strong on the side of Divine, especially when Coyote finds a beautiful cast to misposition SBTC and basically catch them off guard. We also saw the knockups. We also saw the roots coming from Hope One. And if SBTC decides to go fully commit, there is that big punish potential coming from Divine.
TF and Arkano ran the side onto Quay. He'll be pulled out, still able to disengage, but Julie's kind of working his way in. Hope One needs to flash to avoid it. Len and Tarnax for the counter gank. Len onto the front line, pushed away. Arkano drops the box. Quay finds a 4-man knockup. It's massive. Do they have the follow-up with the cask? No, not enough damage. They can't complete the kills. The Quay dies. Len goes in, can't kill anything. Deep dive from Minas onto the front lines of Divine. Already killed Tarn, and everyone's just got to run away. They're very low on SBTC, but they will be fine.
That is the issue. We talked about very strong mid game, but also the damage portion of things is going to be a little bit lacking. So late game team fights are definitely going to be ideal. SBTC though is able to maneuver around that. They use Julie as a way to dive into the backline, or tower dive rather, and gain access to Hope One. Is able to burn a flash, and the way that SBTC maneuvers around these fights, just waiting for cooldowns, going back up, going back in, is just really beautiful to watch. Looks like SBTC is going to be prepared for the next Dragon take, though. It's going to be Air Drake, which is extremely important when there's a Thresh, when there's a TF, when there's a Galio. There's just so much roam potential happening here, and pick potential that Divine Esports has to try and deny this Air Drake.
We need to talk about this, Rika.
Yes.
This is a Cloud Drake.
Yes, it is. It's a Cloud Drake.
But not an Air Drake.
That is so
Some
specific.
Avatar, The Last Airbender stuff going on here.
I don't know why. I really like the name Air Drake. That's why.
Yeah, no, I know you know, but it keeps being an air drake. It'll be taken by SBTC. Call them the Fire Nation, I guess. They'll take a turret down bottom as well, as they're beginning to run away with this game, Rico.
Yeah, this is starting to look like complete domination coming from SBTC again. Len, come late game, it's just gonna be that kick bot. He's just gonna be there to try and steal objectives. Akino?
Comes the Thresh, so it's a massive waste of time. Akino survives. Taunt from Julie ties down Quay. Quay's very low. Tarnax into the front line. On to TF. Can't find the kill. He's got a blast code away. Back in with Len. It's synced up. They finally kill Akino, but it's trade for Quay. The dive keeps going up front from Coyote, and he trades for Julie. But it's 1 for 1 now, 2 for 2. An even trade for Divine. Nothing more.
Did you see how much damage Hope One was doing to Minas?
That was a little scary.
No, it was nothing. Unfortunately, it was nothing, TJ.
That's why I was scared. I was like, wow, this Zaya's sure not playing the game right now.
And
you could not be tapping the auto attack button and you would be doing an equivalent amount of damage.
Exactly. It was, yeah, I feel the same way. You know, it's a little bit worrying. It's a little bit scary on the side of Divine Esports, because every single time just Minas becomes this brick wall in between fights, and Hope One has no choice but to defeat the tank.
Defeat is an interesting word.
Okay, tickle the tank. I think that is more appropriate.
Some people like tickling. Minas is one of those people. Loves it when Hope One tickles him a bit. We do see Tarnex drop down bottom. Len's caught out in exactly the same place, forced to blow the kick to deliver a tee-up over to the Rift Scuttler he was going to take anyway. He says, thanks for the ride. Getting an Uber.
Call an Uber. There it is.
Excellent service. Actually, 2 stars got kicked in the chest. I don't... Actually, pretty low rating, I think, for that one.
Yeah, I don't think it's good service. Whoop.
Quay called out here. Coyote split off as well. Quay'll jump to Coyote, and Coyote's pulled out by the death sentence. He's gone. Quay's dead as well. He just didn't know it yet. He'll go down, and SBTC really running away with this one now as Minas dodges and dives onto Hope One, and Hope One roots him, but is not doing any damage. Flashing into the base. TF follows. TF into stasis. TF might be dead here, but the turret aggro resets, and TF will just walk away out from underneath the turret.
Akino with the casual sidestep there, avoiding the Sonic Wave coming from Len. This is just complete control coming from SBTC. And we talked about this before, right? Cloud Drake, TJ, it was important for SBTC, and that is exactly why this roaming death squad of just constantly visiting, invading the jungle of Divine Esports, and always finding a kill every single time. No threats whatsoever to Kiral. Again, big pressure onto Tan X, and as well as Quay to penetrate the backline, but these choke points are so scary just because of Julie. Easy taunt. 4 melee, easy taunt for Julie. Chain of Corruptions, also very easy to connect every single one and stun everyone, and root everyone rather. So, again, Divine has to pick their fights, and possibly the Baron could be available, but they have no vision.
I think also are going to get zoned off if they start to investigate here. Minas and Akino, a devastating front line, just stalled this fight up. Will SBTC turn to take it? And that's enough to force Divine away. We do have Riku, a Fire Drake coming up.
Yes, it is. Oh, fight though.
Coyote called out, taunted, will be gone. Into the back lines goes the rest of the team, but nothing's gonna come from it. Divine slaughtered yet again as Tarnex is guillotined. A big Featherstorm Blade Caller from Hope One does damage, shuts down Julie. That's all they're gonna get though, underneath the turret. Minas fights 2 more for a triple kill in the fight, and he's still going forward. This is gonna be the inhibitors gone. It's just Len left standing as SBTC clean up the regional rivalry yet again. A devastating lead, 10,000 gold over Divine.
Now this is gonna be a sweet 2-0 against Divine. It's looking to be that case right now because we talked about this. Hope 1 doesn't have any damage at this point of the game so far, even though Divine is looking to be such a scary late game team fight composition. Len going in.
Dodging, diving. Arkano will survive this experience. The pressure here is on to Kirill. Coyote with a flash cast will actually threaten Kirill. Trying to kill him.
Alive.
He can't finish it. Kirill walks away. And TF jumps into the front lines, now threatening Tarnex. Do they have the damage to turn this? Absolutely not. So they must run. And Tarnex can't, so he flashes deep to slow down the chase. A play which works, stopping SBTC from catching the rest of Divine, but still, there's 2 players gone, and Divine are still down 10,000 gold.
Now, this is still a lot for Divine to handle, and SBTC now kicking in with this Baron take. Len quite far away from this if they do want to steal.
Yeah, I don't know how you play this. Vision is here. Hope 1 out of the Featherstorm. Quay very low. That Galio doing a ton of damage.
Len
What a death sentence
going
found
in.
by
Oh, he
Arkano.
steals it!
Len
What?
steals it! What was that? Len weaves his way up the river, gets in past Arkano, who's distracted by the presence of Hope 1, and steals away the Baron.
I mean, it was the unexpected entrance of a Lee Sin. Usually, okay, I'm red side, I'm a Lee Sin. I'm gonna come through from the back of the Baron pit. But no, we know everybody else is pretty much zoning away the rest of Divine. Might as well go the opposite portion of the map, where I'm just gonna hide on the brush, wait till the Baron is low, go in, get the Baron.
Wow.
Really nice steal.
Just walks his way up the river, bides his time. What does that... Oh, dear Tarnax. Nice escape. That was a swag flag if I've ever seen one, Rafa.
It is pretty smooth. Swag flag. I like the term. Yeah, so what this could potentially entail, Divine gets to play another fight, possibly.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they win that, though. Coyote spends the explosive cast just to live a little longer. Quay quite intelligently waiting there to slow down the play, force attention paid towards him, and lanterning out. Death sentence from Arkano onto Coyote. Poke continues here in the mid lane, but Minas is looking for blood. He won't find it.
There's just too much damage coming from SBTC. Too much damage before the fight even starts, so that is a problem. Whenever Divine will go in, like right now.
Julie. Tarnex onto Julie. I'm not sure what the point of that is, because Julie just taunts him. There's the guillotine. Minas finds the kill. Trade on Arkano did happen, but it's support for AD carry in top lane, and Divine just have to run. Julie dives the back line. Coyote, Len running for their lives. Clay hits a massive, heroic knockup. And I think the Baron means that SBTC can't end. They're going to have so much prile on this Elder coming up in just about 30 seconds.
Yeah, SBTC can just continue to put the pressure down, get out, just get out. Well, not get out. Take out these inner towers. And again, you mentioned they just have so much space. Divine's chances of turning this game around, because everything else is basically already, you know, falling off. Len fell off already pretty much, just there to be an objective stealer and a kick bot. You also have Coyote as well, who's just gonna get shredded down most of the time. Damage falling off already. Tarnex as well, whenever he'd go in, he's just gonna get shredded down by the rest of SBTC or get greeted by Minas. Just gonna out damage and out sustain this Jarvan 4. So it's looking pretty dicey for Divine.
Oof. Big pull from Minas, doesn't find anything. And there's the Elder. The Water Drake up for grabs. TF on the dive. Oh, that's a big
What the
find.
damage.
Coyote's dead. And what do you do, Divine?
Sadly, just watch everything fall. We're still trying though. Divine just wanting to push the mid lane though, just to see if they can slow down the minion build up towards the mid lane, since that's already open. We'll see if they have access towards this dragon.
Gotta be a heroic
Cataclysm.
steal. Len looking for a way to weave his way through. He's too late.
Kick.
Len can't make the play. He'll kick Arkano and just try and escape. In the meantime, Minas cleans up Hope 1. Len running for his life, chased by Minas, will likely get away. But then in this time, oh dear, SBTC finds the kill. But in this time, SBTC are just running down the mid lane. Stasis, good job, Len. over the wall. TF can't follow. Doesn't matter though, because here come SBTC. And there's game number 2. SBTC 2-0. Divine Esports upholding the regional dominance they professed during the Icon series and putting them at the top of this group.
Exactly. SBTC still proving to be the bane of Divine Esports. And just as you mentioned, Divine has been or was the top at the current top of the standings up until this 2-0 coming from SBTC. And now SBTC is 1 point ahead against Divine Esports here. It has been very tight during the group stages. And so far, though, with this series, it has been a huge gap in favor of SBTC.
I have to say, Riku, I feel kind of bad about our camera. Hang on. Wait.
Okay. All right.
I'm just gonna like get down here and we can match. Does that feel good?
Thank you so that feels great. I think I need to put my face a little bit closer to sort of match the angle that you have. Maybe my mouth a little bit covered underneath like this. Yeah, now we're like the same height. Thank you so much.
We're gonna go over to the analyst desk where their cameras make sense. Break down that last game.
Well, casters, I don't know if you thought our cameras were gonna make sense over there, but as we pan on over here, I'm gonna occupy my lower thirds of my frame as well and kind of go beyond what is normally the norm over here. Join us
I
down
can't
here,
slick
Omo.
any lower. Let me
Join us
just
down
lean
here.
right
No, he doesn't want to.
back.
Well,
What?
I can kind of cheat. I can maintain upright sitting position form, but I can just raise my desk and goodbye, gamers. I'll see you on the other side.
Look at you, Rafa! Yeah,
All right,
look at that!
Let's go back. Let's get back to Earth here
Get back
because
up.
clearly
Let's put it back up.
Divine were not reaching the stars this time around. It was SBTC
No.
that eclipsed them 2-0. Not only they retained their rightful thrones and crowns as the kings of Vietnam, but also the fact that they have now taken over the leading in the Group B standing board here.
Absolutely. And you know what, Omo? I know you have these little awards like fastest game and everything. I think we have to have a new award now for the coolest objective steal.
Okay.
Because a while ago we saw Shiba, which was,
That was pretty
really, really cool. Now we have Len. You had that daylight robbery over there, but it unfortunately it wasn't enough, but it was still pretty cool.
It was pretty cool for sure, but it wasn't cool enough to win Divine Esports the game. A couple of things going wrong in draft here. I think at the end of the day, Divine Esports in draft, in game, it looked like SBTC once again just have their number. And Divine Esports, yet again, they're gonna get O2'd by SBTC in groups. The only thing they can hope for right now is that going to playoffs, at least they were from the same group. Hopefully someone will knock SBTC out for them.
Yeah, I kind of feel like this is still, overall good, and I think SBTC Esports and Divine, just kind of patting themselves on the back over here. At least, it was, if they were going to lose, at least I think they'll be happy that they lost to their fellow Vietnamese region teams. But yeah, I love
It's
this
a bit
from
of a cope there.
SBTC. It was, it was like, I love how the Rengar pick incites panic in all of the squishy champions. It's like, you don't know where to run and you don't know where he could be. He could literally be anywhere. And if it's not the Rengar going to get you, it's Minus coming out with the Apprehend or anything. Galio could come out with a taunt, or you could be hooked by a Kano. It was just so hard to really, go up against SBTC, or even once you come across them, you're in trouble. I mean, Rafa, what did you think about, how that draft really came into play in Game 2?
The Rengar pick it definitely is going to be the flashy one that takes up all the attention, but I really think that, as we highlighted at the beginning of this series, that this game was going to come down to how the two junglers interact with the rest of the supporting cast from their teams, and I think we have to give a lot of respect to Julie, and both on the Yasuo in Game 1, but also in the Galio in Game 2, because he was able to create so much space and so many opportunities for TF to actually take the carry reins of Rengar in this game. Because if you think about Game 1, TF was the one creating opportunities alongside the rest of the members of SBTC to set up for the Yasuo combination. This time around, it was all about, we need to create as much lockdown as possible and give TF the space to pick the priority target to assassinate and just start steamrolling through opponents one by one.
Yeah, I mean, I
Yeah,
agree that like TF was so pivotal this game, and I think a big part of that was how they played around the side lanes. That was honestly so clean from SBTC. Anytime you showed a side lane turret, if you walk past your tier 2, they're gonna come and collapse on you. They have the TF, I say TF, but it's actually Rengar being played by TF. It's a bit of a confusion there. I kind of hate his name,
confusing.
but it's fine. Yeah, we saw the Rengar Galio combo come in multiple times. Their usage of trash to provide aggressive utility in these situations was so good as well. The hook to follow up, the lantern to bail you out of trouble, and they just played so well around the side lanes that Divine Esports, their 5-5 team composition, just could not find an answer.
Yeah. And let's actually pull up the MVP of that series up onto your screens right now. And I, again, was not able to vote, but here we have it. Our MVP is indeed Julie, and you're absolutely right, Rafa. Whether it was on the Galio or the Yasuo, this guy was just absolutely unstoppable. You know, wind must be his element. You know, maybe he is the air drake that Riku was talking. Maybe he is the air dragon. He's the last airbender. He is the last airbender over here, Julie. But yeah, Rafa, what do you think of his performance overall in the series?
Julie definitely impressed me with the Yasuo gameplay in Game 1. I think, you know, being able to step into the team facilitation role for the Galio in Game 2 is definitely something that all mid laners in the C Championship region should be capable of doing. But the Yasuo for me was what stole the show. And I know that in Game 2, TF had the MVP rating for the game overall, but I think if it wasn't for the facilitation and the opportunities created by Julie in this series, then SBTC's series would not have gone so well against Divine, because even though TF was in a commanding position or in a dominant position, Len so many times on the Lee Sin in both games tried to find ways to bring Divine back from the brink of defeat. He stole the Baron in Game 2 as well, and it still wasn't enough. You know, it was a valiant attempt, but at the end of the day, you know, it is about the supporting cast, and I think for SBTC, they're really thankful that their mid laner, you know, really stepped up.
Yeah, big time.
On the other side, though, Divine Esports, they definitely did do well also, and we actually have a representative from Divine Esports coming up to join us over here in our panelist segment. Let's bring up, I believe we have Coyote from Divine Esports, and we get to ask him a few questions. Hello, Coyote. Thank you so much for taking the time out of this busy day to answer some questions from us, and congratulations as well for all of the work that Divine Esports has put in. You guys are still doing an amazing job. I want to know, how do you guys feel about that matchup against SBTC, especially since, you know, you guys in SBTC, you really know each other very well.
Cảm ơn Divine vì đã có những cái màn trình diễn rất là tuyệt vời xuyên suốt thời gian vừa qua. Và câu hỏi đầu tiên thì bạn cảm thấy sao khi mà gặp trở lại SBTC, đặc biệt là việc mà cả hai đội đều đã hiểu rất rõ nhau?
Trước trận đấu thì tụi em tỏ ra khá là hào hứng khi gặp SBTC, và tụi em luôn muốn cuộc đối đầu này diễn ra một cách thuận lợi nhất cho tụi em, nhưng mà tụi em đã không có triển khai được đúng chiến thuật của tụi em và tụi em đã để thua sau đó.
We're always very excited to be able to play against SBTC again, especially during this tournament. And of course, we want us to be able to defeat them, but we had a very clear plan, but it's about the execution. It didn't really work out the way we wanted, so that's why we lost.
I see, and of course, I think, you know, maybe it's possible that it's not the last time that these two teams go up against each other in this tournament. Who knows? Rafa, do you have a question for Coyote?
Yeah, for me, I wanted to get your opinions and thoughts about how Julie played both the Yasuo and the Galio this series, and what do you expect from SBTC overall going into the playoffs for next week?
Về phía của anh này thì anh ấy muốn biết rằng Coyote cảm thấy thế nào về cái việc Julie đã chơi vị tướng Yasuo và Galio trong hai game vừa qua, và đồng thời thì bạn nhận định ra sao rằng SBTC sẽ tiến vào vòng playoff với màn thể hiện như thế nào?
Em nghĩ SBTC thể hiện khá là tốt trong giai đoạn này, và vào playoff thì họ cũng sẽ thể hiện tốt thôi. Và riêng về Julie thì anh ấy kỹ năng cao và lối đánh phù hợp với team, cho nên em thấy anh ấy đánh hoàn toàn rất tốt.
I think SBTC they're gonna make it very great into the playoff. And for Julie, and he's a very mechanical skill player, and he's very suitable for the strategy of SBTC. So I think the whole team work really well together.
Awesome. Omo, what about you?
Yeah, I have one last question. I think, I've been a big fan of Divine. I think you guys have been playing extremely well this whole tournament. But does this loss, is it going to affect the way you guys approach the game, approach the draft? Are you planning to keep it relatively the same? Or are you guys going to go back to the drawing board and try to find something new?
Bạn Caster này là một người hâm mộ rất là nhiệt tình của Divine, và bởi vì bạn đã được chứng kiến rất là nhiều màn trình diễn tuyệt vời của team, thì tuy nhiên là với cái việc mà mình đã không thể giành chiến thắng lần này, thì không biết rằng Divine sẽ tiếp tục với cái lối lựa chọn về draft của mình, hay là mình sẽ quay trở lại để xem là có điều gì đó mình sẽ cần muốn chỉnh sửa và thay đổi hay không.
Dạ, sau trận thua ngày hôm nay, sau trận thua hôm nay với SBTC thì tụi em đã rút ra được khá nhiều bài học cho bản thân và cũng như cả đội, để tụi em có thể tiến tới trận đấu cuối cùng đánh với Alexi.
After the last today against SBTC, we learned a lot of lessons as myself individually and as the team. So we're gonna try our best for the final series against Alliance.
All the best.
Awesome. We wish you the best of luck in the final series. Coyote, thank you so much for taking the time to talk
Give
with
Alliance
us.
some chances.
Again, best of luck, and yes, congratulations on Divine Esports' success so far.
Wanted to tell him not to murder Alliance later today, but I guess that will do.
You know how it is. You gotta find a way to vent that frustration after a loss. Like sorry, Alliance. It's
I'm
not
sorry,
personal.
guys.
It's just business.
Yeah,
No, it's very
they're
personal. They
all
need to
fired
get it
up.
out of their system. It's extremely personal.
I'm sorry. It's gonna be, you kind of don't want to be on Divine Esports' punching bag. They're gonna look for that. They're gonna look for that, kind of release. It's gonna be Alliance. Unfortunately, we will find out, of course, if Alliance will be up to that challenge. But before that, they have another one coming right up. Let's take a look at our standings so far. First up, before we head into our next match, and yes, the standings have shifted around a little bit just with that first series, and we already have a shift in our standings. SBTC Esports take first place, and Divine Esports are in second. Now, of course, we have just started the day, so expect this to shuffle up a little bit more. And, I want to ask Omo, as a very, very firm Alliance stan over here, what do you think are the chances that 4th and 5th place will shuffle around today?
Little to none. Realistically, I'm hopeful, but realistically, the chances of a shuffle is little to none.
I appreciate the honesty. I like the honesty there. I am looking at 2nd and 3rd too. And Rafa, what do you think about this? Evos Esports, they are in 3rd, but we know how powerful this team is. Divine Esports, they look like they're in a really good place right now. Do you think Evos Esports can catch up?
Oh yeah, I mean, if we consider the fact that Evos has only played 2 matches out of the, I think it's, a total of 5 overall. Yeah. So they have 3 more matches to really catch up in the standings. If they were able to take a 2-0 sweep over every single match, which is going to be against Alliance, Divine, and, I'm sorry, not Divine.
Geek Fam, I believe.
Yes. Yeah. Geek Fam.
SBTC as well.
Yeah, SBTC probably will be their toughest opponent of the day, but I imagine that Geek Fam and Alliance, they should be able to clean up a dominating 2-0 sweep over both of them based on the way that we know Evos can play the game, and how if we, just look at the pedigree of this team coming from being the Summer Cup champions for the season, I have a lot of faith in the Thailand team. Now, I do want to point out that even though Omo doesn't have a lot of faith, he is a stan of Alliance for a reason, because they try to play the map in a really, thoughtful and a strategical way, and there might be a chance of a 1-1, but I wouldn't imagine it would be a 2-0 in favor of Alliance.
Maybe. I mean, earlier we saw Alliance go up against SBTC. I personally thought it was going to be a 2-0, but Alliance was able to show, what this new roster has planned. And, you know, this roster is made up of superstars indeed, but they are going to be dealing with a superstar that is Evos Esports. So we're gonna find out if they can stand up against an undefied titan in the Southeast Asia region in Evos Esports, coming right up.
Are you ready to define your character, to choose your financial objective, to choose your investment strategy, and build your portfolio? Start now and level up your investment knowledge with Franklin Templeton.
welcome back to the Sea Champs, guys. We just saw SBTC Esports not only take the 2-0 against Divine Esports, but make it to the top of the standings as well. Now we're gonna head on over to our next series of the day between Alliance and Evos Esports. Alliance has such a tough day today, guys. Not gonna lie, they have got Flash Wolves and then they have got Divine Esports later. And right now, they're up against Evos Esports. It was great that Alliance, they came off of day 2, you know, quite well. But Evos Esports, they are still pretty scary. I mean, Rafa, how do you think this matchup is going to go? I know Alliance have adjusted quite a lot and they're looking like, you know, a tons better improvement from their previous roster. But how do you think they're going to match up against Evos Esports?
Oh, Mika, if I'm going to be honest, you know, Alliance definitely have not only just a tough match ahead of them, they have a tough schedule ahead of them today. They're playing against Evos, they're playing against Divine, and they're playing against Flash Wolves. And so it's like, Alliance, what are they supposed to do? They can't ever slack. They can't ever let a game go to waste. If Alliance want to clinch a spot in the playoffs bracket, even if it means going in as the 4th seed and going into the lower bracket next week, they cannot let a single game go to waste. Every game is important and matters for Alliance's playoffs lines on the line here, Omo.
Yeah, I mean, they already wasted that one game against GeekFab. That should have been a 2-0 if you want to make it to playoffs, right? We talk about how teams that want to make it to playoffs, it's going to be such a close group that it's basically going to be decided by who loses to GeekFam. And that was Alliance. So that might be the blotch on their record that drags them down. And I think if you guys are talking about the schedule for Alliance, there's something you guys are missing out as well, right? So the rest of groups, they have to play Evos, Flash Wolves, they have to play Divine. But don't forget, when they go to the playoffs, they're going to play against one team, then they got to play against Evos again in the semifinals, then they're going to play against Flash Wolves in the grand finals before we can crown Alliance champions.
Right.
No copia, guys.
That sounds great. Well, you know what, of course, we talk about Evos Esports, we talk about the pedigree of this team. I think the G4 and Veki matchup is going to be so interesting because we know these guys as veterans. We know them because of their extensive experience in League of Legends. I mean, Omo, what do you think about Evos Esports, you know, coming into this match against Alliance?
It's likely gonna be an Evos favorite. I would say even Evos heavily favored, right? This team, they did look a bit shaky on their first day, their first game, but it seemed like they figured it out. And the big difference that we saw between their first and second matches was they made an adaptation in their draft priorities. They dropped the early Kai'Sa, they dropped the Enchanters for Rich, they prioritized Xayah more, they prioritized Rich on melee supports, and they found more active opportunities in game. That's something which is gonna make a huge difference here against Alliance. Because when we think about Alliance win condition against a team like Evos, they're not going to beat you mechanically, they're not going to beat you in lanes. So this is the time for Evos to really try to beat them down and get control of the matchup.
I also want to chime in here and note something about G4 as a mid laner. One of the adaptations he made is throughout the entire Summer Cup, we know that G4 was known for the Ziggs gameplay, the Galio gameplay, either a backline strong mage that was known for being able to be consistent in terms of damage the later the game goes, or facilitating the rest of the team with a strong initiator like Galio. But he goes for the Ahri pick after their loss against Divine for the rest of the day. And honestly, out of all the players that picked Ahri in the C Championships, G4 feels like he is the one that has the best understanding of how to use the champion correctly, because every single time the Spirit Rush was activated, he found a charm. He found a priority target to pick off for the rest of Evos to capitalize and jump on.
I want to jump onto that point really quickly here. While we know G4 in Wild Rift as a player who tends to play utility, tends to play for his team, he likes the roams, he likes the globals, he'll play for Tippo, he'll play for Valdez, he's not the primary carry. If he is, he's on a mage and he's stable, he scales to the mid to late game. But I want to remind you guys, back when he played in the GPL, back when he played in the PCS, this guy is a veteran. He used to be a big time assassin player. Ahri was one of his key picks back then. Zed was one of his key picks back then. These are still things that he can pull out. It's really nice seeing this maturity and development from a player like G4 into becoming a veteran who knows how to enable his younger players. But don't forget that he still has these things in his back pocket and he is so proficient at them.
Yeah, it's possible that we could see, you know, that pass come out here. We don't see it a lot yet in Wild Rift, but who knows? You know, G4 could probably, you know, think back to pass and probably comes out here, it would be really, really cool to see that in action. But Omo, I believe you have something else with regards to this certain storyline. We talk a lot about, the past, so it's looking like it's a part 2 right now here in Wild Rift for a lot of League of Legends, veterans over here. You could even say it's a sequel of sorts.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, if you really count the prequels, back when these guys played against each other on PC, that was a long time ago. But here in Wild Rift, they're already starting to develop a bit of a history. I think we got a bit of a graphic coming up below for us, and we're gonna be looking at the sequel right now. This is not the first time that these two teams have faced off. There we go, round 2, Electric Boogaloo. Evos Esports and Alliance. The last time they faced off in the Summer Super Cup playoffs, it was a 3-0 in the second round of playoffs. Evos came in. They looked like a different beast. They smashed Alliance and eventually went on to become the champions of the whole thing. This time around, Evos, they're looking a bit shakier. Maybe this is the time for Alliance to get their revenge?
Possibly, yeah. It could be, especially since, Alliance, I feel like they are riding on that high. They did have that one loss against GeekFam that was totally unnecessary, but I think the fact that they were able to take one from SBTC, that was huge and a testament to how they've been working together and, shuffling around the roster. And Rafa, I want to get your thoughts on this as well. Evos Esports, yes, a little bit shaky, and we have seen this trend wherein, usually the first matches of the teams over here, they need a bit of time to get their bearings. They need a little time to warm up and everything. But they are still incredibly scary. When we saw them in their, following match, it became, it was basically the Evos Esports that we know and love. And looking at the talent predictions right now, I believe we're all on board for this. But yeah, Rafa, let me know your thoughts here on, this sort of this redux of sorts for Evos and Alliance.
I mean, we saw that the prequel dictated that it was a 3-0 for Evos against Alliance. I don't necessarily think that anything is going to change. We're all pretty much unanimous here that Evos has taken the dub. Now, I know that me and Omo were incorrect in our prediction for the prior series, but because, you, Mika, were correct and predicted SBTC, and you've predicted Evos, there's no way that me and Omo get this wrong this time, right?
Don't jinx it. Don't jinx it.
Jinx it.
Do you know the power of this desk? The power of this desk, Rafa. There is a legend. There's a legend that things that you say on this desk do not come true.
Do not come true? Evos, they are gonna 2-0 Alliance. It would not be close. Alliance have no chance.
Well, we're gonna see indeed if that, if the curse is a blessing or something. I don't know. Evos, I'm sorry if we did something. Sometimes the power that we have over here, where, we don't know the responsibility, or we're not sure how far it extends. Over here, we'll try to be more careful. But yes, let's get into Champ Select right now. Enough with us trying to steal the show over here from these players. Going back into the series, of course, Omo, I want to get your thoughts on what kind of draft we're gonna see here from Evos and Alliance, especially since these teams, they've been with us ever since the summer. We kind of know what playstyles they favor. What do you think they could do in order to, since the playoffs is at stake over here, what do you think they can do to change things up, or do you think they're gonna stick to their guns?
That's a great start from Evos. I want to talk a little bit about Evos first, because I think they're more straightforward as a team. We kind of know what they're gonna do, while Alliance has a couple more curveballs for us, right? The way we see Katsatan play is he's generally the insurance plan for the team. He's an amazing team fighter later on, but early on, the tempo of the game is usually dictated by Tipper, Valdez, G4, guest starring Roams from Rich. Now, if you look at Alliance across the board, they're the team that has the oddball strategies. Twisted Fate is a big one, played by Raven when they role swapped the last time around. Nunu as well is something that Jelson hasn't pulled out yet, but might be in their pockets. Apparently, Evos knows something we don't. But this means that Camille's gonna be first picked here for Alliance. And this is still a flex pick, and this is something we might see Jelson pick up, but I'm quite curious what this means for the rest of the draft here for Alliance, because side lanes, their strength is once again a very real possibility here.
Yeah, I think this is, interesting that teams, it looks like, have had enough of Nunu and Willem.
Yeah,
like, can we just not? Let's just not do that today. Okay, it's the last day over here in the group stages. Rafa, what do you think of our pick so far?
I want to see more Nunu gameplay. But obviously the teams don't, because they are tired of not allowing for 50-50 Baron or Dragon flips, but also how easy it is for Nunu to just come in and steal objectives away from you, because you can't beat the smite. Now, Alliance, they are going for ultimate lockdown. They have a lot of Galio synergies coming in, either Assault and Battery into Heroic Entrance or Hextech Ultimatum into Heroic Entrance. Now, the thing is, Alliance, you need to combo this with some damage follow-up because Vi and Camille and Gallia is not going to be enough damage on its own, especially if Evos are able to opt. Okay, I like that.
You know what's happening here? We're gonna see it again, by the way. The role swap is coming in again. I feel like every time we see Ashe, it's not gonna be Raven that plays Ashe. Doesn't fit his identity as a player. I think it's gonna be Veki playing Ashe, and they're gonna do a bit of a cheeky role swap once again. But Evos Esports, what is this? It seems like since the roles are revealed, they want the Renekton into Camille matchup. Oh, sorry, they want the Fiora into Camille matchup. They're confident to take the skill check. That means it's gonna be Renekton against Vi in the jungle. Now, I have to say though, what I don't like about the last two picks from Alliance is that you lock in on one identity, which is you have to go in. You have to dive them. I would have liked to see a bit more wave clear from them and for them to play into a strategy that allows them to use the split push a little bit more, because you do not want to be diving into the Ziggs, into the Braum. It's going to be a very difficult scenario that Alliance find themselves in, and if Tipper on this Fiora ever finds a lead, I think the game's just over.
Yeah, Rafa, what do you think about the draft that we have?
You know, I'm not convinced if this is going to be a Fiora in the Baron lane, because I know we've seen a Fiora being swapped into the jungle role
that's
in
true.
the past.
Yeah, you're right.
I haven't really seen Renekton jungle quite yet, so
You're right,
I guess
you're right.
we'll...
Yeah.
Okay. No, but
Yeah.
you're completely right, though, Omo. Valdez can always get accelerated on this Fiora and then just become a potent split push threat that Alliance don't know how to deal with in the later parts of the game.
Yeah, and they
Well,
will
we'll
have a
see
more
if
dominant
they-
Baron lane matchup as well.
Yeah, we'll see indeed if Alliance can manage to pick up on that as the battle of the veterans begins here in the Rift. Alliance versus Evos. Casters, over to you guys.
And what a matchup it is. I love what we left that desk on, Riku, because Valdez and Jelson are two of the most dangerous junglers in this competition.
I have to agree with you there 100% with contrasting play styles. Whenever, you know, we get to see Valdez, incredibly flashy, early game centric jungler. Meanwhile, for Jelson, even during the Wild Rift Icon series during summer, he has been that setup, that tank for the squad, has been spamming Jarvan for during the summer season, now falling into this Vi, which is, you know, basically providing that big single target, providing that possible delivery system of this hero's entrance coming from CWJ, or even to set up for Raven, which is going to be very interesting because this is a swap of roles as well. Raven back in the mid lane. Ozora Veki has been, you know, this veteran player has been playing multiple roles throughout his career back on League PC, came from the jungle, mid, AD carry, and now the flexibility of Alliance is just really nice to watch.
So in the mid lane, pulling out the Ashe, Raven swapping to this Diana. The Ashe will very likely spend most of the game down towards that AD carry position. As they do make the swap that Omo was actually talking about on the desk, just to character comfort. But it's that flexibility you were talking about, Riku. Anyone can play anywhere, anytime.
Exactly, we saw Raven back at the AD carry role yesterday. Now it's back to default settings. Especially Raven has been playing mid lane almost for the entirety of his career back in League PC days. And right now, though, we get to see, again, this veteran matchup, G4 versus Raven, which is, because of the matchup, it's pretty non-interactive. So I'm excited to see Valdez, most importantly as well, how he's able to propel the game, especially early right now. There's a skirmish.
Yeah, Rich starts this, weirdly enough. Chelsea will be protected by a big taunt, and Rich has to flash away. Valdez onto the front lines, finds CWJ, forces another flash. He's over the wall! 1v3! Valdez surely left too far, but he's able to slide away. And Raven with no HP disengages. Ozora finds 2 kills. Now threatening Cat Satan, flashes over the wall to chase. Cat Satan turns the table. Ozora doesn't win this. Oh, he does! Raven saves the day! And Alliance go 3 for 1 in a crazy brawl, opening game number 1 of this series.
2 minutes in, TJ. That's just 2 minutes in. Ozoroveki gets an early game triple kill, and that is definitely not going to bode well for the side of Cat Satan and Rich, considering the fact that, again, Kai'Sa matchups are very scary just because of how little range you have. You get easily poked out and punished by a lot of these, well, some of these oppressive AD carries. Ozoroveki with a volley. You've got, you know, the Xayah and the Varus matchup, so it's all up to Rich to see if he can protect this lane, especially Jelson already lingering around.
Oh, deep dive in. Rich called out. Jelson does find the kill. CWJ gets the credit, but, you know, he's a Galio. He's living his best life.
Yeah, especially, you know, the passive's just gonna easily get that big auto attack on. Big burst, I suppose.
I do it all the time. I don't mean to. Just playing support, I'm stealing some kills.
The support life. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing, actually.
It's a great thing for me. It's more gold. I don't know about anyone else. There's a little bit more gold found on the map in this bottom lane as Jelson and Ozoroveki take 2 turret plates. And in the river, we actually saw a flash burned, I believe that was by SSK to stay alive as he was threatened by Valdez.
Which is very important to get an escape tool because, again, a Camille is going to have a hard time disengaging from the fight in general just because Alliance, the composition itself, is a pretty all-in type of composition. So we'll have to see how Raven is able to initiate in these fights with the Moonfall, followed by, rather being initiated by Jelson, and being to make sure that Raven stays alive with the Moonfall setups. You follow that up with that hero's entrance. So they're using basically the Venn diagram combo, which was coined by Autaluz there on the, I believe, the Filipino broadcast, the local broadcast. And yeah, Venn diagram, hero's entrance, Moonfall into the Hextech ultimatum.
And I love that. He explained it to me when we were doing some work off stream. But just the idea that you have so many circles, you got a Venn diagram, you can put things in the middle. I love it. We do have this Rift Herald coming up here. The Rift Herald and the first
Raven.
Drake both up simultaneously as Raven struggles to stay alive. The arrow goes wide, but Thipper will go down. In the meantime, topside, Cat Satan barely survives an experience thanks to the aid of Valdez. SSK ultimately trades out 1 for 1. All of the gold for that bot lane turret, the first turret break of the game, does go on to Jelson. And Jelson will sweep up here and take the Drake as well. Evos trade turret for turret, taking the top turret, and they will trade objective for objective as well, taking that Rift Herald in short time.
Yeah, Evos esports are going to accelerate this game. They're going to open up the map really, really fast because not only did they get First Blood Tower without the assistance of the Rift Herald, they also can use the Rift Herald to open up mid. And the fact that G4 is on a zig, so the tower taking of Evos esports at this point of the game is going to be completely dangerous. And I believe Rafa has mentioned, rather, when it comes to the big wave clear, it's going to be worrying. You got Winds of War, you've got the Volley perhaps, but you've got Raven as well. But at the same time, it's going to be difficult versus the Ziggs' wave clear and or taking potential.
Valdez jumps into the front line, scaring away Alliance. But Alliance will play defense across the map. And as you say, this, you know, is a moment where Evos are trying to accelerate the game state, so it's all very good for Alliance. They can keep the skirmishing over on the Evos side of the map, which is what they're trying here. Arrow, wow! Across the map, will find the kill. And Thipper's just gone. A very big shutdown onto a Renekton.
Yeah, beautifully done. This is the roaming 3-man squad where all the Venn diagrams are going to come together. And Ozoroveki will be that big initiator from flying across the map with the enchanted crystal arrow. And this works well because you can stay mid, guard the wave to make sure G4 can't get chip damage on the tower, and then yet you can still be pretty much involved in these skirmishes.
G4? It's maybe an inch, maybe a millimeter in front of SSK there. Doesn't get stunned up as a result. Probably worked out very well for SSK, and Thipper will go down on the top side of the map during that time. So SSK doesn't overcommit. They do find another kill onto the Renekton. All things going well for Alliance.
Yeah, and this is probably the complete opposite of expectations right now. Evos, again, is the Summer Super Cup champions. They were able to just get early game domination when it comes to most of the matchups, actually. But this time around, they're playing towards late game. You know, Cat Satan's going to scale up, including G4 as well. Especially Ziggs later on is going to be incredibly painful. And that is the window that Alliance recognizes. They can have this window, take advantage of it, try to set up these dives. They have CWJ on this Galio. They have the Enchanted Crystal Arrow for the side lane setups. And if the game continues to progress in an accelerated amount in favor of Alliance through kills and dives, Evos Esports can be in trouble.
Deep dive here. G4 in trouble. Here come the Venn diagrams. G4, flash away. He lives. And here's the pressure on the return. Massive Mega Inferno Bomb. Moonfall to clean up the kills. Killer Instinct out. Will not be able to find anything. Cat Satan at the back of this fight, still waiting for the time. I'm waiting for him to deploy, but he's playing defense, and so Alliance escape with all their members. Evos trade 1 for 1 in the middle of the map.
Yeah, that could have been dicey there. G4 could have suffered there, as the kill and the damage basically wasn't enough. One auto attack away from that, and G4 was still able to land a Mega Inferno Bomb into that fight and still deal and finish off the kill on towards the Galio. And I feel like, you know, could have ended even more disastrous, but I feel like Evos Esports played that fight really well, despite being behind when it comes to the damage department.
Yeah, I really thought Cat Satan was going to recommit there. I was waiting for that Killer Instinct, but they're just playing for the late game. No risks taken, no risks needed, I suppose. So this may change that. The Infernal Drake coming up, Riku.
Very important. Taunt. Arrow.
Rich holds the front line. The shield holds a lot of the damage. Voltus tries to find an angle around the side and has to kite away. Dipper in the meantime. Cat Satan will escape. Killer Instinct gets him out. Barely over the wall. Flash back in. They've got the kill onto SSK. And CWJ can't find anything.
Double
He's blown
kill
up by the Decathlon Ray. Cat Satan 1 HP and burning, but he survives. Evos turn the game in a massive team fight in the river.
No way. How does Cat Satan survive out of an aggressive Killer Instinct and the fact that he was just 1 HP already? Alliance had no finishers, had no way to finish off the kill. Let's take a look at that again. It all started with Alliance's Death Brush, but they focused all their efforts towards Rich. He is still pretty much very tanky, and it was pretty much messy because Alliance didn't have that target prioritization in the entire fight. Evos just basically backed away, tried to reset the fight, burned cooldowns, and basically once all the cooldowns from Alliance were off, it was just big collapse coming from the side of Evos.
Yeah, what a team fight there. Evos managing to keep their carries alive, the Cat Satan lasting that entire time, G4 getting maximum value out of his major cooldown rotations at the very start of the fight. And it just adds up. Even an Alliance who's been playing really well recently can't keep up with that kind of team fight.
Yeah, when it comes to downtime where Alliance can roam around the map, find picks here and there, this is where they can find success. But when it comes to the team fights, that is a big problem.
And so much of Alliance's pick, did Jelson just take all of those honey fruit?
I think he did.
Oh, Zravaki needed it. He's got low mana and low HP.
Jelson says, you're going back to base anyway. You're going to buy items, right? You don't need this honey fruit. Thank you.
Well, maybe he could have stayed if he'd had a honey fruit.
Yeah, that is very true.
Getting flashbacks to my games. I was just about to talk about how Jelson was such a good addition to this roster, Riku. But I feel like the point's moot. You're in charge.
I guess it's one of those things, you know, I'm going to set up for the team. I take this honey fruit. I need to stay in my own jungle still. Yeah.
He backs as well eventually. Jelson getting his second major item. And something to watch here. We don't normally pay too much attention to Vice. SSK here will go down. We don't normally pay too much attention to Vice because they tend not to do massive damage. But Jelson has so much gold poured into him throughout this game. And he's been such a key player for this iteration of the Alliance roster. Here's the set play. Valdez steps in. Jelson deploys onto Rich, just trying to get away. They didn't find the target they want, and they're going to lose CWJ as a result. The Evos gold lead continues to grow as they chew through kills and turrets.
Yeah, that's 7K gold lead already. We talked about the big wave clear that they're gonna really lack in that aspect, and we're seeing that now. And so far, Evos have been planning all of these deep vision on the side of Alliance's jungle, so they gotta be careful. Alliance has to be careful because they do have their own death roaming squad in the form of Tipper, Valdez, and of course Rich in assistance to provide that CC to hold people down. And again, this is Valdez on the Fiora. He has constantly been utilizing this pick during the early stages of the Summer Super Cup to the point his success in this champion has been feared to the point that every single time people meet up with Evos, they have decided to just play safe and ban it out. And so far, again, that threat is being seen on towards this fall season.
Yeah, dominant performance by Valdez in this game. And kind of a return to form for an Evos that lost a very strange series. They lost to Divine just off of kind of early game pressure. Valdez got shut out of the game. And it set a very weird tempo for Alliance, who are supposed to be the top team here. We'll go for a play here, bait out an ult, trade essentially ult for ult. And it's good for anyone who's, you know, hoping for at the very least good Wild Rift. See the Summer Super Cup champions returning to this kind of form.
Yeah, there's a lot of high expectations for this team, especially their massive experience rather, coming from G4 in the mid lane. Raven though might be in trouble. Going in.
We'll dive in, engaging with the Moonfall, and Cat Satan's forced into stasis, will not be taunted, able to flash ahead of the play. Jelson's chasing Cat Satan up top, and he can't find the kill. Cat Satan turns it, and down bottom, SSK finds one, and that is all. That is the only kill that Alliance got in that fight. As Evos hold strong, get 3, and now burn down the mid lane.
And they lack the Venn diagram now. No Galio, no Raven. It's just a circle coming from SSK. Well, not exactly a circle. Is it a hexagon?
Like a
I think it is.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. Now it's a siege time.
Sure. Goodbye, sir. Siege time is over. I liked that. That was like a little bit of a Mario voice almost, Rika.
Is it now?
Now it's a siege time.
It's siege time.
That's not what Mario sounds like. That's Chris Pratt's Mario. As they announced the new movie casting, Riku's playing Mario.
You know what? I actually don't get to play Mario as much. I apologize.
Really?
It's a new
It's
thing.
alright.
Yeah.
Drake's coming up. Evos will be trying to just put their finishing touches on this game, as they've kind of dominated Alliance, Riku.
Yeah, at first it looked pretty convincing for Alliance, but they weren't able to snowball the game in time. Till Evos' composition has come online. And again, it's these small windows of opportunity for Alliance to take advantage of when there's downtime, when there are no objectives off of the map, is where this composition shines. But for team fighting, it's a little bit difficult. Most of your abilities your ults are very single target focused. And look at this, the Death Brush, hoping that Tipper will
I was
visit.
watching it on the minimap. Tipper was like clearing the way. Oh. Here we go! Hextech Ultimatum, Moonfall, Taunt, he's dead! Woo! Turret's gone though, so
It's the Venn diagram all together on all those 3.
that was everything that Evos had. In the meantime, this turret's just gonna go down, and inhibitor broken. Alliance reset, and Evos full press in. Mega Inferno Bomb will not finish off also Reveki's, who drops into stasis, but Valdez will deep dive and find the kill, resetting the grand challenge, giving him a burst of HP to turn around and take this fight. Chase on to CWJ. Valdez dominates, holding the front line. Here's the split push though, all the way on this side lane. A TP back now, an inhibitor under threat, as CWJ is rejoined by Jelson, rejoined by Raven, returning from their side lane shove. And can we get a camera on those minions in the top lane? Because that turret, I think it's gonna die. It's incredibly low. Have the minions stopped attacking it?
Well, Tipper is already arriving through the scene, so it's looking to be, it's looking to be saved.
Baron underway here by Evos. A dive in from SSK. Venn diagram in full effect, but CWJ's already gone. And yet again, Valdez holds the front line. Cat Satan cleans up the kills. And Jelson's running for his life. He'll have 3 players to save this game with against 2 broken inhibitors. And is enough that Evos back away, turn towards this Baron.
Yeah, no Raven, no CWJ there, so there's no big setup anymore. All they have are single target CCs, and Evos can comfortably take this for themselves.
So there is the Baron picked up by Evos. And that should be the game, frankly. With 2 inhibitors open, it's very, very hard for Alliance to hold.
We'll see though, because Evos, Valdez right now is working towards the bottom portion of the map already to make sure that no split push openings will happen coming from Alliance. The fact that Alliance already basically gave up on the teleport because it's basically just used by Raven, the cooldown's just going to be off, might as well lock in this Zhonya's Hourglass. So we'll have to see if Alliance is able to win the next fight, which is very difficult with the lead that Evos Esports has.
Dive in.
E4.
Oh, Jelson
Arrow.
in the front lines. He's already dead. A big pickup for G4, and the Mega in front of him chunks away at SSK and the rest of Alliance as they run for their lives. It's a re-engage from CWJ, and it does not hold back Vipper, who just dives in. Valdez past him! Double kill to Valdez. A complete wipe, and Alliance are shattered. Evos take game 1.
Evos, again, very reminiscent of their Summer Super Cup performance, looking to go back into their own form in the previous season. And yeah, they were able to get their win conditions on. Cat Satan online, Valdez online, on his signature Fiora, and this is, again, complete domination by Evos Esports.
Yeah, I don't know what the last new draw from this early group stage is, because this is the Alliance that took a game off of SBTC a couple moments ago during day number 1 of this group. And then you have Evos over here who lost to Divine 2-0 and then are turning around and utterly delivering against Alliance. This early game was shaky, but they stabilized and they look darn good. Alliance will have 1 more game, 1 more chance to take a win off of Evos and keep their perfect record of 3 ties going. We'll be back with that game after this.
Welcome back to the C Championships, guys. And Evos Esports takes the first game of the series. I wouldn't say that we were exactly surprised with that because, of course, it is Evos Esports. But I did feel this kind of like, you know, a little bit of a desperation from Alliance to kind of like overcompensate or like really prove themselves. I mean, what did you think of that, Omo? Because I felt there were some moments where Alliance was just a little bit too eager.
Yeah.
I don't know if you felt that.
No, definitely. Yeah. I mean, I felt like Alliance thought that they might be on a kind of a timer, which I do agree with, but I don't think it was that extreme. I think they could have played the game a little bit more calm, a little bit more patient. If you look at some of their engages, it did seem like what you were saying, right, Mika? They were trying a bit too hard to force things where they didn't need to. And the key example of that really lost them the game was over diving in the Inferno Dragon fight. After that fell apart, we saw them start really try to compensate in place. The arrow on mid lane was a key example where the team was clearly not on the same page. And if you look at the end of the game, the scoreboard doesn't really tell the full story because Alliance were going blow for blow with Evos or better in the early stages of the game. But once again, this Ziggs proves to be such a big issue. You don't really have a big answer for it. Beldes on this Fiora is just popping off, as well as I gotta say Katsatan, despite how much pressure was put on him in the team fights, he did extremely well.
Yeah, Rafa, what about you? What did you think of that match?
You know, I was really amused by how many times some poor soul on Evos during the early game was just the victim. There's so many times where Alliance was like, yo, Jelson's walking towards one side of the map. He's just like, yo, SSK, you ready? Yeah, I'm ready. Yo, Raven, you ready? Yeah. Yo, Gally, you ready? Yeah. All right, let's go. 4-man Goon Squad.
The boys.
Tipper, you're next. The boys are back in town, and they just go Goon Squad. You hear the Avengers theme song playing in the distance. And then, boom, ally has been slain. And that just happened over and over again. But the key thing was that there wasn't many objectives that really got accelerated off of that. They never could successfully translate that into a turret or even to a Rift Herald or a Dragon Secure off of the kill. Most of the time, they just reset and just took the gold with them. Now, you know, if you're able to do that, you know, 10 more times successfully without, you know, Evos even doing anything about it, then sure, it's gonna work. But Evos aren't stupid. They're not just gonna let you do those things for free. You use 4 ultimate abilities, that opens up the entire map for them to accelerate and pick up the pieces in their own farm, and they're the ones that are able to actually respond in taking turrets and setting up for dragon control.
Yeah, and I think the Ziggs was a big part of that problem as well. You kill people, but if you don't kill the Ziggs, you are never pushing a wave, you're never pushing a turret. It doesn't even matter if Ziggs is not in that lane. He just wanders off a bit into the jungle and throws his super mega bomb over to a side lane, and you just can't push anymore. That's the power of Ziggs.
Yeah, and I think, you know, we're bringing up the Ziggs, we're bringing up G4. I think we would be remiss not to talk about G4's former teammate in Lloyd, who is now the coach of Evos Esports. And, you know, Evos Esports actually mentioned in an article on One Esports, the home of esports heroes. Get your daily dose of esports at oneesports.gg. You can find him on Facebook, on Twitter, on Instagram, and on YouTube as well. But he did mention in that interview that Lloyd was actually a big part of their success at the Summer Super Cup. It's because he has a thorough understanding of the team. He knows how they play individually, and he's kind of like the mastermind tying everything together. And yes, we did get news that he departed, but then now he's back. So I feel like, you know, part of that mental sort of like, you know, burden of finding out the objectives, dissecting the team, that's on Lloyd, and then the players can just focus on, you know, their individual playstyle. So I think he's also a huge part of Evos' success here, and we're seeing that come out right now. But I wanted to ask you guys something. I mean, Rafa, what did you think of, I think this is an underrated rune over here. I like the double font of life because it actually made like towards the end, there, you know, Evos Esports, it made Alliance trying to go for Evos very, very costly on their end. Yes, sure, to get the kills, but it was just too much to take them down because of that sustain.
Yeah, G4, when I first saw that the Ziggs was running the Guardian of, or the Font of Life, I was like, oh, is he like duo dragon laning with his support? But he was just running mid lane, and then I realized towards the mid game when they started fighting around, so much sustain was being traded back every time he threw out the Hextech minefield. People would start walking all over them, and suddenly bloop, 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 the HP starts sustaining back up for the members of Evos. I have to say though that the one escape that he pulled off was so smooth. I thought it was another like Mika plug on the show here, because all of them have been like super smooth so far.
Aww. What about you, Omo? What did you think of that?
I mean,
it's not something that we see too often.
I think it's starting to become more common now as teams start to figure it out a little bit more. I think the big thing for me is that when you think about what Rune Ziggs can really take, it comes down to a couple of options, right? You definitely don't want Conqueror. Aftershock is, I mean, that's a meme, right? What else can you really take? Electrocute is something you won't really proc in team fights. Aerie is the best option. Now, if you think about what Aerie provides for you, it's a little bit more poke in lane. You already have a bunch of that. What's your goal in lane? You're not trying to win your lane. You're not trying to dominate. You want to wave clear. You want to scale. That's your goals here. So why not devote more into that tree and make it so that when you come to team fights, you're not only doing a bunch of damage, you're healing your teammates, you're healing yourself. And I gotta say that mid-team fight where G4 survived with a tick of health, with a sliver of health, if he didn't buy ROA plus have the font of life, he would not be alive.
True.
Yeah, that is absolutely true. And yeah, I do feel like, Evos Esports, they had everything locked down in this series. They kind of got an early read on Alliance, so whenever Alliance would, do their whole, Avengers thing, oh my gosh, Stipper is on Wolf and so whenever they do that, they'll be like, it's okay, it's alright. Let them chase Stipper. We have our objectives planned. But yeah, on the side of Alliance over here, I mean, Omo, what do you think they can do to adjust? I mean, we know that they probably recognize this, sort of like, over eagerness and a little bit of a, kind of tunnel vision onto, some lanes and some of the players even. I mean, how do you think they can adjust that with regards to how they play their macro?
Well, I mean, there's two things in particular, right? The first is, do they actually recognize it? Because that's something which did help, which did contribute in their loss against GeekFam. They were too eager in lanes, they were too eager to go in at team fights, and they can't wait for the right moment. It seems like this team, something's just not clicking, right? The plays are not exactly wrong. It's just that they're either pulling the trigger too early or they're not pulling the trigger at the same time. And that's the big issue that we saw against GeekFam. We're seeing it here today yet again against Evos at the Infernal Dragon fight. And that's something which I think is a little bit harder to fix. Something you can't adjust from game 1 to game 2. They just need to take a step back, calm down, maybe change up the drafts a little bit to something with less burden of execution on the side lanes and make it easier for them to 5v5.
To that point, Omo, I think when you talked about how anytime that Alliance wanted to go for an objective after they dedicated the 4-man Goon Squad to a play, that the Ziggs caused so much trouble for them because, like you said, it would counteract any of the pushes from the side lanes, and so they don't have the waves in position to actually go for a turret push or to make Evos in a position where they have to answer a side wave pushing so that it opens up the other side of the map for an objective play. Now, because Evos are on the blue side of the map, they took away the Ziggs because they know that Alliance would have immediately prioritized that. They go for the Riven's first pick, and more than likely, I think this is going to be in Daldez's hands in the jungle.
Yeah, it's just like that, again, I love that, all the teams here, they're just pretty much like, can we just not Nunu today, please? We had enough of that yesterday. So we're just gonna, you're just not gonna see it at all today. I'm sorry, Rafa. I know we wanted to see all of that new play.
I think it's pretty targeted as well, right? I think this is something that they're definitely targeting in Alliance. They're like, okay, we don't really know how to deal with this. We don't want to give you a curveball that can take us by surprise. Because if we play at standard, if we go back to the basics of the game, we know we are better. So why give Alliance a chance to surprise them? It's a very good drafting strategy here from Evos. And once again, their draft strategy looks immaculate. Varus, Janna, you're going to be lane dominant. You're going to make it nearly impossible for this Jarvan, for this Braum to lane and then to get in your backline later. He's just going to be full-time saving duty for Katsatan. And when we spoke to What the Jess, he also mentioned one of the strengths for Janna, which plays so well into Rich's toolbox, is that it's so good at roaming. And that's something which Rich loves to do.
Yeah, Rafa, what is your opinion on the pick so far as we are nearly about to close out our draft?
So Alliance have a little bit of a wombo combo that they can set up with this Jarvan and Orianna. Cataclysm, Shockwave, anyone that's caught in is going to be sent to the Shadow Realm automatically if the Shockwave burst is high enough. But Evos have not only a little bit of better skirmishing ability thanks to Riven and Ahri and potentially Lee Sin coming in for the final lock, but also you have this Janna, which we actually haven't seen too much Janna gameplay throughout the C Championship region so far, but it's something that actually we get a lot of flavor over of an NA, thankfully mostly to Max Green in, from Tribe. he is someone that prioritizes a lot of the Janna gameplay earlier on during the Summoner series, and it's just thanks to the powerful disengage abilities that you have, either through the Monsoon or even the Howling Gale, if you time it correctly.
Wait, sorry, Rafa, which team was that? NA's? Sorry, no, I was just jokes, but in all seriousness, the Janna pick is very much a rich special.
Hey, come on, man! I gotta squeeze in a little bit of
that?
NA love.
No, I love it. I
I
love the connections we're making here on the desk. But the big thing that I want to point out is I completely agree with you. Janna is not something which a lot of these teams like. They typically, if they want an enchanter, we'll go for Nami. We'll go for Lulu to buff our hyper carry. But Janna is really a rich special, and I'm excited to see how he performs on it.
Yeah, definitely. Rafa, what about you? Any final thoughts as we are about to head into game 2?
During the commotion of trying to defend NA once again from Omo trying to bash on my region, I needed to see what the last pick was. Oh, so Lucian. Okay, so Lions trying to match up with some of their own skirmishing ability, and I don't think we're going to see Raven going into the mid lane this time around. Just seems like the Lucian Braum powerhouse combo. I want to see a lot of the attention towards the Dragon lane.
There is a
We're gonna
chance.
see if indeed that does happen.
There is a chance that Ori Braum go bot lane, but that's it for me.
Well, we'll see how this plays out as we head into game number 2 between Evos Esports and Alliance. Casters, take it away.
What I love about this desk, Mika, thank you for the toss, by the way, is that Omo is reaching across the ocean over to North America with an extended hand to smack Rafa across the face. And that's just, you know, the kind of camaraderie you love to see, Riku.
Yeah, I bet, especially things are soon to be in the horizon, I suppose.
Oh yeah?
Exactly.
We got some work to do.
Lots of that setup. But
Game
the thing
number
that
2.
Yeah. It's it's Omo being correct over here, saying that okay, Raven's gonna go to the mid lane.
I thought we were done, but you're backing up Omo. Yes, that Lucian does go to the middle of the map. Raven will be there for Alliance. I wanted to talk through this, Riku, because we were sitting there in the backstage. We're kind of watching this draft go out, and I think we both kind of liked Alliance. I think we both kind of left it feeling pretty good about what Alliance had brought to bear.
Yeah, Alliance definitely on paper, very, I suppose, on paper, easy to execute. You've got Jarvan for Jelson. This is his signature champion, by the way. Played it multiple times back in the summer season and has basically equated as well into the contribution of basically winning that summer season championship locally. And we get to see that serving as Azora Veki's ball delivery system, which, you know, most of the heavy engage will heavily rely on both Jelson and Azora Veki. And we'll see, though, as what the panel has mentioned, most of the focus will be on the bottom portion of the map, which we're seeing right now.
Here comes G4, Ozrovaki behind the turret, will drop the heal, but he's in huge trouble, and Valdez just runs him down. 1 kill, 2 kills to the jungler, the all-star here for Evos, and by the time he finally falls, he's done the damage he came for. 2 for 1 is the trade behind Alliance's turret.
And this is exactly what we're looking forward to every single time Valdez locks in a very aggressive jungler for the early game. We're looking for the dives. You know, it doesn't, like, there's no Galio, but at the same time, it's fine. We can just dive. We can overpower you with damage. We can poke you out, setting up Cat Satan to put Raven, or rather Azora Veki and the Orianna being incredibly low, and then set up for this dive.
And this is also what you need from a Lee Sin, is this kind of early tempo setting. Valdez roaming well across the map is going to be here on the top side just as the gank comes out. Pipper defending, V4 flashes away, jumps away, out of the Cataclysm, cut down by the culling. But here comes Valdez round the back. He's isolated SSK, and he can't find the kill. Now he's in trouble. This minion wave massive. Valdez flashes to build distance. On the opposite side of the map, there's a 1-for-1 trade between Ozroveki. Here comes G4, and Valdez will survive. So there was a 1-for-1 trade between Kasset and Ozroveki. They both died. Up top, Alliance find a kill. We're at a dead even game state. Riku.
Yeah, it's pretty even so far. Alliance, though, wanted to get more because Valdez was pretty much alone. It was a temporary, 1v4 kind of chase of a setting, which I think is, you know, a big of a struggle. Alliance doesn't exactly have the best mobility in the world. They will definitely need Ozora Veki to catch people, because Evos Esports, they have a lot of tools to reset the fight. You've got Thipper with crazy movement as a Riven. You got Valdis with, you know, just being Lee Sin. G4 with a Spirit Rush. So Alliance may have a problem when it comes to chasing down targets.
They got the old man legs.
Yeah.
There might be a super team, but they need to do some cardio with this roster.
Exactly. It is gonna be a struggle, you know. They gotta prepare their energy drinks? I don't know.
I was
Maybe
gonna say
not?
calves, you know, do some stretches.
Yeah,
But
I think that's
sure.
much better.
Dude.
No, I don't think energy drinks are.
You don't have a promo code you want to slip in here, Riku?
Nah, I got nothing. I got nothing.
Poor Riku, because we're gonna hit her up. We got objective spawning here. It's gonna be Dragon down bottom and Infernal, so quite important. But Alliance's attention starts up here with the Rift Herald.
They do want to make sure that they open up the map for SSK to start the roams, because again, we talked about how engage, while not a problem, they do have flag and drag. They definitely need the apprehend for that additional engage to make sure to finish off certain targets. And that is, I believe, why they do want to prioritize the Rift Herald. Infernal Drake, though, this is usually what we see in teams. They want to prioritize Infernal Drake, they want to fight. Even though Alliance has a better teamfight composition, they lay in the gauntlet, decide to just, we're going to avoid fighting, we're just going for the Rift Herald instead.
It's turret for turret on top of that. CWJ and Jelson will take the Rift Herald, SSK and Raven the top turret. First turret break did go to Evos, who were very quick to realize they had an opportunity to get that little bit of bonus gold on the trade. They took down the turret first, then pick up the Infernal Drag. Where do we stand, Riku? Is that about even?
I think it's a pretty sweet deal in favor of Evos Esports. The fact that they get the Infernal Drake as well means they get that big bonus damage for their side, which is very troubling because Evos Esports has a very strong skirmish and pick composition as well, with Cat Satan here over on towards this chain of corruptions. You've got the charm coming from G4, Valdis with a killer kick. So this benefits them so well to the point that, you know, they can basically utilize this, strong arm their way using brute force and see if they can find opportunities to possibly even dive SSK at topside.
Tipper playing defense down bottom, not knowing there are two people lurking. It's like the cops sitting at a peel off of a highway. They're sitting in their car waiting for someone to go over the speed limit. Tipper driving well under the speed limit. Does not get pulled over. However, his turret will fall here. The analogy will end.
Yeah, it's gonna be safe. It's gonna be fine. I like this from Alliance, though. They're playing one of those things where they're playing rather safe. They're not taking too much risks. Here, Chain of Corruptions.
Oh. Chain of Corruption onto Jelson, of all people. Doesn't find much. Jelson has dropped to half HP, but will escape.
Oh, that is just a really unfortunate trade. Flashes being burned by everyone. Meanwhile, Evos Esports just consumes, what? Ultimates and dashes. I think that's a very, again, another sweet deal coming from Evos Esports. Luckily, though, Alliance doesn't have to worry about incoming fights soon. There's no objective to take at the moment, but they really have to brace themselves for potential dives coming from Evos because, again, they're still working their way towards topside, and mid lane could possibly be next. Cat Satan is there to be that solid rock to continue with the farm, continue on with the push. And, you know, Alliance sees this coming. CWJ already at the topside, ready for that disengage and assistance.
So spread across the map for Alliance, but definitely this focus up here as G4 and Valdis do come to take the turret. Here's the thing though, CWJ is once again just watching from behind the dash of his car. Got the speed gun out, and let me tell you, Riku, when they took that turret, they were doing so at the speed limit, just cruising.
Just to get by, I suppose.
Perfectly legal turret take. No laws broken, so CWJ just walks away.
Did you know I don't know how to drive yet?
No.
I will get your references in time.
Is there
TJ.
good public transportation where you live? That one, can you just like take the bus everywhere?
No, not right now.
we're gonna have to explain this, Riku, but we could put a pin in it for now because I sense there's a bottomless well here.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, let's get it next time. Next time.
Alliance are heading towards the late game in this rank. We're well towards the 10-minute mark. And what does that look like for them is my big question. Because it seems to me you have Lucian, you have Orianna, you're waiting for both those to come online. Is that enough to match what Varus can do on the lane side?
Actually, when it comes to dealing faster DPS, of course you have to hand it to Raven. We've seen Lucian's play and build this full crit, almost 100% ability haste and as well as cooldown, which is going to be very incredibly oppressive when it comes to mid to late game. And Cat Satan is just gonna, charge piercing arrows from behind.
Oh no! He's broken the law! It's illegal!
Oh no!
Get back here, says SSK! And Thipper has to 1v2. He'll be shut down. A little bit of brutality as SSK drops the guillotine. And Evos are down their top laner right before this Drake. That was very well played by Alliance.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Evos a little bit too comfortable there because there was no vision whatsoever on the side of the jungle, the red side jungle of Alliance. Therefore, you know, getting a little bit too comfy. Good thing Evos has a lot of tools to slow down this take. They've got pokes coming from Cat Satan, as well as, again, the Ahri orbs coming through. So, yeah, they managed to buy time. Thipper is on his way.
And finally, members of Evos overstep. As Alliance have been going for those kind of ambush plays for so long. Here's the attempt for the steal. Into the pit goes Valdez. Half HP on this dragon.
Oh,
into the chain of corruption. Jelson down to 1 HP. He's hunted down. What a flip. It's from Rich. It's from the chain of corruption of Cat Satan. And Evo shut down Jelson, take the dragon, and they grab Ozaraveki in the mid lane as well. Cat Satan goes huge. Jelson gets shut down. And Evos have taken control of this game.
That
Valdez,
is just... Oh dear,
more.
SK?
Behind the turret, Valdez into stasis. He needs to be bailed out, but he's got friends.
What a tornado. What a howling gale coming from Rich there. Really good knock-up just to deter Jelson's engage, just to deny that heavy engage coming from the Jarvan 4. That was beautiful to watch. You know, Omo hyped it up. We've seen it. We are looking at it. Rich on the Janna is just really, really impressive.
Yeah, because Jelson wanted to go and apply a bit of pressure and then go back and smite. And he was just denied, shut down. Ozaraveki had a fancy dodge there, but G4 holds on to the charm till the second half of the fight, knowing that's coming. Predicting the fancy footwork and shutting down Ozaraveki.
Yeah, that's a little bit difficult. Again, just so easy for Evos to close the gap with so many dashes in the world, so much mobility. I'm talking about Thipper, Valdez, and G4. And Ozaraveki needed CWJ to be present to escape his demise. And you know, Evos, in the lead that they have right now, they're really primed to set up for Baron already. So they're looking to dominate the red side jungle of Alliance to see if they can get a pick.
Raven
Right
walking
now.
forward, and this time it's him who's caught in the trap. Valdez, what was that? Behind him, kicks him forward, finds the kill. And Evos' dominant jungler again shuts down Alliance.
That was such a smooth Dragon's Rage. That bicycle kick was just really, really impressive. Again, this is Valdez, one of the best junglers in this tournament. And now he's definitely showing up here on the last day of the group stages.
And Evos have just done it 2 games in a row. With very dicey, very dangerous early games against what Alliance can offer. But if Alliance don't do enough damage, Evos just show up to play and shut down the rest of the game.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult. Alliance just very reliant on Raven to deal that early to mid-game damage, and we didn't get to see that too much because there weren't actually opportunities to basically try and dominate the lane. You're outranged by Cat Satan and Rich over there in that melee support versus ranged matchup. And as well as the fact that we haven't exactly seen the setup, the ball delivery system. We haven't seen game-changing shockwaves coming from the side of both Jelson and Ozaraveki. And I think without that, it's just going to be difficult they're gonna find difficulties in the upcoming fights.
Cat Satan forced back. G4 will throw up the charm. The turret is full, but here comes the rest of the Alliance. Just round the side. On to Cat Satan. Satan into stasis. Will flash away and survive. Raven's looking for the kill, but can't find it. And here's Snipper in through the back lines, cleaning up Alliance. And he's still going. CWJ is gone. The Alliance is broken. And Evos have a dominant team fight to all but seal the deal. Here comes the third Drake. Here comes the Baron. And Alliance aren't going to get near any of it.
Yeah, that's 11k gold lead already on the side of Evos Esports. They have so much space to take this, and Alliance has zero access to try and get the steal. Unless they've got teleports open, there is that ward over towards the tri-brush, but I don't see this happening. This Baron is just going down really fast.
Baron burned down, will be picked up by Evos. And yeah, Alliance need to fight for this Elder, I guess. That's their game plan now. Try and get this Drake if you can, but hold on for the Elder, hold on for the late game. Is there any other chance?
Yeah, that is, I think, how can you slow the game down? Especially now you're going to be solely reliant on Azora Veki's big shockwaves. It is possible, I mean, you will assume that Tipper and Valdez G4 to be very up close and personal, therefore opening up for a 3-man shockwave. Cat Satan will just be back behind. And yeah, that is just a free dragon for Evos, just soloing it. This is a 2 birds in 1 stone kind of thing where Evos can maximize the Baron buff and siege.
The police are back, waiting in the bush in the jungle.
Yes, they are.
All 4 pushing forward as Valdez goes for him. And Alliance will have to take the long way around, back into their base. Wow!
Raven. What? The damage coming from what? Cat Satan alone with just so much pokes? You've got what? Romana fully stacked. You've got Cyrilda's Grudge already pretty much ensuring you basically land the slows and the piercing arrow. SSK?
SSK in. Chain of corruption. He is dead instantly. And up the top side, Raven's gone as well, as Snipper, who's been so good this game, cleans things up. And Evos, the champions of the Summer Super Cup, roar through the group stage. They'll take game 2 and clean up this series 2-0.
Yeah, beautifully done by Evos. Complete domination by, just as you mentioned, TJ, the Summer Super Cup Kings. And with that, it's a very huge statement. I believe it's also that big boost of confidence that they needed, I suppose, considering the fact that, again, during their first group stage day, it was a little bit so-so, but now it's looking like they're coming back into form.
I think there were a lot of questions when Evos look shaky. They look shaky no longer. And that is the kind of form that you have to be worried for if you're planning on getting out of groups, because you will meet Evos in playoffs after that performance. Let's throw it over to the desk. Let's throw it over to Mika to break it down.
Thanks so much, casters. And yes, indeed, Evos looking like they are in top form, back and ready for the playoffs of the SEA Championship. What did you guys think of that game? Do you guys think that Alliance did a little bit better, or did they let some things? I saw Omo just like write down
No
shake
thoughts,
his head
head
over
empty.
there. We'll start with you then.
Get me off the desk, head empty.
It's okay,
Hi.
Omo. I feel the same way sometimes when I watch my region as well.
Rafa, you're being too nice. I took like 30 low blows at NA and you're letting me off like this?
What can I say? I'm a man of mercy.
But yeah, I feel like, you know, Alliance, they just couldn't get, they couldn't get that momentum going at all in this match. And just feels like Evos Esports, from that previous game, they were just able to, they saw all of the mistakes that Alliance were making and more in order to win this game.
Yeah, and Alliance sure made a lot of those mistakes. It looked like they weren't in sync. Individually, they were making too many mistakes. Across the board, they just looked lost, right? And Evos, this was one of the better performances from them. Tipper still made several mistakes extending in side lanes when he shouldn't have, but these are minor things. I feel like against better teams, Evos will know to rein these points in. Overall though, I have to say, in game 1, it looked a lot more competitive, but in game 2, Alliance just got rolled. A lot of it came down to draft, to gameplay, just across the board, Evos really did look like the better team. And I do agree with what you said, Mika, they look like they're back in championship form.
Yeah, definitely gearing up for the playoffs. Rafa, I want to get your opinion because we always talk about Alliance as sort of like, a team that has too many cooks in the kitchen because they have that superstar lineup. And I mean, you keep bringing up, like, for example, the whole Avengers thing. And yeah, and we do know that the superheroes do fight indeed. And, there can be civil war. And, it could be the fact that they don't exactly know who to build around because they are on their own, really, really good players. What do you think?
Well, I think in the past we usually have turned or assumed that Jelson is the person that they put a lot of the resources and kind of trust into funneling and building this composition around. But the second time this series, first game it was Jelson on the Vi trying to really snowball this lead for themselves and start the four-man goon squad. This time around, even though Jelson changes up the champion pool, it doesn't seem like Jelson and the rest of the Alliance really got their composition online in the way that they wanted to, because the game exploded before they even got a chance to even stabilize for themselves. As soon as the early game dives came through from Valdez and G4 respectively, it seemed like all was lost. And there's one moment where the side of Alliance dedicated a four-man push through the Baron lane. They got Tipper down, and they chased after Valdez for Lee Sin, but they had a huge wave. They could have sat there and took in the turret plates for free because no one was responding. 3 of the members were dedicated to killing Veki on the dragon side of the map, but they were so greedy. They wanted to go for Valdez. They saw blood. They wanted to take the jungler down, and they chased so long for him that by the time they actually caught up to him, he still got out because G4 said, "Oh, they're still chasing you? That's so weird. All right, let me come on over and make things easier for you." And then I feel like Alliance, that was like the one opportunity they had to like put themselves back in the lead, but they lost it. And from there, Evos just always in the lead. They were always in command of the entire Rift.
Yeah, and Evos, they are a team that really does not let go of that throttle. The moment they start pressing down on it, it's pressure, pressure, pressure. You saw the pick that G4 made on Veki's Orianna in the mid lane. A lot of that came back to the second dragon fight. The moment he burned Veki's flash, he knew that, okay, this guy is just sitting duck for me every single time. He tried to catch him with dragons. He knew that he could use Spirit Rush charges to dodge vision, to get around walls, to get on top of Veki. It was just really good stuff. They really understand the limit of the champions. That play was really nice. I thought it was a very well thought out play, and I think they really understood how they needed to accelerate the tempo of the game, and that's why Evos are such a great team.
Yeah, I have a feeling that, we thought that this G4 and Veki matchup would go a lot better, but in the meantime, let's bring up our MVP of that series up onto your screens, and it is going to be, I do believe it is going to be Valdez here from Evos Esports. Ooh. Now, we talk a lot about G4. We talked a lot about, Tipper kind of like, kind of being like the bait for everybody, but Valdez here, I think he was kind of like that unseen threat, I guess, from Evos Esports. While everybody had their attention onto somebody else, Valdez eventually gave the finishing blows and everything for Evos Esports. I mean, Rafa, what did you think about his performance in that series?
Dude, I mean, Valdez on the in the first game definitely did his job of just being a Fiora, just trying to scale up towards the mid game and having faith in the rest of the team that's to say, hey, you know what? They've got this four-man goon squad composition trying to snowball themselves. It's okay. We have G4 on the Ziggs. He's going to stall out the game for us. He'll make sure that the waves never push in. Just trust in that you can take all of your jungle resources and take side lane farm whenever Tipper, or I should say their Baron laner is not taking those resources for himself, or maybe their Dragon laner is not taking the resources for himself. And then Valdez scales up and is a potent split pusher. And then in this game, he's playing the Lee Sin, and he played it so damn well. The Dragon Rages, the kick flashes. Dude, he inspired me to pick up and practice my own Lee Sin mechanics right now. You can't see it, but like you
I
barely
can see the Dragon's
like,
Rage
we believe
icon.
you.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. You got a minion wave coming at you. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so I think the takeaway from this is get you a man that can do both.
That's right.
Yep. Yeah. And Valdez is definitely that for Evos Esports. On the side of Alliance, though, it is going to be a
be
hard
tough.
day for them indeed. I mean, we knew that this was going to be a tall order for them, but I don't think it's going to get, any easier, of course, as the day goes on. Let's pull up our standings right now. I do believe, we have some things shifting around with every single series that comes up. And as we look at, as we turn our attention to the 4th and 5th place over here, this is actually like my personal big question mark. I know that 2 and 3 will probably shift around. Probably 1, 2, 1 as well. I should say 1 as well instead of 1, 2. If we're talking about standings over here.
Alright, guys, I am here with the Copium. If Flash, okay, so Flash Wolves are playing against Geek Fam next. We're gonna assume that Flash Wolves are gonna 2-0 Geek Fam, right? But if Alliance split a series against Divine and then 2-0 Flash Wolves, they can make it to playoffs.
Exactly.
That's it. That's all you need to do.
That's why it's so interesting.
That's it. That's so easy. All you need to do is split a series of Divine and 2-0 Flash Wolves. That's all.
Oh,
It's pretty simple stuff.
It's easy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sure. I like the copium. I like it.
The point is that fate is still in their control. It's a lofty dream, but it's still within their own grasp.
Yeah.
Well, while Omo is still on the Hopium waiting to see if Alliance can make it through the top 4, I'm actually really curious about the top 3 standings between Evos, Divine, and SBTC, because there is now a very important matchup that can be coming up, assuming that Evos is able to win their next match, which is, I believe, against Flash Wolves. Let's see here.
Evos' next match is against SBTC and then Geek Fam.
Okay.
Yeah. So they're gonna get another
Correct.
2-0 today.
So there's a Evos matchup against Geek Fam later tonight, but it's like you said after SBTC. Now the Evos and SBTC match is so important for the top 3 standings because assuming that Evos take a 2-0 over Geek Fam, then they would be in position to take sole first place of that Group B first seed going into playoffs. But there's like 3 ways that it could break down. Either 1, if Evos beats SBTC, they are in commanding lead and will walk away with first seed of Group B. If they split with SBTC, and assuming Divine are able to win their matchup later today, then Divine will be able to walk out as first seed. But if SBTC 2-0 Evos Esports, then they're the ones that walk away as first seed in Group B. So there is a world of possibilities where the first seed is all determined based on the matchup between Evos and SBTC.
Yep. But before that, we have Geek Fam versus Flash Wolves coming right up after this quick break.
Are you ready to define your character? To choose your financial objective? To choose your investment strategy? And build your portfolio? Start now and level up your investment knowledge with Franklin Templeton.
Welcome back, guys, to the Wild Rift C Championships, and we just saw Evos Esports, yes, maintain their lead, maintain that championship crown in full form with a 2-0 against Alliance. And now we have Gamernism, aka Big G, on the desk with us. I'm sorry, it's not going away anymore. No, no, no.
Oh, no.
And
Big G.
you brought it upon yourself. I'm sorry. You brought it upon yourself, and pretty much everybody here on the talent pool decided to ride along with it too. But yes, you are here for the series with Geek Fam and Flash Wolves now. Both of these teams need this series because it's probably going to be the quote-unquote easiest series that they have for the day. Flash Wolves, we haven't really seen them pop off in the group stages just yet, but Geek Fam, they're having a really rough time. We know this, and we know that the players are trying their best. We have sparks of brilliance sometimes for like the Shang and Momo, but it doesn't seem to be enough against all of the other regions. I mean, Big G, what are your thoughts here on Geek Fam, and what can they possibly bring into this series? Sorry, it's not going away.
I love the way that you're able to say things that if Omo were to say would come off as total BM. It's like, oh yeah, these are more of the easy games for the series. It's a little bit more fun. It's not the Geek Fam. If Omo said this, the chat would go ballistic.
He would think it's like a total 100% insult.
Yes, absolutely. I love how you're able to say it such a straight face. Geek Fam going into this series, it's going to really come down to their mechanical ability. I think for Flash Wolves, they have to recognize that this is not a set that you can afford to drop. It's, we saw Team Secret and BRU play last night. That was more of a for-fun series. But for Geek Fam and Flash Wolves now, this actually could matter quite a bit, because if Flash Wolves lose to this, Alliance actually has a very more realistic chance of being able to qualify the playoffs instead of them.
Yeah, Rafa, what about you? What are your thoughts on Geek Fam, especially since this is going to be the first time I think that you're seeing them as part of the analyst desk.
I think Geek Fam at this point in the tournament, they're here to play for pride. They are here to try to make the region of Malaysia proud and say, hey guys, we came here, we're gonna try to do our best to represent our region and make sure that we can show that, hey, we may not be the best performing team here, but we have talented players. We have mechanical players that can, perform against some of the better teams. And when you look at the scope of this group, Flash Wolves is probably one of the best opponents that you can get a chance to potentially upset. But for Geek Fam, the pressure's not on them, because the chances for them to get into playoffs at this point is very unlikely. There has to be almost a miracle of things for it to happen. I haven't run through the numbers quite yet of what the dream scenario is, but I think if you're Geek Fam, just
Rafa,
play and...
I got you.
What's
I
up?
got you, fam. Yeah. The dream scenario now
numbers.
is that all the internets for the opponents will cut, so they can't play. They all get DQ'd, right? And they're the only team that can qualify to play us. I've done a job for you. You're good.
I was expecting really fast math there. I was expecting, oh yeah, Big G's got the numbers over here.
I
And
mean, if
it's
you
just
want the
yeah,
numbers,
cut your
Mika,
internet.
if you want the numbers, I'll give you the numbers, right? But because if they don't win this match against Flash Wolves, they are firmly at the bottom. And Flash Wolves get this, they'll leapfrog themselves up to 5 points, I think. And if they get 5 points off this series, and because Flash Wolves still have a number of games to play, and then their next match is also against an easy opponent, if they tie, they get 6 points, which will almost definitely confirm them for 4th. So there we go, quick math, very easy.
Yeah,
Okay,
awesome.
okay.
You're amazing.
Emoji.
But yeah, this is kind of like a doubles as a series of Flash Wolves versus Alliance in a way, because of what impact it will have in the standings. Again, Flash Wolves need this win if they want to make sure to keep that gap between 4th and 5th place right now between them and Alliance in terms of points, but it's gonna be really tight for them. So it turns out 4th place right now for Group B, it is going to be quite the matchup indeed between it's gonna be the tug of war between Flash Wolves and Alliance. And right now I do think we have the standings that we're going to flash onto your screen so that we can take a look at the everything that Gamernism said right now, except that you have the graphics in case all of you were doing this calculating in your heads and everything. But yes, take a look at that 4th and 5th place right now. It is very, very close in every series for Flash Wolves, and Alliance does matter. And as we saw earlier, Alliance already took that already took a loss to Evos Esports. So Flash Wolves, the ball is in their court right now.
So the dream scenario, if Geek Fam wanted to make a run for the 4th seed at this point, because I don't see them beating Evos as well, which is their second opponent later today. But if they were to beat Flash Wolves, and Flash Wolves loses their other match today against Alliance, or if they tie, then that is actually the dream, because Alliance, if they lose against Divine and they tie against Flash Wolves, they would end up with 3 points total, whereas Geek Fam, if they somehow 2-0 Flash Wolves, then they'll technically have 4 points, and they'll move on to the bracket. However, I feel like the pressure is more on Flash Wolves to perform rather than it is for Geek Fam, because the chances are so slim. I feel like Geek Fam are going into this and just saying, you know what, guys, don't even worry about the standings, don't even think about the tournament, just play with your hearts out. Wear your hearts on your sleeve, and just play for comfort. And I think Geek Fam therefore are going to have a much better showing, and the pressure is going to be relieved. Whereas for Flash Wolves, they still want to make it through the playoffs, and the pressure and expectations are on them to make it out of this group. So for them, they're the ones that are actually, I can imagine maybe having more nerves coming into this series here.
Exactly. And as we pull up our talent predictions, of course, pretty much we all kind of are in agreement that Flash Wolves will pull through from this. But like you mentioned, Rafa, Geek Fam have nothing to lose here. They pretty much can just play. They can actually play the way Team Secret did last night and Buriram United Esports. They literally have nothing to lose. So if they want to, experiment, if they want to pull something that's totally out there, they can take this as a worst case scenario. This is a learning moment for them, coming into future tournaments.
I mean, learning experience for sure. I think this is
heavy one.
This is a heavy one. It's a little bit difficult to really try and assess, because there is a lot on the line for this. I mean, there's some matches that you could still kind of go like, well, this isn't that important. But then with Flash Wolves, I think the top 3 in Group B are pretty interchangeable. It doesn't really matter who's in which one. I think when they get into the competition, the main bulk of it in the playoffs, I think they'll have a pretty good chance against the Group A guys. But the main issue, I think, is just the fact that Flash Wolves and Alliance are so interchangeable for the bottom places now, and the fact that Alliance have already lost their previous match, it just hurts them so much more. So Flash Wolves, they just have to keep the momentum going, and we've seen what happens with the Flash Wolves. What I will say that there is a chance for Geek Fam is that they share very similar champion pools, because we're seeing this stuff like Nunu Arise, we're seeing things that could potentially shut down Bruce in the mid lane. There is an opportunity. There's a small, tiny window for them to creep in through. Like, they have to really work super hard to get in there, like a burglar in the night trying to crawl into the windows, and he's just up to Flash Wolves to make sure all the windows are locked.
Yeah, I don't know what kind of birds you have in your place. Like, I would say
terrible birds here. Terrible birds. They always come into my house. I never want to see them. Please get rid of them.
My goodness. You have some very adept, aviary friends that you have in your region, because
enemies, Mika, not even friends, enemies.
Mine are friends. I would say they're really, really nice. They say hi to me in the morning, and it's like, it's like a musical and stuff. I don't know why you're
Snow White.
You're Snow White, Mika.
Yes,
Snow Mika.
It is my life. My life is a musical, but certainly not a musical here for Geek Fam, because it is going to be a heavy day for them indeed. But as we mentioned, they have nothing to lose at this point. I should say on the side of Flash Wolves, though, it's we see them at the 5th place at the standings right now. But it should be worth noting that a lot of teams have actually mentioned in their interview videos that they are scared, and they think that Flash Wolves are one of the top teams. Like Evos Esports, for example, mentioned that Flash Wolves are one of the teams that they would like to go up against because they feel that they're one of the strongest teams. So this is really interesting, and I think we're gonna see that today, especially since it's gonna come down to the wire here for Flash Wolves. What do you think, Rafa?
So Nunu's open for the first time today.
Hey.
And if you go back to one of Geek Fam's wins during group, the second day of groups, it was against Alliance, and they had Nunu for 69. And Flash Wolves have not taken the Nunu away in the bans, nor have they taken it for themselves for Cookie. So if Geek Fam want to go back to what worked for them, no, damn it, it's probably going to be the Viking, a little bit more raw power, giving 69 the agency to just brute force his way through. And since you've already locked down Galio and Senna, there's so much crowd control between the Shield of Durand, the Taunt, the Heroic Entrance, as well as the Justice Punch and Last Embrace. Ragnarok, you just ignore all that.
Oh man, this is really unfortunate. I don't like what Geekfam are trying to go for. This is them trying to say they're gonna mechanically outplay you and assassinate your backline, but the question is, what backline you thought referring to? Flash Wolves, they get to counter draft them so hard. If you really wanted to, go for the Kha'Zix, don't draft for the Olaf, because you need something to empower the Olaf, so you're locking yourself that +1. Nyx is okay. I like him as an enchanted support, but then if he does that, then like what frontline did he really have? Geekfam, I don't know. They're drafting themselves in the corner here, but they have to really play to their early game strengths and try to crush these lanes.
I'm sure the Geekfam, you know, kind of want to say like, you know, they probably have some idea. They have something planned, but it doesn't seem like, you know, they're prepared at all for Flash Wolves. You know, a lot of these teams do homework. But right now it just seems like they're trying to play to what their comfort. Oh.
Yeah, would probably prefer the Nami here. I think Seraphine is alright to try and empower the rest of the team, make sure that they can engage effectively. But it just doesn't give that same kind of power, the presence in the bottom side, because now you still have Flash Wolves who are able to flex the Lucian. You can have it with Bruce. Locking might just play for Control Mage because they could stand to use something like that right now instead. Okay, yeah, mechanically play them out. Sure, why not?
You know, we've got a lot of high mechanical skill ceiling champions here for both Geekfam and Flash Wolves. Ysera answering with the Fiora to take on the split push duty against what I'm assuming is going to be the Akali in the Baron lane, but we got Ariana Grande in the support role. She's gonna be belting out concerts. You have this Encore that is gonna try to lock up the rest of the Flash Wolves. If you can combo this, then it's a potential window to just rain down a barrage of the rest of the follow-up of crowd control, and then that will allow the Ragnarok to actually be super pivotal and game-changing. Now, I know I'm giving a lot of like hopium over to Geekfam. I still take Flash Wolves to be the favorites in this series, but you know, anytime I see Seraphine, I get super hopeful because anytime we see that combo busted out in either in the West, whether it's for the EU Origin series or the NA Summoner series, it works out. So I think this is the first time that we've seen Seraphine through C champions during the group stages so far.
Interesting. So like everything just syncs to you guys in that way. We're gonna see if it syncs to Geekfam in this game. Geekfam versus Flash Wolves, game number 1. Over to you, casters.
Thank you very much, Mika. And there's something very important about Seraphine Riku. Could you give me, because she does like these random noises, and I feel like that identifies with you. Can you give me your best Seraphine noise?
Let's try. Oh yeah. I hope I did it justice, TJ.
That was perfect!
I love it. I'm glad. I passed the test. I passed the exam of TJ's, I don't know, sudden Seraphine surprise impression.
I knew you would be ready. I knew you'd catch it.
Oh, you know it. Well, over here now, game number 1, Geekfam versus Flash Wolves, as the panels have mentioned. Flash Wolves is, has been on a dominating streak when it comes to performance, but not exactly towards the current group stage.
No, and that's kind of a worrying sign for Flash Wolves, who are again one of these dominant teams, but they have a nasty habit of just sometimes showing up and not playing their own game. Ideally, they take these long scaling games like they've drafted for this game, and they rely on their power in mid. They rely on Bruce carrying the team fights. We just haven't seen a whole lot of that this tournament. It's either Bruce 1v9ing from moment 1, or they lose.
Yeah, it seems to be Flash Wolves having 2 certain win conditions, where one is Bruce having to activate the Bruce show or not. The 20-minute mark win condition for Flash Wolves, which is could be both of could be the same result.
I will attach an asterisk, which is this got much better when they came into the group stage, and one of the reasons for that was that they started playing with Demon in that bottom lane. And I think the return of Demon kind of replacing Locking really defined the early group stage.
Uh-oh, there's the flash coming from the Shang. Nicely done dash, but everybody's just pouring in all the damage. Barrier activated by the Shang. Repause. Nothing will happen there as that's 3 people on top of the Shang.
They are low, and Hakai's thinking about it, but he'll back away. So where I was going with that was Flash Wolves with Demon on them looked like they had another threat. Looked like there was someone else who was doing damage during the early game. But with locking on it, Flash Wolves, it feels, are kind of forced to these late 20-minute games because locking very often doesn't do much during the early game. He sits very passively in lane to the detriment of his team. So I'm interested to see if that changes now that locking is kind of out of mid laner jail. No, he was playing like Orianna bot, and that just sucks. So I'm excited to see him on Senna. I'm excited to see locking getting to play something that might be able to do things during the early mid game.
Exactly. I mean, if you're paired with a Galio support
Senna
as well, it means that you can be a bit more aggressive.
Also, it's a Senna, and I'm saying this will do more during the early mid game than the characters he was playing earlier. And I think that says something.
It does. It definitely. Hold that thought though at top side. We got to see, you know, a lot of level 5s already popping in. A fight could potentially happen. There's a dash coming from Hockey. Calling activated with a flash, but the dash coming in through. There's gonna be no moonfall, so just a bunch of auto attacks following suit. But there's another fight coming through, coming from Cookie. But it seems to be no one's gonna die for now, as all ults are out and no deaths.
So to touch on things, because this is the Geek Fam dream, they just want to make this game last as long as possible. What does, or sorry, Flash Wolves dream, what does Geek Fam do in response to that? Well, they have decent damage in the late game. I'd actually argue that their real spike is going to be towards the mid game. If they get Hakai rolling, Momo completes the Muramana. Like, that's really when they want to fight. The other win condition,
Well, the flash, one more auto attack, Hockey, just one more, but no, Bruce just saves his own life with a dash, and the range, because Hockey's melee, can't reach Bruce.
That's tragic!
It is! It's pain.
The other thing that might happen is that we could see a carrying performance, and the two places those carrying performances come from is either Flash Wolves' Bruce, as you don't do it again. Not a really production.
Gotta see it again, I mean, DJ, it's important.
Is it look away, chat? Oh, thank God.
That's a nice save
Thank
onto,
you.
know, the Shang.
That was the other guy I was going to talk about. I think that is how Geek Fam turned this game around, is they have the Shang, who's this incredibly aggressive top laner, dominant locally in Malaysia. I cast a weekend of the Malaysian Icon series for their regional league, and Geek Fam look good. They play very aggressive, and in the regional league, that lets them kind of steamroll people. But so much of their power comes from the Shang, which is why you've seen Flash Wolves dedicate this many resources up towards the top lane. Why they chose the Rift Herald just now over an Infernal Drake, which Flash Wolves normally put so much priority on the Infernal Drake, but here the math you're doing is not just, do we get the Infernal Drake or the Rift Herald? It's, do we get the Infernal Drake or the Rift Herald and keep bullying the Shang? And the answer is, we want to bully the Shang. We want to knock him out of the game.
Yeah, making sure that the Shang is not unleashed throughout his lane. That's what we saw. Is Sarah, you know, being able to see him, not on the Renekton, not on the Gragas, but on the Fiora this time around. So we're going to look at him being that 4-1 split push threat, and we'll have to see if the Shang is able to match that later on.
So, the hope for Geek Fam pinned on their mid-game teamfight spike, that's going to be around the, I would say 10-minute mark. Maybe a little earlier. You can see those first items completed now. The problem for Geek Fam, they're currently playing a slow and steady game, the kind that Flash Wolves are extra good at. Sort of grinding win is what they do to almost anyone that lets them do it. And so the dynamic shifts a little bit as Geek Fam's lead continues to shrink. They need to find a place on the map where they can get aggressive and find isolated picks and start taking a little bit of map control back from Flash Wolves. Otherwise, Flash Wolves are just going to keep them penned in, keep sniping away at their jungle, keep sniping away at their waves and turrets. And that's not sustainable for Geek Fam.
And I think it's a little bit difficult too, because even though, let's just say they try to find a pick here and there, there's always Eason that's just going to fly across the map and make sure that everyone is pretty safe. We could potentially see a dive here as Hockey is just going to aggressively pull in the two-man Moonfall, but here comes the hero's entrance to dive in. The calling activated, Hockey goes back in, and look at that, that's a big Senna ult right there. And there's kills, Hockey down, Nyx down, and Flash Wolf still survives. Looks like they want to still pursue the fight, perhaps. Look at that double kill from Cookie. Immense damage on the board, and Geek Fam just wants to run away now.
That turret's just gone. Flash Wolves have finally activated. It always takes them a moment, because again, they play this slow, steady gameplay. But Geek Fam overstep, make a mistake, and the Flash Wolves are there to pounce. Here it is. Akai jumps forward, thinks he's got a play, instantly shut down, and instantly flanked as this initial brawl goes their way thanks to the aid of the Senna, who loves these front-to-back fights, and then Cookie just spots the angle twice. First time finds a kill, second time, boom, there's two.
That was crazy, yeah. Cookie just waited for the cooldowns right there before re-entering the fight, and I feel like, you know, Geek Fam just ran out of cooldowns after that. And so far, you know, this is climbing to be Flash Wolves' game, you know, 7k gold lead.
Would you say, Rico, they needed to cool down after burning all those cooldowns?
I'd put
That's not even a joke. I'm sorry. There wasn't even a punchline. That was just the same word twice. That's my bad. I'm really sorry.
I thought you wanted me to rate your joke once more.
No, I'm rating it myself. That was an abject failure.
Oh, there we go. Dragon's Rage. Hockey has nowhere to go. It's gonna be an easy kill. Look at Bruce. He's 303 right now.
Yeah, Bruce able to find another pickup, and this game is pretty hard for Geek Fam to turn around. 10k gold lead now. I don't want to say it's impossible, because they can go for aggressive stuff like this.
Like right now, yeah, Eason first one to fall, but Cookie doesn't have Dragon's Rage just yet, but he enters the fight. They're focusing their efforts towards Nyx, and he's gonna be down. Look at this dive coming from Isera, though. Still unable to find that one last auto attack. Never mind, he gets able to dash in. Finish off 69, and the Shang is far in too deep. Just wants to finish kills here and there, but he is gone. That's three kills in exchange for one in favor of Flash Wolves.
How on earth? Yes, Sarah, I can actually explain some of it.
Uh-huh.
A lot of people don't know or have never played Fiora, so they're not entirely sure on how the Grand Challenge works. That's the big ult you see with the circles that appear around people. What Ysera does there is maximalist use of the Grand Challenge. He throws it down on an easy target, gets the kill, and then uses that health reset, it gives you a massive boost of health, to just keep diving and stay behind that turret as long as humanly possible. Meaning that Flash Wolves both have somebody behind the turret chasing people down, and also the rest of the team can go behind the turret at that point and take fights and not really worry about eating damage because Ysera's just turned into a tank.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the intention of locking in an Olaf is usually just running straight to the backline, but what happened was Ysera kept Nyx 69 on a tight leash, I suppose, and the very furthest end of the fight. As Cookie now trying to search for a kill safeguard. No Sonic Wave is gonna hit though, so everybody is still fine and dandy.
We do have a Rift Herald coming up in just 15 seconds. Or sorry, Baron. Good lord. We swapped roles. I'm not used to this. Okay.
Yeah, oh dear. Hockey. Yeah, this is not looking too good. Level 11 versus level 9. Nice escape though, but it's just gonna keep you alive for 1 second longer. And Sarah on a roll here on the Fiora.
I liked it. Nice escape, but you can't run from Ysera at this stage of the game. I'm gonna have a brawl here in mid. Is Cookie? What?
Well, Shade of Corruption's gonna hit. Here's entrance for the knockup. The Shang just lying and waiting over there. There's the choke point though, but yeah, Geek Fam, there's this 4-1 split push that Ysera is doing at the moment.
That's a Lee Sin who doesn't think he can die. That's a Lee Sin who is like pretty convinced he's immortal.
Yeah,
Cookie's gonna start a cult.
The what? The Cookie cult or the Lee Sin cult?
I think just the him cult.
Okay.
You know how those cult leaders are like, I am an immortal god, I cannot be killed.
Oh,
that's kind of the vibe I'm getting from Cookie right now. As he just walks up, 1v3, and he knew it was a 1v3, they had vision. Just walks into the 1v3 and just sees what's gonna happen, knowing that if they target him, they'll lose the turret. And so it's a positive trade.
Yeah, the Shang, unfortunately, again, looking at the bottom lane, has no means of escape. I mean, he has Flash, he has Barrier. He's pretty slippery, and the Sonic Wave will not connect. Here's a potential collapse, though. Looks like Geek Fam will decide to call it a day.
Look at it again. Just Ysera and Cookie entirely confident they can take any amount of damage from Geek Fam. Geek Fam, I mean, to be fair, they're right. Geek Fam don't have anything that does enough damage to properly threaten the Flash Wolves divers. Eason kind of isn't needed. He can go home early because there's no need for a tank against a team that doesn't have any damage. And so Flash Wolves just run the map.
That's a little bit difficult. I mean, you said it yourself. Cookie, who didn't have a Zonius at a time, who didn't have a Guardian Angel at the time, just walking to 3 people
having
so
a good
confidently.
time.
Yeah, it's just crazy. That's how far ahead Flash Wolves is in this game.
And we see it again down bottom where Yasara and Cookie like really chased for that kill onto the Shank, which is insane when you look at where the wards were, where the vision was. They had no frame of reference for where Geek Fam were playing. They were just taking it on faith that there wasn't a 5-stack of Geek Fam members down bottom. And they were right, but it could have gone bad, and they just didn't care.
Exactly. This is, again, a statement of how far behind, and not only that, how confident they are in this particular matchup. I mean, even though, let's just say they've lost to pretty much SBTC and Evos, I believe, 2 nights ago, but, you know, they're still a very strong team. Their veteranship is definitely helping their confidence into this matchup.
Dangerous position here as Geek Fam play split defense across the map. And this is how you let Geek Fam back into the game. I'm going to be very careful with my words here, because to be clear, this game is over. Flash Wolves win this game. But this is how you do it. Is Flash Wolves have this bad tendency of taking as much time as possible to end the game because they don't want to make any mistakes.
Sorry, it's a really good kick. There's the encore 2-2 people. Cookies now still in stasis. Hero's entrance being activated. Not really. It's Arrow coming from the flank. There's the grand challenge towards focusing on 69, and he pops like a pimple going in again. The Shang gonna focus on Nisera. Eason just going there to be that distraction, and it deters Geek Fam to go in. The Shang just flexing how mobile he is on the Akali, but this could equal to Baron.
Riku, that's so gross!
I apologize. It's the best way to describe it, though.
Like a... Baron will break. Flash Wolves, yeah, are pretty dominant here. The only way they let Geek Fam back into the game is what I was about to describe. They tend to really take their time. You can see here, for instance, they go for the Baron, whereas another team might have just accelerated down lane, carried minions, tried to burn down some turrets. Flash Wolves like their games to be very, very clean. They don't want to take any risks. They want that scoreline to be as insulting as possible by the time it ends. And that's going to mean that we're here a while, versus a team that has Akali, versus a team that has Varus, versus a team that has Seraphine, frankly. You never know what might happen. I don't want to make it sound likely, though. I'm just coloring in some hopium, you know?
Yeah, understandable. Wait, whoa, Cookie, he's just gonna tease Hockey a little bit there.
He doesn't think he can die. He thinks he's immortal.
I mean, the only thing that can punish Cookie is a Chain of Corruptions or an Encore to the face. But yes, Guardian Angel, he's going in, he's just teasing again, safeguarding out. And now Geek Fam just trying to clear the waves at the moment. There's the Calling Cookie going in for finish. And Hockey is just so low. Bruce is just gonna land one auto attack. There's the embrace. Cookie gonna just casually walk in and kick to finish off the kill. This is Flash Wolves' game right now. 30 death timers, Hero's entrance to backline, and scare off the Geek Fam out of their base. And there you go, Flash Wolves already aiming for the Nexus. This is the finish. They're ending the game. They're still taking KDAs, but it don't matter. They win this game number 1 versus Geek Fam.
Cookie, guys! The immortal savior is slain! At the very end of the game, but Flash Wolves do take it. And Geek Fam, it's got to be a little disappointing for them to have these kinds of results, but I do think you need to underline that Flash Wolves are expected to be one of the top teams in this tournament, and Geek Fam made that game take a while. Geek Fam had some very aggressive plays that looked good. I think in a game where they turn this around, in a game where they get upset, it comes from a little more of that. It comes from trying to make the game messier during the mid-game, where they really fell behind to Flash Wolves' macro. And that's maybe the goal to set for game number 2.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Geek Fam, they were trying to play around the Shang. Again, this is a very scary Akali. We've seen him diving towards the backline, but had a little bit of that struggle, having to include 69 on the Olaf every single time. Again, the Ragnarok has been used defensively.
That's game number 1. We're going to go to a quick break and come back with game number 2 between Geek Fam and Flash Wolves.
Welcome back, guys. You are watching the Wild Rift C Championships, and Flash Wolves take game 1. I'm sorry, but are we surprised? I don't think so. Geek Fam, I just have to say, you know, this is really confusing. You know, I'm not exactly sure what the goal or what the end game was. But yeah, I mean, looking at their draft, how do you think they could have possibly won with that?
The secret is, there is no end game. You either win in the first 10 minutes or you go next. That's the strategy that Geek Fam were going for. There's no end game here. We don't play for that.
Oh my goodness. But yeah, this was painful. This was very painful to watch indeed. It didn't seem like, you know, there was any team synergy at all. And yeah, I mean, you know, Big G. Hey, you were like saying again, you know, they had to win in the first 10 minutes or anything. What's the win scenario like for Geek Fam?
I got you, Mika. Okay, so what you do now? Okay, you take your hand, you cover the other 4 players, right? The Shang versus Ysera.
Okay.
Technically,
yeah,
the Akali is a decent matchup against the Fiora. You cover the other 4 players, Olaf versus Lee Sin. Technically, you have a pretty decent matchup. Mid lane, Diana versus Lucian. That's a pretty good matchup. Seraphine Varus against Senna Galio, you have a pretty good matchup. You take each individual matchup, it's fine for Geek Fam. You're supposed to smash your lanes. What happened was, they don't play as a team, they don't play as a unit. Flash was through, and so it's so easy for them to punish them. Geek Fam, they don't have much presence across the map. They have strong laning champions, not strong flanking champions, not strong team fighting champions, so they just lose once they get out of that.
Yeah. Rafa, what about you? What did you think about that matchup?
Well, you know, yeah, Big G has a point here that the rest of Geek Fam are trying to draft strong winning lanes, and then you just play off of the win condition of, hey, we smash lane, and then we don't even have to worry about playing as a team because we'll just, you know, outscale, or not necessarily outscale, but we'll start accelerating our versus our opponents. We'll hit item spikes first before they do. But every single time that they went for a play in the early game, the execution was, you know, I don't want to be harsh, but it was botched or it was misplayed. There's multiple times where they tried to assassinate Bruce in the mid lane, and either Hockey under or overestimates his damage output, or he misses a skill shot, or he doesn't commit for the follow through on the Lunar Rush. And there's a couple times where 69 on the Olaf just honestly wasted his time. He sat mid lane waiting for a play, an opportunity to jump on Bruce that never happened. He went red into mid lane and just sat there trying to get a gank off and waiting for Bruce to overextend. And Bruce is not going to do that. He's going to wait for his jungler to come over and make sure that they can push in the wave together. And then after that, it just seemed like every single attempt that they tried to go for, it was already too late. The item and the stat differences were so huge that even in that massive dragon lane fight, you saw that through everything. They landed the Moonfall, they landed all the follow-up damage, and it's still not enough because at that point, Flash Wolves have already hit their item power spikes and more, and are eclipsing them in just terms of stat differences right now.
Exactly. It was like way too late. And as Big G mentioned, you know, there was no end game for this. There was no financial future, Big G. But you can open the door to yours with Franklin Templeton. You can get started on your investment journey. Secure your end game with one of the world's largest investment managers. Yeah, I went there.
You went there. If Geek Fam had this planning to begin with, they might have been able to win that game. That's not the case, you know. It's a risky future for them. They're not making safe plays. They're trying to play for high risk options. Let the experts manage your money for you. Why are you trying to overtake things by yourself? Geek Fam first loss. It's still possible for them to get this tie against Flash Wolves, and that could give them a better position. The main goal, I think, for Geek Fam here is to get the most experience and to be able to play spoiler to a lot of these teams. If Flash Wolves tie this match, it actually makes things a lot more complicated because we're starting introducing some ideas like head-to-head and stuff like that. Because the Geek Fam were able to tie against Alliance are praying, I'm sure, praying that Geek Fam take a game off of Flash Wolves, right? If they tie this, it makes Alliance's case so much stronger. So this is a really critical match, and I think that for anyone that's hoping for Alliance to get across, Geek Fam need to take this win next.
Yeah. I think we definitely know how high the stakes are here for Geek Fam. And, you know, I mean, we always bring up the point of them, you know, sort of like being a big fish in a small pond in terms of like the Malaysian region because they only scrim against Malaysian teams. And this is actually, I believe, their second time scrimming against international teams because they were at the Summer Super Cup. It was also an underwhelming performance at the Summer Super Cup. So, you know, we thought that there would be some improvement over here. But, you know, it's really looking like other teams are improving, and it doesn't seem like GeekFam can keep up at the moment. But I also want to bring up on the side of Flash Wolves. I mean, Raph, I want to ask you. We usually saw Demon in the previous matches, and today we saw Locking. What do you think of his performance?
I mean, he was playing Senna. He was just doing his job. He was farming up, getting some souls. The spotlight wasn't really on him, right? It was more so on Bruce and the rest of the squad for the top side of the map, especially Ysera, who got monstrously ahead on the Fiora. And when the Fiora is 1v1ing the Diana or the Akali in the side lane, and you don't have any answers, it is going to be a loss eventually. It may not, come as fast as Flash Wolves just decided to end the game, but if they stalled out the game long enough, the Fiora is just going to be like, okay, well, fine. You have to dedicate, at least 2 members, maybe 3, to stop me from being able to just crack open your base by myself as this, probably the most potent split pusher in the game. And then if you guys do that, then you guys cannot match up in terms of a numbers advantage on the cross side of the map, where my team is going to be going for Baron, and then therefore they at that point the game is just at a loss. So for GeekFam in the second game, even if they win, the win is not necessarily for their playoffs races because they're already out, but it's for pride. It's for a chance to play spoiler, as Big G said. And honestly, the biggest fans right now that are hoping for a GeekFam win is maybe not necessarily GeekFam themselves, but it's Alliance, because like he said, if GeekFam wins this and ties it up, then there's an opportunity for Alliance to be given relief to still make it through as the 4th seed.
Yeah, I don't think it's impossible, at this point. I mean, we did see GeekFam they did take one from Alliance, for instance. And, but yeah, it just boils down to, like, they have to be in sync somehow, some way. It just didn't seem like that and didn't feel like that at all in game 1. And it's still up to them. They might be bowing out of this tournament, and, it doesn't look good for them in terms of the standings, but it's still up to them as to how, they want their fans to remember them. They want the international scene to remember them. And, they have nothing to lose. They just have to give it the best fight that, they can bring here to Flash Wolves. And, right now we are entering the Champ Select and the first bands and the initial picks. Brandon, what are your first thoughts?
Yeah, Mika, I'm just trying to fact check the information right now. I'm trying to calculate if there actually is still a chance for GeekFam. I think if they win this, there is still a slight one, but this was a really quick estimation, so I'm not 100% certain. But they have to try and win this anyway, right? Early game Flash Wolves, I mean, they're pulling out the Riven. This is stuff that we've seen a lot more from Cookie than Ysera, but it could go either way, and it does decently against either matchup against the Akali or otherwise. What I think it's really interesting, though, is the fact that GeekFam are going to double down the same principle and the same idea that you just want to play for this strong early game, try and win it out quickly, because that's your best shot against the Flash Wolves. Whereas they're going to do something simple. They're going back towards the Gragas, and if, history is any kind of teller, this usually indicates for some kind of Yasuo composition for the Flash Wolves.
Yeah, and interestingly, they decided, what? It's okay. You can pick the Nunu if you want. It's not banned anymore. Rafa wants a show, then he can go get it. I mean, he stayed up late from his time zone, and he can go get it. But Rafa, what are your thoughts here coming into the draft?
We're going into the late hours zone here, Mika, and for GeekFam, they already locked in the Lee Sin, so we're not seeing Nunu anytime soon. Flash Wolves potentially could still lock it in if they go for Senna Gragas into the Dragon Lane duo. And as Big G called it, Yasuo being locked in for Bruce, he is one of the mid laners that still picks the Yasuo outside of Julie. And they are doubling down on the amount of knockups. If you look at this, outside of the Senna, every single champion has a way to enable Bruce on the Yasuo into the last breath. Whether it's Vault Breaker, Assault and Battery from Vi, Explosive Cast, Body Slam, and then even Ysera on the Broken Wings, the third cast, you can get multi-man knockup.
I don't like this Diana pickup. This is a really quick pivot for GeekFam. You're supposed to put the Akali mid instead, and then you grab a strong matchup against the Riven. I mean, Akali does okay against Yasuo. You get a stronger matchup against Riven. It's a little bit iffy from GeekFam. If their goal was to really try and win it out, I mean, they're trying to play for ultimate comfort. This is Pocket Pick City, but it just doesn't feel quite right. They needed something different. Overall, though, this is, again, probably the best shot at getting a win.
Yeah. Well, hopefully so it will be the case for GeekFam. I have noticed that the Diana pick, it hasn't been doing well at all here in the C Championships. We're gonna see if GeekFam can indeed turn it around, or if Flash Wolves will continue this and get a 2-0. Casters, over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Mika, and we are back into things between Flashwolves and Geek Fam. Game number 1 was pretty solid, Riku. Flashwolves kind of ran away with it in the late game.
Yeah, their constant pressure of Cookie towards top side is just such immense pressure. But this time around, 69 on the Lee Sin, not on an Olaf this time around. So maybe the tables are gonna turn this time around when it comes to pressure. And I'm looking forward to that.
All right, it's a tradition now. Give me a Yasuo noise.
A what?
A Yasuo noise.
Oh, this is gonna be bad, but I will try. Asagi! I can't sound like Yasuo!
Okay. You nailed it! I don't know! Now, give me Yasuo if he was a Pokemon that only ever said his own name.
Yasuo?
Oh, that was really charming.
All right, I hope so, because I am
I didn't
shrinking
think I
by the
wanted
minute.
a Yasuo Pokemon. There was gonna be like a Mr. Mime type of thing where I'm like, oh, I don't want that Pokemon. Different vibe entirely.
Yeah.
Game number 2, Geek Fam. The big thing for me is I want to see this Lee Sin head towards the top lane, really boost the Shang during the early game, because you have that early ganking potential now with this Lee Sin.
Yeah, and I think the biggest question is how can he utilize this possibly towards mid lane, maybe? Because especially Bruce is always the story when it comes to the early game popping off. Maybe this time around they can shut him before he's able to shine. That's exactly what we've seen during the Evos matchup.
Evos and Flashwolves actually have directed a ton of effort towards that top lane, which I think it's limited. Oh, hang on.
Oh, mid lane, that is going to be Bruce, incredibly low, uses a flash. And now that's gonna be the exit out. No, Cookies gets caught out, barrier activated, flash, Bruce is still alive.
Honey fruit.
Hockey's still alive. No, they're going
Honey
in,
fruit.
maybe. Second charge, no, they call it quits.
He ate so much fruit, I thought for sure he'd go in.
So close.
He got all his nutrition. Do you win to this blue buff? Yeah, with a smite. All right.
It's fine.
I wasn't sure for a second there. I think actually the Shang should really take away from this experience how much of an impact he's made on this team, that all of their opponents on the international stage have put so much effort into shutting him down.
Yeah, and right now bot lane is the primary focus. 69 will possibly find his target. Look at Momo just landing a bunch of auto attacks away. Eason may potentially come back. Ebb and Flow, nice double man
Wow.
route.
Here
Bruce
comes
coming
Bruce.
through, but there is no follow-up anymore.
And Cookie. And Cookie up top.
Yeah, Cookie's up there. There's the Salt and Battery charging in first blood, 69 down, and all the other kills are all following suit. Momo Nick's gun. Hockey joins the fray. Just wants to clear some wave. Bruce gonna get a bit of that auto attack from the tower, but it is gonna be 3 kills early for Flashwolves.
Hockey showing up late to the party. I don't know what to tell you. There was nobody to grab. And Geek Fam walk away from the experience. I think they made the right play. It was a really good idea to force down bottom, but Locking had a really good read on the situation. He stepped forward as the Senna and just traded auto attacks into Momo, playing with the Senna's advanced range, using the Senna and her ability to just burst single targets to remove the damage. And once Momo was forced to back away, once Momo was kind of scared of the damage trade there, you just had Nyx overextended, which made it very easy for Bruce, who roamed down and continued to deliver star performances with a cleanup on the bottom lane.
That was very tempting, a lot of low health targets. This could be a collapse though. Comes 69 with a double man kick and towards the moonfall, Locking so low. Calling will eliminate him, and there's just a double kill in favor of Momo there. Duo bot lane gone, coming from Flashwolves.
Very easy cleanup for Flashwolves. And I'm not sure what exactly you respond to that with. I think Flashwolves just making a mistake, as Geek Fam did get that cleanup just off the back of the 2 Flashwolves players in mid, walking a little bit too far forward, trying to contest the wave in a kind of weird way. When they should just be aware, hey, we don't see anybody on the map. Why don't we play safe? Why don't we take a chill pill?
But this ain't chill here over the bottom side, because Assault and Battery into the last breath is going to be ease of execution there for Bruce, and they're able to get another kill.
So it's messy here, as I think the explanation for what happened in the mid lane with Eason and Locking is as simple as Flashwolves are taking it a little chill in this game. Just going for the plays, knowing they can mechanics check this opponent and We'll see if that backfires, because this is the kind of game that Geek Fam are really good at, frankly. So the fact that Flash Wolves are opting into this style of messy trading, maybe a little bit of overconfidence versus an opponent that pretty much cleaned up the Malaysian region using this exact style of play.
Exactly. There is Momo as well on this Lucian that has been, you know,
He thought about
utilized
it.
versus Alliance, I believe, and they immediately dominated the dual lane.
You see 69 there? Really think about going in on that?
Probably tempted, but too dangerous.
Rift
There is
Herald.
Eason there.
Rift Herald was picked up by Geek Fam, and they're going to go for their second objective here. Thinking about this Drake, this is really weird. Like I said, I think Flash Wolves are just kind of, I don't want to say trolling, I want to say taking the games easy. Because there's no way that Geek Fam should get both these objectives, but they're going to try for it. And Flash Wolves don't have a full contest.
That's a double man last breath there. Look at Hockey with a triple man moonfall, but he's gonna fall immediately down. Look at the Shang diving into the backline. Eason's gonna be the first target. Shang with the barrier, just trying to survive, but he falls down as well. Look at this triple man stun. That is insane. Isera, that is crazy. And Flash Wolves at the end wins the fight.
Isara just jumps in and stops the entire retreat. And Flash Wolves don't suffer any consequences for their rather lackadaisical approach to this game as they clean up a mid-team fight. Take a look at how weird and messy this starts. Bruce gets the ult chain off, but then Hakai dives into the backline and just really has no follow-up. Deep dive from the Shang. I had a moment where I'm like, oh, the Shang's about to do it. But Flash Wolves have really good target selection and they immediately shift focus onto him. And then Ysera does that.
That was really great. The fact that, you know, the Shang gone, that means Geek Fam just wanted to retreat. Isera just stops them in their tracks. It was, yeah, I think this is definitely one of the best strengths coming from Flash Wolves.
And so, Flash Wolves will walk away from this with the dominant lead they were looking for, 5,000 out of the early game. And this is where I should talk about this being a very classic Flash Wolves composition. This is a team comp that will do well in the hyper late game. You've got the Yasuo, who always benefits the longer this game goes. You've got the engage from Ysera and Cookie with a tank on Eason. Good team disengage, good team fight power. And of course the center for hyperscaling. It's everything they want.
Everything that they definitely want and need when it comes to that 20-minute
All their
mark.
veggies.
Yeah.
And the danger for Flash Wolves, as we saw versus Divine, is things can go wrong if someone gets into their early game and starts kind of picking them apart. But Geek Fam haven't been able to do that. They've been spending a lot of this early game on the back foot playing defense. And so Flash Wolves are just rolling towards the late game.
Yeah, so far it has been Momo and Nyx taking proactive measures to take advantage of their early game strength and spike. Especially on this Lucian, we've seen that 2v2 work out very well. But at the same time, Flash Wolves definitely just took the party into the bot lane, therefore shackling down Momo's strength.
I think one of the other things, and maybe this is something we can have a conversation around the MV. Okay.
Shang, they're thinking about it though. Bruce senses danger and decides to just back away.
I'll tell you what. Real Spider-Man moment. Danger sense happening. I'll tell you what. You know, this game is kind of interesting because they have forgotten about the Shang, and he's starting to feel a little bit frisky in a way that we haven't seen from him all tournament long because he has been so hard focused.
And right now, big 2v2 assault and battery towards the Shan right now. There's the ult coming from the setup, from the back line, from the sides rather. Cookie focusing his efforts towards 69, but look at the Shan coming from the back line. There's the dash, there's one more auto attack left, but gets pushed out by Cookie. One, and he goes down. Cookie on a rampage right now, and Geek Fam, the rest of the squad, a tad too late.
And you see Flash Wolves, right as I'm remarking upon it, kind of realizing, hang on, wait. Let me pull out my notes. It does say here, focus their top laner. It does say here we should be in the top lane. And they bring 4 players in total to shut down that top lane.
That was a pretty, oh, look at that triple man. I mean, that's the lock-in rather. Look at Bruce. He's just gonna kill 69. And this is just the collapse. Nick's gonna follow suit. Hockey the one left with that one auto attack away. And Momo-chan, what is that? This is Momo. Oh no, my weakness is coming out. TJ, please do take over.
Riku, we knew it would happen.
I slipped right there.
She's been doing nothing but talking about anime the entire time this tournament is going behind the scenes, and we kept telling her it would happen. And it slips out now between Flash Wolves and Geek Fam.
Yeah, that happened. Beautiful clap though coming from Black Wolves. Whooshoo! Change topic.
Oh, I'll let that work. I'll let you
Yeah.
cast that spell. It's alright.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Anyway, 3 seconds till the Baron, Dragon rather, and one dies immediately. No hockey, no moonfall. It's gonna be a 4v5 towards this Air Drake. Cloud Drake. Still not over. Tidal wave into the bubble, but it's only there for that big defense. Look at the side lanes though. It's Brute split pushing so far.
Sorry, Riku, I was still just reeling. I was still just trying to recover myself.
You're fine. Take your time, I think.
Cloud Drake is being picked up right now, actually, by Flash Wolves. Geek Fam unable to gain access. All of them pinned behind that turret. 10k gold lead, and growing as Flash Wolves grab themselves the second Drake of their game.
Now this is complete domination by Flash Wolves here. 2 dragons already. Geek Fam. Oh, look at the cast. Oh dear, Momo cannot escape this one for sure, but he is able to. Very close to his death. Eason just tanking a lot of the culling shots. He is safe for now. Momo still has a flash though, so everything is a-okay.
He feels empowered, emboldened for some reason, Riku.
I know. I wonder why.
I wonder why. I wonder what could have done that.
Yeah.
There's going to be pressure down mid as Flash Wolves tries to stabilize after Geek Fam did get a decent hold out in the middle of the map. Geek Fam will play a spread out defense though, and that's, as we talked about, not how you throw Flash Wolves off of their game. Did they just decide they didn't want to do the Baron?
Yeah.
They were just like, this game's feeling a little easy. Let's keep it going a bit longer. They could have had that.
They had the opportunity, I suppose. They kind of backtracked a little bit. The Shang, though, is going to have to face Sarah's clutches over there. Look at the Shang with the maneuvers. Was able to dodge the ult coming from Isera there. I felt like that could have ended disastrous.
The Shang fighting Ysera even from a 10,000 gold deficit, actually slightly more than that. 1,500, not 10,000. So just really, really well played. He is such a good mechanical player. Unfortunately, just not had the opportunity to showcase it. As Flash Wolves are one of the most cautious teams in the tournament. You saw it there. They had a moment where Geek Fam were maybe in the jungle on the other side, maybe could have done something, so they just cancel the Baron take, even though it's pretty easy. Go for this instead.
Yeah, there's the Assault and Battery already. Nick so low. Tidal Wave being forced out so far. No deaths, but ults are gone. And Flash Wolves is not able to finish the kill, but they pretty much blow a little bit of the ults coming from Geek Fam.
And so Flash Wolves will play their slow, steady game. You can expect them to just siege for a moment longer, look for these individual picks like they've been fishing for. And once they get 1 or 2 of those, they'll turn that into a Baron. Maybe this becomes a Baron dance in and of itself, because Geek Fam certainly are aware that it's the next major objective. I don't think Flash Wolves are going to start this though. Flash Wolves by default just play for the next dragon.
Yeah, they're going for that 1-3-1 split push. Of course, Isera is able to fight toe-to-toe with Deshang. And Bruce, in the meantime, just gonna wait for assistance every single time from Cookie to start the assault and battery, and then get that last breath on the board. Look at this though, very aggressive, sneaking into the jungle. There's a Twin Shadows, gonna find them targets. Nyx with a Tidal Wave once more, gonna get rooted though. But there's not gonna be any follow-up. It's just Flash Wolves scaring Geek Fam away.
Run up, yell, Geek! Nerd! And that's enough. Geek Fam have to back away. Flash Wolves aren't looking for anything proactive here again. This isn't the kind of team they are. They could take a 50-50, they could force a fight here, but they're not going to do that. Instead, they'll zone, it looks like, and start the Baron, which is interesting.
That's going to be a 4v4 situation here. The Shang solo dashing into the Twilight Shroud. He's still safe for now. Momo entering the scene to follow up, calling. Going to be hitting Isera, forced to flash. 4v4 rather, a top side. Baron secured now by Flash Wolves, and Geek Fam has no choice but to run away.
Yep, Flash Wolves play that actually very, very well. This is a little more risk than they usually take. I was prepared to be here for 20 or so minutes. I was prepared for them to just take the dragons and refuse to start the Baron.
Yeah.
But they zone it off very well there. You can see Easton and Cookie kind of being aware of where Geek Fam were. Eason stays in front of the Baron pit, building space, making sure there's no way for the Geek Fam members to get close and try for a steal. Whilst Bruce, who is such good damage, as you see there on that kill, just burns through a Baron at this point. Better than any AD carry in terms of roll speed. And now Flash Wolves look for a game end.
Yeah, look at this possible 3-man collapse. Over to Bruce and Cookie, but never mind. Eason is going to be joining the scene just to clear the waves and as well as take advantage. Tidal wave, though, popping in. There's the kick from 69, sending Cookie into the embracing arms of Geek Fam. But where is the follow-up? That is the question. Look at Bruce. He's in too deep. It doesn't matter. He's dominating right now. He is just so low, blocking the bubble even. And so far, it is Bruce being able to survive and eliminate all of these targets from Geek Fam. 3 members down, only Momo and Nyx into the mix to try and defend this Nexus. But the lead of Flash Wolves is just so much, just so overwhelming. It's just the Nexus left. Look at Cookie, he's pretty much low, but all the auto attacks focusing towards Nexus. Moonfall, triple, man, very low, but it don't matter. Hockey gets eliminated, Nexus is low. This is gonna be a 2-0 against Geek Fam in favor of Flash Wolves.
Poor Momo-chan, poor Geek Fam.
Dear.
As they do lose versus Flash Wolves 2-0. But a good sign for Flash Wolves, who are looking to stabilize their performance a little bit after their shaky first day of games. This is much better form for them. These are the games they have to win going out of the group stage towards that playoffs bracket. Geek Fam still should be very proud of what they've accomplished to get to this point, but we are seeing just the limitations as they hit teams that are a little more coordinated, that are able to manage the individual mechanical pressure of Geek Fam, shutting down star players like the Shang.
Exactly. It's a very important, considering the fact that they are before this match they were 1 point ahead of Geek Fam, I believe. So this match incredibly important, and they get that 3 points on that 2-0.
Let's throw it over to the desk for them to break down that series and set things up for the rest of the day.
Thanks so much, casters. And there you have it, Flash Wolves with a definitive 2-0. Now, I'm not sure what else we can say about this series because it was more of like, it wasn't exactly what Flash Wolves, they just basically played the game and they just, they did their best indeed. And Geek Fam, on the other hand, of course, it was so hard for them. And again, we weren't really expecting a lot out of this team. Do you think the performance was better overall, or or was it not? What do you think, Gamernism?
Well, I think it was good enough to get Rafa off his seat. Buddy, you standing up there?
Yeah, I decided to stand up.
All right, look at that. Exciting games in the Flash Rolls. I mean, TJ put it best, right? This is a composition that they played a lot for. They knew what they want to try and get done. It's, in a sense, good practice. Geek Fam is still a decent team. I mean, in the stakes of the competition, they're definitely a little bit behind. But in the sense of a regional aspect, I think that it's good experience for the Flash Wolves to play against Geek Fam and to continue building that experience with this Yasuo composition. I'm still not a huge fan of the vibe because of how exploitable it is, but if they can find their limits and use these chances to get better at their comps, then by all means. And I think Flash Wolves, I mean, it's pretty much them just playing exactly the way they want to. This is their ideal world, right?
What you think, what do you think this means for Flash Wolves going into the rest of the game, or the rest of the day rather? Because I feel like, was this actually a good sort of like warm-up for Flash Wolves, or do you think that, the rest of the day will probably prove to be a bigger challenge for them, and this was just an easy one for them?
Well, considering that Flash Wolves' strength of schedule is far less scarier than Alliance's strength of schedule, and they're directly competing with Alliance to get in as the 4th seed, I think Flash Wolves can feel pretty good going into their final matchup of the day because, as TJ mentioned before, he kind of cheekily remarked, I was really expecting Flash Wolves to just drag this game out to 20 minutes and just get every single dragon, but they started limit testing and pushing themselves because against Geek Fam, they were soundly and had a commanding lead throughout the rest of the game. You saw Bruce, even though that they're 20k gold ahead, I have to give my props to Bruce, who really got the chance to show some flair on the Yasuo, diving past into the base, throwing out the wind wall at the exact right time, being able to deflect bubbles and damage from the Lucian and the Nami, and then being able to use the Last Steel Tempest to zip right on back using Last Breath back under the tower. I mean, Bruce was schmoving, and that's why I wanted to stand up, Gamernism, because I was like, you know what? Even though this is kind of a stomp and they're getting rolled over right now, I gotta give my props to Bruce. That was some sexy Yasuo gameplay right there.
Yeah, definitely, and that's why Bruce is definitely one of the players on Flash Wolves that we look out for, and can imagine he'll be up against some bigger challenges, of course, later on in the day. But yeah, Big G, Gamernism, Flash Wolves have a tough day ahead of them. I mean, which players do you think should step up? We saw that, they, of course, with Geek Fam, we saw Bruce stepping up indeed. What players do you think should also, step up if they're going to go up against, tougher opponents later on in the day?
Wow. That's a low bar to put, Mika, because tougher opponent, I think the next one is what, Alliance? Is that what we're going for? Tougher, like slightly tougher opponent? It's like you have like the mild spice and you have like slightly higher spice, right? This is like Rafa's smiling right now. He's like, yeah, my cuisine, the spice level is off the charts. Like, this is nothing compared to like Flash Wolves. They get nothing. They get the baby stuff. This is why we feed to the toddlers to build up that spice immunity, right? But
I would say that like Alliance like kind of like warm up from tougher opponents, and I would still put them like of course we keep that.
In the brackets, like Alliance it's all right. Like, this is their stiffest competition. I'd say the rest of the teams are kind of they are there to try and play an upset. Against Alliance, it is a close match, and both of these guys should be looking for something here. For Flash Wolves, it is as good as just a tie. That's enough for them because they are pulling ahead. If Alliance don't manage to get this win on the Flash Wolves, and then they still have another match after that, I mean, it's just a whole bunch of difficult circumstances for the Alliance. Flash Wolves have it much easier.
Yeah, let's put up our MVP right now from that series. I believe you will see him on your screens right about now, and it is going to be Bruce indeed from Flash Wolves. And yeah, up next he will be up against Ozoroveki, I believe, from Alliance. Rafa, how do you think that matchup is going to go down, especially since he had such a memorable performance in this series?
Well, the funny thing is that we're not actually going to always get Ozoroveki for the matchup against Bruce. Sometimes it might be Raven, because as Omo pointed out earlier on in the show, for Alliance, sometimes they'll swap in Raven to play a matchup that or a champion that he feels more comfortable on playing than Becky does, and Becky will just lock in potentially the Ashe. So it's going to come down to the draft. If the Ashe comes through, then more than likely they're prepping a certain champion for Raven to take against Bruce in the mid lane. But this is a great time for Bruce to kind of boost his confidence and get a chance to just kind of flex his muscles and flex the Yasuo mechanics. That's definitely going to be a champion that for Flash Wolves they can build a composition around. But I do want to go back to what Gamernism said earlier on before the draft even came out. As soon as the Gragas and the Riven were already locked in, it's like, dude, this is a Yasuo composition coming in. This is so predictable, and that might be something that Alliance can look forward to trying and potentially countering or predicting going into the matchup later today.
Yeah, probably, we might see that again. But for now, we have a special guest joining us on our analyst desk. We have a representative from Geek Fam. We have Haki on the line over here. Haki, thank you so much for taking the time out to talk to us and answer some of our questions. So Haki, I have to ask, of course, Geek Fam, it's been it's been a tough ride for you guys here at the C Championships. What do you guys think, though, you were able to take away from this experience? And yeah, do you guys have any regrets at all?
Definitely, there's a lot of regrets. I mean, there's a lot of backstory, coming to this tournament and this team by itself. There's like a lot of that. There's definitely regrets. Like, it's not about losing. It's just not just mainly about losing the games in this C Championship group stage, but there's a lot more regrets behind this. Like, there's really a lot of unseen problems that the audiences and the casters don't see on the surface of the game by itself. It doesn't, the poor
Definitely.
performance coming out from us. I mean, like the poor performance coming out from us. There is a lot of backstory that comes from this. And, definitely, there's a lot of regrets coming to this. Yeah.
And I can imagine that. I mean, this will definitely add to the backstory of Geek Fam going forward too. Rafa, do you have any questions here for Haki?
Sure. I mean, I want to get into your kind of mindset. I know walking away from this matchup is, not what the result that you guys wanted for yourself, but you do have one more match to play regardless. And even though it won't give you a chance to change the overall outcome for you guys for playoffs, what are kind of the last things that you want to take away from this championship? What are some of the things that you want for yourself individually and for the rest of the team to show to the audience, even despite the results today?
I mean, just we will still try to play to our best for the upcoming last game for today. Yeah. I mean, the takeaway will be just trying to like see how the other teams play it out during this series. And there's like something to take away already, like learning how, and like learning as well as the mistakes of other teams. Yeah.
Right. And Gamer Nissen, do you have a question for our Haki?
Sure. We saw incredible growth from you guys to win the Malaysian Icon series. I mean, you guys started from a pretty low point and then you guys went the full distance. And I think with each game, you guys were getting better. Do you feel like that's the case going into this as well? Has the experience against these teams kind of made you guys a better team going forward into future competitions as well?
I mean, definitely coming into this group stage definitely will make every single individual go even further. Yeah. And yeah, I mean, like there's still a lot of unseen problems that limits like the growth that we had coming into the C Cup, prior to the Icon series in the 4 Cup, during the 4 Cup. Yeah. So all these unseen problems that only the team that actually experiences it will actually face the when we come into this group stage and not being able to perform. Yeah.
Right. Well, thank you so much, still Haki, for taking the time to talk with us. We know it's been difficult, and the day is still not over for you guys just yet. But I still do think it's very important to have a representative from the Malaysian region here at the C Championship. So we're still very much happy to have Geek Fam here. Congratulations on your journey so far, and we look forward to seeing you guys once again.
Thank you.
All right, there you have it, guys. That was Haki from Geek Fam, and I think it's really important to point out that yes, we do see their performance here in the Rift. We keep saying that it's underwhelming and everything, but he made a really great point that this is just half of the battle for a lot of esports pros and a lot of players here. There's still some things behind the scenes that we might not pick up on. There's a whole other world, I guess, behind the curtain that might affect, these players' mentalities and everything. It was a topic of discussion as well, and at the analyst desk yesterday. I know TJ favors, of course, the gameplay and everything, and then D2 was like saying how the outside pressure as well can affect these players. Let's check out our standings right now, because these teams will still be under a lot of pressure as our last day here of the group stages comes to an end. Every single series is getting even more dire, and up next we will be having again another face-off, another exciting series for you guys. But as we can see, it seems like our group B here is split between the first, second, and third place. and 4th, 5th, and 6th place. It's possible that these could shuffle around, or at least 4th and 5th, and the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd could shuffle around even more. I mean, Rafa, do you think that we're gonna see, possibly Evos Esports take that #1 slot from SBTC Esports?
It all comes down to that matchup, right? Because if Evos takes SBTC in a 2-0 fashion, then they put themselves at 9 points total, and then Evos has to play against GeekFam, and off of the performance that we got against Flash Wolves, it's very reasonable to expect that Evos should have a very dominant victory over GeekFam to secure that first seed. Now, and one can believe in miracles and to think that maybe GeekFam plays spoiler to Evos, but if we're just basing everything on precedent so far, that Evos victory should go over to them very handily against GeekFam, but the matchup will come down to between how SBTC performs against Evos.
Yes, indeed. And we're going to see indeed how the standings shift and, are in flux as we proceed throughout the day. Up next, we have another big one for you. It's going to be Alliance versus Divine Esports right after this quick break.
Are you ready to define your character, to choose your financial objective, to choose your investment strategy, and build your portfolio? Start now and level up your investment knowledge with Franklin Templeton.
to the C Championships, guys, and we just saw Flash Wolves get a 2-0 and get a leg up in the standings after defeating Geek Fam. Now we are on to our next series, and it is going to be Alliance versus Divine Esports. Okay, there's an interesting scenario here. I can already feel Big G kind of shaking his head, but hear me out. Okay, Alliance were able to take one win off SBTC earlier. SBTC won against Divine, so possible Alliance could take this from Divine.
Hey,
If that's
I'll take it. Hopium, whatever you want to call it, I'll take it. I mean, Rafa, I don't know if he agrees. He's gone back on his chair. I think that he's bored of this match. He's like, get it off my screen. Let's go next. This series doesn't matter to me. I want to see the exciting stuff, but this is exciting to me. Alliance coming in here. Okay, here we have it. Yeah, the big boys, the big brain plays. They brought in Jelson. He's the new superstar rookie that's making Alliance kind of work. They've had some issues with communications before, but they sorted it out and they're looking better than ever.
Well,
Yeah.
I don't want to say I'm bored of this matchup. I'm definitely looking forward to see if Alliance can pull out a little bit of a miracle game through their macro play like they did against SBTC. And like Mika said, it's possible. I mean, because if you look at the track record, SBTC just 2-0 Divine earlier today, whereas Alliance, if they're able to take a game off of SBTC, then you can look at results and be like, well, then technically Alliance are capable of taking a game off of Divine. But I'm going to use momentum and kind of emotional motivation as a factor of why Divine, I think, are going to try and take this game in their own hands and look for a clean 2-0, because after losing 0-2 against SBTC, and especially off of the interview we got with Coyote, they, despite the loss, they had a really awesome attitude about looking back and reflecting on the loss that they had. And I'm sure that they've taken this time in between the other two series after their game today to go back to the drawing board, preparing for their series against Alliance, and they're going to make sure that a lot of the missed executions that they had in their series against SBTC do not happen against Alliance in this series.
Yeah, and we bring up that win against SBTC that Alliance got against SBTC. Granted, that was an SBTC that needed that Vietnam one game warm up thing that we have over here. And well, there is no denying that Divine Esports are fully warmed up right now. And yes, they took that loss to SBTC, and we were talking earlier about how you kind of don't want to be the punching bag against Divine Esports right now. If they're definitely out for blood, I would guess, in this series. And earlier, we didn't exactly see Alliance doing all that well. So it seems like, they kind of have to regroup. Rafa, we keep bringing up this sort of like the Avengers sort of like, metaphor in here. They do have to regroup, and they have to be able to work together instead of like, just being awesome in their own sort of like little plays. We know that they're mechanically good, but they need to be able to work together as a team. They need to be able to assemble in that regard. Yes. But I do believe that Grandin here has something to say about this matchup. I have a feeling that, somehow, some way, Omo has something to do with this as well. I'm not sure what you guys have planned for this.
Oh boy, I haven't got to see the thing. They've told me about the concept, but I'm looking forward to see what they have available for us. Oh, this is just a normal one. It's not even the big brain Shinsekai guy. I mean, okay, so SSK for Alliance, his role as the team, I mean, he's a stable kind of Baron laner. He's not really out here trying to make too many fancy things happen, but he's pretty good when he can be. Climax, the same thing. In lane, he's an absolute rock, but once he gets into the team fights, he is there to smash it. He's so consistently good. In this Baron lane matchup though, once you go to the mid to late game, a lot of the shot calling from Alliance is down to SSK. He's the big brain, he's the person that's supposed to make things happen, supposed to direct the team, and if, he makes enough good calls, hopefully we'll get Rafa off his chair again by the time we're done this series.
I think that's a goal.
If Alliance take the first game of this series, dude, I will get off my chair. I'll bring the desk back up. I'll be on my feet once again. But you're absolutely correct. SSK, his role for the team is to facilitate a lot of the macro play and the shot calling and leading the team in the right direction, which is why he's got the big brain. He's the big brainer, ladies and gentlemen. He's the one that is thinking 5 steps ahead. He's got a giant 5D chessboard for the rest of Alliance to plan out all the steps that they need to take. But when you look on the flip side over to Ton X, the Baron leader for Divine Esports, he's not necessarily about shot calling and macroing the rest of his team, but he's all about being a giant disruption for the members of Alliance. And if they go into these team fighting scenarios and no one shuts down Ton X in the early parts of the game, which is pretty hard to do since he does such a damn good job of stabilizing his lead and ensuring that he is he has a strong economy going into those fights. I mean, you saw it in games before. The Renekton, the Darius, even things like the Akali, he's able to now perform on as well. And if you have this Baron laner that is just causing massive chaos and disruption in your backline, that's going to mess with the comms for Alliance.
Absolutely true. So it's really about shutting down Ton X and Len early on. You don't want to give them the pressure that they have, but that's the point of why they brought in Jelson, why Zerveki was kind of added in, you know, so you have that flexibility so that you are able to avoid these worst case scenarios. So I'm hoping and I'm hopeful to see something good out of that performance, out of the jungle, out of the mid lane. You know, it has been a pain point for them sometimes. Zerveki is very used to playing as a low economy mid laner. You know, he's kind of forgotten. The rest of the team is playing around themselves. He's left the Zerveki to his own devices. Jelson is supposed to come in, absorb a lot of the pressure here now, and so he's kind of frees up a Zerveki. So hopefully we get to see that happen, but then again, like Mika mentioned, they are pretty upset. Divine is they're not here to play anymore. They're here to crush you. They're here to stomp you out of the competition, and Alliance, they need this win. A tie is getting pretty iffy if they get the win while they still have the fate of the competition in their own hands.
Yeah, and I just wanted to say, I wish we could keep that lower thirds like there. Hold on. I think we need to send it over to SSK. I don't know, maybe we can make it this new like profile picture or something. But we have other lower thirds to bring up right now, our talent predictions, and I think we're pretty much all on board for this one. I think everybody pretty much thinks that the Divine Esports is going to win this, except apparently for Big G. Ever the loyalist. I love it.
Okay.
I love it. I can respect that. Now I can respect. I do the exact same thing if it was secret. If it was secret against, you know, any other team, I'm like, no, I'll stick with it. I respect that. I respect that.
Look. I don't know if this is. So when we did the group draw with Omo, right? I did it with Omo, and I think we did it with Skimmy, and I said Alliance is going to go to Group A, and then they got picked to Group B, and I said GigFam was going to go to Group A, and then they went to Group B. I'm starting to feel like whoever I say is going to do a certain thing is not going to do that certain thing. So I'm kind of mixed between this, picking for Alliance. But I'm gonna give them the benefit of the doubt. Maybe they can prove me wrong. Maybe they can break that curse kind of that's building up, and maybe show me a win. If it's a draw, so be it. But I want to see that 2-0, Mika. I want to see them take down Divine, really show that they can be the Vietnam region killers.
Wait, hold up. If you wanted Alliance to win and you have this track record of predicting the wrong thing, why didn't you predict Divine to win so that Alliance would have won? You're sabotaging the team that you want to win, man.
Rafa, you're bringing up a very good point. Mika, let's go next.
I just want to say, I have to give a shout out there. One of the other casters in the PH Icon series, Osiris, did the exact same thing. He did the exact same thing in our playoffs, and every single team that he voted for did not win. And we said that he was cursed. Man. Because like, and we were like, no, stay away from Secret. Osiris, don't vote for Secret at all. Because you're like, I wanted them to win. But yeah, he had that amazing power. He's probably still doing it now. You know, if
he's the puppet master at the back of the competition. It's like he's running the thing, he's writing the script down. It's like, all right, which team gets to win today? You look pretty good. Yeah, you get to win. Pick? I'm gonna vote for you.
Yes, that's exactly what's going on behind the scenes here at the C Championships. That's exactly how these series are playing out, and that's how the bracket's going. You know, we're revealing her secrets over here.
It's a monkey on a typewriter just voting for the results of the competition.
Well, we are now into our champ select between Alliance and Divine Esports, and as we mentioned, you know, Alliance really have to dig deep here. They really have to work together. There is no question that these players are mechanically skilled. There's no question that these players are good, and we just really need to see that teamwork come into play, especially against Divine Esports, who have been doing oh so well ever since the play-ins, and you know, have really just been doing that speed run, even actually in their their regional icon series that we have. But Rafa, just right off the bat, we have our bans and we have initial picks coming in. What are your thoughts?
Hey, we got the Len Lee Sin once again. I know Homeboy didn't get a chance to really pick up a W for Divine in their first series against SBTC in both of those games. I still have faith in this dude's Lee Sin. We have a lot of cracked Lee Sins, obviously, within the C championships. I think Valdez is also making a strong case for being one of the best Lee Sins in the remaining in the tournament. But, you know, after seeing Len's Lee Sin during the play-ins, I still have faith that he can pull through and make a strong case. Alliance, though, are already starting to set up with strong crowd control in the Gragas, and you have strong disruption, which is something that you're going to want when Divine Esports are already trying to make a strong diving composition, because Kaisa really wants to jump in along with the rest of the diving squad between Lee Sin, Galio, and the Riven. And now Alliance, the way that they're pivoting is super curious. Yo, are we going to get an auction here?
Yeah, I think what Alliance are trying to go for is a composition that where Divine dive into them, because if they recognize that Divine just want to jump on them, they get to play and they get to play with like the counter initiative. I don't know how that kind of works. It's like, you know, when Divine comes to you and then you fight back against them. I think that's what they're trying to go for. They have a lot of disengage, they have a lot of single target on-demand crowd control, and that's where they're doing well in. We'll have to see if it's going to be the Akshan mid, a lot of the, you know, the Black Cleaver kind of tech or something else, but it's interesting. Alliance are going for their staple composition with a slight twist.
Yeah, it seems like you know, this team is indeed evolving with every series that they go into. We do know, of course, that Gamernism over here is cheering for Alliance. On the other side, we also have teams that definitely think that Divine Esports is going to take this one, given their performance in the play-ins and all the way leading up to this group stages. We definitely do expect to see them at the playoffs. Now it's just a matter of shuffling around the standings in the bracket, and this series is definitely going to play an important part in that. This is Alliance versus Divine Esports. Casters, over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Mika. Welcome everyone to Alliance versus Divine Esports. It's the first game, and Riku, you know what? I'm excited for this. We might expect something early from Jelson and Len, but this mid lane looks spicy as well with action now coming up.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of action plays here and there, maybe even during our local Wild Rift Icon Series playoffs. But unfortunately, it hasn't exactly produced successful results. So this could be maybe the recent patch changes, especially on Akshan, when it comes to synergizing a little bit more with those crit items. Perhaps we get to see a different face of Akshan this time around.
Yeah, and maybe a different side for Alliance, going in for an Akshan mid lane. And I think previously for the play-ins, someone discussed about this onto Akshan versus Ari. I think Action can just jump in with some robes to target onto Ari. The charm is very difficult to hit because of how Action is playing very mobile. So I think that is something we could expect later on. But you know what, talking about the mid lane, we need to also talk about the jungle, because these two teams play jungle mid laner. And when it comes to the synergy on how they play early game, and I think we're gonna expect some early aggressions, considering you have Jelson with the Vi and Len with the Lee Sin.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there 100%. I mean, Lee Sin and Ari are one of your best combos, just because level 3 is incredibly strong. You have your charm into full combo coming from Len, and we could see a potential gank. But of course, Ozora Vecchi has seen this coming. And as well as Jelson and Vecchi here over on the Vi and Akshan, there's a lot of single target damage and setup involved. You know, comeuppance, the boomerang as well is just very good, just to make sure that everything lines up once you are able to set that up. And Jelson is definitely going to be, you know, there's a lot of pressure basically after that assault and battery to make everything follow through.
Definitely, this is really what we see from Alliance, specifically onto Jelson in their prior series, in their prior games. Jelson is leading the pack with the early aggression coming in from Alliance overall as a team. And when he has this Vi, he goes for the bot lane, try to set up a gank, try to set up a play to try and get that early lead. But we'll see if they can do it, because Len is on top side. So that means only Hope 1 and Kwe can be able to maneuver in the Dragon lane. As now we're gonna see it. Alliance jumps in. It's Jelson with the assault and battery. First blood for Alliance. Action follows through with a double kill. This is it, what Alliance has been doing.
Yeah, that's a beautiful dive coming from Alliance there. I remember we were talking about this off-cast and how will Alliance be able to match up the early aggression of Len, especially he is on this Lee Sin, where he'll be able to make moves around the map, especially try to visit topside to enable Tanex. Look at this. This could be the response at topside.
Yeah, but CWJ comes in with that response. They know and understand that Len is going for top side of the map because no response into the bot side. They're forced to back away.
Really good call there coming from Alliance. The start of Alliance is usually very solid. They're able to take advantage of the lull moments, the windows of when the Dragon or the Rift Herald or the Baron hasn't spawned yet, and they're really good at these heavy dives and their composition that just basically calls for it. Maybe no Galio, but it's fine, as Azora Vecchi is on this mobile champion and is able to just swing around and basically go rogue in some of these instances. And now though, Air Drake, or Cloud Drake rather, has now spawned, and let's see what the priority is going to be. I assume Alliance would love to have the Cloud Drake just to enable their roam potential.
It's an extra mobility for them, right? And Darius, who really is upgraded to the next level when it comes to mobility, if that is increased. But now, let's look at the bot lane, because Jelson is going for the aggression once again. That's a kill towards Alliance. Getting down onto Hope 1 and Kwe HP. Tries to run away under the turret, but Azor Vecchi just jumps in with a rope, gets that kill onto Hope 1.
Nicely done by Alliance there. Really good dive. They're able to funnel in more gold on their side, and this is a good start for them. 2k gold lead. And Rift Herald, while it's now being started by Divine, their aim is to unlock topside so Tanex can be more involved into these fights. But because Alliance, wait.
Whoa,
Coyote?
Almost getting the kill. CWJ, 1 HP. That's Hope 1, but a Void Seeker killing him. But Coyote into the flank here. Looks for Jelson. Readies up. The Vault Breaker. Now that's the flash. That's the charm. Getting that hit and gets the kill. Coyote, though, getting hit down by the minefield. That's a kill for Ziggs. Azor Vecchi still has another day to live, but Hope 1 flashes in. That's the kill for 1. Now Kwe tries to run away. It's a 2v1. SSK reaches him down. Guillotine puts him down. What a kill from Alliance, 1 for 1.
A really nice cancel there on the apprehend, so Kwe doesn't join Hope 1 in that escape. So SSK getting that kill. Remember, he is on a Darius. There is a possibility that a Darius can spin out of control, and the fact that Raven is on this Ziggs. Again, we're seeing this combination, Darius plus Poke, Darius plus Ziggs, Darius plus Varus. We're seeing this sort of combination become very popular so far, especially during the group stages.
Yeah, returning to the bot lane, it's Azor Vecchi 1v1 up against Hope 1. Void Seeker, the ultimate from Azor Vecchi. It will hit, it will connect. Will not erase him though. And now Alliance going for the flank. CWJ with Raven going in. Explosive cast. That's gonna put down Hope 1. A kill for Ziggs. Alliance now pushing back through. But Azor Vecchi wants to go for more. Gets another kill for his team. But that will be the trade back. Quay gets it. And now Len into the backside, gets it done, but Assault and Breaker actually puts him into a safe position, and Jelson will just go away, just going for the flashy quick movements.
Gotta love the aggression coming from Alliance, and we've talked about this before. This is them being full control whenever there is that big downtime. Oh no!
Oh, charm is massive, what a kick from Len, follow up. CC chain is flawless, gets them another kill.
It seems pretty solid, but the deadly charm coming from Coyote was just the end of Jelson there, and Alliance should be careful about that. The Coyote versus Coyote Len duo here for the mid and jungle is just such a deadly combination. Meanwhile, topside.
Yeah, SSK gets a kill onto Hope 1, but Divine Esports with a 2-mag roll with quick responses burns down SSK with Ignite from Tanex.
Nicely done by SSK, just an attempt, but Tanex able to have that summoner spell lead, gets the Ignite down. Look at this though, Alliance taking matters into their own hands. They want the mid lane tower.
The Tanex is here to defend. Knock up from Tanex. Explosive cast, gonna be massive. Puts down Tanex. Alliance getting another kill for their team. Not the turret though, but still, gold funneling into their team.
This is Alliance. Really, really impressive performance so far into the early game. Nelson, though, is going to be fine for now, but that's the thing. Alliance is able to fight toe-to-toe when it comes to the skirmishes and the dives on their tower against Divine Esports, who is, again, when we look at it on paper, this particular group is just so scary. You know, we've got Evos, we've got SBTC, we've got Divine, and Alliance is able to sort of fight head-to-head, which, you know, Divine currently at the moment stands at second place, only 1 point below SBTC in the current standing. So this is looking to be very, very good for Alliance.
Definitely, like, maybe a bit of a high stakes here for Divine Esports, but when you're considering Alliance Esports, or Alliance rather, in this game in particular, even if they have 2 leads in this matchup, what I commend for Divine Esports is they still have that early gold lead up against Alliance, right? And I think this is their consistency showing up in this game. Look at that. Jelson with a knock-up, assault and battery, hope one has another day to live. What? Divine Esports get that quick response, get that 2 kills out of the way, and now Alliance is going for a retreat. We have to go back. It's Divine Esports with huge counter engage.
This is exactly what we were talking about. Win a dragon. Okay, charmed though.
Zorveki forces flash, but in the wrong direction. Gets that kill though. Will make it for a 1-for-1. Wow.
Coyote is about to die, maybe. No, he's still alive. Yeah, but this is the thing, right? Alliance is so great in their skirmishes when there are no dragons. When they're able to, wait a moment, SSK is able to get a finish kill on towards Coyote. Very, very sneaky, by the way. And again, whenever there's a dragon, Alliance having a hard time.
Yeah. Very difficult situation for it. Divine Esports, though, now is struggling because of SSK going for the guillotine. Cakes one, and now he's just going away unscattered here. And Divine Esports is now struggling up against Alliance with their aggression still consistently being even when it comes to gold.
Yeah, 1k gold lead. But when it comes to window times of no objectives on the map, they're really good at diving and collapsing.
Yeah, the micro play for Coyote. You're just looking at it. The charm keeps on connecting. It's magnets. It's magnets, Sarika. It's magnets. Metal to metal.
Yeah. Metal to metal, positive, negative. I think that works. I'm not a scientist, but I think I attended my basic science class. No.
F equals
That's
MA.
how it works.
Physics. We're putting formulas here in Wild Rift.
I don't think I can handle that though. That's all on you, Infinity. You got this.
SSK though into the mid lane is a different story here as Quay goes for the knockoff. SSK 1 HP. He falls down.
Killing spree.
Quay gets that kill. Divine Esports is playing here. They're going for quick mats. Get the kill on SSK. We're not gonna die.
A really good punish there coming from Quay. And that big taunt is gonna be the bane of Alliance for sure. We'll see though. They do want the siege down. Divine cannot defend this one. I think the worrying trend about Divine Esports is that their composition may have a hard time trying to play from behind because wave clear wise, of course Alliance is going to win. We'll see though. Jelson's jungle getting invaded.
Yeah, and gets that red steel buff for Len. And Jelson will just lose so much damage out of that, but now Becky gets charmed up. Coyote gets that kill. Swift response from Divine.
Really nicely done. Coyote almost eliminated there. And Alliance, the time window may be ticking. Bot lane though.
Connect fighting 2v1 here. CWJ goes in response, but he knows, you know what, SSK can handle this. They get the kill down onto the mid laner for Alliance.
It's gonna be very dangerous though. Len, you are low.
He's playing with death here. He jumps in onto that satchel charge, almost gets hit, almost gets killed, but at the end of the day, you know what? It doesn't matter if we don't get killed. It's still gonna be much more valuable to us getting the tier 1 third mid lane.
Yeah, especially if you don't have to consume a flash as well to escape, you're pretty much fine. The fact that Zonia's Hourglass, Guardian Angel is pretty much intact is still a win. This is Len basically stating, I'm gonna keep diving in. I'm not gonna be afraid to do that. I'll play more aggressively because I have 2 air quote lifelines on my inventory and I'll be fine.
Yeah. He's going for, I don't know, resurrection? Lee Sin resurrection here. So he's unable to have that pressure up against Alliance. And this is what we constantly see on build-up onto Lee Sin. You must blade in the GA because this allows you, especially when it comes to early game, to get that early punish, to go for that setups, especially that Dragon Rage, gonna be very important for Divine Esports to set up game.
Yeah, we'll see if they're able to set up kills because Infernal Drake has now spawned. Again, Divine has this strong pick comp as well with Coyote.
Ooh, look at that. It's Jelson
4v5.
once again.
Flash.
Flash though will save Coyote's life with a Spirit Rush to follow up. Ignite will burn Jelson down into half HP. Look at Len going in with a kick down. And Alliance is struggling.
Wow.
They're pinned down. Divine Esports gets 3 kills. And now Jelson and Azarveki, the only one left for Alliance.
Yeah, this is definitely not going to be enough. No flash for Jelson, no assault and battery. Everyone from Divine is pretty much alive. Half HP on the Baron. We'll see what they do.
Now Azarveki with the ultimate tries to get the pick
Taunt.
done, but Kwe with the knockup gets the kill onto Jelson. Divine Esports gets the Baron Nashor.
They secure the Baron, and they will even secure the Infernal because 30 seconds of that death timer, no jungler for Alliance. This is starting to be Divine, having that big full control. As we take a look at that again, Alliance, they invested so much to kill Coyote, and the sad part is, Coyote didn't even die. He was able to survive with Flash and Spirit Rush defensively, and the collapse coming from Divine is just so much easier to execute. There's just so many gap closers on the side of this composition. Killer Instinct, Safeguard, Sonic Wave, and as well as the many, many dashes of Tanex here on that Riven, which is very, very difficult for Alliance because, yes, CWJ has that disengage, but most of the time, CWJ is using the cask to engage in mispositioned players from Divine.
Yeah. And if they actually just punish and not get killed with Flash and Spirit Rush wasted for Coyote, I think that would have been so much value for them. But the thing here is Divine Esports got that 3 kills, then the Baron Nashor, which really just changes things up for Alliance in this game. They gave a lot of gold for Divine Esports and a lot of kills. But the Jelson actually gets hold in battery onto Len. Len forces out the Stacy's entrance. Explosive Cast goes for the disengage, but will not do so as they take tier 2 turret. Now Coyote into the backside with a flank. Gets that charm down, but gets killed instead. 1 for 1. And now it's Hope 1. Go for the Killer Instinct. Tries to get up 1. It's a 2 for 1. 3 for 1. Alliance loses their jungler, mid laner, and their support. And now Len continues to pull through. It's another kill for their team. SSK, the only one alive. Not going to be able to get that trade as they lose their inhibitor turret.
This could be a chance.
Yeah, SSK apprehends under 3-man, not gonna get that kill. And Divine Esports punching onto the Nexus base. No defense for SSK, and Divine gets the first game of the series.
The way the low health targets coming from Divine Esports basically were running around the Nexus to make sure they're not in range of any apprehend, of any Noxian Guillotine. I like that last play coming from Divine, but as we saw, it started off really good for Alliance with that early game aggression, dive after dive after dive, but we didn't get to see that transition into a better lead where we get to see Divine constantly keeping up with the gold and constantly working their way through punished kills.
Yeah, they have this sort of play style, right? Consistency in the early game, then they ramp up. Mid-game, late game, they're going very, very dominant, and there's stark contrast between how Alliance plays it. Early aggression, early aggression. It's up to them to just utilize that early lead to make it into mid-game, late game.
Yeah, I feel like this could be a sort of a trend, especially Len has managed to grab one of his best picks for sure, like the Lee Sin.
Well, we'll see about that, if they can change things up for Alliance, as now it's Divine Esports taking the lead in this series.
watching the Wild Rift C Championships, and Divine Esports take Game 1 against Alliance. I feel though, however, that Alliance did a lot better from their performance earlier. I mean, we did see some plays in there. It unfortunately wasn't enough to take a game from Divine Esports just yet, but I don't know. I mean, for the guy who voted for Alliance, what do you think?
Yeah, better is not good enough. You can still see Rafa in his chair, hasn't managed to impress the guy. He's sitting here, the golden button is right there. He's not willing to press it just yet. You know, he's not impressed. I think for what we've seen so far, Alliance were able to execute an interesting strategy, but it's not the level that they used to take down that previous game against SBTC. If they want to take this game, they kind of have to change up the strategies, bring in, well, just the composition that worked for them last time, I think.
Yeah, Rafa, what about you? What were your thoughts on this match?
You know, to give them credit, I saw all the plays being made by Azoroveki on this auction, and how the rest of Alliance were committing to just scrapping and going for constant dives in the early game. And you know what? I was slowly getting out of my chair. I was like, okay, you know what? I'm excited. I can buy this. I can dig it. I can dig the action. I like the sauce. And then Divine said, no. Sit back down, Rafa. You know, you don't got to worry about that. You know, we still got this. Len on the Lee Sin, my homie, still has got the ways to make the plays. And when you think about the way the Divine really just exploded the mid game, it's all about how all these champions have strong mobility, whether it's the Lee Sin, the Ahri, the Riven, and even the Kai'Sa to an extent, because you can always use Killer Instinct to get in and out of dangerous situations. The fact that you can just kind of dip and dodge out of the engages and the crowd control that Alliance is trying to bring, that's really what happened. It just came down to being able to dip in, bait out certain cooldowns, and then another person, whether it was Coyote or Tonix, going in and following up on the engage that maybe Len would start out.
Yeah, and I like that you brought up Azoroveki. You know, back in the summer season, he was an excellent, of course he was an excellent mid laner, and he would usually favor the Orianna, the guide of which you can see at 1esports, the home of esports heroes. Get your daily dose of esports at 1esports.gg. We are on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and on Twitch. Check us out over there. But going back to Azoroveki, yes, indeed. You know, he did play very well on the Orianna previously. Do you feel like it's time to bring out maybe the mages back for Azoroveki if, you know, the Akshan, there were sparks of brilliance indeed, and, you know, I liked it quite a lot, but, you know, maybe it was just like, you know, they needed, did you think they needed more mage damage on that? What do you think, Rafa?
Well, I was a fan of the Akshan. I liked how scrappy Alliance were getting. I think the biggest problem, though, was that they were running into an issue very similar to their series earlier today against Evos, where they were goon squatting, but they weren't maximizing their leads, or they weren't translating that into solid objectives. I mean, they dove the bottom Dragon Lane turret like 3-4 times, but they never took that Dragon Lane turret after those dives. They reset and they took the gold home, and the rest of Divine Esports are saying, okay, well, we're taking Rift Herald on the other side of the map. We're pushing for this Baron Lane turret. We're getting waves onto our carries, and then we're getting farmed up towards the mid game, and then that's why the gold lead was always stabilized and was so close for Divine, because despite all these kills that Alliance were finding in the early portions of the game, they never really maximized those leads and translated it into something more.
Yeah, I feel like it was very costly for Alliance. You know, there were these kills that, you know, they could have turned into objectives, but then they just ended up sacrificing a few of their players because Divine Esports would then respond. I mean, a Gamernism, what do you think? How do you think Alliance can really work around that, capitalize on all of those? You know, they do make excellent plays. They need to be able to maximize that.
Okay, so I think the best way we can describe this is Alliance, the issue that they were lacking was initiative, right? And I think this is the underlying pinning issue for why we bring Orianna into the discussion, why we're looking for stuff maybe like the Twisted Fate as an option as well, because things need initiative. For Alliance, they had a lot of crowd control, point and click CC on very mobile targets. That was one issue. I think the secondary issue, or the thing that kind of led to that being a problem, was the lack of initiative. Because now you're having to rely on this crowd control to jump onto difficult targets, you don't get to do very much else. And if you ask, like, okay, what if we bring Orianna back? Well, Orianna will have initiative past 5 once you have the ultimate, but it's such a it really delays what Alliance are trying to go for, so it wouldn't have fit their one in comp, I think. So, and Ziggs is he's a very broken champion throughout all phases of the game. What he does lack though is initiative, right? So I think that's what Alliance kind of have to draft for, change something up, bring in more initiative in that sense. I think the Gragas was supposed to be that, but it kind of felt lackluster. Love to see them pull in something else, and if they can't do that, then well, just pivot in the other direction, bring in an enchanter, bring in something that can empower guys like Zoroveki, like Raven. So in these fights where they're kind of scuffing it out, and you see Coyote jumping in with the Ahri, hits the charm, you know, you can at least try to stall for time, keep your marksman or your mid laner alive, whatever you need to do, so you can win these fights.
Yeah, and I know we talked a lot about Jelson, for example. I know, Rafa, you know, you're a big fan of the Kazakhs that he brought out, you know, previously. It seems like, you know, he can't quite get into the groove of things right now, or maybe it's just because Len is so good. What do you think?
I mean, Jelson has tried to go for the utility and the initiation role, has locked in Vi for the first game of this series, and then we also saw the Vi in their series against Evos earlier today. And I mean, the Vi pick can work for him, but you know, as we noted before, you know, Jelson has been someone that has received a lot of funnel resources. He went for a more damage profile build in this game, trying to maximize on that. But the composition is not the problem. I think the problem is just Alliance's inability to translate and actually get solid leads after getting those kills. If you're diving the bottom lane turret 4 times, why isn't the turret being taken down in the process afterwards? And it's because Divine Esports are either being able to answer back and forcing Alliance in a position where, okay, we actually can't go for this turret, otherwise we lose too much on the other side of the map. So I want to see if Alliance still are gonna buckle down onto heavy initiation and trying to look for single target crowd control, then they need to prepare their waves and they need to prep the rest of the map so that when they go for the plays, Divine Esports can't maximize on the cross side of the map in response.
Yeah, and I think you guys, you know, nailed it. It's really about, you know, it being able to translate, because like Alliance, they can get that lead, they do get the jump onto Divine Esports, but after they do, they suddenly don't know what comes next. And you know, after they get that kill, they don't exactly know where to go. They try to find another kill, but then that's why, you know, the objectives here aren't exactly being met. And right now, as the bans and the initial picks are coming in, Gamernism, what are your thoughts here on the draft that Alliance could possibly be preparing?
Yeah, so really standard pickup for Divine Esports, you ban the Twisted Fate and you go for the Ziggs straight away. Alliance are going to respond by getting the Galio and the Jarvan. Usually Jarvan here should be a flex pick. It should be able to go to either Baron lane or the mid lane, and that's what makes it so powerful. I think for Alliance though, it's a little bit too obvious that it's going to go to Jelson because of how comfortable he's been on this. It's supposed to empower the Galio as well, but the issue with this and showing this so quickly is that now Divine Esports get to go and play for very powerful matchups against anyone else. So you get the Darius and the Gragas early. You don't really have to worry about Jarvan in lane. Yeah, there we go, right? So the Riven is likely going to go back to SSK, who's going to try and be a playmaker, and you're probably still going to see some empowering towards Zoroveki in the mid lane. Now, what I hope to see from Divine is, yeah, okay,
there it is.
Yes. All right, going back to their roots. And I just have to really quickly point out the stakes here. Alliance have to get this draw if they still want to stand a chance to leapfrog past Flash Wolves. Because if they tie with Flash Wolves, they are immediately fourth.
Yeah, and you know what? I do agree. You know, Jelson, he does do great on the Jarvan 4. He actually earned the nickname Jelson 4 when he was playing back with the Icon Series Philippines. But it just seems like something that Divine Esports is really prepared for. The question is, can Alliance possibly be prepared for this Zed that's coming in, Rafa?
Oh my god, we're gonna get it! The Coyote Zed special! I was already hype enough to see Len bring out the Kazakhs in this game, but Divine, they know that Alliance are prepping Raven to go into the mid lane with some type of assassin, and Coyote, even in anticipation of it, says, I don't care what assassin you pick, I'm locking in the Zed. I'm gonna take you on in the mid lane.
Yeah.
Diana, Mika, Diana's, I don't know. It's supposed to empower the Galio, but unless CWJ plays with full AP Galio, I'm not so sure about this. And CWJ, okay, he's an okay player. He's fine. He gets initiative. He does his job well, but that's about it. He's not playmaker. He's not someone I'm expected to carry. So putting your expectations there might not be the exact play for Alliance, but who knows? I voted for them. I'm hoping that they prove me wrong here.
Yeah, I hope your loyalty will be rewarded indeed. But as we mentioned earlier, the Diana, you know, she might be joining the C Chumps list that we had over there, joining Via and Nami with like the lowest win rate. We haven't, this is somewhat a foreboding of, you know, a not so good outcome whenever the Diana comes out. We haven't seen a lot of success on this champion. We'll see though if Alliance will be able to turn it around as we head into game 2 of this series. This is Divine Esports and Alliance once again, and you know, Divine Esports, they look like they're prepared, and they look like they have a surprise prepared as well for Alliance. We're gonna see if Alliance though can turn that around. Casters, take it away.
And take it, we shall. It's game number 2 of Divine Esports up against Alliance. This is the redeeming arc for Alliance if they could, if they can. Eriku, we're seeing a different draft here from game number 1 with Kha'Zix for Len, Coyote with Zed, Ash for Zoraveki, Raven. We're going running back it.
All I'm gonna say, I'm worried about Zoraveki here. He is gonna be the primary target of Len and Coyote. Just easy backline access. And is able to instantly burst down squishy targets. In Exhibit A, we've got a Zoraveki. Exhibit B, we've got Raven here, of course. Well, the shields will definitely help a little bit mitigate the damage coming through. But Divine responding with a 1-3-1 comp themselves, as Alliance also secures a 1-3-1 comp. And that is the interesting part, right? Whenever an Ashe is picked up, I feel like it's perfect for 1-3-1 comps because, again, you will be able to be involved in the split push, or rather in the 1-3-1, just because of the enchanted crystal arrow. You're able to find picks in the side lanes, you're able to follow suit with the rest of the damage coming from SSK perhaps, or even towards Raven.
Yeah, and I think that is what Alliance wants to do. You know what, Jelson has this tendency to be very aggressive in the early game, so if a Zoraveki is there, goes for the enchanted crystal arrow, connects and followed through with CWJ with his ultimate, I think that would be the ideal situation for Alliance. But as the analyst Des has stated, Raven, CWJ has to connect to each other if they want to utilize the Galio and Diana combo in this game number 2.
That's a big possibility.
But
wow.
Len pinned down, very low on HP. First blood for Jelson. Alliance takes it down. But here, Hue, body slam onto 2, half HP for Jelson as well. Hooks from Hope 1, a lot of damage. And now Coyote comes into the party, slowed down by the exhaust, forced to back away. 4-man row for Alliance. It's too much to handle, and Divine Esports doesn't want to take it.
This is the strength of Alliance. Their early game aggression, whenever there's downtime, is great. They invade the jungle as a group. They form these dives constantly, either for bot lane or set up for top. And I think the biggest question mark is how they're able to transition that, because so far, even though they have been getting all of these early game kills, it doesn't necessarily translate into successful objective takes, because we talked about the dynamic between Len and Jelson. Jelson always going to be, most of the time, your tank jungler, therefore also most likely going to be your primary engage. Therefore, if you engage first, most of the time, you will die first. And after that, you'll not be able to secure the dragon. And Divine Esports, also they've got Len, who's basically on carry junglers like Lee Sin, like Rengar, like Kha'Zix, and I really like the stark contrast between the two in terms of playstyles.
Yeah, and therefore will crumble down onto Alliance when it comes to the mid-game, late game. But we'll see if things are different here. If they could maybe change things up when objectives are up. Because if they can change that, I think they have the potential to scale up into the mid-game or late game for Alliance. But considering how Divine Esports has been constantly playing this out, very ramp-up type of playstyle, wherein in the early game, in the mid-game, they play it consistently and patiently, but when it comes to mid-game, late game, they just ramp out, exponentially growing when it comes to gold, when it comes to kills, when it comes to objectives. And the thing here is, when we look at that game number 1, Alliance get all these early game kills, get all these stuff. But look here first for Coyote. That Denmark was phenomenal. But
The shadow switch back to the shadow from Coyote was really well played. Able to get a bunch of auto attacks more on towards Raven as the death mark pops. There it is. That's the scary 1v1 Coyote Coyote Zed versus the Raven here on the Diana.
yeah, and going back to my point a while ago, even if Alliance get all these lead, Divine Esports is matching up when it comes to gold. We saw a while ago Alliance take the first blood, but it was consistently very, very close. Even Divine Esports getting a little bit more out of Alliance. But here, we have a fight into the Rift Herald. It's lockdown coming in from Jelson with the Cataclysm. Hero's entrance to follow up. No one will attach to that though. And CWJ still tries to chase down onto TanX and Coyote, but forced to retreat with a lot of damage and pokes from Divine Esports.
Yeah, good thing Hope 1 is still, still baby Ziggs. Still only having the Luden's Echo, not having big boy damage just yet. Divine at the moment, though, can still get 2 out of 2 early objectives. Air Drake is gonna be extremely important between these two teams because of that extra movement speed. Alliance, both of these teams rather, are on a 1-3-1 setup. Therefore, they would so desire that movement speed buff.
Ooh, Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Almost so close, but TanX at that millisecond sidestep. Miss. And now Alliance still tries to go on. It's Jelson with a flag and drag with a knock up onto TanX. Explosive cast almost saves TanX's life, but it was a tad bit too late.
Gotta love the aggression coming from SSK and Jelson. Well, we talked about this again, right? This is the downtime. This is where Alliance shines. Whenever there's no objectives, they're so confident in entering these fights, and most of the time, they are successful with a kill. And I think the biggest question would be always, how can they transition these kills into objectives across the map? Because so far, again, it is Divine that is able to get 2 out of 2 early objectives and is still able to basically have their gold lead, the 2k gold difference.
Yeah, that's the problem. Prioritization, right? Divine Esports Tower First Blood, Cloud Dragon, Rift Herald, 3 out of 3. Right? Getting all this leads them into this position of getting that 1k gold lead, even if Alliance has 1 more kill lead up against them. So we'll see how this transitions later on. And this is not that much of a depreciating value for now because it is only the Cloud Drake, it is only the Rift Herald. Not as if I'm belittling these objectives, but more so, there are more objectives that is so much more valuable later on. The Infernal Drake comes up next, the Baron Dasher comes up next. If Alliance loses this is going to be so much deficit for this team to be able to come back in late game.
Yeah, that's true. I feel like, Alliance has a very, very strong mid-game here. There's a lot of wombo combos involved. Top lane.
Look at the shadow. Look at that mark. SSK 1 HP. He dies. SSK will lose his life. Divine Esports taking the kill down onto the Baron lane. But Jelson, it is too late. CWJ, it is too late. They did not get that trade. Divine Esports just gonna go out with a kill.
Nicely done by Divine once more. Mega Inferno Bomb is so painful.
Look at the flash. Look at the hit. Land gets a kill down. Azar Vecchi just blinks, and then he dies.
Yeah, it's just too painful. Or rather, that's also how squishy you are. Azar Vecchi throwing in the gauntlet. Okay, I know I'm the squishiest target. I will buy Hourglass Enchant. Okay, here it is.
Please go away. But look here into the top slide. It's Jelson. Force the flash away, and Coyote is very low on HP. SSK bringing him down. A kill for Alliance once again. Consistent kills for Alliance, pulling through, but 4k gold difference. Too big for Divine.
Now, right now, Alliance is going to be heavily reliant on SSK setups here. The big AoE stuns, the big delivery flanks, rather, and able to deliver the hero's entrance coming from CWJ. Ideally, you do want to put that towards Raven just to make sure you have better chances of landing that Moonfall without being cancelled. But at the same time, SSK will play a huge part just because of that the CC is definitely much easier to land. We'll see though as Divine again. We talked about poke before. Hope 1 It's going to be massive after that Rabadon's pickup. Well, not as massive, but will deal a significant amount of damage already towards Alliance. And the most dangerous thing about poke compositions is that when there are 2 assassins on the board, it's just so easy to prime for a one-shot, for a one combo shot against Alliance members. And you add in Tanex on this Darius, there's the finisher. There's the Noxian Guillotine.
And now, speaking of the same assassin, that mark onto Jelson puts him at very low HP, and Len just jumps in, gets the kill onto Jelson. Another jungler once again, lost by Alliance.
And this is exactly what we're talking about every single time. Alliance, downtime-wise, they're great with their dives. They're great with their initiates, their engages. But when it comes to the Dragon, Divine Esports is just always so good at getting a pick and then getting towards the objective, especially when their composition calls for this.
Now Raven, 2v1, tries to go back away, but that actually almost gets a kill down. Will not do so. So Kue will go back away. Raven holds on bot lane.
Able to hold on to summoner spells, which is good. I mean, barrier, very important against the death mark of Coyote here. Look at Alliance, though. They're trying to pick up this tower. We'll see if that's going to be taken down. Yes, that is the answer. Teleport, though, coming in.
Yeah, TPs. It's Stream and Drone for Divine Esports. Coyote comes into the party. Shurikens will not connect. With a huge dodge coming from SSK, but Alliance is going to go back home with the thing that they want, the tier 1 turret top lane.
Yeah, that's still going to be open for the taking. They've got the Ziggs, though. They can finish it off. Hope 1 is able to get that through with a passive. I think a little bit dangerous. Alliance is they're lying and waiting with the wave clear coming from CWJ and as well as Raven. So it might be a little bit too risky. Again, Divine climbing in for an 6k gold lead.
Mark from Coyote. A lot of damage for SSK. Stuns down. Stacy's enchant. Buys him a little bit more time. Shield from his kill, but Guillotine brings him down. SSK will lose his life. Alliance will lose their Baron laner.
This is just them being able to strong arm against the 1-3-1. Arrow!
Arrow is huge, but no follow-up. And Alliance will lose that opportunity. Now Tanex and Len comes into the party, gets a kill down onto CWJ, but a Guillotine almost gets the reset down, but Tanex will lose it because stasis will be done for Azarveki. Now explosive cast to try and disengage for Divine Esports, but they lock in. They get the kill onto Kue, and Alliance get that trade happening for them.
Nicely done punish coming from Alliance. Divine felt like they could take Alliance on there under the tower, but pretty much Quay and the rest of the squad were pretty low. Yeah, Coyote was low to begin with. There's no follow-up for this, though, but it still doesn't change the fact that Coyote can't exactly go melee range. He can only poke with the shurikens, can't exactly join the fight anymore. That's why I see him backing away. It was a, 3v3 situation where everybody else from Divine were pretty much very tanky, and, you know, Quay already used his cast, therefore no disengage available.
Yeah, and I think at the very least, they limited the amount of damages that will be done for Divine Esports. Right, Len was safe, only Qued died, so that was a support for maybe the mid laner for Alliance. So, I don't know. Let's see though, let's see, because right now, it's still Divine Esports taking the lead, but if Alliance consistently do this, wherein they get those trades, wherein they get those kills, I think this has an opportunity for them to make it back. Since Jelson will be the key here, but let's look at that. Coyote will go for the death mark onto Azarveki, as Azarveki will get eviscerated, and Divine Esports gets one more, takes 2 kills.
Yeah, Azarveki used the flash, but the death mark wind up, basically, air quote wind up, basically already kicked in. Fight another.
Yeah,
another fight.
Moonfall goes for the 2-man knock-up, but Len just jumps in, 1-shot kill, and 2-man apprehend coming from Tanex, pulls them through. This will be the 4 kills continuously for Divine Esports as they take 2 out of the top lane.
No jungler, no problem. Divine can immediately start this Baron up. Everybody pretty much low health. It doesn't matter as they've got the shred down on the board. No, again, Alliance is close. No one from Alliance is close to this for a potential steal, and now they have to defend from this. Okay, Raven is wave clear, CWJ is wave clear, Azarveki to some extent, I suppose, with the volley, but I feel like Divine may have a problem, may have an issue, because Hope One on the Ziggs just does a much better job wave clearing even with the 3 combined.
Certainly. Right, so I think it's a main focus here right now for Alliance because I'm expecting Divine Esports to also utilize the Baron in a split. You're seeing Coyote in top side, you're seeing Tonix into the bot side, a 1v1 type of setup to pressure in all lanes, which divides the manpower for Alliance to be able to defend. How they're gonna do this is up to them if they could, but if they cannot, this will all be over. Divine Esports though almost gets a kill onto Raven, but he dies at the end of the day, and now it's Alliance losing a member with the Baron buff towards Divine, and they need to defend, but Azara very low, CWJ very low, Divine Esports takes the tier 2 bot lane.
What a fight from Divine. We thought that Raven could have survived, but the stacks were just too much. Now look at the death timers. 20 seconds without Raven, and minions are storming the base.
And no one to defend. Alliance, you have to defend it. You have to clear down the wave. Connex is going to have that free time of their life to venture out into their base. Takes 2 inhibitor turrets for Divine Esports, and now the only one left is the top lane. With Baron buff still alive, with control waves for Divine Esports, they're now pushing top lane.
This is gonna be tricky.
Land jumps in! What? That kills down CWJ, the supposed tap for Alliance, and they lost it. Double kill for Divine Esports. They take all of their turns, and Divine is now pulling through. They take everyone away. That's the ace, and Divine Esports takes the second game of the series.
And that's gonna be 2-0 in favor of Divine Esports. It's been very close with the standings up against SBTC. And right now, this is a statement. This is full control that, hey, you know what? I'm not gonna be playing Lee Sin this time around for game number 2. I'm gonna be playing Kha'Zix and tag along in duo assassin with Coyote, and it was such a painful combo. Everybody else coming from the side of Alliance were forced to buy all these Zhonya's Hourglass enchants, and unfortunately, it did not work out too well.
Yeah, just a 1-2 hit combo gets the kill down for Divine Esports. So much damage, but you know what? I think there is so much more insights and info that the analyst desk can't talk about. Mika, take it away.
Thank you so much, casters. And yes, Divine Esports, they are not playing around, right into business with a 2-0 against Alliance. I really do have to extend my, pay my respects over here to Gamernism. I know that, you did vote for Alliance, of course, that loyalty all throughout. But yeah, what did you think of that match, especially since Alliance, it looked like they really were trying, but just Divine Esports was just too good.
Look, Rafa, I never got Rafa. They never got Rafa to get off his seat, so I'm gonna... Oh, we switched scenes. I was gonna go slump in my chair and then go all the way down and be like,
yeah,
yeah,
do it when we come back. You're gonna do it when you come back.
We can do it when we come back? Okay, sure. Well, yeah, Divine Esports, I mean, it's not an unexpected result. They are still an incredibly powerful team. I think the win, SBTC's win against them was expected, maybe not in such a convincing fashion, but it was expected. But Divine is still such a powerhouse. Group B as a whole. Now Alliance, this match, whether or not they win, whether or not they tie, it doesn't change that kind of reality. What it does change is now, or rather, it takes away the chance to leapfrog over Flash Wolves, but they still have a chance. But they must 2-0 Flash Wolves in the next game.
Yeah, Rafa, what about you? What do you think?
Well, I don't really want to cover this game that much because this is kind of what I expected. Although I will give my props to Coyote because he pulled out the Zed, and this was such a cool response to seeing what Alliance was starting to build up in their first 4 picks of the game. Once you see Galio, something about his heroic entrance, he also gives a magic damage reduction shield to all allies inside it. Doesn't do anything against physical damage, especially when it's double assassins and Kha'Zix and Zed. So if they pick off a target and they're trying to call in the emergency alarm for the heroic entrance to come in and save them, the magic damage reduction shield doesn't do anything against all the burst that comes in from Zed and Kha'Zix. So they're able to always consistently assassinate their targets that are caught out in the side lanes. And Coyote just put on a clinic, even as early on as the mid lane play, where Gamernism kind of
yeah, keep talking, Rafa. I'm just gonna keep sinking lower.
Honestly, homie Big G just really giving us the feeling that Alliance had every single time Coyote got another assassination off. If you like, my favorite part was when the Ash Arrow was coming in and Coyote was about to get hit, and so Alliance Raven walks up thinking, okay, you know what? He's gonna get hit by the arrow. This is my chance to walk up and dominate. And then Coyote just goes back and says, no. Now you stepped far forward. Deathmark comes out. Raven is totally unprepared for it. Burns both Flash and Barrier. And it still doesn't get out. And that was the story every single time. And the most important thing was the stark contrast in how Alliance played game 1 when they had the lead versus how Divine Esports played when they had the lead. This was something that Riku pointed out. When Alliances were making multiple dives, they didn't get any turrets. As soon as Coyote and Len make the first assassination on the map, what do? They say, yo, Ziggs, Hope, come with us to mid lane. We got a turret. Satchel charge this thing. Boom, blow it up. Suddenly 6,000 gold lead at 7 minutes. And that was the decisive acceleration that we never got from Alliance in game 1.
I just want to say, I want to see Rafa sort of like storytell or narrate a match and like do the voices. Yeah, I can imagine like, hey, yo, Ziggs, give me that, that's mine. I want to see that in like, you know, in kind of like the Ant-Man style, you know, how that whole thing played out. Maybe that could be something. Future content for you, maybe. But yeah, you brought up, by the way, how Coyote was just on point throughout this whole series. Let's bring up our MVP right now, because it is, I believe, going to be Coyote from Divine Esports. And, you know, this guy, we haven't praised him, as if we haven't praised him enough over here. Yeah, Gamernism, what did you think of his performance that series?
I mean, from the get-go, his Ari performance was phenomenal. He really shut the lines down in the mid-game. Once his charms were able to, well, basically take down Zoroveki, that kind of just pushed everything to Divine. And his second game playing Zed, I mean, he makes his own case. I don't have to try to explain it for him. Coyote, if you watch his games, you'll know exactly why you have to go for the guy. He brings so much pressure, so much more to his team than a lot of other mid laners do, because of how flexible he is. Being able to play control mages and assassins is just such a huge tool to have in your back pocket all times.
Yeah, totally agree. And, you know, Coyote, every single time, actually every single game, we can expect this guy to, you know, always pop off, always be on point. Rafa, what about you? You have anything to add to Coyote, as if you haven't sung his praises enough?
What can I say? I'm a Coyote simp at this point. You know, I will stand for the king right now. You know what? But put the cameras back on. You know, I didn't stand this entire game, but I'm gonna do it right now for Coyote and Coyote only. The king, the mid lane king right now. King of Vietnam. Now, obviously, we're going to have to get a SBTC and Divine Esports rematch at some point during the playoffs next bracket. But, you know, speaking of which, I think that's something that we have to bring up at this point, Mika, because there's so many implications that even within the first game being decided by Divine's victory over Flash Wolves that have now been determined for the rest of Group B.
That's right. Gamernism, actually, how are our standings right now after that win with Divine Esports? As if you're like a little reporter over here for our standings.
Yeah. Okay, I got this, right? So right now, things are looking a little bit dire for Alliance. They're behind Flash Wolves, but if they win the game, the 2-0 Flash Wolves, they will go and tie with them in points, and so they will be able to qualify due to the nature of the head-to-head. There's no tiebreakers for them, okay? Because of the win from Divine Esports, I believe that has propelled them forward, and so they are sitting in first. It's a pretty good set overall, but SBTC still have one more to play. Divine has already exhausted all 5 of the games, so there is still a chance for SBTC to take first seed, and that will push them into round 2 of the playoffs right away.
Yeah, and I am looking at Evos Esports right now. We're waiting for them because, of course, you know, you have to sit back and relax a little bit, regroup after their earlier match, and we are gonna head into their next match today. It's gonna be really exciting, by the way. It's definitely a banger match coming right up. But yes, Evos Esports, you know, they're in 3rd right now, which isn't exactly, I think, where we expected them to be. But yeah, it's because of this group of death, it's been really hard to determine, again, the top 3 places over here. But Rafa, what do you think? Can Evos Esports make it? You know, we're gonna see that little matchup between SBTC. What do you think? Or is Evos Esports going for that 2nd place slot?
You know what? I can't determine who is going to come out, but this is this is the most important matchup of the day between SBTC and Evos, right? Because as we noted earlier before, this is where like 3 different outcomes mean, or 3 different results mean 3 different outcomes. If SBTC win this matchup, then they will overtake Divine Esports in the standings, and they will clinch first seed. If it's Evos that wins, then they still have to play against Geek Fam later in the day, but a lot of us are reasonably assuming that they're also going to take down Geek Fam, and that would put them at first seed going into the playoffs. But if they both tie, then neither of them have enough points to eclipse Divine Esports in the standings, and therefore Divine remain in the lead. So Divine is hoping that SBTC get 1 game and then Evos get 1 game. So I don't know if like Divine is just gonna like take on some copium right now and just hope, like, okay guys, I need Evos to play really well 1 game, and then I need SBTC to smash the next game.
Right, we're gonna see indeed which outcome we will get as we check out Evos Esports and SBTC Esports coming right up after this quick break.
Are you ready to define your character, to choose your financial objective, to choose your investment strategy, and build your portfolio? Start now and level up your investment knowledge with Franklin Templeton.
We just saw Divine Esports continue their dominant run here at the C Championships with a 2-0 against Alliance. Welcome back, guys. Mika Fabs here leading the panel desk with Rafa and TJ and Miss Mary joining TJ over there. Welcome to the show, Miss Mary. It's nice to have a non-human presence over here. I really... Oh, look at her looking up at you, TJ. I'm gonna be so distracted this whole desk. Cats are my weakness. I'm gonna be so distracted. Oh no.
Can we just ask the cat questions, please?
I would watch that. I would watch that.
She's an absolute bastard, so I wouldn't recommend it. She would give you the wrong results, the wrong answers every time.
I would still watch that. I would still watch that. Okay, guys, you are now watching the C Championships over here, and we're just gonna ask Miss Mary all of the questions. But we shouldn't, of course, pass up this opportunity to hype up this next match over here between Evos Esports and SBTC Esports. This is the match that I've been looking forward to the most, actually, for this day. And this is another sequel here in the works, in the form of SBTC and Evos Esports remaking their matchup from the Summer Super Cup. And when we last saw that matchup, indeed, Evos won the best of 5 series with a 3-2-1. But SBTC did put up a very good fight. Now, heading over and checking out, of course, the Evos Esports roster over here. TJ, I know you have a lot of thoughts about Evos Esports. I mean, we all do, of course. But what do you and Miss Mary say about this team? Especially Miss Mary.
Again, I wouldn't recommend asking the cat anything.
No.
But my opinion, and a far more important one, is that Evos Esports are still the best team in Southeast Asia, and therefore the best team in the world. Now, that faith, that belief has been shaken somewhat by their recent performance, but when you're looking at this roster, it comes down to what do they do better and who can match them. And what they do better is they play across the map, and the only teams that can match them have to have strength in 3 key places. Valdez, who's an incredible early aggressive jungler capable of playing supportive. G4 is one of the best mid laners in the world, period, because of his ability to flip between those supportive Twisted Fate, Aurelion Sol style characters, and his ability to play on aggressive duelists. And most importantly, this tournament, given the way the meta has shifted, Cat Satan, who's been scaling into these late games and cleaning up teamfight after teamfight after teamfight.
Yes, indeed. I actually remembered something about Cat Satan. I remember during the Summer Super Cup interview, he mentioned that he got his IGN because he loves his cat, but at the same time his cat can be a demon, hence Cat Satan. I found that relevant because Miss Mary is on the desk right now.
Yeah, might have my cat. That might be related to Miss Mary.
That is Cat Satan over there on your lap. But on the other side, well, I guess Cat Satan over there on your lap will be facing off against SBTC Esports. Now, Rafa, we saw them earlier, and what do you think? Can they go up against Evos Esports?
I think the key for SBTC Esports to find victory against Evos is going to be how well TF and Julie can sync up in terms of a 2v2 jungle mid matchup versus Valdez and G4. Because like TJ said, both Valdez and G4 are so damn good at being able to flip and play multiple roles for this squad. Whether they want to play a more supportive style that facilitates the rest of the carries on the squad, or if they are playing the primary carries in themselves. Whereas Julie and TF is usually more of a role swapper, whereas Julie, as of recent, we have seen things like the Ahri and the Yasuo coming out from this player. So I wonder if we're going to get more of a dynamic matchup where Julie and G4 are trying to battle out in a battle of mechanics, or if G4 is going to take a more supportive role and facilitate the rest of this team.
And I think one of the key things that needs to be focused on here is the way that those two mid lanes are going to interact. Because at least coming into this tournament, we came in with the theory that Julie is a hard duelist, and that's what he's demonstrated. Julie's ability to take 1v1s is almost unparalleled. G4 on the other side also has that potential, but critically, and why you see that kill participation number at the bottom of this stat sheet be so much higher, he's really good at roaming the map, controlling his map presence, and being present wherever the action breaks out. That's something Julie hasn't mastered, and it reflects in the way these two teams play around their mid-jungle matchups.
Oh, That's absolutely right. It is that, I believe it is that experience, of course, coming in from G4. He is definitely one of the veterans here in the Wild Rift scene and extending even beyond it, and coming into the C Championships actually overall. They're backed, of course, by his teammate, his former teammate in another team, Lloyd. So these guys really know how to work together. And Lloyd, we talked about him earlier as being some, one of the big brains behind Evos Esports, helping shoulder that. I'm so distracted. The cat is there.
How did it get up higher? I feel like the next time if we go off this camera overlay and we come back,
it's on shoulders.
It's just gonna be on your shoulder. Yeah, it's gonna be on the shoulder.
But yes, let's check out our talent predictions right now. And I feel so bad because we didn't ask Miss Mary what her talent predictions are over here. Actually, we can ask her now. So who do you think is gonna win this matchup? Is it gonna be Evos Esports or SBTC?
She has no clue. It's too close to call. She said it was going to be a tie.
That's actually pretty good. I would say that's actually pretty good. I would say that maybe she favors Evos because Cat Satan is there, just to have that feline sort of affinity.
I favor Evos, and I'll tell you why. It's because we've seen this matchup before, and unless SBTC can blow open the early game, Evos will, I think, over the course of a long game, come out ahead. That's what they're best at. They play very good macro control. They play very well in team games. And SBTC, despite also being talented at that, struggle to maintain form over 10-15 minutes against a team that is as good at maintaining presence as Evos. Evos are constantly going to be poking, picking holes, threatening, and SBTC haven't demonstrated in the past a resilience to that kind of class.
That's really interesting. I should also point out that, the last time during the Summer Super Cup, when these teams faced off, it was the ADC show. We had Cat Satan and Kirill really popping off and getting MVPs for every single game. It was just like ADC show all around. I think we're gonna see that once again here. But as you mentioned, Rafa, we have, you have to look at the other members as well. So, maybe it's actually the MVP or the spotlight is gonna shift around over here. But yeah, I can't wait for this this little head-to-head that we have on the side between Cat Satan and Kirill.
You know who's also watching this matchup super closely, and I feel like it's the team that the Cat is actually secretly rooting for. It's Divine Esports, because they want Evos to do well one game, and then SBTC to do well one game. They got to get the tie-in so that Divine can maintain the first seed in Group B. And I must have inputted my predictions wrong, because that's what I was thinking as well. I thought it was going to be a tie for this matchup.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, we can't vote a tie. I feel like, there's so many matchups that I would have voted in as a tie. Like, I feel like this would be a draw, honestly, quite honestly. I feel like Evos Esports might have the edge. Maybe they'll have even, the moral victory over here. But I still believe that SBTC, they could probably take one off of Evos over here. But yes, right now we are entering Champ Select. Initial bans are coming in, as well as the initial picks. TJ, what are your thoughts?
I was just going to say that I think so much of this matchup comes down to TF. It comes down to the early pressure, like I said. So TF, who's been a little absent in this tournament, who's been a little quiet this tournament, needs to show up early on something like a Lee Sin for me to have belief in SBTC here. And I will note, Lee Sin has made it through the draft. What else has made it through the draft? Well, key picks for these two teams like Twisted Fate has made it through the draft. Renekton is banned out here as the top lane matches that is heavily focused on. That means that Riven is going to be a priority pick as the most powerful top laner still on the cards. You expect something like a Darius or a Fiora in response, depending on what SBTC wants to do in response.
We should point out that it is Unero right now playing instead of Minas. We do know that they often switch these two players around. And Rafa, I also wanted to ask you, because the last time that SBTC and Evos faced off, that match that SBTC won against Evos was when they actually brought out an Enchanter Mage. The rest were all tank supports and everything. They brought out an Enchanter Mage in the support role. Do you think this could be the case? I mean, obviously it was in the summer, it was several months ago, but who knows? Maybe that might be an edge for SBTC Esports. What do you think?
If it's an enchanter for SBTC, then I would rather see either a Nami or a Lulu for Akano, because you already see a Gragas and a Lee Sin being locked in. You know what they're setting up for? I'm guessing it's going to be the Yasuo for Julie. And so you want to make sure that the rest of the champions that are being locked in for SBTC also can facilitate knockups so that Julie has multiple options to find a way into the backline onto key targets against Evos.
And by the way, the fact that we get this Lee Sin is huge. Like, TF has everything he wants right now. And it's down to SBTC now to find that early momentum, because they're going to have vulnerable lanes to gank early. You're looking at the presence of that Varus, and you're licking your lips if you're TF, because the only thing that SBTC need to do to win this game is to get into that Varus lane early with the Lee Sin, re-gank him twice, boost Kiaral out to head on a carry. I'm looking for something like a Kai'Sa. You could also, I see, pull out an Ezreal. Basically anything that does sustain damage in the mid-game. Senna, I'm not as big a fan of because she doesn't provide as much early-game gank assist. So I would be a little alarmed at that. It would just put more pressure on TF to win that lane by himself, to win that early game by himself.
You know what? I like that you brought up the Ezreal because it actually was a comfort pick for SBTC Esports for a long while.
Why.
Obviously their strategy and then their meta has shifted. Obviously incorporating Senna now into their comfort picks and all. But yeah, it might be an X factor here for SBTC Esports if they really want to push it.
It's also a gamble for SBTC that this game is going late. That's also what this Senna expresses. It's a gamble that SBTC are staking their claim on, hey, we think this game is going to last past the point of Varus dominance. And Evos respond to that in kind, pulling out a Jarvan, who's this immensely powerful late-game jungler because of his ability to become a secondary tank, a secondary frontline for the team. That opens up a couple of options. We could go double tank here, and that would put a lot of the pressure to do damage onto onto Cat Satan and G4. And it looks like that's what we're doing with the presence of the Rakan. The other thing I was going to say is you can see a pivot towards an Enchanter right now. Rakan, I suppose, kind of fits that mold, but the drive for more utility in exchange for lighter weight, you certainly feel safer picking up the Rakan now that you have that Jarvan who can take a couple of hits from key carries, from key damage dealers, like Julie, pulling out this duelist, this Yasuo, as his final pick.
Yeah, Rafa, what are your final thoughts as the draft wraps up?
I mean, this is what we were expecting, right? As soon as you get Gragas and Lee Sin already, you have powerful knockups and engages and ways to facilitate a Julie Yasuo coming in. Now, Evos have picked champions that can prevent the Yasuo from getting out of hand. The Jarvan doesn't necessarily stop a Yasuo engage from happening, but the Rakan, as soon as the Yasuo wants to jump into the backline with that last breath, immediately Battle Dance plus quickness, because then you'll charm up the Yasuo, preventing him from being able to get any further damage off of auto attacks and Steel Tempest strikes onto your backline in the Varus. And the rest of the champions that you have are pretty mobile. Riven can always disengage away from the Yasuo thanks to Broken Wings and Valor Shields. Ahri can Spirit Rush away and get out of danger. So I feel for SBTC Esports, even though they got a lot of comfort picks and they got their dream composition, this is still very much in favor of Evos to play. So it's going to be requiring a lot of high-level execution for SBTC to win this game.
Well, we're gonna see if they can execute that high-level execution as we head into Game 1 of Evos Esports versus SBTC Casters. Over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Mika. Welcome everyone to Evos Esports against SBTC. I'm Infinity, and together with me is Omo. And Omo, now we have an interesting draft here for the series.
We sure do, Infinity, and I'm quite hyped to see this one play out, because when we talk about interesting drafts, what makes for interesting games? It's gonna be when you have two team comps of different styles butting heads. And that's exactly what we have here, right? Evos, they're running a bit of a pick comp. They're gonna look for catches. They have the Charm from Ahri. They have the Chains of Corruption from Varus. They have Rakan to try to make picks, be slippery. Jarvan does the same thing. But when you look at SBTC, it's very clear what their team comp wants to do. And Senna is normally a very good indicator of that. When you have Senna comps like this, they like to ball up, run at your face, and run you over. Whether or not they can do that, we'll have to see, as Evos, they have a bit of a cheeky bush camp here.
Yeah, Rich. Grand Entrance knocks up on Kiaral. Kiaral half HP. They go back with some damage, but will not follow through. No kills. First 30 seconds of the game, but this is a statement that Evos Esports wants to do. We're going to be aggressive.
Very aggressive trading from both of these mid laners as well. Look at Julie. I love it.
Almost.
So aggressive. He was so close to lethal. If he had Ignite, that would definitely be lethal. But I think we touched on this before as well, right? It's really nice to see Yasuo's have the barrier, because more often than not, that little bit of damage you get from Ignite is not going to help you. The timing that you get from barrier, if you get one auto off, if you get one auto Q off, it's going to give more than an Ignite already.
Definitely gives you extra sustainability, but we're looking at early jungle roams into the mid lane. They want that aggression, they want that safety net for G4 from Valdez.
He even just pokes him. Yeah, and they want to contest for the scuttles as well. I mean, I like it, right? In this kind of volatile matchups, you have to make sure you have jungle interference first.
Yeah, and I think that's also the case because you have Lee Sin, so level 3 is going to be very important for him to pivot his team into that early success and early foundation for SBTC Esports. And Valdez also has that level 3 point power spike wherein you have the flag and drag combo that can deal massive damage.
Indeed, he does. Comboed with Ari as well. As long as Wind Wall doesn't block Ari's entire combo, that's a lot of burst. What's here?
Junero apprehend, gets 2, gets a kill, Tipper falls down, forces out the flash for Valdez. What was that?
That's a bit of a disaster, huh? TF wants to trade though. But G4 is here. Okay, they know.
Yeah.
They're just gonna back off. Yeah. What I've noticed as the group stages progress, we can assume that the Vietnam region teams are going to be scrimming each other a lot more, right? And what we've seen a similarity is that they are starting to value this Darius pick so very highly. They want to play around their solo lanes, they want to play around typically mid-jungle, and Darius is just such a good stable pick. You leave him to his own devices, he's hard to kill like we saw right there. If you try to do so, he can definitely punish you, and Junero just turns the tables on Tipper and Valdez. How often do you hear someone saying that? Tipper and Valdez get punished.
Not often, indeed, because there's so much when it comes to jungle Baron synergy that it's hard for them to kill. Mid lane, it's just a roam from Kiral, misses out the root.
They're trying to burn the Spirit Rush from G4 because that would be super impactful for the 4-minute objective spawn timing. Not quite able to do so because, like you mentioned, Kiral misses the root. It happens, you know, we're all human. Skill shots miss sometimes, and G4 will just keep farming on with his Spirit Rush still available. I do want to look out for the next objective. In my books, I think SBTC have to be very careful about how they approach this. Because if Evos have setup, which they should, because your mid lane matchup is Ari into Yasuo, and Yasuo can never push this by Riot, it becomes so hard for you to fake check them. But Julie just doesn't care.
Yeah, he dives in, We gotta get that damage up.
Oh, no, this is bad.
Oh my goodness! Quickness and Grand Entrance knocks him, gets the kill onto Julie. He did not know there was a 2-man roam for Evos, and he gets slayed.
Yeah, and look at this. Rich being such a good guy support, even blocking the resonating strike from Lee Sin to make sure G4 can get his base off. But what's gonna happen right now? Rich gets caught.
Yeah, it's a root. It's a flash body slam onto 2. Explosive cast to follow up. Good engage coming from SBTC, but the charm is great. Connects onto Aquino and he dies.
It's starting to happen, right, Infinity. The pick comp from Evos, it's starting to be put together here. Julie trading pretty aggressively, but the main thing is Aquino flashes in, but TF was unaware or unready. He was starting the dragon. He used his resonating strike on the dragon. He couldn't follow up, and that means that will just be Aquino using all his spells just to die. And Evos now, I think they have full control. They're gonna wait for the Rakan charm to come back online though.
Yeah, surprise attacks. That is important for Evos Esports. As you keep on stating, this is a poke composition, so if they do that consistently, charm, Rich and G4 can continuously have that CC chain. But SBTC apprehends onto 1, the charm will connect, disengages, but TF with the safeguard comes through with the distance, and Dragon Rage knocks up onto 2, last breath to follow up, double kill for SBTC.
Huge fight there for SBTC. It starts off with G4 face checking. Look at that, he picks up the Twin Shadows right away. He says, I never want that to happen again. I don't want to face check. A lot of damage from Katsutan though. Tipper might think about this, Infinity.
Yeah, so much. And Tipper is here as well into the front lines, healing for Satan. And now Riven jumps in, that's a stun. But SBTC secures the Rift Herald. And now Tipper, very low, fighting 2v1. But Rakan, Grand Entrance with a quickness, huge! 2 kills for Evos Esports and triple for Tipper before he dies.
4 dead on the side of SBTC, and that was with Tipper missing his ultimate as well. Windslash did not connect. Julie wants more.
Yeah, Julie with a knock-up, G4 with a charm, tries to disengage, but Julie gets the kill.
Can I confess something to you, Infinity? I have a bit of a confession to make, but you can't tell anyone about this because it's kind of embarrassing. Well, I have to wait, right? Because we're gonna look at this first. Windslash completely misses, but the fight is still good. Akino is using a lot of time here to try to zone out Katsutan, but that means Tipper has so much space, he's not gonna get one shot. Rich comes in, has the grand entrance, charms everybody up like the charming young man he is, and they take down 4 kills. Yeah, this is gonna be Dragon for SBTC as well. And yeah, like my dirty little secret, right, Infinity, is that when I play Yasuo, I can't do the EQ flash even with keyboard and mouse. But Julie did it on the phone! It's insane! He's so good at this Yasuo ping!
Yeah, it's so massive. I don't know how he does it. I don't know. But look at that. It's a 3-man root carry for Evos Esports. Grand enter to a miss though. That was so close for Evos Esports.
It was indeed, and they do have to just back off out of here. A bit unfortunate, right? If they hit their spells there, might have been a kill or 2, might have been the mid lane turret. Both of these turrets sitting at just a sliver of health, just one hit and it's gonna drop. It's gonna be G4 once again missing out of the spells, but Evos, they won this turret first.
Very low HP.
Nice kick.
Evos Esports will get it. Nice kick coming from DF, but look at the backside. That's is
huge.
the flank, but he will get killed. But look at Last Red. Actually saves his life. They get the kill instead to Valdas.
It was a bit of a mistake there, right? The fight started off a little bit wrong for SBTC. The kick into 2 was not followed by Julie. He walked in the back. I thought he was gonna die. I think he thought he was gonna die as well. But he was just mashing his ultimate. And thankfully enough, there was a knock-up that saved his life. Great call there, Infinity. He gets out alive. He has 2 items right now. And it looks like Julie's Yasuo timer has started taking in this game.
Certainly, that last breath, if he did not pull that up, and he gets killed. So much gold for Evos Esports. He's currently 2-1-3. So much value if they get that. But SBTC, they're showing up their micro plays here, Omo.
Yeah, in this game, it's starting to look like it's gonna evolve into a 1v1 between 2 raid bosses. We see Tipper.
Forces at the flash. What?
He doesn't want to risk it at all. If he did get tagged by the resonating strike, what would have happened is TF would have came in and tried to kick flash him. Now I think Tipper, he played it a bit too conservatively. He could have waited for TF to try to come in before flashing, but you can't blame him for not wanting to take any risks.
Yeah, and now Evos Esports going for the jungle invade. 3-man drone coming up. Unero flashes in on Rich. He got stacked indeed. Now it's a 4-man from Evos Esports. They're coming with a party, and Rich goes in. Grand entrance, quickness, almost slays down Akino, but with last hit from Valdas, they secure it. 1-for-1 for now, and SBTC Esports wants to go for more. They're going for the Black Mist, tries to catch up, but Valdas Flag and Drag go back away. They're safe, but Yunera is still going on, is still persevering. How can they do this? TF on the backside. They're going for a flag. Nice kick coming up. Flag and drag with a knock-up though. But Yunero still lives. What is this? They're not going to get the kill onto Yunero. And SBTC Esports is holding on. Rich is very low on HP. J4 forces at the flash. They need to go back away. But TF jumps in once again. Triple kill. G4 will get slayed down. And SBTC gets far out of that.
Alright, I think we're gonna have to turn the stream on. It's getting a little bit dirty over here. That whole time this was going on, Julie wasn't even there. He was pushing away to his heart's content in the Baron lane, but SBTC defying the fight regardless. And Infinity, you know the first thing we said, Unero, he's got stacks. Evos don't care. They run into him, and that was the big mistake. He got his stacks down on the whole team. He basically one-shot Katsatan. And in this clip right now, we see how Unero cannot die. He gets the outer edge of his Hemorrhage. I think it's called Hemorrhage. His first skill on multiple people every single time, which is why he's so hard to kill. Now look at TF right now. He snipes Rich. That's one. He goes onto G4. He dodges out this Orb of Deception, and he Zhonya's the second charge of it as well. Just incredibly clean here from the members of SBTC. They pull ahead to a 6,000 gold lead. They have all the advantage in the world. We saw Evos earlier today. They destroyed Alliance. They looked like they were back to championship form. But Evos are saying, you know, maybe this is our year. Oh, sorry, SBTC are saying rather.
Yeah, maybe this is our chance to prove that we can be the champions too, that we can make God bleed here in Wild Rift. But we'll see. For now, they're starting on to the Infernal Dragon. Let's see how Evos Esports react here. Flag and Drag comes in. That's almost getting the skill, but the kick down for TF saves it. And now SBTC Esports goes for the counter engage. Guillotine will not get the reset down, but TF will get the kill. That will be Cat Satan trading for Julie. And now SBTC will pin down on Tipper, will also slay him, and that will be the 2-4-1 on top of the Infernal Dragon for SBTC.
And I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you here, Infinity. I had no idea what happened that fight. I don't know how you managed to call it, but it was just a bloodbath. It was a slaughter. The big key takeaway for me there was that Unero did not get the reset on his dunk. And who can blame him? It was such a chaotic fight. How do you even choose who you want to dunk? But if he did, there would have been an opportunity for him to flash in and try to clean up the members of Evos. The big mistake there was Kazakhstan was too close to the front of the fight, which means he got jumped on and wasn't able to survive even with his flash used. So that's gonna be big, because next fight he's not gonna have that available. He really needs to manage his distances, because dying at the start of the fight to Kazakhstan is gonna be a disaster here.
Yeah, it's the micro. It's so amazing for SBTC. They continuously bring up this micro mechanical play up against Evos Esports, and they're just mashing down. And you're looking at that 8K gold lead for SBTC. So massive.
It's pretty insane. It's pretty insane, I gotta tell you. And a lot of that comes from Julie on this Yasuo as well, sitting at 10,000 gold. TF on this Lee Sin, 10,000 gold, 7-1 and 3. It's extremely impressive, because when you think of Yasuo, he's not supposed to be dominant in the early game. He needs the items, he needs the crit, but Julie doesn't care. He finds the advantages and he keeps making them bleed here on the side of Evos Esports, gets in the back line. Whether it comes to the fight or not, TF and the rest of SBTC, they're still doing so extremely well. And look at the map right now, it is all SBTCs. Tipper is trying to get what he can in the Dragon Lane, but I can tell you it's not going to be a lot. Look at this.
Oh, TF with a kick, followed up by Julie with the last breath, gets the kill down, but Valdez comes in, Rich comes in, almost getting a knock off, but SBTC still secures the tier 2 turn, and Unero just jumps in, zones away the enemy tier.
A little bit ambitious there, right? And I can tell you that's exactly why Kazakhstan flashed at mid lane the moment he saw TF, because he doesn't want to be the victim of that combo. He doesn't want to be kicked into last breath. There is no counterplay. G4 had flash, G4 had spirit rush, but he could do nothing, and he gets taken down. Julie and TF, they get another kill on the bot. They get the tier 2 turret at top lane. They are, what is it, 7,000, 6,000 gold up. They're just gonna tear through this game, I feel, at this point.
Yeah. Evos Esports is now saying, back away, SBTC, back away. We can't handle too much aggression. The follow-up from TF and Julie is like so synchronized.
Yes.
I think they're one player. They're one person just playing two champions at the same time.
They want to go again, by the way. Look at this. Oh, this is a bit early, though. Yeah, that's a bit early, right? You can see the distance on the minimap because we have God view, and TF was just a bit too early. Julie was barely out of range, I think, right there.
Yeah, maybe just zoning him away. Just go back. Yeah. We want to pressure A. We want to control top lane. Maybe.
Just sending him a message. You are never safe, G4. How dare you touch this side wave? But look at this right now. The one win condition left from Evos. Tipper is trying to do everything he can down in the Dragon Lane. And this is going to be Baron starter for SBTC, though.
Yeah, I think SBTC needs to send one member bot lane if they want to defend on
No, they don't care. They get Baron.
For Evos Esports. Yeah, if they get Baron, though, this might be game-changing. And Evos Esports now going to get pinned down. They're fighting 3 up against 5. And Guillotine almost getting the kill, but Kazakhstan will get the kill down onto Akino. And this will change things up. Julie into the front lines. Goes for the knockup. Will get 2. But then TF jumps in. The finishing up crew gets the kill. That will be 4 kills. Tipper the only one left. But SBTC Esports, we gotta push. We gotta push. It's the top lane open for us.
And I don't even know how that happened, but we saw Julie, once again, he got in the backline somehow. And when we talk about his Yasuo, we always talk about this. We don't see him. We don't know how he gets there, but he's always in the backline, 1v3, not dying. He didn't even have last breath because he used it on Rich, so he just dashed his way in. Tipper and a TF right now, a bit of action there, but it looks like it will just be an inhibitor for SBTC. They bring the goal lead to 10k. They get the Baron buff. They get the kills. They send the message to Evos that SBTC, they are here to play, and they're just going to go for the resets, and they're going to come back. I think that might be the game here, Infinity.
Yeah, and maybe it's an understatement that they're only here to play. I think they're here for the throne that Evos Esports is currently having. They want that throne. They want that on the top of their head saying we're the best here in Saudi Arabia.
Legitimately. And I gotta be honest with you here today, SBTC, they've put on some statements. They came in the first day of Group B, they didn't look as strong, they looked a bit shaky. Game 1 against Alliance was close, they dropped Game 2 to macro differences. SBTC though, today, they look like a different beast. They look like a team possessed, they look like the first seed of Vietnam. They come in, they destroy the number 2 seed Divine, who have been looking just as impressive. And then they come into the second match of the day, and they smash through Evos in Game 1. This is a statement coming out from them so far. Look at the jungle gold gap. It's 5,000 gold difference. TF is angry. He's a man possessed.
We keep on repeating this. TF is probably one of the best, if not the best junglers in Southeast Asia, if not the world. So he's showing it up. Now explosive cast goes for the scatter up, and Evos Esports trying to hold on. Valdez is locked in, getting pinned down. SBTC gets a kill. Tipper will get a kill though with his ultimate. He's sustaining himself. 3v1 goes for the stun, goes for the knockup. Revive coming from TF with the GA, but in there comes through to the rescue into the backside. Gets a kill down on Katsura. Apprehends onto one. Follow up by SBTC, getting the kill. Tipper the only one alive. He gotta run. He gotta rescue himself in this fight. But SBTC is locking onto the Nexus base. Tipper is knocked up with the last breath, killing him, and SBTC takes Game 1 of the series.
Extremely impressive performance there from SBTC. That was not just a win, that was a statement. They sent the message to Evos that we are here to play. We are here to put on a legitimate threat for the entire title of the Scene Championships. And honestly, TF, Julie, across the board, Nero from the early game, they just played so extremely well individually. Their team fighting was immaculate, and this looks like the team that we expected them to be, right? They didn't really show up on the first day, and we talked about that a little bit, but today SBTC seems like they've awoken.
Yeah, they awoke from their hibernation. They're just waiting for that right opportunity to come back out. But in this series for now, it's SBTC Esports taking the lead. We'll see after this short break. Now Evos Esports can try to defend their throne up against SBTC, the rival.
Welcome back to the C Championships. Rafa, Mika Fabs, TJ, and Miss Mary once again on the desk at SBTC Esports takes game 1. I'm just so distracted by that cat, but I'm also distracted by the fact that I feel like now I want to switch my prediction over here now that SBTC Esports have taken game 1 and we've seen how strong they can actually be. But I don't know. I really want to vote a draw over here because I still do believe in Evos Esports. But TJ and Miss Mary, by the way, you wanted to bring up something on like SBTC Esports and TF. He accepted your challenge over there. I think it was the cat that motivated him.
But yeah, TF did exactly what I asked him to do. I said, you need to draft Lee Sin, you need to get TF on the map early. TF drafted Lee Sin, got on the map early, and set the tempo for the game. The one thing I got wrong was I predicted that pace of play would be directed towards the bottom lane. In actuality, much of the early tempo advantage shifted over to Julie on the Yasuo, and that snowballed. When you have a character like Yasuo, the most important thing you can do is get that character out ahead early. So SBTC had a draft where they didn't have that kind of snowballing potential down bottom. They shift the attention of the jungler towards the mid lane, knock G4 out of the game early, knock Valdez out of the game early, play through their own mid-jungle duo, and never look back.
Yeah, and it seems like just like Evos Esports, they couldn't catch on once TF decided to dictate the pace of the game. And, you know, you could see them really trying, but just SBTC, they just managed to get that momentum and really roll with it. Rafa, what about you? What are your thoughts on this game?
Man, TF had a casual 5,000 gold lead on Valdez at like the 10-minute mark. I mean, and that's just an individual. That's not even the team advantage gold. The team advantage gold was at least 10k. Half of it is just the jungle matchup. I mean, what can I say? Jungle gap. TF
That's what
just
TF does.
Yeah.
That's why he's one of the best junglers in the world, Rafa. If he can get that early game going, nobody matches that.
Well, Len had his opportunity, but he couldn't. SBTC just cleaned house. TF was too good. Now, this time around, going into the next game, TJ, I know we've had like our kind of discussion about if, you know, for someone like me who is secretly hoping for Divine to still maintain the first seed of Group B, we need Evos to win. Now, if Evos are going to come back into this series, you got to take away the Lee Sin, or you at least got to contest that pick or find a way to match the early aggression.
Yeah, and this is where I think there's actually a mistake made by Evos during the drafting phase. There's a reason I changed my tune real quick once I saw that draft. Because Evos kind of opted into what G4 wants to do, or what, sorry, Julie wants to do, instead of what G4 wants to do. I would have much preferred to see G4 playing something like the Twisted Fate that is utility-focused, win through the presence of Valdez as a carry, get the utility out of G4, and use Thipper as the early game damage threat. We didn't really see that here. I think Evos are at their best when they're playing to the top side of their map.
Yeah, I think, like, you know, we brought up the Twisted Fate, but I think that you can control your fate and your future with Franklin Templeton. You can get started on your investment journey with one of the world's largest investment managers. I'm sure Miss Mary trusts Franklin Templeton. You should definitely too. But yeah, you brought up Julie as well. And, you know, Rafa, you brought this up as to, like, you know, maybe they should ban out the Yasuo or something. TJ, you disagreed with this, that, you know, maybe Julie wasn't exactly, or rather the Yasuo wasn't exactly the right target. I mean, TJ, I want to hear your thoughts on this one.
Well, the reason I don't think that Julie's Yasuo should be the prime target is because Yasuo by default is a pretty late game character. What makes Yasuo really scary, like he was in this game, is if you can get Yasuo going early, and that requires jungle resources to be directed into that lane. You'll go, Yasuo isn't the problem, he's fine. He's default in lane, he's going to play slow. It does suck to play something like a Twisted Fate into a Yasuo, but you can survive that matchup as long as you play defense. And the most important thing is that Yasuo doesn't get early gold, doesn't get a massive advantage, and that wasn't coming from Julie, or at least wasn't just coming from Julie. Most of that was from TF managing to have presence in lane.
Yeah, as much as a fan of the Yasuo gameplay that I saw from Julie, TJ is absolutely 100% right. A lot of the plays that Julie was able to get in on weren't, you know, plays that he self-generated by himself. He didn't build up the Steel Tempest stacks into, you know, a self-generated last breath. It was TF finding an angle, finding a flank, getting a two-man kick into the jungle quadrant, or even the likes of CWJ getting in on the action as well, throwing an explosive cast, getting a body slam to set up the last breath as well. I mean, the entire identity of this composition, we said it from the get-go. Gragas, Lee Sin being locked in first 2 picks, you know that this is setting up for a Julie Yasuo carry to come in. Now, even though you take away, one could argue, well, if you take away the Lee Sin, you still have the Gragas, but yeah, the way that we saw the game played out, it was TF that put a lot of his resources and time into making sure that Julie was accelerated. And then, you know, suddenly we get to the mid portion of the game where normally you would only have like maybe 2-3 items. Julie had 4. He was super accelerated.
Yes, indeed. And we're going to see actually if you can pop off again, and you know, and what was with TF in this. Oh, and there you have it. They've caught onto it. Just say, SBTC, you cannot do that again. TJ, initial bans are coming in. I know you reacted strongly to that, Lee Sin.
Yeah, it's interesting to me they also ban out the Senna. Senna's seen as a priority ban in many places in the world, but I would have thought the Camille was higher prio. I want to see a Twisted Fate here. Twisted Fate's still on the board. The Riven here, it's a priority pick, but you shouldn't be locking it down given that Camille is at least usually going to be played on the top side. It's very unlikely they hand that to TF in current meta. So I think you could have waited on picks like the Riven because there's already a top laner locked in. And it worries me, frankly, that we're seeing a Rakan hovered here, because that very likely indicates that Evos are going to sacrifice either mid or jungle to be a tank. And I want that to be the key damage duo of this team. I want G4 to be on a utility and Valdez to be on a big damage dealer. And this draft doesn't seem to be pointing that way. So far, I like SBTC a little bit more.
So far. But, of course, Rafa, what do you think of the draft so far? And yeah, this Varus coming in for SBTC, I feel like that is a little bit of a flex. It is another comfort pick for SBTC over here. But G4 also looking like going for that Orianna, possibly, in the mid? Or possibly support. What do you think?
Rakan engage into Orianna Shockwave combo is pretty... I don't want to say super reliable way, because it does require a lot for the Rakan to be able to get into the thick of the fight and expend a lot of resources. But, you know, if you turn on the quickness, you can charm everyone up, get into a knockup, and then from the grand entrance, and then Shockwave follows up, you get a massive burst damage. But Orianna doesn't just hit like a truck early on. It takes a while. You need to get to at least 2 or 3 items before the Shockwaves actually starts kicking in.
But where does this Pantheon go? Because this is either jungle Pantheon or jungle Riven. And either way, they're going to have the kind of global mobility that Evos excels with, and it will enable them to kind of dominate the early game once they hit level 5, based on that extra map presence. SBTC are going to try and late match it, kind of late parity it, by bringing out the Nunu, which gives them a decent amount of roam. In response, the Nunu's very fast across the map, but he's obviously not as fast as the Pantheon, and the Pantheon is going to do much more damage during the early game. I think the weak point here for Evos, although I do like how that draft broke towards the end, the weak point is they don't have a lot of health. They're very low HP, which means that you need to start strong if you're Evos. If this Pantheon doesn't take over the first couple of minutes, if this Pantheon doesn't find early momentum, then they're not going to have enough damage to stay alive, if that makes sense.
Yeah, final thought.
Rafa, you're getting your Nunu match.
Well, we finally got Nunu, and a TF is going to play it, but the big thing for me that's going to be curious is Evos doesn't have a marksman. All their physical damage is going to be coming from Valdez and Vipper, so I don't know what this is going to mean, but, you know, if Rakan can set up the plays, then maybe the Meatballs and the Melee Bruisers can clean it up here.
Well, it looks like a very interesting draft indeed, and bound to be a very exciting game. Casters, take it away.
And take it we shall. Welcome everyone to SBTC Esports versus Evos Esports. The challenge to take the throne. The challenge to outthrow the kings of Wild Rift Southeast Asia. Welcome everyone to this game 2 of the series. Omo, we don't have any ADCs for Evos Esports, and we have Nunu for SBTC. What are your thoughts?
Well, I don't really know where to begin. I mean, I think our analyst did a great job at breaking this one down. But I would like to present the point. Look at the map. Look at the champions here. None of it matters. It's all about Unero against Tipper. This is the same thing as the Fiora matchups, right? You play Camille against Riven, someone's gonna get ahead, and the one that gets ahead, it's not gonna stop being ahead, and he's gonna snowball the game, and he's gonna be the carry factor, and that's a huge thing that we have to look out for. Rich, once again, being cheeky here.
Knock off on Brawl.
Electrocute procs.
Not enough damage though, not enough damage. The electrocute will deal enough to push them back, but reach very, very low.
I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, if you all-in matchups like Varus Gragas, who have very good poke from a distance, if you don't get the damage down and get out, which you obviously can't as a level 1 Rakan because you don't have the battle dance to get away, then they're just gonna return the damage on you that you did to them twofold, threefold, or even more, right? So let's look at the state of the map right now. I do want to point out that Veldus being on this Pantheon, TF being on this Nunu, means that we can expect to see a lot of early action. Our analyst there said correctly that Pantheon really needs to get things going, and we really need to see that in the Baron lane. TF as well, Nunu doesn't exactly fall off. Hold that thought. Okay,
Yeah,
this is a bit of
TF
damage.
with a snowball.
Yeah, this is a bit of
Onto
damage.
G4. Yeah, no, continue.
Yeah, I mean, I lost my train of thought by my own doing, so that's my bad. But yeah, he can roll the snowball up to the Baron lane, and Tipper will need to be always respectful of that, because Camille can lock you down with the Hextech ultimatum, and you have nowhere to run from the Nunu snowball. So a lot of things that we need to be aware of, but given the nature of the bot lane matchup, we don't really need to care too much about that. Mid lane is a possible point of contention, because when we talk about Diana, how does a trading pattern go? She dashes into you to try to out-trade you. Now, if she dashes into you and you've got backup, then that's a bit of trouble for her. The main thing, though, nothing else matters. We need to look at the Baron lane.
Definitely, and I think when it comes to the mid lane, it's also difficult for G4 because once you charm G4, the Moonfall will get cancelled. Pretty much every single thing, there's a pros and cons in both lanes into the mid lane and also the bot lane. So I liked how you mentioned about Tipper versus Unero matchup in the Baron lane because we saw how Tipper was playing in that first game. Yes, they did not win, but their type of playstyle, especially for Tipper, is holding on for his team, is playing space, is making something happen for them.
Oh boy.
Oh, the charm follows up with a knockoff. This is the
Oh,
electrocute damage with Spirit Rush, but Barrier saves his life, can ignite, burn him down. He won't. 1 HP, 1 HP.
Oh, but it's killing the bot lane.
Yeah, they're fighting this. Two-man roam. With a body Sam, tries to disengage, but he won't be able to do so. 1-for-1 though will happen. Down charm will connect. That's gonna be the kill for SBTC.
Indeed, it is. In SBTC, they get off to a rolling start. This Orianna Rakan lane, we saw it from level 1. You're not going to do too great into Varus +1. The 1 doesn't matter, but Gragas makes it worse. And they exactly managed to find that. They managed to find a 2v2 solo kill. And then the Avenged Sambo, everyone tries to come down. It's not going to make a big difference. Oh, they found it in a 2v3. Not even a 2v2. Yeah, they do manage to kill Aquino, but he makes enough space. He buys enough time that the members of SBTC, Julie and TF, don't forget, they're making their way over from just killing G4. So they got the kill mid, and they came bot to get a kill as well. So really good stuff coming in from the members of SBTC across the board, getting 1,000 gold in their pockets already over Evos.
Yeah, so much quick responses. This is what SBTC Esports is keep on doing. From game 1 to game 2, they respond very quickly, which means Evos Esports cannot do this hyper aggression with SBTC Esports doing there. Because if they do, yes, they're able to engage, but the continuation is going to be much more harder. It's going to be much more difficult for them to be able to get more kills and get more value.
Yeah, it seemed like they wanted to dive Katsutan for a second there, but just decided against that. This will just be the dragon. Unero, if you look at the minimap, he dodges away from Veldus. And this could be really big though, because the delayed tempo here from Evos might mean that SBTC get to contest with both objectives right now. And they do.
Yeah, look at Rift Herald. Rift Herald is something that we need to see because Evos Esports is there. SBTC is also there. Now, body stamp coming in. Rakan is going to get knocked off. But look at TF. Look at the Hextech ultimatum as well. Quickness and Grand Anchors tries to save his life. But Nunu is able to do so. And Nunu will get the kill. This will be the 1-for-0. Kira will die though. And Evos Esports, this is big. Moonfall with a tree. Man, knockup. This changes things up. Now Kira, Aquino dies. Unero to follow up. Evos Esports changing things up. And this will be the 4-for-2 for Evos Esports.
Brilliant team fight there from Evos Esports. It was a good start to the fight from Unero, but there's so many things going on there that we need a replay so we can break it down. Lots of things to take note of. It started off with the Hextech ultimatum onto Rich. He lived long enough to get a bit of his combo down, but the key point there, G4 and Katsatan, they found the wombo combo. Katsatan, he got the shockwave onto the backline, and that was the go button. That was the cue for Tipper. It's my time to shine. He ran down Kirill, kept the wind slash, and used that to get one more kill as well. And of course, like you called, G4 with the huge moonfall to secure the rest of the team fight. SBTC Esports, things have been looking great for them. They've been winning basically every team fight this series. But Evos, it looks like they want to turn things around here, Infinity.
Yeah, but if they can, Rift Herald being started by SBTC Esports, if they can get this 300 gold with extra pressure coming down, they actually secure it, and Evos Esports is late to go for the contest. So SBTC Esports takes 2 objectives out of 2 in the first 5 minutes into the game.
They do indeed. They get a bunch of objectives, they get some priority, and now it's important to look out for where they're going to use the Rift Herald. That's the big note that we have to keep in mind right now, because with the team comp that they have, using the Rift Herald can easily mean disaster from Evos. It's a very similar team comp to what Evos were running in the last game. There's a lot of catch potential. There's a lot of pick potential. If you make a misstep guarding your turret, you are gonna die. Just like Unero right now.
Deeper jumping in with a Blade of Vexel, almost getting the kill. Hextech Ultimatum actually misses down the wind slash, and Unero lives.
Yeah, we're gonna need some replays with some of these fights, because this game right now is like a walking highlight reel for all of these players. Their mechanics are being pushed to the limits. They're being pushed to the absolute maximum of what they can do, and it's honestly incredible to watch. I can't even keep up with half the plays because I'm just not nearly that good, but their mechanics are just really well played. Unero uses the ultimatum to space and dodge out on Tipper's spells. Tipper still gets the wind slash off, but he holds the third kill Q for long enough that he nearly found the kill. It's just that he barely missed on that, and now SBTC, they're making a play in mid.
Yeah, Rift Herald into mid lane. Evos Esports want to contest. Pantheon jumps in, but a Starfall connects onto Charm coming in from Ari, but 2-man knockup coming in from Rich. No follow-up though, so not being able to get that kill, and Rift Herald will not punish onto the turret. Charm will connect. G4 needs to go back. Tier 1 turret falls mid lane.
It does indeed. G4 once more.
Still, Moonfall connects on the toe. Pantheon with stun. Whoa!
Nice.
Evos Esports is pulling up some of these moves, as you stated, the highlight reel walking for game 2.
No, legitimately, if these were any other players, if these were not, SBTC versus Evos Esports, you could just clip all of these plays and it would be the highlight of these players' careers. But because we have such a pedigree in these games, it's just another day in the office for them. It's just another day on the job. These plays, it's normal to these players. They are just that good, and we're really seeing how they can push their champions to the absolute limit right there, and I love to see it, Infinity.
And this is the reason why these two teams are some of the teams that are the favorites to come and win the C Championships for this year, right? SBTC Esports, from their improvements in the group stage, absolutely phenomenal. And Evos Esports is the defending champion for Southeast Asia as a whole, because they are the winners, they are the grand finals, they are the champions for the Summer Super Cup. So this is the true test. Who will be able to win this game 2 can change storylines for these two teams.
Look, I'm gonna be honest with you here, Infinity. I was still thinking that, you know what, even though Divine lost to SBTC, I still think Divine's the better team, right? It's just that SBTC have their number. But if SBTC get a 2-0 here, I'm gonna have to hold that thought.
Yeah, Moonfall will miss though. And now TF jumps straight to the backside of Kino as well. Pantheon comes in with a Starfall, and now Evos Esports will get eviscerated because of the Pinsir attack for SBTC.
Yeah, it's too greedy right there from Evos. And what do we talk about when we say SBTC's mid-game prowess? It's how they go to the side lanes and find these opportunities. Julie plays just on the edge enough to keep G4 and Rich interested, but he never actually makes a mistake there to get caught. We missed that, but you never get solo killed by Tipper. So once again, Tipper, he's the last one standing. He's the last man that can carry this Evos roster, just trying his best on this Riven. But yeah, SBTC, they just use these side lane advantages and opportunities to find these amazing timings, roam down there with your mid priority, get the picks, get the kills, get the towers, get everything, and make your way back mid, push the waves, rinse, repeat. Amazing stuff from SBTC. We saw it from them against Divine, and they're doing it here yet again against Evos.
I mean, if you're looking at it, even though SBTC Esports has this 4K gold lead, but when you're looking at the gap for the Baron laners, Tipper 8K, Unero 6K. The gap in the Baron lane is so huge, and this is the reason why Tipper, even though he has a broken blade, can do so much for his team.
Yeah, and this is exactly what we talked about at the start of the game, right? Whoever gets a lead in this matchup, that lead is not going anywhere.
Chain of Corruption connects onto one, follow up with another Hexic
Moonfall.
ultimate to lock down onto Valdez. Valdez will still alive a bit longer, but Katsudan, or Kirill rather, will get the kill with the arrow. Double kill following up. SBTC Esports, Katsudan, the only one alive into the top lane, gets rooted down. That's another kill for SBTC.
I'm gonna tell you something really interesting for a second. Tipper just got a solo kill on Unero. And he's
Yeah,
hit.
and now he's looking for more. He's going for the knock-up alongside with Rich. Quickness to
No.
follow up. The charm will not be able to connect. Now TF comes through into the backside. The charm from Julie will bring down Tipper.
It was so close. He got a solo kill. He didn't even have to use his broken blade, his wind slash, whatever you want to call it. He didn't need it. He just spanked Unero, burned his flash, killed him, came to the team fight, popped his ultimate, nearly got another kill, but it wasn't quite gonna happen. Oh, sorry, he didn't kill Unero. He killed Julie, I think. But look at the team fight right now. Look at G4. This is the key thing, right? He gets a nice little moonfall, but the counterplay, a Kino with the cast was what turns it around. Ketatan here, I think he got a bit too ambitious. He found one, he tries to get more, but he missed position, and that's what spelled his doom at the end of it. And you know what? I'm actually completely wrong. Tipper didn't kill anyone. I'm just dreaming. I just dreamt that up because I saw him make too many solo kills recently. So, ignore me. Mistakes were made.
That's
today.
illusion for Tipper.
Delusion
That's
indeed,
illusion.
yeah.
Yeah, but G4 gonna get stuck here. Takes his chance to delay for his life, but he is gonna get slain.
This
Easy
might be
kill
Baron.
there for SBTC. This might be indeed because
Oh, no,
we
they're not.
have no mid lane, but one for
But
one.
I'll
Both
tell you
teams
what
doesn't
wasn't
have mid.
illusion there. G4 genuinely did solo kill Julie. So if we keep seeing the trend of things right now, if G4 keeps getting solo kills, if Tipper keeps getting solo kills, the way Evos really need to start playing is they need to run a 1-3-1 on the map. The problem with that is if they run a 1-3-1, there's too many options from SBTC. The snowball can kill the side lanes, and we talked about how good SBTC are at making sure they punish overly aggressive side lanes. They can do it here again if you try to 1-3-1 them, and that's such a big risk. Now, if they go to the side lane, they try to catch your side laners. What's normally the counterplay to that? You would start Baron, right? But you don't have ADC. Your marksman is Orianna, your jungler is Pantheon. You cannot kill Baron. Evos, their options are limited. They're gonna need to take team fights against SBTC, and I gotta say, Infinity, I really favor SBTC in those.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's the cost of having no ADCs, right? They're going for the team fight, they're going for the team fights, but if they lose here in the game, it's just gonna be so much harder for them to make it back in this game. And look at how Aquino is just playing around, goes for the body slam, followed up with a knock-up. That's huge. Zones away the enemy team, and SBTC secures the Ocean Dragon, and now Evos Esports tries to go back away. Julie goes in, Orb Deception, a lot of damage coming up, but look at that. They tried to flank, but they won't be able to do so, and Kira will die, Yunara will die. This will be the 2-4-2, and Evos Esports still trying to hold on. G4 trying to run away. Moonfall connects onto 2. TF's gonna get stunned. Tipper is doing magical work here, and now Evos Esports is turning things around. Valdez will get the spear, will lock in onto 1. The stun will connect. TF will die.
No way.
And Batia with a Starfall
He's out.
lives.
He gets right out of dodge. He says, "Peace, late. I am out of there." And Valdez just takes his leave. He tips his cap goodbye at Julie or whatever, and he makes his way right out of that team fight. I can't think of a more fitting ending to that team fight than Infinity.
It just came out, man. It just came out. I mean, Valdez 1 HP. He's able to press Starfall, which I think takes a little bit more out of your pressure because there's a lot of pressure, right? That was a 2v1, 3v1 up against Valdez. He still got the kill onto TF, which was already insane. If he was killed, I'm expecting that's already good. It was good enough. But he still
gets out.
lives in that.
And you love it. You love the cheekiness. Because if he dies there, that would have been a bit of a uh-oh moment. You know, you're a bit embarrassed about that one. He does get right out. Look at this, though. We might see a fight here yet again.
Yeah, TF misses the snowball though. No disengage now. It's gonna be Pantheon. Go for the stun. TF. Explosive cast. Actually massive. Scatters down onto Evos Esports. They're going back away, and TF just pulling through. Snowball goes for the knockoff, followed up, and Julie comes in with a charm, connects onto 1. Valdez forces out the flash with a blast gun to save himself. And now the Baron is gonna be open for SBTC.
I don't know if they want to risk this because they really don't have to. Yunaro's gonna get caught though.
Mid lane, Hextech ultimatum onto Tipper, follows up with a shockwave, tries to delay it,
bad.
but Tipper will get slain. Actually gets a kill for Corral. Now Evos Esports, G4 forces out the flash, Exhaust will burn him down, and that will be Moonfall connecting, but misses. And now Valdos
No
with the
shockwave.
Starfall comes through into the team fight. But that will just be it, 1-4-0 for SBTC.
Man, it's a bit of a heartbreaker there for Evos. Let's think back to how all of this started. They saw TF wandering in the river, but if you think about how SBTC's comp wants to function, they're basically an artillery unit. And what does an artillery unit want to do? They want to hide behind the brick wall. And TF is that brick wall. So if you try to go onto him, they're just going to chuck spells at you. Charms, orbs, arrows, everything's flying at you hit. And Tipper started off that team fight so very low already. When they tried to disengage, he got a little bit greedy, tried to go on you narrow, but he bought enough time. He wasted enough spells from Evos before the members of SBTC. They just came in to clean up. And what I really love about SBTC's comp, it's a poke comp, right? It's a catch comp, it's a poke comp, but they can pull the trigger and go all in the moment they get you low. The moment they pick someone off, the snowball's coming, the spirit rush is coming, cask, arrows, everything is just gonna fly at you, and here we go again.
Another flying thing. TF though will not connect on the
Oh,
snowball,
no,
but
G4.
here in mid lane, G4 is gonna be very, very low. Explosive
Oh,
cast gonna be massive.
no.
Hextech ultimatum locking down to secure the kill. Shockwave will go out to Julie. Julie will be 1 HP, and Evos Esports is pulling up. This will be the 1-for-1 3-man route coming in from
that's
SBTC Esports. They're going in. Rakan will die, and now Evos Esports trying to turn things around, but will not be able to do so. Uniro will get stunned by Tipper, and that will be the kill for SBTC once again.
The damage from that Varus SBTC, they have no mercy right now. I didn't quite catch it, but G4, he died off our screens. 1 HP left, and the members of SBTC, they just rolled into town. No one can get past TF. That's the problem right here. Kira is able to put out so much damage with these piercing arrows. Why? Because no one on Evos is threatening him. And how can you when he's got a giant Yeti and a boy between you and him, when they're channeling snowballs, when they're channeling the absolute zeros? You cannot get past that. And SBTC, they are playing their team comp perfectly. They pick up the Baron. They have their eyes on the Elder Inferno Dragon. They've got 3 more dragons in their pockets. SBTC, I think they're going to take this and close this one out.
Yeah, and they're starting up the Elder Dragon. Evos Esports has to respond. If they give this, this is over. SBTC Esports going for the Infernal Dragon. Evos Esports trying to react, but Valdos will not be able to get it. And now he's gonna get slain. This will be 1 member away for 40 seconds. Rich comes through, tries to delay the fight, tries to delay the pressure, quickness, and goes back. And now Yanero jumps in. That's a kill onto TF. And now it's Carol getting 1. TF
Moonfall
tries to go into the backside. Moonfall will do so, but will not go and get the kill. And the only one left is Katadan. And now it's gonna be a flash for Uniro to jump in. And TF with a big snowball zones away Oriana. And this might be over. Julie is coming up. Aquino is here into the backside. And SBTC Esports has defeated the SSC champions. It takes away the throne for them. Gets the second game of the series.
I don't know what to tell you here, Infinity. There was an amazing performance from start to finish. From Game 1 draft to Nexus explosion of Game 2, SBTC, they came in with a statement. They made that statement. They were large and they were in charge. They didn't let go of the throttle. Once they had control of the game, they just went all out. It was brilliant. They had clear, clean draft plans. They executed on it so extremely well. And I think if you think of who has the unofficial championship belt since Evos won the Summer Cup, I think right now it's in the hands of SBTC, right?
Yeah, definitely. They're holding up to it. They're very, very massive. They're very, very dominant. But you know what? I think the analyst desk has more information, has more insights. What do they think about this series? Is SBTC holding the championship crown in the C Championships 2021? Analyst desk, take it away.
I think they definitely are, because they take that 2-0 against Evos Esports. Now, of course, you know, we haven't even gotten to the playoffs yet or anything, but we are looking at these group stage matches as kind of like, you know, the precursor, I guess, to everything that happens in the playoffs. And SBTC, they look very good indeed. They had that shaky start when we started with the first day for Group B, but now they are fully awake and they're taking on Evos Esports with this, you know, very dominant fashion, and making Evos Esports, you know, look like they can't do anything at all. Rafa, what are your thoughts on the game?
Honestly, I kind of want to give it over to TJ because he had a pretty solid read on what Evos's plan needed to do, and I think TJ has the best way of explaining what happened in the first 2 minutes of the game.
He's only saying that because I'm toxic. Valdez needed to dominate the game from moment one, right? This is a composition that has one early game threat, and it's Valdez on the Pantheon being able to get out of position early, use that ultimate to traverse the map. And we saw them try that early. They understood what that win condition was. They showed up in the bot lane and got triple killed. And that was kind of the game. Because looking at the rest of the squad, you need someone to be engaging and starting fights, and you need damage to follow it up. And if your Diana is behind, if your Orianna is behind, you don't have the damage to win those fights post-engage, and you certainly don't have the engage itself if your Rakan and your Pantheon are behind. You might be like, well, you know, maybe the Orianna, maybe the Diana can farm up. Diana is actually really hard to farm up in lane because she doesn't have very consistent wave clear. She has to put herself at risk, use her mobility to gain access to wave, especially versus a character like Ahri, who has so much wave clear, so much poke, so much engage. And then you look at the bottom lane, where you're expecting poor cat Satan to play Orianna into Varus. That's just jail. You are in prison. You cannot access the wave. Do not collect $200 because all that's going to happen is Kural's going to sit as far away from the wave as possible and go plink, arrow, plink, arrow, plink, arrow. And you saw, thank you very much, Rafa, you saw once he gets to the late game, sure enough, Kiro, every single arrow he casts is doing 5,000 damage because nobody's been able to touch him all game. And so SBTC win that based on the first 2 minutes or so of gameplay. I will say that Evos get a really convincing mid-game kind of word in. They chain together a couple of just remarkable team fights in the middle of the map using their very, very limited tools available to them. And that's impressive as heck, but it wasn't enough to overcome the deficit.
I love how, you know, as TJ was saying that, the entire game kind of like played out before my eyes and you could see everything happen. It was just so vividly done. Well done, TJ. And of course, we have our MVP of this series right now, and I believe this is a favorite of TJ's as well. He pointed him out a little earlier after game 1, and our MVP is indeed going to be TF. Now, Rafa, I think you have some words to say about TF over here.
TF is kind of sick. I'm not gonna lie. And you know, I've been really trying to hype up Len as my favorite jungler as I'm slowly becoming more involved and enthralled within the Southeast Asia region and the championship scene overall. But man, TF now, I'm going to be watching more of his solo queue VODs if I can find them, because there's a thing I can learn or two about just leveling up my own individual gameplay as a hard stuck emerald right now. I mean, obviously there's a lot of more things that I need to work on, but for TF, the way that he just understands his role and how selfless he is, able to just switch on a dime. It's something that TJ said at the beginning of this series, that it doesn't always have to be TF on a hard carry role, but he can play it if it needed to. Or he can play something like Nunu. He is one of the few junglers that has performed well on this champion and is willing to pick it. And when you pick Nunu, you are taking a little bit of a risk within the first couple minutes of the game, because junglers like Lee Sin, like Pantheon, have so much potential damage and so much potential threat to just completely warp the game in their favor. And even though that you have powerful objective control, you can't get into the pit if the enemy team is just, you know, a solid 5,000, 6,000 gold ahead of you because of how catastrophic the early game can go. And Nunu doesn't really have a great chance to control that, but they get through that portion and then it's fine.
And I'm glad you got your Nunu fight. That's
Mika, before we go entirely off of this game, I know we're moving on pretty quickly. I just want to read a comment I got from Merce First, I think is the name. They tagged me in a Twitter post that reads, "Are casters twin? Question mark."
Yes.
And no, they're not twins.
No,
but
no.
They
yes, they are.
Oh, sorry.
They are, TJ.
Yes, they are twins. They
actually,
are related.
Actually, they are, in fact, the same person from different timelines.
Wow. I just thought they were twins, but
No.
you're right. Clones make so much more sense.
Yeah.
Because they really do look identical. They speak the same way. They act the same way.
Exactly.
It just checks out.
Yeah. It's just, same person, different timelines. Just came back a little bit from the future, I think. Or maybe an alternate
Almost the
universe.
one from the future. That's why he knows more.
Yeah. Yes, we can confirm this. This is true. So hopefully you get your answer to that as to how the casters are related.
Use the hashtag #CChamps to ask me more really insightful, riveting questions, please.
Yeah, it can be anything. It can be anything at all. If you want to get to know TJ's cat, Miss Mary, a little bit more, we're also welcome to that as well. Let's get into our standings and find out. Of course, SBTC has shuffled things up a little bit, and I think our next matches are going to be very interesting indeed, because right now SBTC Esports and Divine Esports have hit those double digits. 11 points for SBTC and Divine get 10. Now, of course, we're looking at 3rd and 4th place to the playoffs. It's going to be Evos Esports and Flash Wolves. Very important matches coming up. Evos Esports pretty much, I think, are gonna secure a 3rd place. 4th and 5th, maybe up for contention? Who knows? Still could be.
That is the big question here. Now, it would be pretty interesting. I was gonna say funny, but I'm gonna take that word back and choose the adjective interesting if Evos dropped the series to Geek Fam, but I know that if I even go into a potential reality where Geek Fam beats Evos, TJ would just beat the crap out of me and say, no, wrong.
Well, what can happen here, I don't think that's feasible. I wouldn't ever commit physical violence against you, Rafa. I do think what's feasible here is that we could see a pretty big upset coming up where Alliance beats Flash Wolves. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that would just instantly put Alliance through, because they would be ahead in the head-to-head, which is the main decider. Now, that means they would knock Flash Wolves out of the playoffs. So this upcoming game, if Alliance 2-0 it, they go through, Flash Wolves don't. If Flash Wolves win a game, Alliance are out of the tournament.
Yep. Very interesting consequences indeed for the upcoming series, and we are gonna get into those games, of course. But for now, SBTC can sit back and relax. For Alliance and Flash Wolves, though, they gotta tighten those belts, they gotta hunch those shoulders up and get ready for game time, because they are up next after this quick break.
Are you ready to define your character, to choose your financial objective, to choose your investment strategy, and build your portfolio? Start now and level up your investment knowledge with Franklin Templeton.
Welcome back, guys. SBTC Esports have taken the top spot in the leaderboards with that 2-0 victory against Evos Esports, and now that C Championship crown is suddenly up for contention. And right now, we do have Alliance versus Flash Wolves for our next series. A very important game for Alliance to win. They needed that win against Divine earlier to be in a better position, a tall order, yes, but hope is not lost yet for Alliance, because if they win this, they will tie with Flash Wolves and they will extend the run here in the tournament to a tiebreaker. Rafa, do you have any thoughts on this matchup and how you think it's going to go, especially since, you know, Alliance haven't been in top shape at the moment? And yeah, Flash Wolves, do you think they'll be able to, you know, secure this from Alliance?
Well, regardless of what their past results and performances either today and on their first day of groups over on day 2 earlier this week, Alliance, if they want to go to the playoffs next week, they have to win both games of this series. It can't just be a tie 1-1. They have to, it's got to be a 2-0. Otherwise, as soon as Flash Wolves takes one game off of them, it's over. So Alliance, they got to buckle down for not just for their sakes, but also for Omo and Grandin's sakes, because they're huffing on copium right now. They're hoping that the boys can represent the region for them all the way.
Rafa,
what's up?
Wouldn't it be better to just cut him loose now? Wouldn't it be better for Omo's heart rate if he didn't have to worry about Alliance going to
pull
playoffs?
The plug? Oh my god, that's so grim.
I think we're all rooting for Alliance here, at least a little bit. So again, the stakes here are if they tie, something weird might happen to do with Geek Fam. But bluntly, Alliance need to 2-0 in order to have a hope of staying in this tournament. So it comes down to this roster. It comes down to this super team built in Singapore that is all about their mid-jungle duo.
Yeah, and it comes down to this game too. I mean, you know, game as Rafa mentioned, they can't draw. They need that 2-0 coming into the series. And yeah, there's a lot of pressure on Alliance right now, but on the other side, we do have Flash Wolves. All they have to do, they gotta hold the door. That's basically it. They just need to hold the door.
And it's very dangerous for them because, Rafa, if they lose one game here, then they open themselves up to chaos with Geek Fam maybe unseating them. Unlikely, but possible. And if they lose 2 games here, they're out. They are done. Flash Wolves might be in huge trouble if Alliance got off to a good start here, because with 2-0, Alliance replace Flash Wolves in the playoffs.
Yeah, and I actually have a question about, you know, we saw locking a lot today. I'm wondering why Flash Wolves aren't bringing out Demon just yet, or if he's not playing at all today. He might come out on game 2, but I feel like it might be too late at that time. I mean, what do you think, Rafa?
Well, I don't know if they really need to bring out Demon right now, as Flash Wolves have been able to perform with locking earlier in their series today. But for them, if things go awry in the first game and Alliance take it, then maybe they can shift on over to Demon if he's around. But for me, looking at this matchup, I know TJ was really focused on one particular narrative for both how these teams want to interact and how they will be playing to facilitate the rest of the series.
Yeah, I do believe so. And TJ, I have this funny story when you do eventually bring up what you want to say, and I think we all know it coming.
We don't know if it'll have the title yet. We don't know if production might have vetoed it. Production might have cancelled us out.
But no, but you know what? If they did, we're still gonna have to bring it up. Because
okay, yeah, 100%.
Yeah, we're still gonna have to bring it up. But yes, anyway, of course, it will rely down to these amazing players over here. And again, you know, Rafa, we kept bringing up about how Alliance, you know, tend to be these, you know, individually, very, very good players indeed. But they have the teamwork, that we need in the Rift, it isn't quite there. For Flash Wolves, though, we do know that it is there indeed, and that might be their key to this victory. And I gotta tell you, right now, I'm really unsure of who to vote for. I'm not sure who the underdog is in this situation. What do you think, TJ?
Well, I think Alliance have to be your traditional underdog, right? Flash Wolves have played very kind of close games during the play-in stage as they tried to qualify into groups, but they always looked like they were going to make it. They looked comfortable, and then once they got here and they brought back Demon, and even after they added locking back in, they've looked really strong. They've looked like a team that does deserve to be here in the group stage. And Alliance have been a little more inconsistent, whereas Flash Wolves have been maybe disappointing in their consistency, but solid enough, I would rate them out. You look over at Alliance and you see that they absolutely must play through very, very particular team play that we've only really seen them pull off versus SBTC, in my opinion.
Yeah. Rafa, what about you? What do you think? Especially with this middle lane matchup over here.
Well, it's interesting because, as we mentioned before, anytime that you go up against Alliance, you're not just going up against Oza Reveki. You're also potentially going up against Raven, because sometimes they will role swap. They'll send Reveki with the Orianna into the bottom lane, or they'll have them pick the Ashe as well. And then they'll give Raven something like the Twisted Fate or the Diana or some other AP assassin that Raven's been putting time in. But, you know, the story is not just about the mid lane matchup, it's also about the jungle as well.
Of course, I just
let's
get
talk
distracted by this cat. Oh, yes, TJ.
Sorry.
Oh my gosh. Okay. I have a story
I'm on
after.
mission.
Yeah.
I'm on mission. Let's talk about kind of the powerhouse of Alliance. If
There
you
it
don't
is.
mind bringing up our special graphic here. Initially, I actually asked. I was told this wasn't legal to do, but I asked for a head-to-head between the mid of Flash Wolves, Bruce, and the jungle of Alliance. And I wanna bring up our picture here of Jelson, because he is the powerhouse of Alliance just as much as Bruce is the powerhouse of Flash Wolves.
I definitely think so. I mean, like, you know, when we talk about Flash Wolves, we always talk about Bruce and how crucial he is. And yes, bringing up that lower thirds right now, and I hope that TJ's suggested header is there just because it's an interesting story point over here.
I mean, we can say this. Oh no. So what got shut down is that at some point this graphic just said the mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell, which is what happens when I have to write things at 3 a.m. when I'm tired. But the reason why we went with that is because there is such a focus, there is such a power for Alliance in their faith in Jelson, which is this nice man. So he gets my gold star as this is a team composition that they ran earlier in the tournament. And if you're looking through it, yeah, you have top lane, hey, they've got a Riven. Other than that Riven, this entire team is built around providing stuns so that Jelson's Kha'Zix gets damage and gets kills. And he did. Jelson took over this game, and they took a game off of SBTC, which is how Alliance are still in this tournament, which is how Alliance got here. Now, that game got wild and messy, and they won it off of Raven getting a backdoor with Twisted Fate, which also speaks to the other part of that composition, which it has so much vision, it has so much map control. But Alliance demonstrate, I think, also that they have so much faith in Jelson, which mirrors very well to what Flash Wolves are doing, where they put so much emphasis on Bruce. They'll oftentimes give him Yasuo and build the entire composition around that, for instance.
I thought you were gonna say which mirrors what happens in the cell for the mitochondria.
Yes.
I have to say.
Also mirrors what happens in the cell, where the mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell.
I have to say, let's bring up the talent predictions right now. I'm really interested to see how this goes, but I also have to say, TJ, I swear, like, for some reason I woke up and I thought I had this fever dream of, like, you just repeating, like, over 20 times the mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. And
that was the story
apparently it happened. Apparently I wasn't dreaming. It was so late and I just kept hearing your voice over and over. The mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. It's so weird. Yeah.
Can we just make it a copy pasta at this point?
We
Mitochondria
should.
is the powerhouse of the cell. You know what? Make it happen, chat. Do it right now.
Wow. You guys are both Alliance believers. I don't understand what's going on
You know
here.
what? I made this prediction at the start of the broadcast. After watching all of the matches play out today, I'm
Now No second thoughts, Rafa. You wrote it on the paper. You signed it in blood. You have to live with the consequences.
Wait, when did I sign it in blood?
We have very serious. We took it
Form
from
3?
you, apparently,
It was
because
on the back.
we have very serious, panel predictions over here. So this is no laughing matter, Rafa. Stop that. This is so much on the line over here for our panel predictions. But yes, I will actually stick to my guns with Alliance over here. And if they lose, like I don't know. It's just really not working out. But I just feel like, come on. I mean, they were already getting a little bit better in their previous series. I mean, at least a lot better than their start. And I just feel like, come on, this is it. This is the window that you guys are waiting for. Are a veteran team, veteran players such as this, are they really gonna throw that away? I mean, I feel like, that motivation enough is, going to drive them through to this 2-0.
Yeah.
Brandon and Omo, I hope I sold that for you guys. I feel you. I feel you over here.
I'm really excited for this because I'm gonna get to hear Omo's heart just like 1,000 miles an hour, win or lose. This is going to be one of the most traumatizing hours of Omo's life. I want to actually pick into more mechanically what needs to happen here in this series, though. I put a lot of emphasis on Bruce and Jelson. I think it's very important they get carry champions here. I also think, given that we're saying it's not Demon, it's in fact Locking, it's very important that Locking doesn't get bullied and end up in AD carry or in Mage Jail or Rihanna Jail or something like that, and gets an AD carry. When Flash Wolves look best, they're running double AD carry. They're benefiting from both Locking and Demon, who are both good players, down in that bottom line.
Yeah, and as we enter Champ Select, right over here, fans coming in and initial picks. As TJ mentioned, this is probably going to rely heavily on Bruce on the side of Flash Wolves. And this will come down to Jelson the Fourth, as we like to call him, on the side of Alliance. But I still do think that, it's not just Jelson. I mean, you do have Shinsekai over here. The big brains, if you didn't see the meme earlier, we have Veki here with all of his experience. I mean, these guys are just as important and they need to pop off now. Now is the time. This game is the time indeed. And as the initial picks are coming in, Rafa, let me know what you think.
Well, the Crocodile is available. I think this is the first time that we've seen the Renekton open up for a few series now. We had Renekton available during the first couple series, but within the last... Yeah, it's been a hot minute now. We started this broadcast, I want to say, what, 6-7 hours ago? And we're going on to the 8th hour.
It feels like forever since we've seen Renekton.
Yeah, it's nice to see him back. Now, it might not be so nice for Flash Wolves because if SSK is able to get into a prime position to play beautiful flanks with the Renekton, he can cause a lot of disruption into the backline depending on what Flash Wolves draft for themselves. I do like that Alliance already ensured that Bruce will not get to have a Yasuo composition. That does mean, though, that Bruce might be looking towards what TJ suggested, potentially a marksman in the mid lane.
One of the things I was worried about was that you said Jelson the Fourth, and I think if Alliance is, gives Jelson something like the Jarvan here today, I think they're going to lose. So it's very empowering, in fact, to me, that they give Jelson that early game carry, this Lee Sin, who can show up early and boost his lanes. Now, SSK Shinsekai is pulling out the Renekton, which is going to be very stable up top. So the attention of Jelson during this early game is going to either go onto mid or where this Varus is down in the bot lane in Raven's hands. Either way, we need to see an early start from the Lee Sin. That's what the Lee Sin is for. We need to see Jelson take over the game early, and preferably for Alliance, do enough damage during those first 5 minutes that as we get into the hyper late game, he's still able to provide pure lethality punish and be an assassin.
We have the vibe coming in here for Flash Wolves, and TJ, I remember we talked about this at length with D2 yesterday about how the vibe is just hasn't had a good run here in the C Championships. And alongside that is Nami, and I guess now Diana hasn't been performing well at all, or hasn't been a champion that's been performing well. Is this sort of like a foreboding, an omen of sorts for the side of Flash Wolves?
I'm not the biggest Vi fan, but I've noticed that the teams from the Taiwanese region tend to prefer Vi over a lot of other options, and I think it's because they play slower games, wherein the kind of CC that Vi has is extraordinarily powerful. The other thing that Vi offers here is she's able to keep up with Lee Sin in his mobility, which means that you can go toe-to-toe with Lee Sin during the mid-game. So Flash Wolves are drafting to play a little bit more defensive in the jungle with this Vi pick. They're drafting to play for the long game, which very much matches onto the Galio, which very much matches onto the Senna, both of whom are going to power spike in the late game, and the Camille, who's possibly the most effective late game top laner.
I think the other thing to also note for the Vi picks for Flash Wolves is it gives you guaranteed lockdown onto the backline for Alliance, which is going to be this Varus. And as we saw in the prior series that plagued Evos esports when they were trying to get onto the backline of Varus, they didn't have a reliable way to do it. They didn't have ways to just lock down the Varus with a point-and-click ability. You do have that ability now because of Assault and Battery, and you have ways to combo that as well, because you are going to have Galio following up with the Heroic Entrance, and it doesn't even have to be the Vi either. You have two ways of doing it, because the Camille can also be the person that is delivering the Galio onto the Varus. Everyone else is fairly mobile, but because you have point-and-click lockdowns, you can also make sure that they don't escape your grasp as Flash Wolves. And then, of course, the Lucian being locked in for mid lane Bruce is going to be the primary damage dealer for the composition of Flash Wolves.
Yeah, definitely. We have to look out for that. TJ, any final thoughts?
I was going to say, I'm happy with both these compositions. I laid out that I wanted Flash Wolves to go double AD carry. I wanted Flash Wolves to give something powerful in both their key carry lanes. They did that. I laid out that I wanted Alliance to have an early start for Jelson, a key carry jungler, and they did that as well. So this is going to come entirely down to execution, and both Alliance and Flash Wolves' tournament lives are on the line. If Alliance get a 2-0 here again, they unseat Flash Wolves and go to playoffs. If Flash Wolves win one game, Alliance are out of the tournament entirely.
And just a little commercial break, I have to point out that Miss Mary is doing those adorable massage little needs over there on TJ's lap. Just so cute. But yes, this is indeed going to be that battle for 4th place, that last slot in the playoffs. Yes, that means that they'll be going straight into the lower bracket, but it's still the playoffs nonetheless. It's going to be very exciting. A lot on the line here for both of these teams, for both Alliance and Flash Wolves. And we are going to go to game number 1, where it all comes down to. Casters, take it away.
Thank you very much, Mika. We're going into Alliance vs Flash Wolves. This is for all the marble. This is for your playoffs run. And some would say it's for the respect of Miss Mary, the greatest prize of all, Omo. But looking at Alliance, they need a 2-0 Flash Wolves, one game, and they will lose their chance to go higher in the seedings.
Yeah, I don't know about the respect for Miss Mary. I think that one might be a bit of a stretch there. I don't think anyone can get that, even if you win the whole thing. But like you said,
that's
Brandon,
true.
These teams cannot afford to drop a game. Alliance cannot afford to drop a game. If they 2-0 here, they go to playoffs. As the 4th seed, but nonetheless, they go to playoffs. If Flash Wolf, they take a single game, they make it to playoffs themselves. So both of these teams, like you said, for all the marbles, it really just comes down to this. And if you look at the drafts, Brandon, I think we're in for an extremely exciting one.
Well, there you have it. We're already going on into the Rift. It's Alliance on the blue side, and well, they've defaulted back towards a more traditional kind of composition. They're playing more into the meta. This is Alliance that we know is tried, true, tested. Flash Wolves are going to do the same. I love the adaptations with the bans from Alliance to get rid of the Yasuo composition. So Bruce is back on the Lucian.
And I'm actually quite interested to see how this Baron Lane matchup will play out. Just as I say that, it's not off to a great start here, as Shinsukai gets slowed, gets chunked, and he won't be able to contest this wave push. Will just walk back to his lane, chunked, damaged, and bruised. This game is gonna into a little bit of a pause. It's gonna keep us a bit on the edge of our seats for a little while longer here. I'm a bit curious to see how this one's gonna play out, and honestly, you know, Gamenism, I think it's a bit cruel that we were put here on this cast as both Singaporeans ourselves, having to watch this, having to cast this while they battle for their tournament lives. I think it's gonna be tough for sure. but I don't think it's impossible. And looking at the draft, like you mentioned, right, it's back to basics here for Alliance. This is pretty much one of the easiest comps they can execute on. It's the bread and butter of the current meta here at the SEA Championships. Ari Varus, we saw this run last game. SBTC Evos, they had a lot of priority on these champions as well. We saw what Lee Sin was like in the hands of TF. Renekton has been close to a permaban. Nami has been the highest prio enchanter support, and I want to see how these teams do, how Alliance does with these champions in their pocket right now. On the other hand though, if you take a look at what Flash Wolves are running, it's very Flash Wolves. You have the bottom lane playing utility to help out the team. Of course, we have a Galio in there for Eason. And Bruce, lo and behold, who would have guessed he's on something like Lucian. The one that stands out for me though, the oddball pick here for Flash Wolves, is that Camille. We've seen one game from Ysera on Camille, and I gotta tell you, I'm not impressed by his carry play. I think his Renekton is really good, but other than that, I feel like he should serve his purpose as a role player within the team. So seeing him on Camille up against Renekton, though he did get off to a really good level 1, I'm quite interested to see how this one's gonna play out.
Yeah, having that level 1 advantage is going to be pretty critical for Flash Wolves here. But that being said though, it kind of deviates from the usual role assignments where Ysera is more coming. He's here to assist the team fights. He's not really the initiator, which is very different from what we usually see. And now being this Camille and pairing that with the Galio as well, you know, the style is very different for Flash Wolves. There's a lot of room for error when trying to execute a different composition, a different play style as a team. So I'm a little bit curious as well to see how this is going to pan out. And we've had some criticisms in the past. Ysera has been on and off when he's on different champions, right? You've had a lot of criticism for him on anything besides Renekton, and so he's pretty on and off without it. Yeah.
This Gragas is alright.
Oh, I want to tell you something, right? My Gragas is alright too.
Alright, let's not get into that. But I do want to point out, I think you touched on a really good point here. A lot of the burden is going to be on Ysera this time. Not just because he's on a carry champion, but because he's on the starting point of their team fights. He is the pivotal point of how they get things going. Sure, Vi can be a big part of that, but you want to make sure the Camille Galio combo lands on Ravens, Varus. That's going to be oh so important. Or you land it on Vaki, you land it on someone who doesn't have Zhonya's in the early game, and it's almost always going to be a kill. I'll tell you something a bit interesting here for you, Grandin, and for the viewers at home. Take a look at Grandin's glasses, and you can actually see a reflection of me in them. That's kind of sweet.
Oh, I'm gonna avert my eyes a little bit. Yeah, make sure I give some respect to my seniors.
Right.
Yeah, not gonna see it anymore. I'm gonna very bashfully hide my face here. I don't want Omo to judge me too badly. You know, we're seeing now between Flash Wolves and Alliance, you know, because they had matches that are drawn out throughout the day, there's been some opportunity to go back and reflect on the previous games, but it's also quite draining. I suppose the good part is both of these teams are quite experienced and quite veteran, so they have a lot of stamina to go about these long days. But Alliance, we see the inclusion of Jelson now, a fresher face to the thing, to the team, to the competition in general. And this is a bit worrying for me because we've kind of built him up as this rookie superstar. But at the same time, because of that, he's also going to be the one that, you know, is supposed to play make. He's on the Lee Sin now. I'm a bit concerned being the fatigue might get to him.
It definitely might, and we have to add on the point as well. This one is for all the marbles. We know that, the viewers know that, production knows that, and you best believe the players know that. And you gotta consider how this is gonna affect their mindset going into the games as well. You talked about how there's a lot of veterans in here. Sure, that's true, but you have to remember that Jelson, he's a rookie. This is his second split playing, and he's playing Lee Sin. A lot of the burden of carrying is gonna be on him. So it really comes down to, what can this rookie deliver under pressure? And that's going to be a really big question that needs to be answered here, and we need to see how he performs. If he pops off in this game 1, that's great, right? Alliance, they're on the right track to go into game 2 strong. If he doesn't, well, that's it, right? Lights out.
Yeah, there we go. It all just lies and rests in his first game. That's all we really have to work on. We're gonna see how this turns out. We are getting some confirmation that one of the issues was a high ping on one of the players' side. So once we're able to resolve that, we should be able to jump back into game. Alliance and Flash Wolves, well, we've seen Alliance try to execute the same strategy that won them the game against SBTC against Divine Esports. Unfortunately, was not as successful. Do you feel like this is starting to become red between these teams? Do you feel like there was a one-off fluke against SBTC and the same strategy is going to be more difficult to execute as teams become aware of it?
Well, I feel like this time they've defaulted to something more, I guess you could say more vanilla, right? More basic, more meta. I mean,
it's in the meta.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at Flash Wolves right now, they're enjoying this break. They're having a little bit of fun, chatting and laughing on the side of Alliance. Unfortunately, we do not have face camps because of, you know, they're all in different places right now. They didn't have a boot camp, things like that. But it's always nice to be in the same venue, especially when you are dealing with things like pauses, long series. It's much easier to cheer each other up, talk to your teammates, make sure everyone's on the same page and ready to go. And we're seeing just that from the Flash Wolves camp. Everyone except Bruce, of course. This guy, Stone Cold Killer, he's ready to go. He wants to get that bread. And look at that, everyone is in the Flash Wolves jersey as well, but Bruce, Darth Bruce, he's in all black.
That's how we play it. That's how we do it, Omo. There's no chances given. Not to anybody, not to Alliance, not to Flash, not to Divine, not to SBTC. Anyone that steps in their way, you know, they're giving them an opportunity to get a head start in the playoffs because Flash Wolves is right on your tail and they are running after you. Well, I mean, even after this game should it go the way of Alliance, you know, we're still kind of working with hypotheticals. It's kind of it's a little bit hopium, you know. Right? I'm in an iron lung right now. I'm deep in the ICU ward in an iron lung, pumping in copium, right?
All right.
Yeah, pumping in copium, right? It's helping me breathe in the copium.
I've got a tank of super copium next to me.
Oh yeah, there we go. And so if we're kind of trying to guess what's going to happen, and if Alliance take this, do you feel like there might be a chance they try and default into a non-vanilla composition then to try and throw off Flash Wolves? Because we've seen how Flash Wolves is able to play non-conventional stuff as well. They've gone for they were pioneers, spearheaders of Yasuo. You know, we still see them play towards things like the Corki, things that on a double AD carry, stuff that's not as popular with other regions and other teams. Do you feel like Alliance is going to try and do something similar to throw Flash Wolves off their game?
Look, I'll be very real with you here, Grandin. That's a real possibility, but my philosophy is always, if it's not broken, don't fix it. If you win a game, don't change it. Why would you change it, right? If you win a game and you swap things up and you lose the next game, oh, trust me, you are gonna hate yourself.
No limit testing here.
No limit testing allowed. You gotta stick to what works. You gotta stick to your guns. If it works, it works. That's great. If it doesn't work, it's like, oh, maybe I should have tried something else, whatever, it's fine. You know you tried what works and at least you took a 1-1. But if you try what works and you go for something new and you lose, yeah, let's not get to that scenario. That is gonna be horrible.
That's true. If you miss out on that chance, I mean, you're not gonna be the main event. You know, you're gonna miss out the chance to be the main event for our grand finals as well. And we have a musical act prepared for that, no, Omo?
Oh yeah, I do know about the musical act, but I knew about it really early on, right? Because before the announcement came out, I think only Riot employees knew about it. But because my wife is in the musical act, she told me about it when they signed the contract. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you guys are looking forward to see Omo's partner there, you feel free to go and check out the grand finals music video.
There's a teaser drop today, right?
Yeah, there was a teaser drop, the confirmation as well. So it's pretty hype, I think. And these guys are basically fighting for the chance to be the main attraction for that concert, right?
That's true.
Yeah, is that the sideline or the main line? No,
well, it really comes down to you. For me, the main event is watching some great, amazing Wild Rift. Getting to see some great musical acts while you're at it isn't too bad as well.
No, sorry, Omo, I misspoke because the main event is always Miss Mary's Respect. Right.
Yeah, that's not happening. We all know no one's gonna get that.
That's like a hidden achievement, a hidden Easter egg.
I can tell you that TJ definitely does not have that either.
Yeah. No, Miss Mary is just boarding in his house. You know, she just showed up one day. It was like, hey, I want you to feed me, clothe me, house me, and that's it. And then TJ's just like, all right. I mean, I have to, right? It's Miss Mary.
Yeah, and if anyone is not quite aware of who Miss Mary is, be sure you stay tuned to the end of this whole show, or rather to the end of this whole segment, when TJ comes back on the analyst desk. Look at the little cute cat he has on his lap. That right there is Miss Mary. TJ says, do not be mistaken, she is a monster, but you know, you can judge for yourself.
All right. Well, we're gonna see how we can try and resolve these issues. Unfortunately, the pause is going on a little bit longer than we had hoped, but thankfully, it's still the start of the game. You know,
we didn't miss
nothing
too
severe there. Yeah, nothing too severe there. You know, it's only the very beginning. We saw a little bit of damage to SSK, but that's okay. That's all right.
A lot of damage onto SSK.
It's like they said, top lane doesn't matter. Whatever happens there, it just happens there. Baron lane, irrelevant. Cross it off the map. You don't need that sign anyway.
So what matters?
That's how I play.
What matters?
What matter?
In life,
that is it with it. That is with it. Oh, that's so pessimistic, Omo. That's so pessimistic.
Getting to the playoffs matters.
getting in the playoff does matter. That's what we're trying to get for. That's the stakes that they're trying to aim for, right? They're trying to get to the playoffs here, and this is the seed to get them in there. It's well, again, 4th seed is on the line here for Alliance. If they get this, they win the head-to-head automatically against Flash Roll, so they cannot afford to drop a single game. That's why this is so serious. That's why this technical pause is taken so seriously. You lose this, you're out, you're done.
You're done. That's it.
So,
Go home, pick your bags. You
back.
don't even have last game to play at the end of the day. You don't even get the for fun game that Team Secret had against Burger Hum yesterday. Unfortunately, we're gonna get not. Oh, we are gonna get one of that because after this matchup, this one's for all the marbles, but next one's for a little bit of fun. We have Evos Esports going up against Geek Fam as well in our last match of the day. Fortunately, or unfortunately, depending on what you prefer, there will be no tiebreakers at the end of this one. So we're just gonna see this game really is the big impactful one. And if you guys want to unwind, chill out, have some laughs, you know, the next match will be a pretty good one for that.
I love the way that you're putting it, right? It's like Geek Fam going into this one. You know, it's a good one. It's a good experience, and it's for teams to develop and grow as well. I'm enjoying it. I feel like these teams have been growing and adapting a lot. I mean, we've seen a lot of new compositions and new strategies. One thing that surprised me, honestly, not really surprised me because I expected this to come in, was the Brand and Nunu. I mean, Brand got a little bit of a hot fix, but Nunu has been rising
It's
popularity.
perma-banned against Alliance today. Nunu has been perma-banned against Alliance, which is a bit curious to me because they have not played a game of Nunu. So clearly these teams know something from scrims that we don't.
They're getting some information, they're getting some intel.
Yeah, they're getting some intel for sure.
They're pulling intel on how the Nunu is working. And we've even seen other things, you know. I think D2 was mentioning earlier to me that he's curious. I think Rafa might be the one that mentioned this to me. Was mentioning where's Ken in the state of the competition, and it looks like he should be able to do quite well, jumping into a lot of situations and a lot of team comps. We've seen a lot more emphasis towards stuff that's able to split push bot, and Cannon, while it's a good team fighter that brings in that additional utility with the massive ultimate, is a little bit lackluster when it comes to the split push. So we're feeling some of that impact in this. The drafts are a bit more linear for some of these teams. You know, some teams definitely more obvious than others. I'd say that Flash Wolves, you know, they have a couple of teams a couple compositions they are able to rotate across. Oh, what is this? I hear the word. Is this?
The game's starting soon. Is that what I hear right now?
I sure hope so.
It's a voice in my head, but it might just be what I want to think, what I want to believe, what I want to hear, the inner voices in my head. Who knows though? We'll find out soon enough. If we hop back the game, we'll know. That's the way you tell.
Yeah. I think how you tell is with my glasses. You stop seeing almost face in them, right? The glare, you stop seeing almost face in them. We've gone over to the game, right? That's the way we judge things now.
I'm just chilling right now. I'm relaxing. I'm kicking back.
Turbo
but these
chilling.
teams, they're probably tense as hell, out of their minds.
Yeah, every second is it's palpable for these teams. They're building up the tension. It's getting quite intense. There we have it. We're back into the game, Momo. We're back.
Indeed, we are back, and looks like nothing has really changed. Shinsekai was forced to recall. That's gonna be a bit of a rough situation for him, but he's gonna be, you know, just marching his way back up. Of course, keep in mind this matchup is not that favorable in Wild Rift. Renekton can still lose out to Camille because you don't have the shield breaker mechanic. So having been forced to recall at level 1, that's gonna be a really rough spot for him to be in.
Absolutely, but judging from the way that Jelson is pathing right now, we might see him make his way up to the Baron lane to alleviate some of the pressure from SSK, which is a godsend, right?
Yeah.
You absolutely have to make these moves.
Yeah, you absolutely have to because you did lose out on the pressure at level 1. And right now, we do see the usual thing where Cookie comes into mid lane, helps his mid laner push it out a little bit, and this does mean that the top lane Scuttlecraft will go over to the side of Flash Wolves. And Jelson will just be forced to duck away and take the bot side Scuttle, I was going to say, but it looks like he will just pick a blue buff instead for himself. Trades going pretty evenly here in the bottom lane. Varus and Nami, one of the most lane-dominant duos in the game, so we really need to see how these two perform.
I also want to see what Cookie's looking to do against Jelson. Walks into the jungle. Look at the movements from Bruce. Really trying to put the pressure powered onto SSK, who's stuck on the turret now. Jelson has to try to respond to this. And look at the damage coming across from Ysera. This shield, the physical damage shield, negates everything the Lee Sin does.
But this does mean that the first roam attempt for Bruce has failed. Unfortunately, Vaki moved to try to match it. So that's not gonna be too much of a big deal there. If Vaki had stayed in the mid lane, kept pushing it out, then that would have been a pretty nice situation for him. But still, the rest of Alliance, they're just gonna be content, just farming it up for now. Shinsekai a little bit behind, but it's not the end of the world just yet.
Yeah, I mean, if it doesn't overcome 500 gold, right? If it's under 500 gold, it's not even a full component, so it's actually pretty negligible, right? You're not able to actually buy something. Yeah, so I'm gonna keep on rationalizing to myself, telling myself, convincing myself that we're okay. Alliance is in a decent spot. You know, I want to talk a little bit about this Vi pickup here because we saw priority to ban away the Olaf from Cookie to prevent Flashers from being able to play that composition, and we've seen that, and we've seen the Vi very prevalent in these Yasuo compositions. So we're starting to see it kind of mix and match for Flash rolls.
Mix and match is a good way to put it. I mean, I think if you think about what's good and what's bad about Flash Wolves team composition, it's really, really good at going in. And if you look at what Alliance have, Varus, Nami, Ahri, if you gotta get on top of these champions, it's gonna be really good for sure. The problem is once Jonia Hourglasses start to come in, it's gonna be a bit difficult, I would say, for Flash Wolves to really start to play these team fights out. Because they really only do one thing, they go in. They're really, really good at doing that one thing, but at the end of the day, that's still only one way for them to play out these team fights. Keep in mind as well, by the way, they have no magic damage, they have very little CC as well. Basically, just Vi as well as Galio are going to be providing all the CC in the game. So I think if Alliance, you know, they start stacking some Ninja Tabis, I think they're going to be really happy here.
Alright, there we go. Alliance, their game plan's already been drawn up by Mr. Omo here. Giving them free information to work with. We'll see if they're able to execute on that, if Alliance is going to be able to go for these item purchases. We already start to see the Twin Shadows enchant bought by CWJ. He's played a game on the Galio before as sort of the follow-up to this team. Now he's playing as the Nami and the tidal wave. I mean, it works both ways. It could be an initiate, it could also be a disengage. So we'll see how he's able to impact these games. Raven, this is pretty aggressive here. He's stepping up forward, and I'm a little bit concerned for him.
Yeah, you kind of have to, right? You need to be aggressive. You need to
put that pressure on.
Yeah, here we go. They might try to go for corrupting. Not gonna go for the Chains of Corruption. Just gonna do a little bit of poke, and that's gonna be it here. The good news is, Varus almost always gives you lane priority, so Alliance, they should have the inside track on the objective that they want. That's, of course, gonna be the Rift Herald. I do think that is the better objective for the first objective trade. They're gonna pick that one up. I don't think they have the priority to do too much with it right now, though.
Well, you say that, but they're trying to make something happen in the Baron lane up against the Sarah, but will change their mind. They're going to back off instead. They're going to bring Raven into the mid lane, send Ozorveki down to the bottom side. This is something that we've seen as an adaptation from a lot of teams that are more macro focused. They like to bring their bot lane duo into the mid side and allow the assassin-ish player to play in the side lane.
Yeah, that's always going to be nice, right? But the main thing is if both sides, if I put my dual lane in the mid lane and you don't put your dual lane in the mid lane, my 2v1 is always going to have prior in mid lane. We're always going to move first. So it kind of becomes an arms race where both of these teams, they are just forced to be there. They're going to be forced to just keep pushing, matching the waves. Oof, good trades from Ysera. He does have to try first, but Shinsekai with the block, that's going to be a potential one-shot as well.
Picking up a pretty aggressive item early on. Johnson's going to be making his way to the top side. He's looking for Ysera. Nice dodge away, but the Dragon's Rage comes across, and it's first blood. First in the bond for Alliance.
Gimnism, let me ask you, what did we say when we talk about Lee Sin Renekton? My mom knows what Lee Sin Renekton is going to do. They're going to go to your lane, they're going to stun you, kick you, resonating, strike you, and that's it. Lights out. Suddenly, the gold swings over to the side of Alliance from that poor level 1 start. They break the turret, they kill Bruce, they're going to get a second charge as well. Things are looking up all of a sudden.
You know what? I'm really glad you meant that as a rhetorical question because I wasn't sure I could answer that correctly, and I was really worried that I was going to know less about the game than your mom. So I'm really glad that was a rhetorical question. Oh, well, thank you for saving me for that. Let's hope to see Alliance.
What does Ahri and Lee Sin do?
Oh, well, I think Alliance know what it does, and that's the most important thing about it, because Shinsekai will be able to find this catch in the top side, and so we've managed to negate the early game advantage that Ysera has found for himself. Hopefully with this, I mean, it's part of the Blade of the Rune King strategy, going for an aggressive lane.
Yeah, you get the one-shot, right? And Walk just synergizes so well with Renekton's kit, because if you're empowered Ruthless Predator, you get in 3 strikes. Vecchi a little bit iffy playing with fire, but he knows they don't have enough on-demand crowd control to really threaten him. Now Flash was just starting to posture very aggressively, and something I want to point out, a man that we have not been looking at too much, and there we go, thank you very much Observers. Look at Bruce, he's been quietly farming up the Storm. Basically the second highest gold in the game, him and Jelson. Here we go, though, a bit of a fight.
Yeah, watch out for Shinsekai because he's likely to go down here, collapse in by 4 as Flash Wolves.
Everyone's there.
With their own kill.
But if they kill Bruce on the other side of the map, this is huge. Bruce does manage to clear the wave, and he's likely just gonna back off. Becky wants
Twin Shadows comes across. There we have it. The barrier is gonna give a little bit more life to Bruce, but unfortunately still has to face up against Absorb Becky. With a Spirit Rush and a Tidal Wave. It's still a pickup though.
What's this?
Jelson, he's 1 versus 3 under the turret. Won't be able to make it happen though.
Yeah, he tries to defend the weak side play, and that's never a good idea. Probably just want to be holding onto the mid wave. This will be the turret dropping, but unfortunately, well, turret drops on both sides, but Flash Wolves, fortunately for them, they get 2 kills off the back of them. Gold is even right now. Alliance do pick up this one, so there's still a little bit ahead, marginally ahead. It's not really going to be a big difference. I want to point out the gold charts right now. Ysera a little bit up, Bruce a little bit up, Jelson up quite a bit, and Raven as well. 1,000 gold up on his counterparts. Well, I guess you could say that, right? But if you count how much gold Eason has, it kind of evens out a little bit. Now, we got to keep our eyes on the next objective, Gamenism. 20 seconds till the dragon spawns. That is going to be Fire Dragon. From what we've seen today, I think we can definitely expect both of these teams to want to fight over that. So we might just see the game get flipped at second dragon yet again, Gamenism.
Alright, the second dragon coin flip. I love it. I love to see it.
I don't.
I mean, why bother playing out a 25-minute game when a 10-minute dragon can determine the entire fate of the rest of it anyway?
You love
Alliance, I love the flips. That's my favorite thing about this, about Wild Rift. And Alliance have prioritized for the Mercury threat, so won't be able to negate as much of the physical damage. I think Bruce is still going to hit like a truck up until the armor items come across for Alliance. So Flash Wolves actually have a really good window. Bruce is looking very strong as long as he's actually able to participate in these fights.
Yeah, Bruce for sure is going to be a major win condition in these fights for the side of Flash Wolves. I do want to point out the map state right now, though. Look at where Shinsekai and Jelson are. They are playing in tandem, knowing what the combo does. I think Jelson did get spotted by a ward, so it does make it a little bit harder for them to find these picks. Bruce, he's a veteran. He's going to be well aware of this. Flash Wolves, they're going to move in first, though. They know where they are.
Oh, here we have it. Cookie, he's the one to initiate. Shinsekai's coming in. They find the damage to take down the Vice straight away. Cookie,
what did we say?
Far forward.
What did we just say?
What did we say? I don't know. I have short-term memory.
We know what Renekton and Lee Sin does. Cookie clearly forgot.
Cookie forgot about it. I don't feel so bad about it now.
For the entire duration of 3 seconds. Empowered stun, into kick, you cannot move. You're in the air, you're stunned. And they just take him down, they get a free kill, they get the Inferno Dragon. Great start to the game for Alliance. I don't want to say anything that could potentially jinx, curse, copium, whatever. I'm just going to keep my mouth shut and let's watch the game.
Yeah, Alliance will equalize the Dragons, and they're starting to get some pressure towards the top side. I mean, now the next major thing to watch out for is really that mid lane turrets. It's still the only outer tier turret still standing. SSK is obviously going to look for some pressure against Ysera in the side lane, and we've had some concerns or some queries before about how Ysera performs on champions apart from the Renekton. So far, this Camille has been able to maintain good pressure, but I have to wonder, maybe it's less than what he would have been able to do as the Renekton.
Definitely is, right? But when you leave up the Renekton on red side, you can expect most teams to first pick it on blue side. Now, some teams, depending on what their Baron laners prefer, they might have answers which they prefer, and they'll give up the Renekton. But we're seeing this game very clearly why this Renekton pick is so high priority. Point and click on demand stun does so much damage, it's so hard to kill. I love the itemization coming in from Alliance right now. Zhonya's Hourglass, we expect this from Raven, from Becky. Or Becky didn't get it, yes, with Twin Shadows. We'll need to play a bit safer there. But the main thing we want to keep note of is why did Renekton buy Zhonya's, you might ask yourself. Renekton, he's a champion who wants to be on side lanes, things like Protobelt are really nice to him. Why did he buy Zhonya's? So that when Camille and Galio try to kill him on the side lane, they can't. He can just Zhonya's combo, and that's all you really need. Nice combo.
Oh, we're looking for a potential catch on the East. He's going to buy some time. Still trying to jump into the heroic entrance, but he's going to get blocked by the tidal wave. Now Ysera joining back into the fight. Zorvaki into the back. Ysera's gone. Golden has to flash away. Alliance will shove Flash Wolves off.
Look at both sides right now. Everybody alive, but 10 ultimates expended. No one has anything left in the tank. Both of these teams are going to say, all right, good hustle, and then they're just going to back off. That's it for now. Keep in mind, tournament lives on the line for both of these teams. No one wants to risk losing it.
Absolutely. A lot of the line here, Alliance have been able to eke out a small gold advantage, which is different from what we've seen in a previous match up against Divine, where despite having a lot of early aggression, a lot of early kills, they weren't able to get much more done. We now look at SSK, who's been able to find a pretty good fight against Ysera, but Ysera's been topped up, and so both have to respect each other and back off.
Yeah. Look at Ysera's items though. He's starting to get a little bit beefy himself. His own Zhonya's actually saving. Here we go.
Oh my goodness, there we have it. Jelson, he's found the first pickoff, found the catch. The Aqua Prison comes across. Bubble is gonna be massive for Alliance, but they haven't been able to convert that into a kill. Cookie buys so much time in the process.
Oh, no.
Now Raven going to go down. He's gone golden in between 3, and it's Flash Wolves that have turned this fight around.
It's a bit of a tragedy for Alliance. Cookie living with a sliver of health right there, and the members of Alliance, they're desperately trying to clear out this way, but the tower will drop.
Sarah, he's trying to make the play. He's trying to jump onto Jelson, who's had to back off. Flash Wolves with a good re-engage back there.
Yeah, heartbreaking fight there for Alliance. They barely missed out on those kills, and that will be Raven dropping. That will be CWJ dropping. Fortunately, they only lose one turret. Shinsekai wants to trade back, but Locking is here. He's going to say you're not allowed to do that. He's going to clear out the waves. He's going to head out of there, and so far this game is still basically dead even. It's still anyone's game. Losing mid lane turret is big. That's going to be huge for Flash Wolves, but it's not the end of the world for either team just yet.
So talk me through this, Omo. Knowing that Alliance and Flash Wolves basically have a dead even game, we should be looking to see who can scale up better. Between Alliance and Flash Wolves, who are you looking to see scale up first?
That's a really tough question to answer. I think the mid-game spike is definitely on the side of Alliance, but if we go into the late game, you see a Camille, you see a Senna. Galio is basically a carry himself, and don't forget Bruce on that Lucian. Flash Wolves in the late game, they're gonna take it for sure. I think it's gonna be really scary for Alliance. They need to start finding some leads in this mid game where they should be stronger, and they need to start making picks around this dragon. A bit late though, I think.
Yeah, but Flash Wolves are just gonna pick it up. Alliance are willing to give this one away. They're just gonna focus on farming up. Not gonna be too concerned about a Cloud Drake. As we have been confirmed by TJ, it's a Cloud Drake, not an Air Drake. So
yeah,
I guess that's all I have to say about that.
It is a Cloud Drake. Just as it's an Inferno Drake, it's a Mountain Dragon, but you know, we can just call it Fire Drake. We can just call it Earth Drake.
We'll call it whatever we want.
A bit of a stretch here, I think.
Yeah, but we have to call a spade. Alliance failed the engage there. They won't be able to get the catch onto them. Flash Wolves in the mid lane looking to re-engage, find something, potentially take down Jelson, who's got caught up by the Senna. He's going to go golden, trying to buy a little bit more time for Alliance to maybe regroup, come back, but the technical sweep will swipe across the entire team, and Alliance are feeling the pain. Bruce, the powerhouse of the cell.
He is indeed, and he nearly manages to clean up all of Alliance. Raven wants to turn
my
it.
goodness, Chains of Corruption will come across. Eason is maybe looking to take down Raven, who's flashed away. A beautiful move there. Re-engage coming across from Jelson. He's jumping back onto Ysera, who's holding him back with the Aqua Prison coming across. Locking is maybe looking to keep his Camille alive, but it will go down. Look at how close these fights are.
It's the game of trolls from both teams. This is just like SBTC versus Evos, except a little bit worse in every sense of the word. Both of these teams playing it to the edge. Yeah, Veki, I was actually quite curious how he got out of this because they expanded the Galio combo of it. But Eason was a little bit late on the uptick. Bruce with Culling did so much damage with his beefy boys in front to tank it up. Ysera, he's never really going in because he doesn't have the ultimatum for invulnerability, but he will just do a lot of damage and a lot of poking. And look at this, Raven goes in aggressive. He barely survives. This was so clutch from Alliance. They played this one to the limit. So many spells, so many resources used. Locking dies on the live screen right now. I kind of miss how that one happened, and mid lane turret tier 1 goes to Alliance.
Look, so much stuff is happening here, Omar. I mean, it's a
much.
15-minute, almost 16-minute game, but look at Alliance, look at the aggression we're starting to see from them. Flash Wolves, Cookie has been looking to try and be the engager, be the one to find opportunities and angles to get in, but Alliance have shut him down. Flash Wolves have been able to escape relatively unscathed for a few times now, and that's what's been saving them. I feel like in a lot of these situations, now Alliance, they've hit this mid-game power spike you're talking about. I'm feeling a little bit concerned for Flash Wolves if they keep playing the way they do.
It's the mid-game power spike, but it's not here for that much longer. I think if Flash Wolves, they hold on for a couple more minutes, they are good to go for the late game, and here we go.
Yeah, Jelson's out here trying to make a play. He's going to jump in first, maybe get something, but Raven's the one that goes down instead. Cookie, with the Ignite taking him down, will survive, escapes to the back. Jelson taking damage from Bruce, but Shinsekai comes down. Look at the Aqua Prison. CWJ comes in massive, but the Crocodile has to run away. He's going to go golden. He's trying to buy time. He's trying to keep them alive, but Ozora Veki, despite finding one back, is going to face off against Locking now. Eason's still chasing after. Like you mentioned, he's basically a carry at this point. And Alliance have to run away.
I don't know what happened at the start of the fight. Maybe Zhonya's Hourglass was down, but the combo onto Raven one-shot him. He didn't even get to use the Chains of Corruption, and that is so huge. Kick again.
Dragon's Rage is back up, and Zorveki maybe looking for something. Death Flash away from Locking, though.
Oh my goodness, and both of these teams, they are trying their best to push this game to the limits. They're not willing to let a single thing go without a contest. Gold yet again, basically dead even. Minions take the bot lane and hit a turret for the side of Flash Wolves. They basically even the game up. And keep in mind, we are approaching the late game there very rapidly. Gaminism, 3 items on Bruce. 3 items on Ysera. I do believe some GAs did get popped. I think Ysera's was one of them, so that's gonna be big for the next fight. But what timings do Alliance have right now? I think the Elder Dragon is gonna be the big one. That's in 15 seconds. No one wants to start the Baron, but we're approaching the pivotal point. The question now, who's gonna perform in the clutch? That's all that matters.
Oh, it's tense here, Omo. I'm starting to feel the pressure. I'm not even the one playing here.
Pumping.
I have to mention though, in the previous fight, Flash saw multiple of the Guardian Angels expanded where Johnson still holds on to his own. Here we go, the fight is started off. It's going to be the first takedown of the Cookie. No jungler down for the Flash Wolves. Alliance coming back in, but it's Eason with the damage of the Galio, able to take down the primary carries of Alliance. Raven is there, Zervek still alive, but taking down Bruce. Shichikai buying time over on the other end, will ultimately fall. And Jelson, Jelson's the one that falls. Shizukai's still alive, so they don't even have their jungler. Alliance is going to have to play around this. Lock-in's going to turn around. They're trying to jump back in. Ysera's coming in for the flank. Charm barely misses out. Lots of damage coming across from Eason. This tank, Galio, this carry, Galio. He's everything. He's everything at once.
He does it all. He's tanky, he does damage, he has utility. I mean, he even has the font of life to buff his teammates, keep them healing. They're gonna start this one out. I think Cookie has the teleport enchantment, so they might be able to get this one in time. Raven has the TP though. Everyone is running back. There's a ward on it. They see the health on this. Will Alliance get here in time, Grandin?
This is going to be clutch, and there's no blast going over the wall. It's going to be so difficult to get over. Only Shinsekai is going to be able to get over the wall in time. Still looking for something here. Zorveki moves in the pit. That's the teleport coming in from Raven. They're trying to move back onto Eason, trying to take down Ysera if they can, but Shinsekai going to get taunted up. The Chains of Corruption comes in. Second teleport coming in now from Jelson. That's trying to contest this, but Cookie's coming in as well. And there's no chance for them to stop this. It's a double kill to take it down. Raven trying to smite it away, but it's Flash Wolves that come up on top. Now Zorveki loses his life. It's a quadra kill coming online for Ysera.
And that right there is exactly what Flash Wolves team comp wants to do. They find one target, they isolate you, they run you down, they kill you. Flash Wolves, they smell blood, they TP in, they want the end, they want the Nexus. It's not just enough to get the Elder Grandin, they want the game, they want playoffs here.
Never doubt Ysera, never question again whether he's going to be good at anything except his Renekton. He's coming in with the Camille, he's making things happen. The initiation, the playmaker for the Flash Wolves is going to be successful as they take the first win and confirm themselves their spot in the playoffs.
That's a heartbreaker for Alliance, but congratulations to Flash Wolves. It's been such a rough journey for the Flash Wolves. From play-ins, they struggled, they dropped down to the lower bracket against Fano Adversity. They came into group stages, they had some rough matches. They had some games where they looked so extremely good with Demon, but they had some games where they looked so shaky as well. And here today, they finally managed to secure a playoff slot. I don't think this is something that the Flash Wolves will be happy with. An organization with this much history, with this much pedigree, they come in here as the 4th seed from Group B. We did say this one was going to be a group of death. It really did turn out that way. But as the 4th seed, it's going to be a tough uphill battle for Flash Wolves. Will they manage to drag it out?
At any point, honestly, we could have seen things go a different way. We could have seen Flash Wolves be the ones to drop this game. And, well, there we have it. Flash Wolves are the 1-0. We're going to go into a quick little break. When we come back, Alliance still have a chance to at least tie up this scoreline.
welcome back to the C Championships. Miss Mary is unfortunately gone. But Flash Wolves, they managed to take the first game of their series against Alliance. And this game had so much on the line. And we thought that Alliance actually had it early on. But unfortunately, it wasn't enough. TJ, why did they manage to drop that?
Well, it was all about Jelson, as I talked about. They put him on Lee Sin. The thing about Lee Sin is you have to find early value. And when Alliance didn't find early value on the Lee Sin, and when I say early with Lee Sin's biggest strength is that he can find big lane ganks from level 2 to level 5 when no other character is active on the map. And they didn't find value in those first couple of minutes. And if you look at the rest of the Alliance team composition, they've got good mid-game team fighting, but not good enough to win by default. They need an advantage. And look who got shut down. Raven, nil 4. Over on the Flash Wolf side, look who got boosted ahead. It was, most importantly, Eason and Locking during the early game, but I want to give an extra special shout out to Ysera. Bruce didn't really perform this game, and Flash Wolves demonstrated something we've been asking them to do all tournament long, which is show more threats, show more lanes through which they can win, and Ysera absolutely dominated the late game.
Yeah, and yeah, absolutely. And I think Brandon almost really highlighted Eason. And we were talking about this behind the scenes, and you know, his Galio ults were just on point today, able to really, you know, stop Alliance whenever they got their momentum, and you know, just decided nope, Hero's entrance over here, just stopping it right there. Rafa, what do you think?
I'm pretty much in agreement with TJ here. For Jelson, Lee Sin, if you're not making plays before you have access to Dragon's Rage, then why are you playing Lee Sin, man? Like, if you're gonna wait until level 5 to use your ultimate to start making plays, you can play a different champion. You can play Wukong, you can play Jarvan, you can play even Vi as well. All these no. Okay.
I don't know what Summoner Series craziness this is, but you cannot play Wukong here at the C Championship.
No,
absolutely
you don't like the
not.
Wukong?
Keep that in North America. Thank you very much. Continue, Rafa.
I'm getting scolded on
Good Lord.
the champions.
Okay, I'm gonna just stop you guys right there and have you look at your screens right now. You see this paper? What is that, TJ?
It's
One
genuinely
Esports,
don't know.
the home of esports heroes. Get your daily dose of esports on oneesports.gg, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. You guys know the deal.
How does she?
That's the reaction I like to see.
You completely. I was like, whoa, what's this? What's going on?
I love it. I have to say, I was saving that. I was saving this little paper here just for you, TJ. I was like, when is TJ on the desk? When do I intro One Esports, the home of esports heroes? Okay, got it.
And I liked it because you used One Esports, the home of esports heroes, to derail Rafa and I's disagreement really effectively. You just broke it all up instantly.
Oh no, but I was gonna say, please continue. Yeah, Summoner Series, NA.
In that case, one of the things that you can read on One Esports, the home of esports heroes, is I'm sure they'll have coverage of the upcoming Horizon Cup, where North America and their Wukong jungle is going to get absolutely dunked on.
Man.
Rafa, do you have any comebacks to that?
TJ, you asked me to be here as a guest, and now I'm just getting bullied.
This is why I asked you to be here, Rafa.
Just to make a mockery of me and the rest of NA, man.
To make a point.
This is what we call early game aggression here in terms of, you know, Horizon Cup right there.
If only Alliance had a little bit more of that. Or North America,
Oh my
for that
God,
matter.
Man, it just keeps on going. I don't know how we're gonna stop. I will try to bring us back to point 0 here, though. Looking into game 2,
You would want to. Don't want to keep talking about North America.
I can leave, you know. Do you want me here?
No, but then who else would we do this to?
The thing is, Rafa, we've gone long enough. It's like 8 a.m. on the East Coast. They're like waking up. This is the game plan. Had to wait.
You know, the funny thing is that NA fans who are tuning in is like, oh, I wonder what's going on the C Champs, and they just see someone who's who they think is an NA resident bullying another NA resident about why NA and having Wukong is a pig. Oh man.
It's gone to Chaos Death, ladies and gentlemen. It's
All right.
Chaos Death indeed. Yep.
All right.
Yep.
All right.
But we are actually about to head into Champ Select. That's right, we are not done yet with Alliance and Flash Wolves. And as we mentioned, yes, pretty much like what's happening here, that early game aggression was what Alliance needed. But the thing was that I think that there was a good attempt to getting that. It's just that they weren't able to. Rafa's going to laugh again. I just saw him break into a smile. But yeah, they weren't able to really, you know, maximize it, because I feel like Flash Wolves, they caught on to what Alliance were doing, and they just managed to, you know, outplay them every single time.
Yeah, and just to kind of paint a little bit of a added layer here, if you're wondering why we're maybe calming down a bit, not taking this match so seriously anymore, that last game puts Flash Wolves through, out of groups, and it pretty much locks our groups as well. Unfortunately for fans of both, it's at this point Alliance and Geek Fam are eliminated from the group stage from this tournament. I believe some craziness can happen in terms of the seeding, in terms of the 3-4 seed, if Geek Fam somehow takes a win off of Evos. But given current results, that's very unlikely. So we're probably pretty much locked. So we can have a little bit more fun with this. And that would be my push for Alliance, honestly. That would be my push for Flash Wolves. Take this game as an opportunity to reset mentally a bit. Maybe try some things on the stage that you've been practicing in scrims, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I definitely am a big advocate for, if you're Flash Wolves, you can limit test, you can try some things out. Maybe not a strategy that you want to specifically save for a certain team or for playoffs, but if there's like a certain composition or a pick that you've been playing around with a lot during, you know, as TJ said, scrims, then now's the time. Whereas for Alliance, I think they're just gonna go down the route of, you know what, Jelson, we haven't really given you enough resources. Let's make it a U game. What do you want to play? Jelson says, give me Olaf, and Alliance say, all right, we're gonna give you Olaf and Lulu.
Yeah, this is really entertaining. Olaf kind of the only late game jungler currently in the game, and they're going to give. This looks like a full send Olaf composition, and what that looks like is sometimes you go Orianna here as well for the speed boost, but the Lulu amps up the speed of the Olaf. The Lulu gives him extra HP with the wild growth, and he can just run through teams and shoot them up late game. If we see Orianna here from Ozraveki, it will be a full send composition, and I would expect a Galio there as well, so the Kai'Sa can kind of fit in. We'll see. Well, I'm excited for that.
Well, TJ, if it were NA, we would run Sona Seraphine with this.
Start.
Come on, man.
Disappointed enough in you, Rafa. Wukong jungle.
TJ.
Good lord.
TJ, don't act like my dad.
It's a bit. I'm sorry, Rafa. I'm just tired. I love my North America. Shout out to Sentinels. They know I love them. Let's talk about the Flash Wolves composition, though, because the Flash Wolves composition is full pick comp. This is all about finding individual jewels and skirmishes. You have the cask, you have the charm as these heavy engage options, and that's very exciting to me. I'd love to see like a. I don't know where you would fit this in. I'd love to see a Varus come out as part of this composition, and I don't know what we're putting in jungle here. Maybe a Jarvan would be fun.
Oh, well, looking like the Darius is making a comeback over here. I think it's all like the Renekton earlier. It's been a while since we've seen him here in the series make an appearance, and it looks like on the side of Flash Wolves, yep, we still have Lucky and Eason to get their picks, and wondering what indeed we'll be seeing from Flash Wolves. I feel like, you know, on the side of Alliance, I totally agree with Rafa that they can just pretty much experiment and just give us a good show, I guess. And if they actually manage to take a point, I mean, that's a bonus on them. But right now, they really don't have anything to lose. So I would say, you know, why not? We had an entertaining series yesterday, and it worked out well. I think for everybody involved, I think everybody had a lot of fun. And I think that's like the best note that, like, you know, if Alliance are bowing out of this tournament, indeed, that's the best note that they can end on.
Oh my. So we do get the Jarvan. I was looking for Flash Wolves to go full peg composition, full skirmish composition. What that means is basically everyone on the team has a tool to start a fight. And the Senna is actually kind of like Turbo Varus in that regard, because she constantly has that root she can dispense. And what this is going to do is you're going to have a Senna that can farm up via souls. And so the Gragas will take all the farm in the bottom lane and just get bigger and bigger and bigger and go full AP. We've seen this a couple of times. So the Gragas will actually have a disgusting amount of damage, and the Senna will scale into the hyper late game. This is a really fun Flash Wolves composition. I hope we see this during actual tournament play.
Yeah, Senna Gragas is always a little specialty that I love seeing being used more and more in Wild Rift competitive. The first time we actually saw Senna Gragas was over in the EU Origin Series, as they just started playing around with the idea of, like, you know what? Why not put a solo laner that is capable of self-sustaining paired along with Senna, because then that dragon duo lane becomes an unmovable force. They're not necessarily a lane that shoves you out through poke, but they're a lane that just outlasts you, outsustains you, and therefore you're the ones that have to leave lane first because you no longer have the resources to stay in lane. And so Senna and Gragas are just constantly farming up, and like you said, Gragas has the choice of either going full glass cannon or on the AP side, or can just be another front laner.
Yeah, well, it looks like we're having another technical issue, and we're just gonna have to wait for the call before we jump into the game. So I think that's more time for TJ here to get in depth about any Wild Rift and how that definitely adds.
But I'll tell you what I will do. I will talk about Chinese Wild Rift instead. Because Rafa was talking about the first time he saw Senna Gragas. And I'd just like to give a shout out because a lot of people aren't quite sure where the LPL fits into the current standings. A lot of people assume they're at the top by default. And they are very good. They have a long history of mobile games in China, where I believe the biggest esports league in the world, I don't know where it still is, but is a mobile game. It's huge there. So there's a lot of players from the KPL playing in the LPL Wild Rift division. There are a lot of LPL players playing in the Wild Rift division. It's a very strong league right now. And I'm hearing some scrim results that SEA teams are beating them. But
really,
the most exciting thing for me is that they're actually the ones that premieres this Senna starvation strategy, where you run Senna with other characters taking the farm in Wild Rift. It's obviously something people have done in PC for a very long time, but the first time we saw it in Wild Rift was the LPL running Senna Nasus, or at least the first time I saw it in Wild Rift.
Yeah, and I think it's actually a very popular pick in the Icon series Philippines towards the end of the fall season. We actually saw the Senna Nasus happen almost every time. Very, very popular, very powerful too. And I'm actually wondering why it hasn't been an option just yet in the SEA Championships.
I'd be interested for Rafa's take as well, because he does see more diverse play. But my opinion is that Nasus isn't the ideal partner. Because Nasus just isn't useful for the first half of the game. And I think when you compare something like, I think Galio is one of the most, Galio and Gragas are both one of the most utility useful characters. There's a better way to phrase that, but I've been going a couple of hours. They're the most utilitarian characters in the game, because they can kind of do a little bit of everything. They can take hits, they can CC characters, they can engage. And so they're just more useful regardless of how much farm they have.
Yeah.
When you give them farm, they still have that utility, but they now also do damage, whereas Nasus can kind of only do the damage.
Yeah, you're not wrong that Galio and Gragas kind of eclipse Nasus in terms of utility, just because you get ways to strongly force engages, force picks, whether it's through Justice Punch or Heroic Entrance to follow up on something, or just a flash taunt, and then Gragas, body slam, explosive cask. Nasus, what do you got? You got Wither. That's it. You walk up to someone, Wither, and then, oh god, I'm slowing down. But then they can flash away, they can protobelt away. It's not like the greatest thing in the world. However, the way that Nasus was being built was a Spirit Fire rush build, and you basically just constantly throw in poke, and you couldn't bully Nasus out of lane, and it got to the point where he could be a somewhat potent split pusher, And so, even though it doesn't sound like it's feasible, it worked in the West because there was the teams that had to play against Thanasis and the ones that executed it correctly just couldn't push it out, and they weren't able to find or capitalize on the lack of pressure that Thanasis naturally brings to the table on the other side of the map. So it got away unpunished in the early parts of the game, and it got to the point where Wild Rift balance notes were like, guys, Thanasis is too strong of a combo, so we gotta nerf it. So whether you guys bought it over the C region, it didn't matter in the end because, you know, it was enough for the balance team to be like, yeah, we gotta nerf the Nasus pick. It's too strong here.
Yeah, well, even the Philippines certainly did.
Yeah, no, it got played a decent amount in SEA, and we've just seen this evolution, especially post-patches you referenced quite correctly. We've seen this evolution towards more of the Galio and the Gragas being paired with the Senna, but I expect we're gonna see a lot more variety there in the future, as the Senna is just this tool that lets you kind of pair anything with it and get a free kind of extra damage character on the board.
Right, and it's going to be interesting to see indeed what these teams have, since we did see Senna on the draft. But we're going to go to a quick break, and when we return, we will continue with the rest of the Wild Rift C Championships. Welcome back to the Wild Rift C Championships, where we are just about to head into Game 2 of Alliance versus Flash Wolves. Now, we have had the draft up already. Let's take a look at that right now just to refresh our memories as to what our teams have picked over here after that slight pause that we had just to fix up some issues. But I believe everything is all right and all set for these teams to get back into the Rift. Now, I do believe, we did see, again, we were talking about the Senna when we left off, and, I was really interested to see how this would combo with whatever I believe Flash Wolves have in store. But yeah, TJ, any final thoughts on the draft for Alliance and Flash Wolves?
Yeah, I mean, just to kind of refresh people, we'll over the graphic in a bit, but Flash Wolves had drafted this incredibly pick-focused composition. They had the Senna, which is how we got so sidetracked when we were stalling a little bit earlier. But it's focused on finding individual stuns, chaining those stuns, and burning down key targets in duels, in skirmishes across the map. It's a pick composition, plain and simple, and I'd love to see it from Flash Wolves in games that matter more than this one, as of course this is merely for EGA.
Yes, indeed. But now we will jump into Game 2 between Flash Wolves and Alliance. Casters, you guys are up.
Well, thanks a bunch, Miko. We're going into Flash Wolves versus Alliance, and well, Omo, we've already seen what happens. Flash Wolves got that first win in Alliance. They're trying to come in here, trying to tie things up. If they do, Flash Wolves are in for a tougher time. They're not going to stand a chance, or at least their fates are not going to be within their own hands to determine third seed placing. So Flash Wolves want to get this 2-0.
I'm gonna be real with you here, Grandin. The only chance which Flash Wolves do not get 4th seed, where they get 3rd seed, when Evos drop to 4th seed, is if Evos lose a game to Geekfam. And I think you can trust the Fates with that one. I feel like the Fates are not gonna let you down there. Not to beat a dead horse, but I mean, we saw Evos' form today. They did get rolled by SBTC, but SBTC also rolled Divine. So a lot of things for us to keep in mind here, Gaminism. It does seem like we have a serious game, though.
Yeah, I'll take it. I will take that. I think that is a pretty reasonable case. And so, yeah, looking towards Evos to make a good play. Yeah, you've been giving some good analysis here, Omar. I'm really liking what you've been doing. I think the audience wants you to dance, though. I'm not sure I want to see that. Yesterday was great. Yesterday was great gameplay, but we were training you up to become a play-by-play caster yesterday.
I am. I honestly do feel like it's my true calling, but let's focus on the analysis. Let's focus on the game for a moment here. It does seem like both of these teams are taking this one pretty seriously. They're going for real drafts. I mean, Shitsukai, we all know the kind of guy he is. He likes to have a bit of fun. Sarah having a bit of fun as well. And, he's not going to have a great time here in the Baron lane. It's going to go pretty even. We see the Darius as a typical weak side pick. But what I want to see is with this mid lane matchup, Ahri, he's going to always push that Diana. We saw the matchups earlier today, right? We saw Ahri versus Yasuo. It's always, Ahri will push first. Ahri will push first. And Ahri with that needs to be able to find timings to roam. If they sync up and dive the Baron lane, that's going to be huge here for Flash Wolves. And we see good trades from Blues already.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, Omo, but I think we saw a Diana show through for Alliance in a previous game up against, I believe it was Divine, where I think it was Raven that was playing. That was playing the Diana in this case.
They're trying to see who's the better.
Diana?
And look at this. This is exactly what we talked about. They need Shizuka. He needs to give up the wave because Bruce found the timing to rotate. Shizuka just flashing the thumbs up, flashing the key because he can't do anything. But there's a kill for Alliance in the bottom.
Absolutely, but look at these moves. Ysera's gonna find level 5 off the EXP, and we're just gonna buy some time here because Alliance find first blood down the bottom side, but the gold firmly within their lead, looks like.
Yeah, they're having a bit of fun here. Shinsekai finally gets to go back to his wave. The poor guy. Becky will come up, make sure it's safe for him to do so, but he's already 1 level down. It's not gonna be a great situation to be in, but of course Darius is so weak side, so he's gonna be pretty happy with this one.
Yeah, not much that can be done for the Darius here, right? Darius really isn't going to be able to find much avenue to catch onto the Rivet, especially when he's behind. Thankfully, it's not going to be that much, but the gold difference is going to be quite substantial. The other thing I want to point out was Zorveki's roam cost him a little bit of EXP and time. So now he's level 4 as well. He's facing off against Bruce, who has been punishing him rather hard in lane. And this is not a great showing, and he's losing a lot of health even before he gets to do anything.
Yeah, it's not a great situation to be in. Well, there we go.
There we go.
Yeah, this is just a result of what we've seen so far, right? He gets constantly poked out, chunked out, and once you get Spirit Rush, he gets taken down. Ignite, Moonfall, it's not going to be enough to save him. Shinsekai is trading pretty well in return, but now the problem is his wave is in Narnia. It's stuck in no man's land. He can't go up, he can't touch the wave because he doesn't know where Cookie is. If he does so, he's just going to get dropped or forced to flash. Very tough situation to be in for Shinsekai. Good news is on the other side of the map, it's looking pretty decent for Alliance down here. Raven's gonna be free scaling, and Lulu's gonna be, free scaling as well.
Oh, there we go, Raven. Wow, look at that killer instinct intercepted by the body slam. Eason, come on, man, too good.
Eason too good indeed. He knows where Raven was trying to fly to. Maybe he was just trying to go for CWJ, but we will read a bit more into this and say he's on another level. Some might even say he's on the next level.
Oh, we're going there, Yo.
Yeah,
all right. Nice moves from Eason on that next level. Indeed. Watch out for what he's going to do. He had a great performance on the Galley last game. Now he's back on the Gragas. What's he going to do?
When you get to the next level, you have to let yourself in, right? So you have to open the door to your financial freedom and all that jazz. I'm just stealing jobs out here, I think.
Yeah, stealing jobs,
the play-by-play yesterday, the hosting today.
You don't get paid enough for this, Omo. You gotta give a chance to some other people. You can't do all the roles, man.
Well, if you want to know what roles are available in esports, head on over to oneesports.gg, home of esports heroes.
I can't do it. I can't take this seriously, Omo. I'm done.
I'm trying my best here, just like Alliance. They're trying their best here as well, picking up the Inferno Dragon right back into Gamenism. Last 30 seconds, it was just a fever dream. Jelsen's probably going to pick this one up. No contest, has Smite available.
Yeah, we'll be able to collect the Inferno Drake for himself pretty quickly. I believe Rift Talent was picked up by the Flash. He's going to go over to Cookie. In all honesty, I was laughing so hard I wasn't even able to keep my eyes on the screen. And so Alliance now, they're trying to trade top for bottom side. Shinsekai has been playing towards the weak end. Now he's going to see a bit of a change because he's gone for the Proto Belt, the Rocket Belt, as his boot enchant item.
Rocket Belt?
Yeah, Rocket Belt. Different kind of feel, different kind of feel compared to what we saw from the last time around. The last game, where he's gone a little bit more defensive. Now he's really trying to look for the.
To be fair, he is playing a different champion.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Well, it's always gonna be nice to have the Rocket Belt because you get to navigate around, you get to position your first skill better. We did miss it off screen, but Eason somehow gets taken down, burns all his subs, but dies to Alliance bottom lane. 2v2, I think he might have gone a bit too aggressive, tried to flash in. That's my theory. We wouldn't know for sure, but that's fine. Gets taken down off screen yet again. And Alliance right now, gold is pretty even. A lot of that gold is in Raven's pocket. We've been seeing him play very little of this Kai'Sa, if at all, actually, because he's been playing mid lane a lot. There we go, we see what he's been doing. He tries to go in aggressively, but he realizes, you know what? We don't have the damage to win this. And
there we go. But he's covered by the second screen, so it's difficult to see exactly. But it's alright. Let's take a look back to what CWJ is doing. He's running away from the flash wall, so looking to get some control in the mid lane.
Yeah, he is indeed. Woo, Raven trades back a lot of damage right there. I do believe he has the evolution on his Icatian Rain, knowing the names of spells. Yeah, and we do see a bit of an all-in though. This might be bad for Bruce.
Yeah, Zoroveki, he's gonna jump back in. He did have the Crescent Slash across before, so Bruce gets the charm off, finds some damage onto Diana. That's the Ignite coming across. Zoroveki, that's the statement you gotta make. Raven, watch your back, man.
Raven, watch your back, man. Let's not forget that Zoroveki is the starting lane. But he does take down Bruce, and CWJ gets caught.
Yeah, CWJ is gonna end up facing off against Eason, who's looking for some revenge in the mid lane. It's just Sarah jumping back in, finds the knockout, finds the damage, take him down, but the turret will almost drop him, but he's still alive through it all. SSK now running it down the mid lane, flashes, jumping in with the Cataclysm. It's a beautiful knockup from the dragon, from the Flagging Drag.
He lives.
Unfortunately, I think it's just about that. Jocelyn comes in, he survives as well.
Yeah, Jocelyn gets in, gets out, gets the kill, has the flash, but that's gonna be okay. Look at Raven's damage. It's really starting to build up right here. We know he's an aggressive player, likes to play on the edge. The Kai'Sa is gonna give him just the opportunities to do that. 6k gold as well. He's the richest one in the game. Alliance, we talked about how they still need to win this game. It's not a for fun game. There are still standings involved. If they win, Flash Wolves, they have no chance to get 3rd seed. They get dropped to 4th seed. You know what that means? They get dropped to the lower bracket from the get-go. No second life.
Absolutely. It's going to be a lot more difficult playing from that angle. I mean, at this point, right, there is some consideration of which opponent you kind of want to face. The fact that SBTC were able to leapfrog their way up to the forefront of the competition is quite a nice showing from them. Alliance here really are just looking to see if they can try and play spot a little bit, get some more experience. I mean, they had a pretty decent running overall. I mean, 0-2-2, it's not a bad score.
To be fair,
you know,
in the
just
group of death, this is
in the
kind of
group
where
of
we
death.
expected them to make
Exactly.
it, right? It's a little bit underwhelming. It's a little bit sad, given that this is supposed to be the super team. But at the end of the day, you've got to consider the context of Group B as we see some action.
Well, the context of Group B is a lot of action. Maybe
It
not
has
as much
been
as
a
we were
lot of
hoping
action.
for.
If we discount the last 2 games from Group A yesterday, Group B has definitely been more action-packed.
Absolutely, and also partly comes down to the playstyle of
Oh,
the teams as Raven. Oh, they're too clean. Look at him sidestepping all the spells. He doesn't care
Too
about
bad
any
it
of
doesn't
this.
count anymore, huh?
Oh, don't do him dirty like that, Omo. Johnson's gonna walk back into the mid side east and once again looking to catch on to CWJ, but dodge
Here we
away.
go.
Charm Johnson's running back in.
Oh, he
This is
missed.
how the Olaf. This is the Olaf that
that's
takes
bad.
banning out against them. But Raven, he's gonna go too far forward, get caught out, and is taken down finally. And Sarah, he's back in here to play, but the mid lane is going to be up, and so he's still just gonna back off.
Yeah, a bit ambitious there from Jelson and Raven. Jelson missing out on the undertow charges means that Raven will just fly into his death. Flash Wolves to get the mid lane turret. They're still a little bit down in gold, but they will pick up this dragon for themselves, and that's gonna be Flash Wolves starting to claw their way back into this one. You know, last game, we talked about scaling, we talked about how it was distinctly strongly in Flash Wolves' favor. This time around, though, I think it's a little bit more even. We do have the Kaiser Lulu if you want to talk about late game, and that's always going to be a serious threat.
Yeah, being able to find additional damage. Yeah, being able to find additional damage with this Kai'Sa in the late game is what's going to tip the scale over in the Alliance's favor. Being able to take down some of the squishy amendments on the side of Flash was the fact that Ysera is not playing for much of a bruiser kind champion, still playing for that Riven. A little bit easier to take down. Johnson, though, is going to be on this Olaf, and it's, well, we haven't got to see quite as much from them as of late. So a little bit difficult to truly assess where his strengths are going to be at. That being said, though, Alliance have been able to at least hold on to this early game, and so it's still pretty even as we continue to advance further in. I say that, but Jelson and Zorveki are caught too deep in the enemy jungle. Flash Wolves will punish them.
Caught in no man's land.
Alright, there we have
right
it.
there.
Yeah, you were having a drink.
I was having a drink. I got caught in no man's land as well.
Yeah, you were caught unexpected. Same can be said for Alliance. While Flash Wolves on the mid side trying to punish CWJ, who's burnt both his sums to escape. Shitsukai still off in the side lane, trying to split push, maybe build some space for his team, but Flash Wolves definitely don't feel the pressure yet.
Flash Wolves, they do not. They're happy scaling it up. They know they have the Gragas. They know they have the Sana. We saw Eason's late game Galio. He was a beast. He was a carry. And this time around, his Gragas is very much looking the same way. Don't forget as well, we talked about Riven and how Riven is the strongest scaling top laner in the game. He's getting bullied a little bit by Shinsekai right now, despite having a 1-item lead. But that's going to be fine because he's confident in being able to just scale up.
Yeah, and look at CWJ, who's consistently been walking forward, getting caught, and it's gonna be the Dawning Shadow that comes across to take him out. I mean, just such hyper aggression. It still feels like he's trying to play for the Gragas, the Galio, stuff like that. Doesn't feel like he's fully got in the mindset of Lulu here.
Yeah, he doesn't quite realize that, you know, this time around, I can't really be doing this, and they're not really on the same page yet again. It seems to be a common trend, a recurring sign here for Alliance. They're not always on the same page, and that's a bit of a tragedy because they do have some really good players. And we do talk about how, you know, too many cooks in the kitchen can sometimes be your downfall. That's kind of the story of Alliance we see here this split. Of course, they do still want to tie this one up. I think the scoreline would look a little bit better if they have 3 draws instead of 3 losses. We'll have to see how this one plays out, though. We do talk about how Flash Wolves, they're pulling ahead, and they will scale.
Absolutely, Alliance are looking for this chance, this opportunity to find something here, anything, honestly, and just make the scoreline look a little bit better by the end of the SEA Championship. And it looks like Zorbeki might be the one to make that happen. Unfortunately, Bruce is gonna get away, gonna get topped up by the heel. Easton coming in clutch, Cookie for backup.
Cookie for backup, and Flash Wolves, they are in sync. They are on the same page. They are playing together. Alliance, though, this game may not matter for them anymore. It's looking like a bit of a solo queue game for them here.
Hey, Omo?
Yes?
I think it's time to update that expression. On the same page. I don't think that counts anymore. They are on the same window or the same tab. I let you pick.
You can still say page because web pages are a thing.
Yeah, but they're in the game right now. So it's like you're in a
They're on the
tab
same
or
level. No one on their team is on the next level or on the previous level.
Right. Well, we're looking to see which team can get onto the next level in this competition. For sure, as we continue this one out. It's about 13 minutes in. Baron's available, so Alliance and Flash Wolves trying to play towards it and make sure they have the safety. But honestly, it doesn't even feel like Flash was pressurized. They don't quite care about it. Anything could happen. They're trying to jump on the Bruce now, but look at him. He still has a Spirit Rush. That's the second one being expanded. But the one, the Flash across the undertow and the reckless swings takes down the Ari. And let's see if Alliance can convert this into something else.
Let's see what they can do. Indeed, they're looking for Eason, but he's a tanky boy. He's just going to get knocked away. Do Alliance want to flip it on the Baron right now? Looks like they do.
They started up. I mean, Raven, he has a lot of the gold, a lot of the power. It means Flash Wolves are in here trying to contest for this pit. Eason is walking in. Look at how low CWJ is. SSK pulls and locking Flashes forward, trying to take him down. But I'm not sure this is enough. Raven dashes in with the killer instinct. They do manage to find the center first. Back and Drag comes across. Zorveki finds some damage. It's Sarah. He's massive as the Raven, but it's a double kill that comes across. Raven is popping off in game 2.
He is indeed, with the support of the Lulu, with the front line, Darius, Olaf. And of course, can't forget the moon from Diana as well. This is a big iffy situation. Bruce is back and they have to just reset. They do lose the inside track on mid lane, which means this might be tier 2 dropping.
Might be tier 2 dropping indeed. Teleport had to be committed by Bruce though, so at the very least, Alliance do find a little bit of respite with that. Unfortunately, I believe Dragon will go over to the Flash Wolves. Jelson won't be able to make his way over in time. Interesting situation happened there, and it feels like Alliance needed to reset immediately. The fact that they stayed on the Baron kind of cost them.
Look at this start off. It's a really good start from Shinsekai because he gets the stacks. Problem is, he barely misses out on enough damage to get the reset. If he does, this would be like a quadra kill right now. He would dunk everybody. But it was a close situation. There was a good AoE, which means Moonfall, Olaf, Kai'Sa, they're all super effective in these close quarters. And it looks like it's going to be a trap here from Alliance right now.
I mean, we've seen what happened with SSK in his own Icon series. He got the Spectre kill. SSK may be looking for it again. Here we have it. Bruce over the sidelines, going to take down CWJ. That's the Wild Growth still unexpanded. The burden of the carry is down onto Raven and Zorveki, trying to set it up. But the Moonfall better clip them. Zorveki flashes over the blue buff wall. Sarah Harden's tails takes him down. They've locked down Raven. Eyes on the carry. They've taken down SSK. Now moving on to the Kai'Sa, who killer instincts into the back, but it's only so much he can get done. It's a killing spree for Eason.
It is indeed, and Flash Wolves, they turned this one around. Alliance had a great start to the first Baron team fight. This time they falter, they make individual mistakes. They were camping for Flash Wolves, but it was them who got caught. CWJ gets caught, dies without using the Wild Growth. Veki gets in the backline, but Wild Growth does not catch onto anyone. With this, inhibitors in the sights of Flash Wolves.
Absolutely, mid lane inhibitor going to go down first. The rest of the lanes, minion waves are not in position, so they won't be able to convert that for more. Alliance tanking their lucky stars, that is the case. But Flash Wolves still quite happy about that. They have 2 of the Drakes, and the third one going to be that Elder Mountain. It's just going to be a pick of the litter. They get to decide if they want to go fight for the Elder Drake or they play for the Baron instead.
I think it will likely be the Baron here. I feel like that's the condition right now, given that there's a bit more time before the Elder Drake comes up. And both of these teams, they just want to fight. And we see the effectiveness of Ari, the effectiveness of Charm. I really like when Bruce is on playmaking champions, when he gets set the tempo of the game. Of course, he's great at carries, but look at what he does when he has the ability to make plays, to be proactive. And I think that that's exactly what Flash Wolves need here. Locking comes back into the roster, plays a lot of Senna now, adding that to the repertoire I think is exactly what Flash Wolves need, and this is looking like a Flash Wolves who are a little bit revitalized. I wouldn't say they're out of the woods just yet. We need to see a little bit more from them because they've been consistently disappointing us when it counts. They do barely manage to slip their way into playoffs, but it's not enough. For a team like Flash Wolves, as distinguished with the pedigree, we need to see more from them.
Once again, never quite enough for Mr. Omo here. They work their way into the play-ins, make their way through groups, confirm a spot in the playoffs. Still not enough for them, and they're always compared to their older cousin, the Buriram United.
Make it the playoffs.
I mean, compared against Buriram United, surely, but take a look back towards mid lane because Flash Wolves have found the catch on the Raven. They're still trying to kite back, looking to take down Ysera, but he has Guardian Angel, so it's going to be difficult to take him down. Raven in the back line gets not bad by the Blast Cone. He's going to flash on the wall, trying to reposition against the Flash Wolves while running them down and taking down SSK. And it's just down to Zorveki trying to equalize back even just for one. But against Locking, that won't be the case. It's just down to Raven. Flash Wolves knocking on the best base, moving on to the Nexus. It's going to be a 2-0. I'm stumbling over my words here, Omo, because Flash Wolves have made me lose my words.
They've made you lose your words, they've made Alliance lose their minds, and they turned the game around yet again from a slow early game start, just like in Game 1. Flash Wolves, they turned it around, Raven not able to pull through in the end there, the rest of Alliance not able to pull through in the end, and Flash Wolves, I think they'll be breathing some sighs of relief. But I'll be honest with you, I don't think they're happy. They are the Flash Wolves, they have the pedigree, they have the veterans, they need to go further than just making it barely into playoffs. Of course, this does mean they do get into the at least 4th seed. They have a chance of 3rd seed if Evos drop a game, but still, I think this is a very dangerous situation to be in. Lowest bracket, you don't get a second chance. If you lose, you're out.
Yeah, the fate of their game is not really in their own hands, and so it's a little bit tricky for them. And so we'll see how they're going to perform moving forward. It's going to be up to them to see. Well, honestly, it's going to be up to Evos to see where they're going to place. With that being said, though, we're going to pass it over to the analyst desk to break it down and give us some more insight on how the rest of the seeding is going to go. So, take it away, guys.
Thank you so much, casters. And yes, indeed, Flash Wolves do lock in the playoffs. I do agree, though, they didn't exactly look 100% happy, and I think it's because, you know, they managed to cross over, like, I don't know, the river, and then they see the mountain that they have to climb up, which is the playoffs. So it's gonna be, it's not the end of the road, and it's gonna be a long journey still for them, and they still have to be on top form. Maybe because they were expecting themselves to be, you know, a little bit better in this series because they have that playoffs burden on them. But yeah, what did you guys think of this series, of this matchup? Rafa, we'll start with you.
I really... How do I put this? I think the Ahri flavor that is really emerging through the C championships so far has really surprised me, because from my understanding, and before TJ bashes me again for coming in with NA brain, it's not just NA brain. It's more so Western, and just kind of seeing how Ahri has kind of functioned as a pick globally. And Ahri, before the C championships, I've never really seen have this much success. I usually just viewed Ahri as a jack-of-all-trades champion that never really excelled as one of the following functions, whether you want to be a mage that does backline damage, or an assassin that's looking for picks. Ahri has the burst of an assassin, but it's not the same reliability as someone that is dedicated to being a real assassin, like a Kha'Zix or a Zed or even a Rengar. Whereas, you know, it can also be like a poke mage throwing out orbs of deception, but it doesn't rival that of like a Corki or a Ziggs late game either. It kind of fills the niche in both. And usually the way I've seen that evolution of Ahri in the beginning, it didn't really function as well, but throughout the C championships, players like G4, players like Bruce, players like Julie as well have really shown that the Ahri pick can function as sort of a bridge, especially when you pair it with mobile skirmishers like the Lee Sin as well.
Yeah, and I actually think that it's a pick that, you know, you kind of default to, I guess, as, you know, one of those, you know, standard mid lane champions. But it's also, you know, when used in like you know, in the hands of players like you mentioned, Rafa, it can be very deadly indeed. It is still an assassin mage. It is still, you know, that spirit rush can come in so handy, and, you know, very flashy too, in case you want, you know, you want to do something that's replay worthy of sorts. But yeah, TJ, what did you think? And you know, what did you think of the series against Alliance and Flash Wolves?
Well, first of all, I would like to say I was not falling asleep. My neck is just hurting. That's why camera came back. I was leaning sideways. Second of all, yeah, I think that's a big separation between the way that Ahri is being played in the West and Ahri is being played effectively in some of the European games and here. When you're playing Ahri right, she's a pick-focused character, she's an assassin, and that's a big separator. Here for Flash Wolves, I'm a little bit higher on them than Omo was. I think this roster with Demon looks very good with locking. I think they lack a little bit of early game aggression, and I think that needs to be sorted out. But I like this roster with Demon in the mix, and I like this roster with the new look from Ysera. I think Ysera has looked really good over the last couple of days, as he's just in this series in particular. I think he's my MVP. He's stepped up and filled the void in this iteration, being able to play from the weak side, which was what we were asking for during the play-ins. With less pressure on him, he's finding spaces on the map to get aggressive and operate and be a late and mid-game scaling carry. So I want more of that, and I want to see more of this Flash Wolves. I think they could surprise later on in the bracket, even though they are coming in quite low out of the seeding for this group.
Also, speaking of MVP, let's actually bring up the MVP of that series over here. TJ, I know you mentioned that Isera was your MVP of choice, but the MVP of choice for this entire series is Bruce. And I know that we pegged Jelson as the mitochondria of Alliance, and I pretty much guess that Bruce is the mitochondria, the powerhouse.
That was the original graphic.
Flash Wolves. Yes, yes. The M in MVP stands for mitochondria.
That's true. That's a fact.
I knew you were
Bruce
gonna love
is the
that.
mitochondria of the cell, and one of the most important things about him is this is basically the player that got them through planes. And what I'm most fascinated by, as far as like his evolution as a player, is this game number 1. He was almost completely absent. Like, Bruce was playing support almost game number 1. And his team picked up the slack, and that kind of doesn't take away from him, because he shifted. And he said, okay, I don't need to be the hard carry this game. What I need to do is not lose. And there are a lot of very, very good players that aren't capable of making that adjustment in series where they are not performing well. There are a lot of very good players who are oftentimes the hard carry, and in games where they're not performing, they're behind in gold, they make the mistake of continuing to force fights, of continuing to take risks that aren't going to pay off. So I was actually very impressed by Bruce this series, perhaps not for his stunning performance during game number 2, but for his stunning performance during game number 1, where things didn't go well for him, and he dialed it back. He said, okay, I can sit tight. Ysera's got this one handled.
Yeah, and he seems like one of those players, of course, that Flash Wolves can definitely rely on. Even when things go south, you can always count on Bruce at least to put his best foot forward and pull something out, you know, for the team and really bring it home. But let's check out the standings right now, as Flash Wolves have locked in that 4th place for Group B, and they will be advancing to the playoffs. Not in the best position because they will be in the lower bracket. That is, of course, if Evos Esports manages to get this from GeekFam. I think we all know where it is going to go. So I think it's safe to say that, you know, this is pretty much our top 4 right here. SBTC Esports, Divine Esports, Flash Wolves, and Evos Esports. Now, Rafa, we were talking about the standings over here. Alliance and GeekFam, unfortunately, it doesn't seem like, you know, no matter what the outcome, GeekFam will be able to make it. But yes, they can still play spoiler in some way. But what do you think of our top 4 here for Group B?
SBTC and Divine representing Vietnam. Flash Wolves, you have one of the best teams from Taiwan. And Evos, not only one of the best teams from Thailand, but also you are still having the Summer Cup champion that won it all just a couple months ago. So for me, even though I am not very familiar with the history of the Southeast Asia Championship coming in as a guest, I probably would have pegged these 4 as the teams to emerge from this Group B. I know there's a lot of Alliance fans that are probably not the most excited about this result, but I think Alliance did have some moments that they will carry with them going into the next season that they can improve upon and still bring pride to the region of Singapore, especially considering that Alliance were one of the few teams in Group B that took a game off of SBTC, and they're emerging as the number 1 seed from Group B. So that's a huge win in my book.
Yeah.
That backdoor game they took off of SBTC is one of the craziest games of Wild Rift I've ever commentated. Like, Alliance, 100% it is disappointing. I think there's a world in which these groups are a little more evenly distributed, the luck goes differently, and Alliance very easily get out of their group. So it's just very unfortunate for both them and GeekFam that they're in this incredibly tough group. And then also, they should be happy regardless. They played very well.
Absolutely. This is the very best of the best, and they still managed to get here, you know, and managed to represent their region too. So regardless of the outcome, everybody here, all of these teams should be very, very proud, including, of course, Evos Esports and GeekFam. We will see their series up next after this quick break.
Are you ready to define your character, to choose your financial objective, to choose your investment strategy, and build your portfolio? Start now and level up your investment knowledge with Franklin Templeton.
Welcome back to the C Championships, and we are just about at the end of the day. Flash Wolves have locked in a spot at the playoffs, but now we are going to turn our attention to Evos Esports versus Geek Fam, our final series of the group stages. Now, we all pretty much know what's going to happen here. It's kind of like, you know what's going to happen in the TV series, and they've been building to it all season, and this matchup kind of gives you the same feeling, but you want to see how it happens, and you want to see if it is the same outcome that we all think, or if it'll be different, or if there'll be some surprises that we don't count on along the way. But Evos Esports, they did take that tumble from SBTC Esports, and this kind of like needs to be something for them, so that to at least kind of like reassure them, like okay, we're back to kind of get their bearings and everything. Rafa, what do you think?
Well, first of all, I'm excited that we're joined by Riku for potentially our last series of the day.
Absolutely. I kind of like just expected TJ was there. It's Riku.
The duo,
right.
yeah.
Hey, Riku.
Hello. That's me here.
Well, to pick up for Evos Esports, I think the things that they can look to, I guess, put into practice here, because the only thing that they need to be concerned about is if they were to drop one game to Geek Fam, because then it would, if I remember the numbers correctly, it would put them at a spot where they no longer are in third seed. If I'll have to look at the standings one last time, but if they drop one game, then Flash Wolves will be able to get the third seed into the playoffs, and then Evos would be the ones going as the fourth seed into the lower round, which is not which would not be ideal for Evos, because they would like to have at least one more chance, if so, by going into the upper bracket. But based on what we have seen today, we are expecting a 2-0 from Evos, just based on the strength of their performance.
Yeah, and I think on the side of Geek Fam, of course, I think they just need to focus on, it sounds cliche, but they just need to focus on themselves at this point. I still think that, going up against Evos Esports, it is a good matchup, and, it's a series that you definitely don't want to throw away. So the best thing that they can do right now is to just, play the best game that they possibly can.
Yeah, it's one of those things, how to exit with a bang, and they have every single formula to do so. I mean, they have the Shang, who's able to fight toe-to-toe with one of the best top laners in the tournament, and of course, Momo and Nyx, that serves to be that solid foundation when it comes to the early game. So I'm excited to see them in action.
Yeah, and I feel like it's still gonna be a good matchup, and I think it still is gonna be good for Geek Fam, at least. They get to decide how they want to end the run here in the C Championships. They get to decide how they want fans to remember them by, and it still is a great honor for them to be representing the Malaysian region. And as we saw from, for example, Alliance earlier, we can't imagine having C Championships without these regions being represented. So it is indeed, we are very much happy to have Alliance and Geek Fam over here. And to have them go up against Evos Esports for this final series, it is definitely a test for them. And Evos Esports, they've been doing really, really great, despite, again, that tumble from SBTC Esports. But, going into this series, we have our talent predictions up here, and I do believe that, we are pretty much all on the united front once again, that we do think that Evos Esports is going to take this. History will say the same, I guess, and stats will all say the same as well. But Rico, I also wanted to get your thoughts on who you think, the playmakers will be on the side of Geek Fam. We have seen the Shang making some good plays before. We have seen Momo get his time to shine. Who do you think it will be this time around?
Yeah, I think it's definitely going to be the same thing. I think the Shang is just going to be that stable ground, Momo and Nyx. For Evos, of course, for me, it has to be Valdez. I'm such a big Valdez fan, so I'm excited to see him on his Lee Sin or maybe back on the Fiora, because, again, that's his unique champion pick even before during the summer season, and we saw him play that again today, and I want to see it again.
Understandable. Valdez is such a king in the jungle, man. I mean, between Valdez and Len and TF. You have such amazing junglers coming out of Group B going into the playoffs round next week. And I'm completely in agreement for Evos. I think you also have to look at G4 obviously as well, because G4 probably the storied member coming from this lineup, not just from his time in Wild Rift, but also before in the League of Legends scene, where he really first made his name. And now here for Evos Esports, they're looking to just put their craft and their fundamentals to practice and making sure that they can just get the consistency down, because after dropping a 0-2 series against SBTC Esports, while it's not necessarily a result that is like oh, they definitely should have won that, because SBTC Esports have emerged as, the best team in this group. This is a chance for Evos to kind of go back to the drawing board and say, okay, well, you know what? Geek Fam is a perceived weaker team. Let's just try and focus on what we need to really nail down and get more consistent as we get ready for playoffs next week.
Yeah, and as we head into Champ Select over here for Evos Esports and Geek Fam, I find it so amusing. I've actually kind of been keeping track here of the Nuno bans, just because I remember that Rafa was so excited. Then he was like, oh yeah, let's see some Nuno. And Nuno has actually been banned quite a lot out of
the
our
whole day. Almost.
Yeah, exactly. So out of our 8 or 7 rather matchups today, Nuno was banned 6 times.
We got
one.
one.
I believe it's usually the first game. Yeah.
Yeah.
So apparently they're like, no Rafa. But we did get that pick earlier. But yeah, what do you guys think of the initial picks right here of the bans? Riku, we'll start with you.
Okay, Evos Esports, right off the bat, picking up such a strong early game top and jungle duo, Lee Sin and Renekton. For Rakan being picked up, I'm not going to be surprised if Orianna will be picked up as well, because Rakan and Orianna, I feel like, are the best combo to initiate this big shockwave. For Geek Fam, of course, they need that big disengage just to make sure that the Varus is going to be safe. But with this Senna being locked in, this could be a middle lane Varus.
Oh, that would actually be
no, yes. Senna Varus lane, rather.
Oh.
I got excited a little bit for the comeback of the double
Riku,
80 carry comp.
But check this out. Geek Fam, if they want to make things interesting and they send the Varus mid lane, you have the Senna Gragas as a dragon duo fasting bottom lane here. The Jarvan is also a flexible pick, can be sent either in the mid lane, the jungle, or the Baron lane. So Geek Fam, they are playing in the shadows right now. The only thing that you could argue is a guaranteed lock-in, it's not going anywhere, is Senna. It's going somewhere in the bottom lane. It can't go anywhere else.
Most definitely. Yeah, it's gonna be, if ever that's gonna be a Varus and Senna, then that's gonna be an incredibly strong poke lane. But at the same time, you're going up against a Xayah and Rakan, which can be incredibly oppressive depending on how Rich is gonna set these up. And especially, we've seen Valdez before invest resources towards the bottom lane, and this could be very detrimental.
Please do it.
I'm not gonna talk till it's locked in. Do it. Do it.
We're holding our breath right now.
Exit with a bang. Let's do it.
You just...
I mean...
We did it!
Oh my god!
We're gonna Teemo game!
I like it.
I'm speechless.
I like it.
I'm speechless.
So, I have a Teemo costume that I was potentially going to wear. However, because it's all yellow, the green screen and the chroma key was keying it out. So production said, I'm sorry, Rafa, it's a no-go on the Teemo onesie.
Oh, man.
But the Teemos come back in the actual game. And now I'm jealous that we don't get to cast it, because I'm like, I just want to see Teemo played, because the way that Teemo works in Wild Rift, it's almost like Shaco in League of Legends, because Teemo gets an invisible dash. That's nuts.
Yeah, I think it's absolutely crazy. So the harass, whoever's gonna lane against the Teemo is gonna really hate their life in that moment,
Yeah.
I suppose. I can't imagine it's gonna be so hard to gank, and I'm just so excited to see how this Teemo goes, because this is, I believe, on paper, summer season, we didn't get to see a Teemo, but in the international stage here at the SEA Championships, hello, we're seeing a Teemo. Am I dreaming? Somebody pitch me. I'll pitch myself. Yeah,
Definitely. I mean, you know, we came into this and we were like, okay, this you know, we kind of know how this ends and everything, and we were like saying, Geek Fam, they can decide how they want to go out. They want to go out with a Teemo, and we are here for it. We are all for it. Let's get into game one. Casters, over to you guys.
Well, Teemo showing up for Geek Fan, playing this one out the Shang, looking to put on a performance, and you know what, Rafa, we'll do the best we can, so at least you'll feel like you're here with us. And Omo, what do you make of this?
Alright, Grandin, let's break this one down. What does Teemo provide in this team composition? When Renekton comes on you, we talked about this a lot today, right, Grandin? What does Renekton Lee Sin do? He comes on you, what's step one?
Point and click CC.
Point and click CC. What does Teemo do?
Die.
He blinds you, Gamenism, so you can't point and click CC him. What does TF provide to this team composition?
Visibility.
Oh my goodness, he pops up! He pops up when you point and click CC. Oh, I'm losing the train of thoughts here. You just tilted me. To be fair.
Evos esports versus Geek.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, that's it. I'm cutting it there. That's the end of the conversation. Evos esports versus Geek Fam. Focus on the Teemo. I mean, that's what everyone wants to see. We'll see how viable this can be. We've seen a lot of interesting compositions. Let's zoom out. Let's take a back step, see the bigger picture. I mean, we do see the Shang coming here to help clear out some of the wave quickly, so they have a better, some more prio against G4. And we also see Gragas mid.
We do indeed see the Gragas mid. A bit of cheeky level 1s coming in from Geek Fam once again, and they're gonna get punished.
Ignite comes across, Nick's gonna flash away, but a fall through from the blue team, Evos esports with the first blood.
That is what Sire Rakan does to you. And I mean, when we think about what Teemo does, yes, visibility is great from Twisted Fate, because if Teemo is hiding in the bush, that Destiny's Gate is going to review him. So that's true, you're not wrong there, Grandin. But what TF does when he pops up to the top lane is he will want to stun cut you, and the stun cut is an AA modifier. I love that ignite from Tipper, just the swag points. And yeah, so Teemo, he can blind the Ruthless Predator, he can blind the stun cut, so he just needs to be afraid of the kick. So in my mind, this Teemo 5th pick is just a 6-hit counter pick.
Alright, we'll see how he plays into that. For now, let's focus back on what the junglers are doing, because you see 69 moving into the mid lane, looking for some pressure onto G4. Forces away the Twisted Fate, but this has opened up space for Valdez, not to be confused for Valdez, LCK caster. Well, he's going to make his way up to the top side. That's what you were discussing earlier. It's the Renekton Lee Sin combo up against the Teemo.
And Teemo is still forced to walk away from the wave. Can't do anything right here. You might be able to blind the Ruthless Predator, but you can't blind the rest of the spells. Can't blind that Cow the Meat. Can't blind the Resonating Strike. Look at this. G4 is making his way up as well. They don't even want to allow the Shang to get back to lane.
Well, but they're looking for a second catch onto Nyx, and it's going to come to fruition. Evos find another in the bottom side, and things are looking a little bit dicey for Geek Fam.
They are indeed. It's not off to a great start here, I'm going to tell you, Gamenism. And look at the Shang. He needs to move soon, because he's going to get a warning for being AFK.
Yeah, level 3 against the 5 from Tipper. It's going to be difficult to get very much more done. Will be spotted out eventually, just trying to soak up as much EXP as he can. But there we have it. Velda's going to make his way up, moving onto the Shang. There we go. No kick available, but the Destiny and the Gate probably going to be used. Holds on to it. G4 still waiting on that. 69 now collapsing in on the Lee Sin. A little bit difficult. Has to try to commit something here. Blind goes across, but that's it.
Blind goes across, and that's it. Sends a parting gift. And actually, you know what? That made me realize there was something cheeky the Shank could have done. When they're threatening to dive on him, could have just hit on the tower and pretended he was backed off. They wouldn't know he's invisible.
Well,
so much
Cat
potential
Satan, maybe trying to make Nyx invisible. Maybe trying to make Momo invisible. Invisible from lane. Won't be able to get a solo kill. Just backs off. But strong pressure coming in from Evos esports. Bot side is dominating top side. They've been able to consistently put the pressure on the Shang, who's lost a lot of gold and EXP as a result of that. In the meantime, G4 is also continuing the pressure in the mid side. He's been able to send Haki back for an early recall and gonna be able to come back in with the Rod of Ages, compared to Haki with the 2 components.
Yeah, 2 components from Hockey is not going to be super great situation to be in. Rod of Ages is going to start ticking, and you know what that means, Gamenism? It means when the clock hits 4, Evos, they're going to have a heads up in the next team fight. Hockey is trying his best. He needs to push this out. He needs to reset. He needs to get the roll out. Can't stress how important that's going to be. There we go. Valdez will recall as well. Everyone's getting in their buys. We're going to see a big tussle right now, as we usually expect at the 4-minute mark, Gamenism.
But it's Blade of the Rune King for the Renekton, whereas we only start to see the Haunting Guys as well as the Ninja Tabies for the team. Also, a little bit lopsided, it seems like. Evos Esports just seem to have so much more power in this early game as opposed to what GeekFam are able to afford. That being said, though, if we see a clutch blind, that could potentially be a game changer in these fights. Evos start up the Rift Herald first.
Starting off the Rift Herald, Evos are going to take this one away, and we are seeing what they're doing to the Shank here.
They find a catch onto the Teemo. This should be it. A little bit more damage comes across with Ignite just for safe measure. Make sure to collect the kill.
Yeah, that's the end of my point. I didn't get to make it. See what they're doing to the Shank here, and they're gonna do more. They're gonna drop the Rift Herald. They don't even need to, actually. They're just gonna take this turret. Catch tons here as well. Gonna save their Rift Herald. Gonna make their way mid as a 4-man unit. Gonna break that one, and it's all but lights out for GeekFam. Keep in mind, this team, they came in here in their interviews. We hear them say they're dealing with a lot of issues behind the scenes. There's a lot of troubles for them. We don't know about that. We're unaware about that. Evos, they don't care. They're going for the inhibitor.
Absolutely, and probably could escort the Rift Herald in for a second charge as well. I mean, Rich is going to maybe look to try and make that happen. Seems to be the case, and Rift Herald should be able to find this second charge. He's only going to find a little bit of damage onto the turret, though.
Gotta get one more charge in, and Evos Esports, 5 minutes in game, finding themselves 5,000 gold up. It's looking like a pretty good situation for them. You know, we talk about the game, we talk about how a lot of games have no stakes. Like in yesterday, we saw the the top two teams play in the last match of the day. There were no stakes. They were having a bit of fun. Here today, there are still stakes, even though there aren't big ones. But if Evos Esports, if they drop, correct me if I'm wrong here, Grandin, if they drop one game to GeekFam, they will be the 4th seed.
If they drop one game to GeekFam, let me confirm this piece of information, because I do believe hearing about that before, and this might be the case. We might actually have something like that happen because of the win from Flash Wolves. Yeah, so if they actually tie, they will be 1 point below Flash Wolves, and that will make them 4th seed. So you're correct. If GeekFam get one win here, Evos Esports will drop to 4th.
Alright, exactly. So they have to play it very careful. They don't want to risk dropping a single game to GeekFam. Because like we talked about, 4th seed means you don't have that winner bracket buffer. Hold that thought.
Yeah, they're trying to jump on the cat center, but it's going to be difficult because they don't have to follow up. Not enough from 69. Just have to back away. Valdez is right around the corner as well, but Haki chasing after, but a little bit too late.
A little bit too late indeed, and it's gonna be Evos. They have the inside track on mid lane. G4, he's gonna have his way with that turret, gonna start chipping that one down.
I feel very reassured when you say the same things I say at the end. Makes me feel like I'm heard. Makes me feel like I'm right. I haven't been able to answer your questions very well, but
3-man cake.
Evos have a question and an answer. Down the bottom side, finds the 3-man cake, finds the dominance with tons of damage for the Ko. And it's a big pickoff for Evos, and it just feels like they're in full control here.
Full control indeed is the name of the game for Evos. They want to prove that they are the rightful 3rd seed. Keep in mind, this team came in here. They are the reigning champions of the Summer Super Cup. They are the champions of the Icon Series Thailand. There we go. That's why you picked the Teemo. You have a cute little icon to go with that one. Sadly, he doesn't have that much gold, so we're not going to see the full power of the Teemo unlocked here. But, you know, we get to see some of it. We get a preview.
Love to see a little bit of that power come across, but they're going to have to decide how they want to dedicate their resources, because some of it's going to have to go to Momo, some of it's going to have to go to the Shang, and well, both of them desperately want this golden EXP as quickly as possible, so they're able to provide damage. But then you have to ask who's going to be the front line, because 69, he's going to make a detour. He's going to pick up the Black Cleaver. Well, I say detour, but we're not sure what his build's going to be, so Black Cleaver pickup, he's going to be a little bit squishier than he would like.
Indeed, he's going to pick that one up. He's going to be pretty squishy. It's pretty standard build, but normally when we see Jarvan buy it, he's not behind in gold. But this time around, 69, he's so behind in gold. He has the damage, but like you said, he's going to be super squishy. Going to a team comp with Renekton, Lee Sin, Xayah, even Twisted Fate does a pretty good chunk of damage, especially considering G4 is going for that Lich Bane build for a little bit more burst. It's going to be a pretty tough time for 69 to engage these team fights. He will have the heals, he will have the shields from Nyx, but it's not going to be a lot.
10 seconds, Nyx on this Infernal Drake. The Shank's not going to be playing towards the bottom side, so it's interesting. Evos Esports get some control around the Dragon early on. GeekFam, they're kind of being shoved off, kind of being bullied out and away from the pit here.
To get away from the pit, and this is just going to be Evos picking this one up basically uncontested. I don't think anyone's going to come in and pick this one up. Yeah, there we go.
The Shang is trying to find some pressure in the barrel lane though, so if he's able to shove out these lanes quickly enough, maybe might be able to trade for some chip damage on the turret, and if he's able to rinse and repeat that, could potentially find some gold for himself, and that could be where GeekFam find a window.
I was trying to find a point to add on to that, but I really could not. I'm sorry, Gimnism. You're on your own in that one. The only window to be found, I think, is the one that Evos opens to their financial freedom as they, march into the base, take out the towers, take out the creeps, take out the kills, build up their portfolio with Franklin Templeton.
Thank you very much for that insight, Omo. It's a great thing to see how much you love them.
I love them.
We gotta really appreciate them, and Evos
Esports. My paychecks, I love them.
Oh, well, there we have it. Baron coming up in about half a minute, so Evos Esports just gonna play towards that. Looks like they're just looking to secure the game quite easily. It's
quickness pop.
Trying to find.
Quickness pop.
Probably looking for something. Yeah, probably looking for something there. I think Tipper was unable to find the kill onto the Shang. I mean, you have the team. Pretty slippery has the rocket belt as well.
Yeah, pretty slippery. I think everyone in this game is building rocket belts except for Evos. Keep in mind, for them there are stakes. For Geek Fam, there are none. Evos want to make sure they don't risk losing this game at all. Geek Fam, they're having a little bit of fun.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate for Evos here. They just need to play this one out, get the 2-0 Geek Fam. Let's see what they can try and get done. But it's Evos getting control over the jungle. They've been able to find pressure across the map. The obvious objective is going to be that Baron. They find the catch-off first, though, so maybe it will take down Valdez, but he's going to be able to stay alive using the Hourglass. Now, kicks away 69. He tries to get over the wall, but unfortunately, he's still blocked over there. Going to get taken down. Cataclysm comes across, and it locks down Evos Esports as a Chains of Corruption come across as well. But a flash forward, Cat Satan, he's come online with the double kill, and there we have it. The gold card primed and ready, jumping into the fight. They're moving on to Haki first, but we still have Rich leading the charge under the turrets, under the inhibitors. We'll find one more in that process.
Very, very clean stuff there from Katsatan, flashing forward with the feathers, and he's gonna pick up 1 kill, 2 kills at the end of that one, sitting at 10,000 gold at 10 minutes in the game. He has 2-4 items right now, 404, Geek Fam not found. Evos, they are gonna be running away with this game.
Trying to pull away with it, see if they can maybe just close it out quickly enough. It's been a long day for these teams, and the playoffs are just about to arrive. Group stage ends tonight, and well, Evos Esports hoping to leapfrog their way up into the 3rd seed, so they don't have to start from the lower bracket.
Yep. That's going to be so important, right? We talk about how important that buffer is. While I think Evos Esports, they'll be able to put up a good fight against anyone from Group A, you still want to make sure that you have something to fall back on. Keep in mind, in their regional leagues, in their playoffs in Thailand, Evos Esports, they actually did drop to the lower bracket, I think in the 1st or 2nd round of playoffs, before they found their groove and they swept the whole thing coming into the grand finals. They might need that here again, so it's also important that you have that buffer.
But we're also a little bit surprised to see Evos Esports come in as potentially the 3rd seed, depending on how this series goes. Well, I'm going to hold that point because they're finding the catch on the Haki first. Well, Valdez has joined in as well now, looking to maybe take down 69, but he flashes away just in time. And it's surprising to see them possibly come in as the 3rd seed because, well, frankly, they were the champions for the previous Summer Super Cup, and so a lot closer than we expected. Tipper will fall to mobile, though.
Yeah, will fall to mobile, and unfortunately the Teemo counter pick doesn't work out in this situation. The blind is not going to save him from the Renekton as we see G4 marching his way forward.
Yeah, you have to respect the man, have to realize that he's walking in view of the gold card. It's going to put you on timeout, and it makes it very difficult to get anything done. Evos now playing it slow, just methodically dismantling the game. Look at the goal advantage, 16,000 at 12 minutes. I mean, frankly, apart from those 2 kills on the Dragon, it's been almost a perfect game for Evos.
It's not far off from a perfect game indeed, but the 2 kills, 1 for Haki, 1 for Mobile, will keep it from being that Evos, of course, they need to make a statement win here. I'm trying to grasp for straws. I mean, it's gonna be a bit hard. They did just get rolled by SBTC earlier today, and now that was a statement win. Against Geek Fam, they just want to make it clean. They want to make it methodical. They want to close it out with as little mistakes as possible. You know, it's just another day on the job for them. They want to secure their 3rd place seed. We cannot emphasize this enough, and I think they are on the right track for that.
Just farming it up, playing safe. Geek Fam are taking their time with this process. You know, no need to overextend, take risks, especially against a team as good as Evos. And, well, frankly, the gold has swung heavily within their favor anyway, so it's difficult to do so. Here we have it, the re-engage coming through from Rich. Jets gets a double man knock-up. G4 looking to join in on the fight, gets some information, comes with the gold card, looking at flash. They take down Nyx first, and now maybe looking to move on to Hockey. This is revenge for their previous kill. They got onto them. They get the gold card back onto the Gragas. Katsutan still going very aggressively forward because he has the Feather Star by stuck in the Cataclysm, so he has to flash away.
In the meantime,
it's still alright. I mean, Tipper is in the side lane, still getting stuff done in this time.
Yeah, he gets the inhibitor actually. I didn't even notice that. Amazing analysis there, Gamenism.
Thank you very much.
The slack. And this is gonna be Baron here for Evos Esports. I mean, they are not really giving any chances to Geek Fam to get back into the game here, and who can blame them? They just want to close this one out. They want to close out the day. They want to close out the group stages, and they want to end Geek Fam's run. They want to secure their third place here.
So Evos are just gonna play this one out slowly and take down the rest of the inhibitors. I mean, there's just 2 left standing, 14.5 minutes in. It's looking pretty good for Evos Esports. Should secure them their first win, and much to the dismay of a lot of the fans, Teemo won't be able to make much of a presence this game. Will we see more of this? I'm not quite sure. Evos Esports, well, looking at the way they played against it, I think it's been pretty obvious how this pick is gonna turn out.
I don't know what to tell you. He has Awakened Soul Stealer as well, and goodbye to Mr. Nyx.
Oh yeah, you don't really have to tell me anything because Evos Esports, they're just
So
about
much
to
to
end
say.
it here. They're about to end this game. Tipper's gonna take his time in the side lane, escort the wave in, but frankly, I mean, you could just clump in 5 men in the mid lane. I don't think that Geek Fan can get very much done against you considering how far behind they are. Well, G4, he's prepped right around the corner with the gold card. Get a Chains of Corruption onto Valdez, but frankly doesn't do all too much because the gold card, get a damage over on Cross onto Momo, take him down. Valdez, he still has a Guardian Angel, not even a threat of his life. And Evos Esports will slowly constrict the life out of Geek Fan, take them down one at a time after time. Moving on to the next, now it's Evos Esports with the first Game 1 win.
Time after time, Evos will move on to playoffs, and they will likely secure their third seed if the first game is any indication here for us, Gamenism. And this is one of those games where I just kind of hate my life as a color caster. I tried my best. I tried to cope about why the Teemo was a good pick, but at the end of the day, you know, it doesn't really matter. Evos comes in, they're the better team. They prove why they deserve to be here, why they're the summer champs, why they are Thailand's champions, and it's just another day in the office for them.
Absolutely, and they had a really good showing as well. I mean, we needed to see a statement game for them, and they absolutely proved that. Gave us, well, just a masterclass on how to close out games against unconventional picks. So, Evos Esports a well-deserved win there, and we're looking forward to see what else they can get done. But we're gonna have to wait for that because for now, we're going into a quick little break. Evos Esports lead the series 1-0.
Welcome back, guys, to the SEA Championships, where Evos Esports have taken Game 1 against GeekFam, Rafa, and Riku with me on the analyst desk over here. And I have to say, guys, you know, it seems like, you know, Evos Esports is, of course, is like blocking in that spot for the playoffs. And, you know, of course, against GeekFam, yes, it is. There is that bit of a difference in experience and in gameplay and everything. Evos Esports basically just playing the game, laying down all of the cards and, you know, pressing, well, sort of crossing the T's and dotting all of the I's. And, you know, but we saw them sort of like, you know, take that tumble against SBTC. And I actually do wonder, for example, you go into the standings and the playoffs, you know, what could be their biggest struggle here? And I think it's like, you know, there are teams like SBTC that have really taken it up a notch. And here for Evos Esports, I still don't, you know, at least for today, I didn't exactly see them pop off and, you know, really have a good game. It might be, you know, the teams that are drafted, or it might be the circumstances. But what do you think, Riku? I mean, like, going into the playoffs, what's your opinion on Evos Esports and where they stand?
I think they're still pretty strong. I think they're a very overall solid group. You know, Thipper has been overall very consistent. I feel like Valdez is still, for me at least, one of the best junglers in the tournament. I mean, you've got Len, you've got a lot, TF. And G4 just basically plays everything. Cat Satan in this game in particular has been taking a lot of these, you know, very risky flash plays and recall, and getting all those roots, and very flashy player as well. So Rich, big Rakan player, big Janna player. So again, all of their individual lanes are incredibly strong coming into the playoffs.
Yeah. Rafa, what about you? I mean, you know, they're... I think, like, for example, when you're looking at the standings, of course, when they came into the group stages, we expected Evos Esports, oh, they're just gonna dominate everything and stuff. Except for Omo. I know Omo is favoring Divine Esports over there. And he's not wrong. Not wrong, of course. But what's your opinion on Evos Esports and if they can keep that SEA Championship crown?
It's gonna be dependent on what we see next week, and obviously there's still quote-unquote a chance that if GeekFam win this next game, then, you know, there's the spoilers, but we're going to assume, based off of game 1, that Evos are looking to close it out and just basically getting a glorified scrim in here. They're going for repetition. They're looking for just making sure that they are maintaining fundamentals and keeping things consistent, keeping things as clean as they can. Evos had a 10k gold lead before, I think it was 8 minutes. So that's definitely one way to have a huge advantage. It took them a fairly short amount of time to close out the game as well. So really, just almost textbook stuff. I would just like to see if Evos are able to look to push the lead even more, because, you know, unless GeekFam do something different going into this game too, they are not showing that much resilience against Evos.
Yeah, and you talked about the gold lead. That definitely sounds like Evos Esports are investing in their financial future. They can do that too with Franklin Templeton. You can get started on your investment journey with one of the largest investment managers. You brought up gold lead, you saw numbers, and I just thought, hey, that's just some good financial future.
You always manage to slide it in when we're
so
least
good.
expecting it. It's just, yeah. So good.
Well, you guys, you know, I wouldn't have been able to do that if you guys didn't set it up for me properly. It's like, you know, you brought up the gold lead. I'm like, that sounds like some solid. That sounds like a solid financial decision. That sounds like, you know, an investment that you can, you know, put into and, you know, explore with Franklin Templeton. So definitely happy that you guys are making my job here a lot easier. But yes, indeed. So Evos Esports, you know, they really do have that pressure. And again, I go back to this the interview that we had with G4, because I find it so fascinating that, you know, we do talk about them a lot, and that's because they currently have the crown. And he was talking about how when during the summer Super Cup that they got to play at their best because they had no pressure at all. So I'm actually wondering how that external factor might be playing into how they play, how they present themselves at the playoffs. Rico, I want to get your thoughts on this, because this is something that, you know, is present now and wasn't present at the Summer Super Cup.
Yeah, it feels like, you know, the gap between Evos Esports and the rest of the entire teams have basically, it's just very narrow. It's just very minimal now. I mean, when they fought against Divine Esports, who again I believe was 6th place during the summer season, and then basically jumped into that second slot coming from the Vietnam region. I think that's pretty huge, and the fact that they're able to, I believe, 2-0 them on the very first day. So I think that's a pretty huge statement, and Evos has to watch their backs because SBTC, even one team, the second placers coming from the summer season, and especially Divine Esports, they're definitely coming for that crown as well.
Yeah. Raffle, what about you? What are your thoughts on this? Especially coming as somebody who, might have been unfamiliar with the summer season or so. What happened during the summer season and seeing Evos Esports now, totally fresh?
What, did I wear a Hawaiian shirt or something? Was it obvious that I'm a tourist here? No, I'm just...
Welcome, by the way. This is Southeast Asia. Hello.
Let's go.
Welcome you over here.
Honestly, the past, how long have we been broadcasting for? I remember, so it is currently 8:05 a.m. my time here in Utah, and I remember, yeah, I remember coming to rehearsal around 9 p.m. my time, and we started the broadcast about 2 hours later. So yeah, just under 12 hours here in Utah. But it's been a blast. I've loved that I've been able to get a first-hand witness to not just Evos Esports, but all of the Southeast Asia teams here competing in Group B. I'm really excited looking into the playoffs bracket. I even pulled it up on my second monitor because I wanted to take a look to see, assuming that Evos Esports win this next game against Geek Fam, where do they go into the playoffs bracket? They'll be playing and having a rematch against Divine Esports, who they dropped that series during the first day, or the second day of groups, first day of groups for Group B, respectively, in a 0-2 fashion. Now, that match is going to be, I believe, a best of... For quarterfinals, I don't remember if it's best of 5 or best of 3 going into the playoffs bracket, but considering that Evos dropped that series to Divine in a 0-2 fashion, Evos are just looking to one more time. It doesn't matter if it's Geek Fam, it doesn't matter if it's any other team, Evos Esports still want to take this game as seriously as they can because they need to make sure that they are practicing the right steps. Whenever they go for rotations and setting up objective control, they need to make sure that the wave priority is in the correct place. They need to make sure that they have vision established in the jungle aggressively so they can ward out choke points and make sure that it doesn't matter who they're playing against, that they would not be able to walk into those choke points and contest those objectives for free. Evos Esports are going to try and close this game out as quickly and as cleanly as possible.
And right now, heading into Champ Select, first bands coming in, and the initial picks. Riku, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, look what, just as Rafa said, they're aiming to close the game, and Evos Esports not even changing their draft a little bit. They already know that this is one of their strongest formation. Valdez on the Lee Sin, early game aggression, Thipper on the Riven, very hard to basically lock down. Zion Rakan, 2v2 situation, pretty stable. And whatever will be the mid laner G4, again, could be Twisted Fate again, could still be the Orianna, which is incredibly strong, with the Rakan, with the Riven as that ball delivery system. And for Geek Fam, I don't think we're going to be seeing Teemo anymore. We're going to be seeing this single target focused composition. So picks are the key for Geek Fam on this game number 2.
Oh, there you predicted right. The Orianna for G4. Rafa, what are your thoughts on this draft?
Evos have not only, as Riku pointed out, early game aggression in this Lee Sin. Valdez can explode the bottom side of the map towards that dragon lane. You have one of the strongest duo lanes in existence for Wild Rift in the Zion Rakan. Even against something like Varus and Nami, who are obnoxiously on an individual level some of the best champions in its own right. However, combined against a lovers duo in Zion Rakan, it's just on another level when that exact champion combination is together. They're able to push you under your turret, and then if they are able to crash a huge enough wave, and they coordinate that when Valdez is crossing from his red side of the jungle towards the bottom side of the map, since they are going to be on the red side, it is going to be a dive combined with G4 more than likely if you can get the shove against the Ahri. I would expect to see that if Evos really want to just hammer down fundamentals and get themselves ready to be in the best position for playoffs, they need to get these dives as clean as possible going into this last game.
Yeah, well, I believe, we have every faith, of course, in Evos Esports. This is our final game of the group stages of the Wild Rift C Championships. Casters, you guys are up.
We're up and we're ready to jump into things, Omo. It's GeekFam versus Evos Esports, the last game of groups. No tiebreakers, none necessary here. And this is GeekFam's game to win it, to prove it, and maybe, just maybe, help their friends out Flash Wolves steal third seed away from Evos.
Indeed, and let's all just take a deep breath. It's been a long ride, it's been a long journey, but we've made it here to the end of the group stages. It's been a really long one for the players, for the casters, for the production team, and I'm hyped to see what our last game is going to shape like. I mean, it's looking like a. Sorry, I'm tripping over my words. It's really been a long day. But
No worries. I mean, you've been having fun.
It's a more
You don't trip over
orthodox.
your words when you're talking about Franklin Templeton with One Esports, so
I
I'm
know,
good with that,
right?
Omo.
The only
You've been
time
doing a
I'm
great
on the
job
ball
there.
is when I'm memeing. So it really goes to
You're
show.
memeing. You're absolutely serious in those moments.
That
You don't
is
even
true,
know what
that
you're
is true.
talking
I'm
about
sorry,
anymore.
I take that back. I hope Franklin isn't watching this right now, but yeah, but we're seeing a much more orthodox draft from the side of GeekFam, which means we might be in for a good game. Jokes Tipper's gonna solo kill him at level 2.
Well, just putting on the pressure, making sure the Shang understands the
Who's the
stakes
boss?
involved here. He's gonna have to go and grab the honey fruit early on. You can see the pressure already being applied coming through as, if that landed, barrier definitely expanded at least.
Barrier is expanded, so that's gonna be
Not
good.
expanded.
Not
Would have
expanded.
been expanded.
I'm just tripping over my words. I was drinking water at full compassion, so you got me there yet again caught in
Alright.
the act of drinking water. But yeah, look, he's gonna be forced to recall, which means right now Tipper can do anything he wants with this wave. And do you remember the games we saw Evos play against SBTC earlier today, Gimnism?
Yes, I do believe I do.
Pretty nasty games from SBTC, but also from Tipper. He was the only one really holding Evos in the game. And this time around, if he gets a lead on this Riven, we know what he's capable of pulling off here.
Yeah, if he's able to get ahead and he's able to rotate around, I mean, it kind of alleviates so much pressure off of Veldis. He doesn't need to. The Lee Sin no longer has to be the huge playmaker. You can rely on the Ribbon to also kind of contribute to the
here we
fact.
go.
Aggressive moves coming in from 69. He's going to get the jump on the Tipper, and you have the electrocute, so that's a lot of harass coming through. That's going to put the Shang in a really good spot in lane.
Yeah, a lot of help here from 69. It was a smart start to the play from Tipper. He recognizes that I can't walk up to this wave. It's too far out right now. 69, he comes up, finds Tipper trying to do the crux to pass the time. And this is going to be a counterplay here. It's going to be a bit of an iffy one, though.
He was a little bit too early, but we'll see if this matters or not, because they do manage to find the first knock, but Aqua Prison comes across, so it's going to be a trade kill. They're looking for a second on the Momo, timing out the barrier, a few more out of range, but look at how much damage G4 is taking. Cassidy is at the bot side as well. Flashes away from the chains of corruption. Momo looking for this return kill, takes the hit, and will find the kill. Veldis barely escapes. Haki will take him down.
Aki, he has no more charges to Spirit Rush, so that's just gonna be it for him. And that's gonna be some trade kills back and forth. Evos, they get 2, but they lose 2 of their own. So it's a bit of a messy dive here from Evos Esports. And I remember our analyst there saying as well, we need to see Evos prove that they can get some clean dives off. I'm surprised for one that they even managed to find a dive timing with Orianna, a champion notorious for not being able to leave the mid lane, being kind of like an immobile turret in the mid lane. But here we go, we're gonna look at the counter dive in top lane. We actually didn't even notice this. Just gotta get on top of Tipper, reset the turret aggro, hextag out the Maiden with the barrier, with the flash. They get out of dodge. What is this? GeekFam, they have a lead here, Gaminism.
Look at the form they're on. When they're playing for conventional picks, when they drop the Teemo, they're suddenly looking so much better, and they find this early game advantage. We're able to even dive Tipper here, and we were talking about how Tipper could become that big playmaker if they were to give him the space to really make things happen. And, well, frankly, it's just been looking so good for them. Now Nyx is going to walk in aggressive. He's going to make himself a tantalizing bait. He's going to put himself on a hook here, and Evos Esports will see if they go and bite into it, because 69, he's just right around the corner in the brush, waiting for something to happen.
And this is the Dragon timer though, so it's good that we see 69 secure the push in for his Dragon lane. They get the push, they're gonna get the inside track on this Dragon right now. Evos, they're just gonna be trading the Rift Herald. I think this is something they're gonna be very okay with here. And I do like that he brought up, you know what, it's finally time that we see them play around the Shang. We've always seen that the Shang was carried for them regionally, locally. Yet on the regional stage, he hasn't been able to find so much. He's been relegated to tank duty more often than not. It's gonna be
close though. While they're going to jump in with the Hextech Ultimatum, gets kicked away by the Dragon's Rage, but then jumping on the Rich, might be able to find a catch on the catch. Tan will barely miss out. In 69, he's here to try and maybe equalize, jumping on the G4, but it's difficult to flash forward, looking to take out the Oriana. They finally get knocked out with the Aqua Prison as well. Valda's trying to jump back in, looking to take down the Kazik, the heal coming across, but it's barely not enough. This Geek Fam will rotate onto the turret instead.
Rift Herald goes to Evos, but kills traded for Geek Fam, and that's gonna be first turret of the game as well. They are keeping the gold lead, 1,000 gold up still.
Yeah, but Evos Esports, Tipper is in the side lane, is going to be able to equalize things a little bit more here. Maybe even pull themselves up into a lead. But overall, Geekfan is still, I mean, you have to take kind of mental note of the unspoken advantage, the non-gold specific advantage. You got the Clown Drake. You got the Clown Drake.
That is true. That's something. But I think for now, I think we'll be happier with gold. And honestly, if you look at Tipper, he's managed to find himself back into the game. He took the bot turret. That's going to be big. The solo plates, the solo gold. It's going to bump him quite a bit up.
Yeah, but that's only going to make him barely even up against the Shang, who has been, for all intents and purposes, been kind of had gold funneled into him. He's been having a pretty good laning phase for himself. He's also had that kill handed to him in the top side. And so, well, now I'm hoping to see that Shang is actually going to continue to match Tipper, and they're able to free up Haki, allow Haki to go to help the rest of his team.
Yeah, Haki's gonna try his best. Look at the Spooky Ghost come out from Geek Fam, taking a page out of the MBR playbook with this Varus comp, with this Siege comp, with this Poke comp. It's gonna be super effective here, because if you look at Tipper on this Riven, if you look at Valdez on this Lee Sin, what do they want to do? They want to find flanks. They want to find ways onto Momo. They want to get on the backline. And for that, they need to flank them. So the Spooky Ghost is gonna be so effective here. And we're seeing a bit of a race now, Gaminism.
Yeah, the trading sides, Evos Esports, I mean, honestly, it looks like, yeah, Evos Esports should have the advantage. The fact that they have the Rift Tower, unfortunately, they're only playing with 2, so is this going to be enough for Evos as they continue to siege onto the second tier turret? You see the recalls come across. It's going to be Nyx making his way up, as well as +1. I believe that's going to be Haki. Yep, that's going to be the case. Spooky Ghost come across the Twin Shadows onto Valdez, but it's going to be a little bit difficult to convert that into a kill to get the kick across, but find the catch onto the Lee Sin, and this should be enough. A little bit more damage from Haki. They confirm that kill, but turrets dropping to Evos Esports.
Oh, but Tipper takes out the Shang on the other side of the map. This is going to be turrets for Evos. Like you said, they reclaim the gold lead. Valdez does drop, but so does the Shang. Staying a little bit too long there in the side lane means that Tipper will just pick him up. 1,000 gold lead for Evos. Barely anything at this point in the game, but still, they've swung the gold right back around.
Being able to finally come up with the golden advantage. I mean, we saw it for a small moment when Tipper got a turret. I mean, this just turrets have been the main source of income for Evos Esports. You can see that they haven't really been looking to take the fight to them. The kills are relatively lower than what we've seen from them generally. But they've still been able to build a lot of gold by split pushing, by funneling it onto Tipper. And you can see it's paid off because he was able to take down the Shang.
Indeed, taking down the Shang is just the start here for Tipper though. We know what he can do in these team fights. We saw what he did to SBTC's Varus. I think that was Kirell's Varus as well. I feel like whatever he's going to do here to Geek Fam is going to be just as nasty, if not worse. We really have to look out for Tipper. I can't emphasize this enough. One of the premier carry Baron laners now on his signature Riven again. It's not going to be easy.
And we're just one of the many signature champions he's had, honestly. We've seen him play and excel in so many different champion picks. That being said now, mid lane is looking at a little bit of regression. Geek Fam barely missed the chance to get the catch onto Rich, who's, I mean, just looking so intimidating. Watch him walk forward, no fear in the world. He's been so consistently able to find these pickoffs onto the primary targets of Geek Fam. See if this is going to continue to be the case as they do get the lob jump onto 69. Valdez falls him across, but will get charmed out, will get hit by the bubble, loses some tempo, loses some space, but Tipper, he's jumping back in. The Hextech Ultimatum will lock him in the cage. It's not going to be enough though. Evos walk away scot-free.
As far as things go, this is not the end of the world for Evos Esports. Not losing anyone. Oh boy, jinxed it.
Show a little bit of respect there, recalling the face of Shang and Momo. I mean, come on, Evos.
Man, this is just such a difficult situation to be in for Evos Esports. You don't want to be behind. You've played such a long game. Here we go.
I mean, well, here we go. It's a 1 kill. Tipper's coming back. It's looking like Tipper the sequel as he's maybe able to take down Nyx. We saw the first one off in the side lane with the Ignite. Takes down the Nami.
Takes down the Nami, and that's just gonna be him getting out of dodge there. 69, pretty cheeky, comes down to the Dragon lane, pushes that out a bit. Ketsutan wants to stay here, he wants to get some damage on the turret, but we see the power of Varus just nukes out the wave, and honestly, it's not the greatest situation for Evos Esports to be in. I was trying to make this point earlier, right, but the fight started. This team, we talked about how they actually need this win. They need to secure the third seed. I'm sure Flash Wolves, they're watching this one with bated breath right now.
Yeah.
It's been a long day for Evos. They need to really get a win here, but it's not off to a great start. I have faith in their late game decision making, in their macro, but it's not a spot you want to be in.
Absolutely. Well, you don't really want to have to rely on this late game macro game when, for all intents and purposes, you should be looking to try and close out with a statement game up against GeekFam, who have been able to put up a fight in the second one, consistently holding on, and you can now start to see as well 4 Twin Shadows enchantments available for the GeekFam, who have been able to use this to quite a good degree, spotting out exactly where Evos Esports are, and it seems to be paying off well for them. The issue seemed to have been a lack of vision and information. Well, this Twin Shadow enchantment is kind of making up for it, but takes away a little bit of that power from the fighting side. So the Shang's gonna face off against Tipper, who's gonna get caught in the Hextech ultimatum. But here we go, Rich joins into the fight, making it an unfair one as they take down the top side half of GeekFam.
They do indeed, and this is gonna be 2 quick kills for Evos. Quicker on the rotation, that's gonna be the name of the game here. That's how SBTC beat them earlier today, and that's how they're beating GeekFam here in the last match of the group stages. G4, he's gonna be scaling up, right? That's something we didn't quite touch on, but since he's on this Orianna, he's not gonna be the typical early game powerhouse we see him on when he's on champions like Ahri, Twisted Fate. He's not going to be making plays on the map, but he's going to be steadily, consistently farming his way up. And you know when we get to the mid to late game team fights, he is going to be crucial.
Well, collapse coming in from Evos Esports, who might be trying to jump on the hockey, but seems a little bit too far away. They're going to back off, but the Baron is up now, so that's a potential objective for them to try and work towards. And if Evos Esports are able to get this, then they might be able to work against some of the waves. There's a lot of wave clear on the side of GeekFam between the Varus and between the Ahri. It's quite difficult. Well, I think with the Baron, it should make things easier for the Evos Esports side.
Yeah, and look at this right now. This is truly the MBR playbook. 4 Twin Shadows for the side of GeekFam. They're just gonna make sure that they know where Evos Esports are at all time. And I can't emphasize how important this is. They need to make sure Tipper is not gonna one-shot their backline. This guy's nearly on 3 items, and I think he can take this 1v2.
Here we go. This is round 2, trying to jump back on Tipper once again. He's gonna get isolated pretty soon. I mean, the minion's not gonna do much for him. He's gonna get taken down, and 69 finds the pickup there. Oh, actually gonna go to the Shang.
Oh, this is gonna be a big risk though, because of those Twin Shadows. They see the camp.
Yep, so they have to back away from the Baron. It's gonna be a bit too risky to try and force this now. Twin Shadows, the first, the second. I mean, it just seems like an entire family of spooky ghosts. Looking at the 7-month Ghost Festival here. I'm not even sure if half of the audience
I don't want to
reference.
talk about that. Let's move on. I don't want to, you know, put any casted curse on anyone.
Oh boy, I mean, I can't
not
avoid
something
that,
I want
right?
to be thinking about.
I can't avoid that. I'm already knee deep in it.
It was nice knowing you. I'm looking forward to casting with my next co-caster, Infinity.
Oh,
thank you very much for your service, Gimmanism.
You're very welcome. Well, Evos Esports now, they're maybe looking to try and grab this dragon. GeekFam have collected the first 2 in this second game, and so third one could be nice for Evos to have. It could open up the option of the Infernal Elder Drake as a possible win condition. Either way, should be quite impactful. But GeekFam, you know, they've really been able to make good use of this bomb side pressure. And third dragon, if they get the 4th Elder Infernal, it could very well be a game for them to win.
It's doable for sure. I wouldn't say it's an impossible scenario. It's just that I trust in Evos' mid to late game macro. This dragon is gone, but it looks like they want to fight.
Here we go. They're looking to try and force the issue. They jump in, but Rich is going to go down first. The shockwave comes across, gets a catch onto 2. Dragon's Rage not going to be able to execute the rest. Haki going down low. The Ignite will take him down eventually, and it's Satan that finds it. GeekFam will sneak away the dragon though.
Yeah, and I just said I trust in their mid to late game decision making. Right away, they want to prove me wrong. They dive in unnecessarily, way too fast of a team fight. No one could follow up on that play, and that's gonna be GeekFam taking, or rather trading a kill and taking the dragons.
They're gonna move onto the mid turret as well. You see Velda's quite nearby. It's a little bit too ambitious to try and get a play in mid lane. So just gonna kick it back, sit back, relax, maybe reset in this time before things gonna happen again.
Yeah, just gonna go for a quick reset, but I want to point out the items and I want to point out the scaling difference. GeekFam, this is their strongest point in the game. They really need to emphasize that they need to, you know, hold down the throttle. They need to make sure that Evos cannot keep scaling up for free. They need to start threatening either split pushes, objectives. They might not have an ADC marksman here, but they have a Kha'Zix who is great at doing Baron. With these spooky ghosts, they can start it off, they can look for turns, they can spot out Evos, but they really need to be doing something. Because if Evos keep scaling, 3 items on Xayah, 3.5 on Riven, 2.5 on Orianna, it's gonna get problematic.
I see where you're coming from, Momo, and I have to say, I mean, at least with GeekFam right now, they've been able to get some decent pressure on the side lanes. You can see that apart from that initial trade to the up on the Baron lane and the Dragon lane, Evos Esports have been at a deadlock. They haven't been able to find a turret otherwise, and so, you know, they still have a small window to make a couple of mistakes. It's not a huge buffer, but at the very least, GeekFam can afford to make a mistake or two and still be able to hold on to this game. So looking to maybe play around that, they're trying to see if they can go for something like the Baron in this time or just wait for the Elder Inferno, because that seems like a huge pickup for the GeekFam.
It is. It's gonna be a huge pickup for them for sure. I agree, they don't necessarily have to flip the game on a Baron.
Shang and Tipper are fighting for this one, but it's Tipper part 3 is the biggest sequel. This is the blockbuster. Unfortunately, won't be able to find it there. The Shang's gonna come in now. Jumps onto Veldus, tries to trade back, tries to maybe equalize. Well, he's still holding on for dear life. The Dragon's Rage don't kick him back to the mid lane. He survives through it all.
He gets away with his life, and this is gonna be Tipper. Even though he doesn't get the kill onto the Shang, he burns everything and he gets the turret. Keep in mind, Shang was forced to use his flash as well. Tipper has his own, so that's gonna be big in their next face-off. This threat from Evos is mounting. GeekFam, there is a timer building. You can wait for the Elder Dragon, but will you still be strong enough to take a team fight?
Well, absolutely. We're starting to see some of those issues arise now, and the fact that Veldus was down to the bottom side earlier was there in time to apply some pressure there as well. I mean, that just is well, icing on the cake for Evos Esports. Not only were they able to win the 1v1 mechanical fight, they were able to macro rotate in time to assist that should it go awry for them. GeekFam maybe trying to slow things down as I say that they find a catch back on the 69 who's likely can go down. The Guardian Angel will come across and the Corrupting Chains won't be able to connect, so it won't buy them much time over the back. We see the Shang trying to jump into the back, maybe build some chaos, maybe pull the attention away from Evos, but he won't be able to buy enough time. The rest of his team is falling as Tipper has come online and he's so damn massive.
And just like that, it's the Tipper show. We know what happens when he gets Riven, and he proves it to us once again. Such a clean combo. Flash, Wind Slash, and then using his Q spells to get on top of GeekFam. And all of that started with one little mistake. GeekFam, 69, he got caught out. He made a mistake. He ventured too deep into Evos' jungle, and Evos, they sent him a message. They took him down. They aced his team. Baron, Elder, Evos won everything. Now let's take a look at this, right? 69 gets caught, but keep your eyes on Tipper. This is a great start to the fight here from Rich. He even comes back to charm up the Shang. But look at Tipper. He saves his Wind Slash. 1, 2, flash, second and third, and that's it. And he's gonna clean up the members of GeekFam. You know, I'm trying to find a better way to cast the Riven combos. I don't really know how it goes, but it's gonna be difficult for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's like Broken Blade 1, Broken Blade 2. I mean, how do you even go about that?
I don't know. We're just counting.
It's like, we're counting. We're back to the masterclass, Omo. It's a masterclass 1, 2, 3. You know, Evos Esports they don't want to count the 4. They don't want to count the 4 dragons. So they grab the one, the only important one, the Elder Inferno. Evos Esports, while we were off in that tirade talking about what happened back by the Baron Pit, they've already moved on. Grabbed this also important, critical Elder Inferno, and now putting on the pressure, laying on the heat. GeekFam need to find some way to respond.
GeekFam do indeed need to find some way to respond, and I can tell you it's not going to be easy. They don't win out in the battle of scaling. Now they've lost the Inferno, so they no longer have that win condition. They've lost the Baron, so Evos have that win condition. Just some love taps from the 2 junglers. I do want to point out the Shang did get the turret there, but there's no way he can fight Tipper ever again.
Look at these angles though, Omo. I'm not sure what Evos are trying to go for. Where's Rich trying to come in from?
They're looking cheeky right now. They're trying to find some angles. They find one on the Shang. Oh,
they are, and the Dragon's Rage was expanded early. He dodged it. Wow,
I actually didn't even know you could buffer it. I thought it wouldn't go on cooldown, but the Shang, he knows better than me. he gets out of that situation easy peasy.
Shows us how to play it out, but 69 is going to be by the side though. Valdez coming in as well. Tipper is now joining in. It's the Ray Bots as a fine Evos Esports collected the first in the mid lane, then looking to take down a second. It's going to be the Kha'Zix. Target the focus. Put your eyes on the Shang. He's going to go down. It's a current call. Call at the time of death. Geek Fan won't be able to respond. Evos Esports charging into the base, have taken down the Camille. And Evos Esports will secure themselves the 3rd seed if they manage to take down Geek Fam, who are holding on to the Nexus. But the minion wave being cleared. Rich tries to jump in. Hockey still alive, and you have to show him some respect. Valdez almost takes down G4, but the flash from the Oriana that gets into safety. But a return from Tipper takes down Nyx. And moving on to Hockey's auto attack. It's Q1, Q2, Q3 for that double kill.
And the game courtesy of Tipper. This man, he gets my vote for MVP. Just off that play. Really good stuff there from Tipper. His Riven is proving to be a force to be reckoned with, and I think that's something you are gonna want to ban if you're facing Evos in the playoffs. Speaking of playoffs, take us through Ecumenism. What's gonna happen to Evos?
Yeah, it's a crazy play from Tipper coming across. You know, he really showed us exactly how powerful he was on that Riven pickup. It kind of feels like the Renekton that we've seen from him before was a bit of a bait. You know, he didn't want to show us the true power of his Riven. He wanted to fake it out with the Renekton. You're thinking like, yeah, he's hiding it. It's like, oh, Renekton's my main pick. Just kidding, psych. Look at my Riven instead. And once he brought it online, he was such a devastating force. Geek Fam put up a good attempt. They were able to take that early game tempo and advantage. But unfortunately, like you mentioned, the mid to late game kind of macro from Evos Esports was too great for them to overcome. And, well, Evos Esports are going to secure themselves 3rd seed in the group stage.
They do indeed. And you know, we talked about macro, but at the end of the day, it was just better team fighting that won Evos the game. And that's what sets them apart, right? They're a roster that's so stacked that they are always a force to be reckoned with. That game was a bit too close for comfort, I think, for Evos. Not the statement we were looking for, but still managed to close it out.
Absolutely. And well, to break it down and to give us a full breakdown of where the standings are and what the playoff stage is going to look like, we're going to pass it over to the analyst desk to give us their full insight. So, well, take it away, Mika.
Thank you so much to our casters. They did a great job. This is me thanking them for like everything all throughout. And you guys, and Riku as well, who is over here on the analyst desk. And yes, indeed, that was a lot better from a Geek Fam. I think that was a very strong way to end the game. But of course, for Evos Esports, they did take that. Congratulations to Tipper, by the way, for ending that with a bang indeed. The team retreats, and they're like, it's okay, I got it. It's okay. It's alright, guys. You guys can go home. But yes, Riku, we'll start with you. What did you think of that match?
I think it was, yeah, too close for comfort, as, you know, the words coming from Omo. It is, again, Geek Fam playing to their strengths in their composition early game. I mean, they were pretty much running on a timer, take advantage of the laning phase, take advantage of their pick composition. But at the end, you know, this at the last clash, I believe around the Baron pit, where 69 got caught out, they were forced into a 5v5 situation, and their composition isn't a 5v5. Well, look, Evos has a very solid 5v5 comp, and it was just, you know, Tipper as well being insane with the setups, insane with having to clean up in some of these fights.
Yeah, what about you, Rafa? What do you think? I know it was a little too close there with regards to Evos Esports. I feel like, you know, they still had everything under control, though. Even though Geek Fam was getting quite a lead over there.
If you're an Evos fan, then you are going to definitely have some questions about the early game and how Evos kind of let this game become closer than it probably should have been. But if you're a Geek Fam fan, or if you're a part of the Geek Fam, then, you know, congratulations. They made the game close enough, and, you know, game one definitely had a lot to be desired, whereas this time, for the second game, Geek Fam put up an actual fight. They put together a composition that made sense, and I know it's not the flashy team mode that we got from game one for, you know, whoa, we locked in team mode, look at us, but game two, they all in on rushing Twin Shadows as their enchants. They played strong picks and looked for solid vision control, setting up for objectives. They got the first 3 dragons of the game, and they set up them insanely well, always looking for an advantageous pick, creating a numbers advantage before those objectives. But then, you know, as Riku mentioned, it doesn't matter when the one objective you mentioned you fail to execute is the one around the Baron Pit, and then it leads right into the Elder Dragon as successfully as well. So, but at the same time, my expectations were not that high for Geek Fam. I had expected Evos to clean this one out 2-0 anyway. So props to Geek Fam for putting up one last fight. But now we get to look forward to the final scoreboards and to the playoffs next week.
Absolutely. I think we still have to look forward to you in the Timo outfit. So
Yeah.
maybe we can get that as a follow-up.
I will send you a tweet. Don't worry.
There you go.
I'll give you guys the good content on Twitter. But
You brought it up, so now we gotta
we're looking
deliver,
for it.
man.
Yeah.
Gotta deliver, yeah. Let's bring up our MVP of that series right now. And I think this was almost picked. I think he's powerful enough to be able to, you know, bring everybody on board to vote for Tipper as the MVP of that series. And yes, if that final little clash over there wasn't enough to convince you, then maybe all of the other clashes in which Tipper was a part of and basically carried all throughout, you know, even throughout the day actually would be that. Riku, what are your thoughts on Tipper?
Yeah, this guy has been the ever so reliable top laner for Evos Esports, and I feel like he's such a good duo whenever Valdez is going to be picking something that synergizes well with him, either on the Renekton, maybe on the Riven earlier as we saw. This guy is very hyped. This guy is very consistent. He's great.
Yeah, I'll just add on that the Riven mechanics were very sick. Nothing more to say though. Tipper very well deserving of the MVP.
And I feel like, you know, that Riven pick, I mean, yes, Omo was like saying, oh, you know, he's usually on a Renekton and everything. I think that might be maybe a little teaser into the playoffs of, you know, what Tipper has plans. Should be exciting stuff indeed. Because, of course, Evos Esports, next time we see them there, will be in the playoffs and they will be defending their crown to be the kings of Southeast Asia, rather. And as we check out our standings right now, we can see that, you know, Evos Esports are not exactly at the top as we expected them to be, but they do make it to the playoffs. They just do find themselves there. They'll have to work their way up. They have SBTC Esports on top of Group B with Divine Esports, Evos Esports, Flash Wolves rounding up our top 4. And on the side of Group A, of course, Brawl United Esports, Team Secret, MBR Esports, and one team. Congratulations as well to all of the teams, Team Flash, SBT, Alliance, and Geek Fam. I think that, you know, all of these teams, we talked about it earlier with TJ, all of these teams have something to be proud of. They still made it here to the group stages. There still are, you know, these are, you know, 12 of the best teams that we have here in Southeast Asia. So yes, indeed, we only have the top 8 advancing to the playoffs, but there still is this top 12 and it does mean a lot indeed. Plus, all of these, you know, all of these regions that we have here represented, it is something to be proud of. And yes, while we do wish for that moment where we can welcome lands back and we can all be together, we can definitely see, you know, our region over here united in the standings that we have here and in our top 12. So, Riku, what do you have to say, of course, for all of these teams overall, I guess, for the group stages?
I think there were high expectations, of course, to our first and second placers back in the Summer Super Cup. And look at them now. One team, 4th place, and Evos now a 3rd. So for sure, the pressure is definitely on. For me, I think my new favorite for Group B is definitely Divine Esports. I love their journey coming from 6th and now 2nd seed. And look at them, 2nd seed coming from Group B. Group A, of course, a Team Secret. Gotta vote for the Team Secret boys over there.
Definitely. And right now, I believe we do have our playoff bracket ready for you guys. This should be exciting stuff to see. Drum roll, please, as we see who goes head-to-head. First up, it will be Divine Esports facing off Evos Esports. Team Secret versus MBR. And we have one team in the lower bracket with Flash Wolves and Brawl United and SBTC Esports waiting to see who will advance to take them on. I think this is gonna be so exciting over here. Divine Esports and Evos Esports. This is gonna be, you know, when we saw them match up, of course, we had a very explosive series. So this rematch here should be very exciting indeed. Rafa, what are your thoughts?
Now, Divine Esports and Evos is a rematch from the groups, or the second day of groups, or first day of groups for Group B, respectively. If Divine Esports get to move on, then they'll be able to take on the first seed in Buriram United. But if Evos move on, that's going to be the battle of the Thai teams, right? So, similar to how Divine Esports had a battle with SBTC to see who was the kings of Vietnam, SBTC remain and retain that crown for them going into the playoffs bracket as they earned the #1 seed going into out of Group B. But the rest of the bracket, I'm curious to see, because even though Flash Wolves and one team are in the lower bracket, they only have one chance. There might be a chance from this time now towards the next week when we begin again for the lower or the playoffs bracket, that they get ready and they just make a Cinderella run through the lower bracket gauntlet.
That's right. That's right. We had, of course, we had a lot of teams, like Riku mentioned, our former Summer Super Cup alumni. We did see them. We had a lot of questions, but they have time now. They have a few days to regroup, and when we come back with the playoffs next week, who knows? It could be an entirely different team, and we are not exactly sure what form we'll see these teams in, but you can bet that it will be their best. That is it for the group stages. It's been quite a journey indeed for these teams, but our top 8 teams have an even tougher road up ahead. Thank you so much, by the way, to all of the viewers that stayed with us up until the very end. Hope you guys are out there. We feel your energy, and we will see you in the Wild Rift C Championship playoffs next week. But for now, Mika Fabs, Rafa, and Rigu signing off. We'll see you in the Rift.
ready to define your character, to choose your financial objective, to choose your investment strategy, and build your portfolio? Start now and level up your investment knowledge with Franklin Templeton.